Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so. Obunu kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuni kife la chasha me, my baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kife la chasha so. Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia.
Ejemini ekebo, akobi ewe ayo, ewe tumeje. Ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀, akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀, wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́. Wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́, àkọ́bí wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè. Wá fi jóye ẹlòkó, bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé. Wá fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́. Ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ, wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdá dẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tiẹ̀ lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọ̀.
Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wáyé dà, ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Ladies and gentlemen, ihe dị egwu ga-eme. Ọkwitara kara m ịṅụrụ mmanya m ị ga-akwụrụ m ụgwọ ya bebi m. Abe Maria. Ayandaba. Sunu baby subaramia. Sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga book.
And there it is right there. Pardon me. What better way to start a session than the first comment you see in the comment section is a super chat. So Ayo does as he always does. So thank you, Ayo, for that. And not once but twice. Ayo never does it once. So thank you, Ayo, for that. We want to see a lot more activity on that space. We don't get near enough super chats on this platform. So well done, Ayo, for kicking it off. But I don't want Ayo to be alone. That $sign at the bottom of your screen is there for a purpose. So click on it and empty the content of your wallet in there. That's not even the best way to start. I should have started with a greeting, shouldn't I, really? This is it now. A capitalist. I guess that's what I am, a capitalist. So, pardon me. So good day to you all. Good to have your company. I'm just awash with excitement. The next few days, we're going to have a series of big name guests. So the next few days, we're going to have a series of big name guests. So we're in various stages of talks with those guests. One is already bagged and tagged. One is already agreed, and I'll announce that in a moment. We're already agreed that the other one, which is a really very, very, very big name, and when I say very, very big name, I mean very, very big name. So I've had conversations with him earlier on today, and we've agreed that he will come on, but we're now trying to coordinate exactly when. So that's that. And then the third one, we're in the tentative stages of our conversations, but exciting times to come. So yes, a good day to you. Good to be in your company. The usual protocol: click on the like button as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that, or you have to subscribe now. Don't you really? Just with the quality. I don't want to announce the ones that we've not finalized yet, but I will announce the one that we have finalized. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you into the studio. So let me just show you this. Let me remove. Let me show you this. Let me remove that and put this on the screen. So we have Dr. Abayomi Arabambi coming to join us on Sunday. So he's coming to join us on Sunday, 10 p.m. UK time. So he's already confirmed. In fact, just before I came live now, I was again in contact with him, and he again affirmed that he's excited to come on. So we have Dr. Abayomi Arabambi, Publicity Secretary of the Labour Party, joining us on Sunday, 10 p.m. UK time. It's of course, it's off the moment. It's an off the moment politician, as you know, because the news cycle revolves around his space at the moment, and he's been doing a tour of the media houses. So along that tour, he is going to make a pit stop with us on Sunday. So bookmark that. Let me send the link for that in the comment section so you can bookmark it. So yes. Let me. Where is that bookmark? So I'll send the bookmark in a moment. So Dr. Abayomi Arabambi, as I said, so bookmark that for Sunday. I'm just going to send it now. So as soon as I send it, go and put on the bell notification so it flashes up on your screen just as soon as the time is coming up. So there it is right there. Labour Party Publicity Secretary Dr. Abayomi Arabambi joins us on Sunday. So that's the link to that session. Go bookmark that. But stay on alert though, because there's still more to come. Stay on the ready, still more to come. Yes, so have I done the click on likes and whatnot? Click on like, click on subscribe. Hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to come and join us on the screen. So all that. Let me just kick it off. Because I've been so busy trying to organize this guest, so I'm all over the place. But I've got names. Yeah. Anyway, you wait and see. Then you see. What do you they talk? Additional. This guy is always talking in some gobbledygook something. Anyway, let's just press on with it. Let's press on with it. We kick it off with this one. FBI charges top Nnpc official for taking $2.1 million bribe to help Adax Petroleum escape $2.4 billion liability in Nigeria. So it's just a gift that just keeps on giving. That Nnpc, and I've got another storyline for you, which will really shock you. But let's go with this one first. A senior Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation official has been slammed with bribery and tax-related charges in the United States, court filings seen by correspondents said. A jury recently returned a 3-count indictment against Polinius Ahinacho Okoronkwo after the Federal Bureau of Investigation found that he used his position as a general manager in Nnpc's upstream department to obtain at least $2.5 billion in bribes. The alleged bribe was to assist Adex Petroleum escape its liability of $2.4 billion to Nigeria as part of an oil lifting contract that began in 2001. I'm not quite sure. Let me start that from top again. Right, a senior Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation official has been slammed with bribery and tax-related charges in the United States. Court filings are seen by correspondents said. A jury recently returned a 3-count indictment against Polinius Ohanacho Okoronkwo after the Federal Bureau of Investigation found that he used his position as general manager in Nnpc's upstream department to obtain at least $2.1 million in bribes. The alleged bribe was to assist Adex Petroleum escape its $2.4 billion liability to Nigeria as part of an oil lifting contract that began in 2001. The grand jury indictment said before the United States District Court of Central District of California, Mr. Okoronkwo, 67, a dual citizen of Nigeria and the United States, has practiced immigration and personal injury law in California for nearly 30 years. On May the 25th, 2015, just days before President Goodluck Jonathan was due to exit office on May the 29th, Mr. Okoronkwo and other Nnpc officials or hurriedly entered into an agreement that will see Adex Petroleum return to developing Nigeria's crude and gas reserves after a protracted pause due to a year-long dispute over the 2001 deal between Nigeria and the Chinese company. So, yes, let me just give you the fullness. Let me give you a couple more paragraphs. I'm not quite liking how this reads. Adex Petroleum, based in Switzerland but owned by Sinipec, bribed Mr. Okoronkwo with $5.2 million, including an immediate payment of $2.1 million in October 2015, after the new administration of Muhammadu Buhari threatened the May 2015 contract. So anyway, that's that. Nnpc official. I can't speak. Maybe I need water. Right. Nnpc officials up to their usual shenanigans. So that's what that tells us. Nnpc officials up to their usual shenanigans. So Senate considers 6-year single term for CBN governors. So this single term narrative is something that's been circulating around the Nigerian space. A lot of discussion around if the Nigerian presidency should be a single 6-year term as well. The Senate on Tuesday set machineries in motion for amendment of the Central Bank of Nigeria Act 2007, which amongst others makes tenure of governor of the Apex Bank a 6-year single term as against renewable 5-year term in the extant law. The amendment also proposes a 1 trillion naira recapitalization for commercial banks, which presently stands at 100 billion naira. The sweeping reforms in the administration and function of CBN came through an amendment bill which passed second reading at plenary on Tuesday from its committees on banking, insurance, and other financial institutions. Proposal for 6-year single term for CBN governor, deputy governor, and members of board of directors was contained in a bill seeking for amendment of CBN Act 2007, sponsored by Adetokunbo Abiru, Lagos East, in his capacity chairman, Senate Committee on Banking. Abiru, in his lead debate on the bill, co-sponsored by 41 other members of the committee, said the 6-year term for the CBN governor, deputy governor, and board of directors said it was geared towards reducing political influence on them. This is the practice adopted by many independent banks, such as the US Federal Reserve and the European Central Bank, where their chief executive officers only serve one non-renewable term. Empirical evidence shows that a single term for the members of the executive and board members of the central banks help to reduce political on monetary policy decisions, politics that should say, helps to reduce politics on monetary policy decisions and the time inconsistency problem associated with non-independent central banks. 1 trillion naira recapitalization. Abiru in the bill said the proposal seeks to provide that the paid up capital of the bank shall be 1 trillion naira and may be increased from time to time by such amount as the government may approve, either by way of transfers from the General Reserve Fund or by other means as the government in the constitution, in consultation with the board may approve. So essentially a single term for the CBN governor and a ratcheting up from 100 billion naira capitalization to 1 trillion naira capitalization for banks. So is that in line with inflation or the dollar to naira value? I'm not quite sure what's leading that space, but that seems so. Plenty of room in the room, by the way. Plenty of space in the room, by the way. Anybody that wants to jump on, jump on. Let me send the hyperlink again. If nobody jumps on, very difficult for a conversation to take place. So let me send the link, then hopefully somebody will jump on. So that's the link. Anybody that wants to jump on, jump on. All right, let's go on to this one. Says breaking, it is now evident federal government reacts to report on alleged plot to overthrow Tinubu. So this is a story that's been circulating within the media space over the last few days. I've deliberately ignored it because there doesn't seem to be particularly any substance to it, but it's a story that refuses to go away. The federal government of Nigeria on Tuesday, February the 27th, said a media report of a possible coup attempt was fake news. As reported by Vanguard newspaper, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, in a statement said the report is unequivocally false and a heinous act of disinformation. The platform had reported The platform, that being Vanguard, the platform had reported that recent suspicions prompted emergency meetings involving the commander of the Presidential Guards Brigade, Colonel Adebisi Onosoya, President Bola Tinubu, and the Chief of Staff, Femi Gbajabiamila. However, in a statement by Rabiu Ibrahim, Idris's media aide, the federal government urged the public to ignore the report. The Bola Tinubu-led government stated that the report is aimed at sowing seeds of discord in the country. The federal government's statement partly reads, "It is now evident that some desperate individuals have resorted to publishing fake news to erode public trust in the government and sow the seeds of discord in the country. The government will exercise its rights within the law to contain rogue actions to destabilize national security and the nation's hard-earned democracy." So, rumored coup, presidency, army response. Meanwhile, the Office of the Special Assistant on social media to the President, President Tinubu, said a media report of a possible coup attempt was fake news. In a similar vein, the Nigerian army, through its verified Twitter handle, said there was no truth in a report by a media outlet that the Presidential Guards Brigade had been put on high alert following unusual movements, leading to suspicions of a coup plot in Nigeria. So this narrative of coup plot is something that the obedience space, and I'm not even saying that casually. Just as early as yesterday, I was listening to one of their spaces, and this was one of their platforms on YouTube, this obedience spaces, and this was what they were discussing endlessly for hours on end. That is what they would like to see. Earlier correspondents reported that the defense headquarters refuted claim by an online media outlet suggesting that the Presidential Guards Brigade had been placed on high alert due to suspicious activities near the seat of power, hinting at concerns over a possible coup plot. Brigadier General Tukur Gusau, the acting director of Defense Information, issued a statement dismissing the allegation as baseless. So the seed that is really being sown is really in the mind of the army to really suggest to them that this is something that the nation is favorable to. So this is the other story that I was saying would alarm you. $26 billion passed through cryptocurrency farm Binance Nigeria in 1 year. This is the CBN governor. And this story strikes me because there was a clip. Let me see if I can find it actually. Abubakar Malami, crypto wallet. There was a time that an image of Abubakar Malami was captured where he was trading cryptocurrency on his phone, even though that practice was banned within the Nigerian space. So let me see if we can. I'm just going to see if I can get that. Let's see. Is this it? All right. I'll look for that image in a moment, but let me. I should be able to. It was all over the media space at that time. It shouldn't be too difficult to find. All right. If anybody finds that image, send it to me. The Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) Governor Yemi Cardoso has stated that over $26 billion passed through the cryptocurrency app Binance Nigeria in the last 4 years. Cardoso stated this on Tuesday, February the 27th, after the Monetary Policy Committee meeting in Abuja. In the case of Binance, in the last 1 year, $26 billion has passed through Binance Nigeria from sources and users who we cannot adequately identify. Cardoso told reporters in his first Nnpc meeting since assuming office as the CBN governor. The CBN also raised the country's monetary policy rate by 400% basis to 22 points. This is something that Kulata had been recommending for a very long time. The CBN also raised the country's monetary policy rate by 400 basis points to 22.75% from 18.75. What can I say? I'm saying pipe instead of 5. I don't know how to say the word 5. The CBN also raised the country's monetary policy rate by 400 basis points to 22.75% from 18.75%. The MPR has been 18.75% since the last, anyway, the interest rates going up and or whatnot. But the headline of it, of course, is that $26 billion made its way out of the economy via cryptocurrency in the last over the last 4 years. So that seems to be, they were just looting the money through whichever portal, Abubakar Malami and the rest of the gang. Tinubu's son Sheyi Yinka amongst the delegates to follow President Buhari on state visits to Qatar. So this is what is generating. This is one of the topmost stories in the news cycle today. I think it's one of the most talked about. It says President Bola Tinubu's son Sheyi and Yinka are amongst the delegation to travel with the president on a state visit to Doha, Qatar. Tinubu will visit Qatar on a state visit scheduled for March the 2nd and 3rd, 2024, but will be accompanied by 36 others, including his son, split into 2 batches. The first batch of 16 people to arrive on February the 28th, 2024 include Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum, etc., etc. The second delegation, made up of 22 people, to arrive on February the 29th include Sheyi Tinubu, Yinka Tinubu, etc., etc. The trip comes amidst nationwide protest against hardship, hunger, and high cost of living, amongst others, in the country. Tinubu has promised to cut the cost of governance, but many Nigerians have accused the government of only paying lip service to it and not fully committed to going ahead with it. So that is the. I'm not quite sure what justifies that, but I'm sure there are reasons that justifies it. I am not responsible for the woes we have. Hold on. My voice just doesn't seem to have the courage that it usually has. I am not responsible for the woes we have today. CBN Governor Cardoso. Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Olayemi Cardoso has said he's not responsible for the economic challenges facing the country. Cardoso said this at the first Monetary Policy Committee meeting under his leadership on Tuesday, February the 27th. He also said the CBN is taking necessary steps to get the country's fiscal and monetary health back to normal. He said, I laugh at that question, but it is not a laughing matter. And I think it's very important for Nigerians to understand that the central bank governor, I and my team are not responsible for the woes that we have today. We are part of the solution. We are determined to ensure that we work hard to get out of the mess that Nigeria is in. We assume responsibility in a time of crisis of confidence. There was a crisis of confidence, and you may all want to go to bed and wish that crisis of confidence was not there, but it was, and we can't turn back the clock. All we can do is do the difficult things to make a bad situation better. I do believe that the efforts that we are making are beginning to bring back confidence, because to be frank, without confidence in your business, you are not going very far. So this is Yemi Cardoso essentially giving you the reminder that he's only been there for 2 minutes and this problem long standing. So let's and by the way, some of you may be listening on iPhone, and you may be experiencing that as the session goes on, suddenly your the stream loops back to the start of it. That's an iPhone issue. It's not anything I can do. So you just maybe go on the laptop or just move it back forward again. We carry on. APC must tell Nigerians what happened to pyramid of rice launched by Buhari government, PDP. So this is that now infamous pyramid of rice. That is Malam Buhari and his fellow bandit, Godwin Emefiele. So they are in that picture right there where my cursor is. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, has asked the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC, to tell Nigerians what happened to the rice pyramids launched by former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022. Adebo Ologunagba, PDP National Publicity Secretary, who spoke in a chat with correspondents on Monday, said the demand for such an explanation was necessary owing to the biting hunger and harsh economic conditions in the country. Last week, 7 persons were reportedly killed. So yeah, we don't want to go into that. Right, last week, the Nigerian custom was selling seized rice and 7 people died in Lagos. How did we get to that level? The APC, how did we get to that level? The APC government then, led by former President Muhammadu Buhari, told us there is abundance of rice production in Abuja. Ologunagba was quoted as saying, he continued, the pyramid of rice turns out to be a pyramid of lies. They claimed then that food production was surplus because of the intervention of the anchor borrower scheme by the CBN, which again was laden with corruption. If indeed there was abundance of food production as a result of that intervention, why is there hunger in the land? Where is the pyramid of rice today? The APC owes Nigerians explanation on this at this crucial period. Billions of naira was expended on the anchor borrower program, but where is the food? Ologunagba, who urged the government to declare a state of emergency on hunger, added that President Bola Tinubu's administration should address insecurity challenges so that farmers can go back to the farm. The government should focus on insecurity. If the environment is secured, people will go to their farms. People will be encouraged to travel and look for businesses. People are very hungry, and that should be the focus of this government now. This government should, as a matter of priority, declare a state of emergency on hunger in the land. If the people are hungry, there will be frustration and despair, and anything can happen. So everybody just wanting anarchy in that country. That's another dog whistle to anarchy. Let's go on from there. 26 billion unidentified funds went through Binance in 1 year. So yeah, I think we've tried to touch on that, but we didn't get very far with it. So let's land on this one. Are we landing on this one? Yes, let's land on this one. We won't wait for government to get our farmland back from Fulanis. This is Sunday Igboho doing as only he can. Where is the other headline? Yes, let's go with this one. We won't wait for government to get our farmlands back from Fulanis. Sunday Igboho. Yoruba Nation activist Sunday Adeyemo, alias Sunday Igboho, has told his supporters and loyalists not to wait for the government's intervention before taking steps to fight the Fulani herders who are denying local farmers from accessing their farmlands in the southwest region. Igboho said this whilst addressing a crowd in a video seen by correspondents on Twitter, claimed that the people of the southwest should unite to create a regional security workforce that protects them from incessant Fulani herders' attack in their farmlands. He said, "This is our domain. We should save ourselves from Fulani. We should put security in all Yorubaland. We did not need to wait." So that's what they wrote. Oh, this is not me misreading. We did not need to wait for anybody, including the government. If we really mean business, we should not wait for government, or else Fulani will carry all our lands. We should be united. Which farms do we have again in Yorubaland? Can we go to the farm now? They killed our traditional rulers in Ekiti and they brought soldiers. During Buhari's government, he gave Boko Haram 5,000 amnesty to enter the bush and keep doing what they like. And these are the set of soldiers they brought to Ekiti. We don't need them. We are Yorubas. If we do what we're supposed to do, Fulanis will leave our land and we will be able to go back to our farms. It is after we recover our farmlands from Fulanis that we will know the next step. Those saying I am working for politicians are, I don't know, that ends there. This is a badly written piece, so I'm reading it verbatim. Sunday Igboho had earlier demanded for the immediate arrest of suspected terrorists that killed 2 traditional rulers in Ekiti State. Igboho said this in a press statement issued through his lawyer, Pelumi Olajengbesi, and urged the Nigerian government to intensify their efforts towards possible apprehension of the criminals and ensure they are prosecuted for their grievous offenses. So there it is. That's Sunday Igboho then. So he carries on just from exactly where he left off. I'm not quite sure why he has not yet been picked up. So that's Sunday Igboho. Let me play you the Kegite music. We kick the session off. Like I said, anybody that wants to hop on. We'll see how it goes, and then we'll take it from there. Let's go first to the Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Faila tí ṣòdùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó ti lé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
ìgbàlà tí
lè yọ.
àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, Ajanle Koko. Good to have you, Ajanle Koko. Darati, after a long hiatus, joins us as well. Mike joins us unusually early. We don't usually see Mike at this time of the day. So let's kick it off with you, Mike. Mike, how far? Mike. All right, let's kick it off.
I was muted.
What are you doing this time? I thought you only came at night. I thought you were a night walker.
I was like, I usually want to come in the middle of it. I know if I come in, I mean, I just be there. I want you the way you do your session, you go to one person and you speak with that person for hours.
Yes. Well, you are that person today. And by the way, to the people listening to us on iPhones, there seems to be a bug with iPhone, nothing to do with the platform. It seems to be so you just have to keep on moving the thing back forward. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. But Mike, Sunday Igboho are telling us then that is is back to flush the Fulanis out of Yorubaland. Why is he allowed to continue in that track line when they nearly killed a person exactly the same thing not that long ago?
Is he really saying that, or you're just making it up?
It was captured on, there's a video as well. There are video clips on Twitter, and that's the readout. He's saying that he's intent on flushing the Fulanis out of the farmlands in Yorubaland.
If he's still carrying out the same old thing he was doing before he left, then the guy is really trying to create big problem. I'll be honest with you. He's going to create problem for Tinubu's government, because what he will end up doing is he will end up causing this issue with the Northerners, because right now I don't even think the Northerners are even happy that the guy is around. They can kind of overlook it, to some degree. But if you continue to go after them doing this anti-Fulani, just talking all this, doing bigotry, he's only going to create a more. He's going to make situation worse and bad for Tinubu's government, especially not right now. That what we are going through right now as a country. I think that guy. I don't even understand why the guy is still walking around.
Yes, I think it wouldn't have come back to Nigeria without getting the okay to come back, because I mentioned that Dom.
Exactly.
So get him back to come and before saying all this.
He came back. People are still questioning, like, how is this guy? You wanted person. Now he just walked into the country, no arrest. So that means the government must have been. I mean, people take it as okay. Tinubu gave him the okay. Now you are back. What are you doing? You starting the same old crap. You're just going to flush the entire Fulani people, putting target on their back in the southwest. Next thing you know, it's very dangerous. For one, you are doing this Fulani now. If a Fulani person gets killed in the southwest now, or let's say some ignorant southwesterners, his followers, go and start attacking a group of Fulanis. This is not when Buhari was in government, where the Fulanis in the north, the Northerners will say, okay, since our man is the one in power, let's let him handle the problem. They're not going to sit down and say, oh, let Buhari take care of the problem. They will retaliate in the north against Yoruba people. That's just a fact. That's what people need to understand. The reason other attack on when we do in the south against the Northerners during Buhari's regime, where the northern people didn't retaliate, is because they see the government as a northern person in charge. They say, okay, since our man is in charge, let's let him handle the business for us. But now that a Yoruba man is the president, you can't go and be attacking their people in your region. It will lead to retaliation in the north. And the last thing where Tinubu wants right now is the clash between the southwest and the northerners. You already have the south is a hate you right now. They wishing you worst against you right now. They're wishing you cool. They're wishing all. They're just wishing the worst, right? What happens to the country? Now you bring back this guy from nowhere to come and start creating enmity between your region and the only allies you have outside of Southwest, which is the North. It doesn't make any sense. Tinubu needs to take off his tribalistic acts and clear his eye. I understand what he's facing. This idea of taking care of my own thing that people have, that mentality is, to me, I always find it as a foolish mentality. Because somebody's from your tribe, you want to be pardoning them and be covering for them. I don't like that mentality. Igboho should have been arrested. And I'm not saying he's guilty of anything, but the law says if you are wanted, you're supposed to be arrested if you're in the country. So why is he not arrested? Now, not only that he's working, now he's trying to start. He's trying to continue where he stopped. It doesn't make sense, man.
All right. I certainly agree with you. It's not even coming in quietly to hide in the shadows. It's all over the place. If you should see, they said they came to bury his mother. You should see the fanfare in the Igboho town when they went into town. Motorcycle parades, police guards, all the obas are all in tow, and he's back to making the usual noise. But let me take you to this space. It is now evident. Federal government react to report of alleged plot to overthrow Tinubu. So this story has been circulating for quite a few days now, and it's gotten there to the point that the government feels the need to respond. They're telling us it's the totality of fake news. But do you think they are sowing the seeds of that possibility in the minds of the military?
Yeah, that's what they are doing. That's what those obedient and all those obedient and all those foolish. That what they are doing is trying to put the idea out there for soldiers to say, it's like you said, so they sit in the minds of the soldiers. So hopefully one of them or a few of them might carry it out. That's what they are doing. So they, those guys want the country to. They are really bitter and they want something bad to happen. But unfortunately, something bad is happening because we are experiencing hyperinflation, and that's not a good sign at all. Because history shows that hyperinflation usually leads to some form of revolution or something, crazy. And the way I look at it with this hyperinflation, if it continues this way, something can happen. But I know the last thing that will happen will be a military coup. What I can see happening will be some people just getting on the street and, while they're doing riot and things like that. That's that's what I can picture, but I don't picture military coup. And I'll tell you why. Yeah.
Go on, tell us why. But I was going to add that they've been trying desperately to get people out on the streets, but the people are just not. They are not rising to it. Since the elections the results were declared, they've been trying desperately to foment chaos and roll people on the streets, but the people are just not rising to it.
Yeah.
Remember when they even tried to use the Mobad incident to try and trigger anarchy in Lagos? But carry on.
Okay, so I will tell you the reason why people are not coming out yet, and people are reluctant to come out, and that's because honestly, if you take away the obedient elements out of the picture, people would have came out. The Northern, the Yoruba, they would have came out like, oh, this is rubbish. Why is price going on? But those people are holding back because they see the game the obedience are playing and all those people. So they're like, okay, if I do this, I'll be doing it on behalf of these guys. So a Southwestern person that wants to come out is looking at it like, if I do this thing I want to do, I will end up not only doing it for me, but I will do it on behalf of this idiot I don't like here. This obedience that have been irritating everybody. So the obedience are actually the one doing the government a favor. Because you are calling for something. It's kind of like one man, let's say me and you, we don't like each other. And there's something that is, the situation is pushing you to do something. And then me, I'm not telling you to do that thing. I'm not calling you to go and do that thing. Now, what I'm doing there is kind of like, you begin to it's like I'm giving you a reason not to do what you wanted to do. You understand? Because you're not going to look at it as, if I go out and do this thing, there's going to appear that this guy here is going to make me do it. That kind of thing now. So, a typical Southwestern person, or not, they're reluctant to come out and don't blow, maybe riot and things, because they know at the end of the day they'll be fulfilling the wish of these obedient people. They are so annoying. They have been so irritating. So the obedience are doing the government a favor. That's one. On the military side, reason why I would say there's not going to be a military coup is the same reason there hasn't been a military coup. The government pump a lot of money in the pockets of the generals and the officers. The welfare of the military is always there. So those guys, as long as their welfare is in place, I don't see them coming out to do a coup on behalf of who? The reason we were having military coup in the past, in those 60s and 80s, was because the soldiers were just living on salary, and that already gave them reason to do a coup. And then many of them wanted to take power. So for one, they assume maybe they can come in there and do the work and get it done. But then they also know once they get there, they can make money for themselves. But now a smart, intelligent officer knows that if I go do the coup, the only reason I should be going there to do it is to go and change things around. But he would know that the situation is not something he can turn around. Because everybody can see that this thing is very complicated. It's a sophisticated issue. You understand? It's very complex. It's not like you come in, you do a coup over to the government, and then you turn everything. You fix the problem, you fix the economic problem. When you see all these intellectuals, these professionals struggling trying to find solution, they can't find it. So what are you doing a coup for? To go and fix the problem, or to go and make yourself rich? But as a general, your package is already good. Because in Nigeria, generals, they are packaged, their retirement package, everything is good already. So the military is well taken care of. So they're not going to come out and do a coup. And of course, they know doing a coup, that means the history already shows that everyone that did coup, the counter coup, they ended up getting killed. It's like your life is in more danger. You have so much to worry about. You can't live normal again because you have to be watching your back. You have to. So these guys are smart enough.
You know, the other thing is, if we just look at the ethnic dynamics of the Nigerian space, the coups are usually done by the northerners. So they cannot not have done a coup under Buhari's administration, which was the worst we've ever had. And then suddenly you have a Southwesterner in charge, and then they do a coup. It would be too obvious that as an ethnic move.
Yeah, that would look very like an ethnic move. And even they themselves, I mean, these guys, they know the history. They themselves, first of all, average northerner. We are talking about today's elite. They are more educated than elite of the past. I would say with the elite of the past, we have some more high top quality people. If you talk about the main elite, like the Abu yeah, those guys were very educated, but the people under them, other northern elites back then, they are not as educated, as exposed, or as knowledgeable as the ones today. The ones today understand that there's so much agitation in the South, or even any top intelligent northern elite, or even officer, because the officers today, they go to school, they are smart. There's so much agitation in the South. You have IPOB in the East. You have element of secession in the West, Southwest. Now you want to do a coup. Now you create serious. A coup you just unless you want to divide the country, which I don't. Unless that northern person really want to divide Nigeria, that's the only way you say, let me do a coup, take over, and you will mess everything up. You take us from fire pan to fire, because a coup by a northern person, even by anybody, will take the situation from fire pan to fire. Nigeria is goodbye. A military coup just kills Nigeria, whether it's goodbye or some disaster that will take us back 30 years, 40 years. I mean, if it's a disaster that will take us forward, I won't mind, but that disaster will take us 30, 40 years back, because Nigeria is already moving forward. But the coup will be a bad idea, and these guys are educated enough to know. And the fact that we've had history that's taught us so much lesson about how coup cannot solve any problem. So I don't think this guy is going to be in the mind of any military officer to say they want to go out there and do a coup. So coup is not even in the pic. It's not something I can think of that will happen. But what I can see happening is some type of ethnic clashes or something like that. That's what I can see happening.
There's almost an inevitability to it. The ethnic tension in the country, is either you have that Fulanis southern clash, which will be, whatever ethnic clash that happens in Nigeria is going to involve the Yorubas. So is either you have the Fulani Yoruba clash with all this incursion into Yoruba land and Yorubas trying to repel them, or you have a Yoruba southeast clash with all this belly aching still that they lost an election and they can't get over it.
So, and that's what I'm saying, that the last thing Tinubu wants is Yoruba Northern clash because it's just because the Southeast now sees that, oh wow, this is what we want. Because if it's just a Southwest Southeast clash, that one won't last. It won't. But what I will tell you one thing about Nigeria is the fact that I always make that regional clash almost impossible. Is the fact that we have 3 lions. So if it's 2 lions that exist, it's easy to start a clash. But if 2 lions want to clash with each other, they always consider that, okay, what would the third one do? You know that you know what I'm saying, woman? So let's say the Southeast want to clash with the Southwest, they will be considering, okay, what would the North do? Where would they stand? Where do they stand? Where would they stand in this matter? Because you know that it's not whichever side the North will pick, we side with, that means the other one is in a mess. So what has always caused all these major region to kind of hesitate in clashing with another region is because they always want to consider, like, okay, what would the third one do? Or can I clash with both of them at the same time, battle both of them? No, you can't. The Southwest right now, you can't say you want to take on the clash with the North and the Southeast at the same time. That's disaster for you, and that's what Igboho is trying to create for Tinubu right now. Because you are trying to create a situation where you clash with the North and you also clash with the Southeast and South at the same time. You won't put the Yorubas in a good position at all. It's like you're trying to put us where the Igbos put themselves in 1960, 67. That's not where you want to put yourself. Clash with the whole country,
All right. Before I take you to the next topic, Mike, let me flash up what is happening on Sunday. We have Dr. Abayomi Arabambe, Publicity Secretary, Labour Party, coming to join us to discuss both what is going on in his party and the wider Nigerian space. So I spoke to him just before coming on, in fact, we exchanged text, I should say, really, just before me coming on stream now, and he's telling me just how excited he is to join us on Sunday. So we have Abayomi Arabambe joining us on Sunday. I've sent the link to the comment section, bookmark it, so you're ready. Get your questions ready. His relationship with Peter Obi, the Lamidi Papa narrative, Julius Abure, all of that. Is Tinubu their sponsor? All of these things that we've been discussing endlessly. Now you get to put it to him and hear from the horse's mouth. So hear from the horse's mouth. Mike, let me take you to this space. Tinubu's son Sheyi Yinka amongst delegates to follow president on state visit to Qatar. So, what is their role in that visit? This is the thing now. They just seem to be feeding people things to launch at them.
Right. You already been accused of nepotism, and you just you see, one thing I say about Tinubu is on one end I can say, okay, I like the attitude of not giving a damn, but then at the same time, the way he's presenting is I don't give a damn. It's like in a way where it's just not very profitable, if you want to show that I don't give a damn, then do things that everybody other leaders have been hesitating to do, like maybe do some restructuring and say to hell, or do some things like that. But don't be doing things like the obvious nepotism and obvious tribalism, just allowing go enter country. They accuse you of giving what's that Indian lady, the journalist that said presented the news that he allowed his nephew or something to get a home.
Is it Anchor Paul or something like that?
No. That you didn't throw that. I thought he covered the story here where they accuse him of nepotism. That he allowed his nephew's company. Whether it's nephew's company, that oil company now, Ando.
Ando. Yeah.
No, not nephew. His daughter's husband, Ojo. He made him something about housing, and he made him on Friday. On Monday, we're releasing 180 billion to him to fix housing projects. So it was really funny.
And that one and the other one that he allowed his oil company to, I guess, buy that.
From a jeep. From ENI. And a jeep. Yes.
Exactly. So this I don't care attitude is not towards something that really benefits his region and his people. This nepotistic thing. If you are doing when he first came into office, appointing Lagos Cabal in positions, things like that. At least that one I can look at it as almost okay. At least you're doing that one
you were
for your region.
Then. You were applauding him then.
No. I didn't applaud. I just say, well, it's funny, but at the same time, I can't really. I can excuse him for in a sense that okay, you want to put people you trust, and also At least it's something that for your, if it's for your region, because those guys will perform well for your region, that kind of nepotism benefits your region. But if you are doing nepotism that's only for you, that doesn't make sense, man. And you're doing it, you're making it so obvious. I mean, where you taking your son? Why are you taking your son there? I mean, you favoring your in-law, your nephew. I mean, that doesn't make that kind of. I can't defend that kind of stuff because it doesn't benefit me. I can't go and defend you if you're doing something for your own pocket. If you're doing it for your region, I can say, hey, why you are there? Yoruba people supported you, so do something for us. I don't care what anybody thinks, especially those that hated you, like regions that are swearing for you. I don't care what they think. I don't give a shit. I can buy that one. Like we do so for your region. But if you're doing for your family, I can't defend you now. If you're doing that kind of nepotism, I can't defend you. Just taking, I mean, it needs to chill out, man. Oh, this is Igboho. I can't defend that one now.
All right, let me take you to one more space, Mike, and then move the conversation on to Aizon. Senate considers 6 year single term for CBN governor. So is the narrative of tenure durations for Nigerian politicians. So I think it was actually Goodluck Jonathan that muted the idea that the presidency should be a single 6 year term, so that any and everything that you want to do, you should be able to do it within that 6 years. So they've taken that idea now and they've moved it on to the CBN space. But with the CBN, they are propelling it through the parliament to make it an act of law. So what are you making of this single tenure narrative for Nigerian politicians?
For the presidency, I would say on one hand, it will really make the president just like hit the ground running and getting things done the way he wants to do it, and not think about anybody or considering anyone, because you're not thinking about, oh, hey, let me be careful, let me not do this because I may lose the next election, because now you know you're in and you're going to do 6 years and you're going to be out. So I think that will be good in that regard, that okay, whoever will be president will just come in and start doing his job, do whatever is in his mind without compromise, without, I can say it that way. But then on the other hand, on the other hand too, like
do you not feel that it makes for more effective let's use Tinubu as an example now. A lot of people feel that he will take the heavy weight of that restructuring on in his second term, but he dare not mention it in the first term.
Exactly.
Yeah, but if it's a single 6 year term, you do your 6 years and you go. So any and everything, as soon as you're president, you know that there's nothing else.
There's nothing else. So you do what you need to do. Because that's kind of what happens with Jonathan, where when the first term, he was considering like, I have to appease this region. He was doing things for particularly North. He was maybe, and people are like, dude, focus on Niger Delta now. Your people have been oppressed for so long. If Jonathan would have practiced complete nepotism and just build the Niger Delta and ignore the rest of Nigeria, nobody can open mouth and criticize him or even say you are a regionalist or you're a tribalist. Who gives a shit? Dude, develop that place, turn that place to London and leave the rest of Nigeria to be dusty, But the guy was trying to, I want to win a second election. He's going to build Amajiri schools all over the North. He's doing things that I'm like, guy, dude, at the end of the day, he didn't win the second time. So I think if they, yeah. So I think.
Hello, Mr. Mike. Hello, Mr. Mike. Can I interject you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir, Mr. Woman. What are you saying, Mr. Mike? I thought you were a Isheshe man.
What do you
Why
mean?
are you going against Sunday Igboho?
No, I'm not going against Sunday Igboho. I'm just standing for the justice.
No, you're wrong. They killed two of your harbors, and you talking like this.
Okay, what did I say? Okay, tell me exactly.
Hold on. No, you saying that you didn't allow him to come in like that and started showing himself off, something like that. This is time to show yourself off. That's a Yoruba man at the stake right now. And everybody know, unless you want to be deceiving yourself, that when those people going around killing people, they have the back of the federal power. Unless you lying to yourself.
So
now,
they had
Yoruba man, hold on. The way I feel, I'm just, now the Yoruba guy, you are most of the people on this panel, or on this panel, we never, ever, or meet Tinubu one-on-one. So they go out many. Tinubu know all this guy. When he first started his political career, he started from the street, from this guy. He started from the street. They put him there to be a senator in the first place. If I met, he met with Igboho one-on-one in his house. You will never sit with him. So I'm not his fans because I know how he started. I know what's going on the street.
What has what you said got to do with? Oh, I'm on Baba Willie. So to Mutini.
No. He against this guy, and the way I see it is, I'm not fans of Sunday Igboho. I'm not fans of Tinubu. I'm not fans of one man. I'm not fans of.
You're not a fan of one man. That you hurt my feelings with that one.
And Mr. Mike, if Mr. Mike stand for Yoruba Isheshe stuff, when they kill those Oba, you should support Sunday Igboho to go after those that carry that out. And if Tinubu, let me tell you, I just call him just to put 1 or 2 cents. If Tinubu allows Sunday Igboho now, I feel like I say, okay.
Hold on. Who is Tinubu? You mean Tinubu? Who is Tinubu?
Tinubu Americana. Yeah. You can correct me on Yoruba language, one man. You're not the one to correct me on Yoruba language.
Look at
you are not. So I will support. I'm not his fan, but I will support Tinubu if he turn blind eye and told the federal agents not to go after Igboho. Those people that come to Yoruba land want to be killing people. Let them carry out with people in the land. Let's face themselves, because before they have the Buhari with the federal power supporting them. Now the federal power is on Yoruba hand. Let them leave them alone. You want to come and kill people? Come and face the people down there.
Yoruba local.
If you do that, I will support him. On that, let those people come and face the guy on the ground. Battle to battle. Let federal power stay out of it. If that happens, I will support him. So for Mike to be standing for Isheshe, standing for Yoruba culture, and now they're killing the others, and you talking about justice and let's be fair, that's when you're lying to yourself. Because you know those people have the federal power by doing all those shit. So that's what I just want to put in, Mr. Mike.
You see.
All right, Tinubu, Igboho, and all that. Okay, carry on.
All right, Mr. One Man. Mr. One Man.
It's kind of ironic.
Excuse me,
Baba Willie.
I just come with love because I like fights. That's my job. I love fights. I like it. But now I just want to come in the midst of Yoruba people, Nigerian people, just to show love. I put my weapon down. But that's what I like. I like fight. And I just have a message for Mr. One Man. The man that drive truck.
I say you wait for your floor. Just wait for your floor, man. You're going too long.
Time, but he don't drop no money. I thought truck driver make a lot of money.
Them, man. Okay, don't hear you.
Who don't drop no money?
That guy that drive truck. You always sound angry all the time. My brother.
It's not obliged to drop money. Have you ever dropped any money before you accuse anybody of dropping? Don't worry about who's not dropping money.
Oh, you worry about that bet.
Yeah. You're full of it. Okay, Mr. Mike, what are you saying, Mr. Mike?
That time ran away. You think we forgot it?
I didn't. He ran away. $1,000 is chicken change. He's the one that ran away. What are you talking about? And
okay,
I give you
put your mind where your money is. Super chat $1,000 right now, so we can know that you really mean.
So, Super chat
okay, me and you. Me
Why
and you.
why do you have to use somebody else to run away from your boy you're claiming to be? You are the one calling it chicken change. How do you call it chicken change? Since it's a chicken change, prove to us that it's chicken change and super chat it right now.
Hold on. Why I said that is you always come on this channel talking about having business, man. I'm this, I'm that, but you don't show it. That's why I don't mess with Nigerians.
I never come to brag about $1,000 being chicken
where
change.
can I meet you? Where can I meet you? I mean, it's status. Where can I meet you? Where can we meet?
Do you want to meet me for peace or for war? Which one?
Anyhow it goes. Whatever energy you bring.
Mike,
Ẹni tí ó lè jà fún ọ̀pọ̀ àwọn ọbẹ̀ tí ó lè jà tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ òrùka papa o. You go and sit down, man.
I'm about to leave.
So let's back to the
I'll make you shit on yourself.
Mike, hold on.
Mike, who wants fight on the speak English? Who wants fight on the speak English? Who wants fight on the speak English, Mike?
What's your question, Mike? Before I just bounce out.
No, I don't have a question for you. I just want to advise you that.
Okay.
Let me give you advice. See, you mentioned it's ironic how you mentioned Sheshe, and then you are telling me that I'm standing. This is what Sheshe stands for. You understand? Me, I'm a student of Oromila. Oromila say you do the right thing, whether you always do the right thing, even if you're going to be attacked for it. You say the right thing. You speak the truth, even if you're going to be attacked for it. You will never fail or fall. Only Utito, if you die, you understand? And everything God creates in nature, don't lie. They will never compromise. The sun will never say because the people are not happy, I will come out at 10 p.m. The sun will come out when the sun will come out. Even if disaster they happen, they need the sun to come out. The sun will come out when the sun will not lie. Will never do against what? Everything in nature, they do things the way God tells them to do it. And what God told us, Olodumare told us is speak the truth, even when they will hang you. And stand for the right thing, even when they will hang you. Me, I'm telling you, when you do something right, I will say he did something right. I will stand behind him. If you do something wrong, I will say he did something wrong. I will not stand behind him because it's Yoruba. I don't do that. The fact of the matter is, I'm telling you that the law says if you are wanted, you flee. If you step in, the law says you should be arrested. I won't say because Igboho is my Yoruba brother, he should not be arrested. I won't say because I love you. I will go against the law. I'm telling you the law. I'm going by what the law said. Did the law say that he shouldn't arrest someone?
No. The Buhari government follow the law?
It's irrelevant. That's Buhari because Buhari doesn't follow the laws. Brother, listen to me. I am not Buhari. Hold
on. You are wrong. You are lying.
Tell me where I lie now. All right.
I'm telling this guy
that I'm going by principle. Are you telling me that because Buhari?
No. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
Mike, stop all this talk. There's nothing special about Igboho. There's nothing special about Igboho. He's back. He's not back. There's nothing special. He's not coming to change the tide of criminality in the Southwest or the Fulani Hesma. He's just a single man. Where some field military or SSS men came to his house, he ran to the Republic. Why in this state? So what is the
and I criticize that.
They allow him. You don't know what's going on. You don't understand.
One voice.
This guy you supporting now.
What's the happy about him? What's the happy about him in his back? The Max is just simply saying the truth.
I'm just saying what it is. The thing the Igboho did right, I will be the first to come here to say, yeah, he did this thing right now, stand behind him. And things he did wrong, I'll be the first to come here to say, this thing he did wrong, I have to correct him.
All right.
Just let me bounce out.
Okay, bounce out. Let me continue my flow.
Now bounce to the comment section and let's see that chicken change reflect in the super chat. Because we've been coming here.
No, I won't. Yeah, I will not. Because
all right.
One minute.
No, don't tell me because that was even. Don't worry
about it. No, because I'm in abroad. Most of you come on this chat live and you talk down. Most of the time, people that come from Nigeria, you talk them down like they ain't shit. But I know how it go on in abroad. Most people in abroad know all that. So that's why
Who is
if you
this guy? So one man. Who is this
One
guy?
man, you know, like from Nigeria, when they come to America, within 6 months, they start
that's
to
it,
follow change their
man.
accent. They start to
I
force
think it's
You
American
have to
accent.
put it down. I put it down.
I think it's from South Central California, Ekiti
No,
Kupa decision.
I mean, you see Tess.
The guy,
It's
Let me, Mike,
Texas,
pull
so you
up.
are laughing.
Mike,
one man know what's
pull
even
up.
worse, man. He's
You want
trying
to pull
to
up?
emulate the worst American accent, which is Southern accent, where nobody, even Americans, don't respect the Southern accent, and that's what this guy is trying to pick
You
up.
always you always put people down. You always talk shit, putting people down. That's what you do. That's why I don't like you.
What you're talking
If you want
about,
to pull
man?
up, pull up.
You want to pull up?
This guy is trying to learn an accent that other Americans don't respect.
You want to duke it out with duke it out.
Good night.
What you talking about,
Good
man?
night, one man.
All right,
Good night,
bro.
one man.
Real
Good night.
we needed that energy, so that was fun. Thank you, Omar Baba
right.
Willie. So that
All
was
right,
Omar
take
Baba.
care.
That was Omar Baba Willie, of course.
It's so funny. The guy is trying to learn the worst American accent, the Southern accent, which is when those Americans from the South, when they go to other parts of America, the way they make
You
fun
wanna
of them.
duke it out, man? I'm gonna, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. You know, and there it is, man. So there it is, Omar Baba Willie, who comes to make idle boast here. But back to serious matters, we were talking about were you saying that you're somewhat aligned that single tenor would probably serve a greater purpose?
I think, yeah. It will serve a greater purpose for a president that's coming in to actually do something that's good. But if it's for a useless guy, it won't really help. If it's for maybe a guy that's not competent, and he will have reason to listen to somebody else, listen to advice and things like that, because he wants people to vote for him next time, so he will listen to advice. But for a competent person that doesn't need to listen to advice, I'll just come in and say, hey, I don't have anything to lose. If I do what I need to do, then that will work. But if it's an incompetent guy that comes in, we will need him to listen to people from everywhere to tell him, say, guy, you're not doing something right, too. And if you don't do it right, we'll not vote for you next time, or that kind of thing. So that's why I kind of say, like, hey, it's good. At the same time, it's a side where it may not be good, you know. But I do think it's good. Like, come in, do your thing, do what you want to do, and get out. Let the next person come in. Because I think if Jonathan had came in knowing that I'm just coming to do 6 years and I'm out of here, the guy would have done a lot for this Niger Delta, man. He would have just developed that place, man. Like, done great.
You know, I don't think it's an idea that should be casually swept to one side with the whiff of a hand. Because Omachukwu also adding that let's say a 6-year tenure. I don't think 5 years is sufficient. So if you're
6 at least, 6,
yes, if you say a 6-year tenure and then you institutionalize the rotation of the presidency, then that solves a lot of things. You know, so you do your 6 years, you hand it over to the Southeast. They do their 6 years, you hand it over to the Southwest.
So what you're saying is you do your 6 years, you fix your region, leave everybody else. You wait for your turn. When your turn comes, you fix your own region.
That's the way it works. That's the way. Is that not the way it's working now?
Hey, for Nigeria, where we are not seeing anything happening.
Under Buhari now.
So basically, we can do it like this. It will make sense because for your 6 years, other regions, you look to their governor to take care of them. And whoever is in charge, hey, you have your governors and the president, you know, doing the federal project and everything for you. And then when it's other people's turn, when let's say it's no longer your turn, now don't go to another person's president too. Now you just focus on your governors and leave the president alone.
Because in the next 8 years, if Tinubu does not turn Yorubaland to Dubai, then we're entitled to call him normally. You know,
it's true now.
Because that's what Buhari did, you know. That's what Buhari did. He did everything for his own people.
Because I don't even understand. With all these 8 years, all of them, when they come, they don't do anything for that. The person didn't do anything for the Southwest. They don't even do anything for anywhere in the country. That's the thing. But at least, so, I mean, people may say it's wrong. Why focus on one region? At least, let's have one region develop in Nigeria. And at least, it's like everywhere is not developed. Like, let's have at least one president just focus on somewhere. Do something so we can see and say, this is what you did. But these guys, they will spend 8 years, even though their ethnic people supported them, but they don't do anything for the ethnic group. They don't do for others. They don't do anything for anybody. And people will say, "Oh, we had the Yoruba president, we had the Sasa president. Your turn, you had your turn." Well, I had my turn, but there was nothing done in my region. So if we're gonna be saying you have your turn, then if you call it our turn, let it be our turn completely now. Let it be our turn. Let's develop our region. you know. So to me, I think, hey, if we have to do it like that, let's do it like that. But to me, I still prefer like we all go back to regional system where just we don't wait for one president from somewhere to come and develop our region. We can all focus on this guy is the premier of this region. Hey, he's responsible for development of that region, and we don't have to look to another. Because to be honest, I don't think Tinubu will develop the Southeast, man. you know.
Oh, all right, thank you. So thank you, Mike. So that's the majestic Mike, the mighty Mike, as we call him right here. So thank you, Mike.
See, Woma, let me learn this thing. Well, I was trying to advise this Omo
Baba Willie, Totemu, CEO. Yes.
See, what people need to understand in Nigeria is if we all start standing for the right thing, like whether someone from our region, we all speak the truth and just be honest and straightforward and stop being this, hypocrite, I think we can go far. But we're all playing this game of because someone is from my region and we have to defend them, defend what it does wrong, and we can't go anywhere like that. We'll continue with this bullshit where we sit and lie to ourselves, just arguing all day. We have to call a spade a spade. Don't start defending someone because it's from your region. Just if you don't, I'm not saying hate him. I don't hate Igboho. Anything, but Igboho did a lot of good things. And if we have to talk about those things, I will say yes, I agree with him in this and this and that. But whatever he does wrong, if you bring it in front of me, I will tell you that this thing is wrong. I will sit here and be defending indefensible. I just won't do that.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. So brilliant, excellent. We go on from Mike to Ahizon. But on our way to Ahizon, let me flash up again. What's happening on Sunday? We have Abayomi Arabambi joining us, the publicity secretary of the Labour Party, who is going to discuss all matters Labour and matters Nigeria as well. 10 p.m. UK time. I've sent the link to the comment section. And then on Saturday, there's a good chance that we might have Deji Adeyanju joining us on Saturday. So I'll confirm that to you tomorrow, but there's a very good chance we'll have Deji Adeyanju. And then over the course of the 5-7 days, we'll have even Dele Farotimi. So all of that's still in the works, but this one is confirmed. And I'll keep you informed as I continue the confirmation. But certainly, Abayomi Arabambi. So I'm sending the link to the comment section. I'll bookmark that. And as I continue to get confirmation of the guest, I'll continue to bring them to your attention. So bringing to your attention next, the man from the crates. Let's see what Sapele Water is making of Nigerian politics. He's on.
Hey, one man.
One of our favorite voices. You like to ration yourself. You don't like to hang around with the commoners too much. In case we stain you with our smell.
No, that's not it. I always listen. Just sometimes my two young ones in the house want to eat up all my time because when you call over here, it's 6-7 p.m. So usually by the time I put them to bed, it's already late, and I look on the call, it's full, so I can't call in. And your after hours are just madness.
Yes, no, that I actually enjoy that. After I always, I pour myself a glass or something to listen. I especially enjoyed a mic session yesterday when they were talking about from rap music to all manners of things they don't know about, but they were pretending they knew about it. It was a real delight. Babate trying to orchestrate in a manner that it was always fun. But no, what are you looking at in the news cycle today? Yeah.
It's fun to listen to. It's entertaining to listen to. But if you're on and you want to have a serious conversation, forget it.
No, the after hours is not for. It's for gisting. It's for gisting.
It's for gisting. Because if you're on and you're trying to have a serious conversation, next thing you know, if you're trying to ask someone to explain to you why Nnamdi Kanu should not be released, next thing you have some guy named Ganiyu coming in, calling you IPOB.
Yes.
Next thing.
I tell you, you are not a Yoruba man. That guy, I bet he wakes up in cold sweat over Rational Mind. I don't quite know why they are rankled by Rational Mind so much.
I have no idea.
You know?
Rational Mind is actually one of the calmest people you can find on this. The most adversarial thing he says is, "Oh, you are Agbadoites. You come here and you start."
All he ever says is dude. That's the most you'll hear from dude.
But for some reason, he gets under the skin of everyone. The other day, Baba T jumped off the.
And that surprised me. I thought Baba T was joshing around with him until he stormed off. And
Baba T is a calm. I actually like having conversations with him. So it was shocking. But Rational Mind, he always shocks me. I don't know why he gets under the skin so much. Someone that you think would get under their skin, someone like Joel, doesn't really even get under their skin.
Because they know Joel is an obvious troll, so you know already what to expect from him. But Rational Mind, it seems it's that cold that slowly gets into your body and then takes over your head, sort of.
What get under people's skins are Rational Mind pretend like he's trying to present logic, and then he won't say anything. So people are like, okay, you just say do, like you're about to say something logical, and then at the end he won't say anything, or you just make up something. So that's what gets under people's skin. It's not because he has monopoly of insult or anything. Trust me, people can insult him better. That's what people are like. Okay, when for example, that one that pissed Babati and you, I think they were presenting logic. They were having very high IQ conversation. He jumped right in, and then what did he say? Absolutely nothing. So that's what pissed Babati off. Like, come, it's like high IQ people are talking. This low IQ guy just coming. So that's what got under his skin. So that I don't think he get on people's skin because of what he says. It's just that what he doesn't say or what he presents is just absolute nothing, like very low IQ.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So I wouldn't call him low IQ. He's a clever man. But coming to the Nigerian politics, where are you looking at it from? Is it this Sheyi Tinubu suddenly now a member of the government?
So. Yesterday when you were when we were talking about the Onosanye report, we were talking about Tinubu meeting with the oligarchs to discuss, to get ideas as to how to, spruce up the economy. I looked at those two things. I said, okay, I don't know how this is going to turn out, but I give him credit for effort. Like the talking to the oligarchs, I thought that that's something that he should have done from the minute he came in. Not just the oligarchs, small and medium-sized enterprises, some of the top agricultural people around the country, Nigerian manufacturers that despite all the odds and the power challenges are still trying to produce, people that export, people that import, have a good idea of the business environment, talking to your people and then trying to solve their problems because that's what boosts the economy, right? Oh, he didn't do that. I thought that's what he was going to do. He didn't do that. Instead, he went on tour around the world, cap in hand. And all of us have been abroad. We know how these people think. Those aren't the people that are going to save you. So that was what irritated me to start. So when he did that yesterday, I said, okay, this is good in the right direction, but he shouldn't stop there. He should talk to more people. And then they were all saying anything. I said, okay, good as well. Let's see how it turns out. Right? So I don't get my hopes up. But then I turned on the news today and he has carried his son and his cousin to, and you look at it, not to mention that Owando got that contract, not to mention that people are already saying that he's filling the cabinet with Lagos boys. It's just not good. And he doesn't deliver. Already you're seeing the turmoil that's happening, the economic challenges, which has its own, I have my own reasons for why that's happening. But if he doesn't deliver, if these economic decisions that he has made, he cannot turn it around in 4 years, then that's going to be the narrative. You understand, one man? It's going to be, he filled the cabinet with his boys. He was running around, giving his family contracts and giving them opportunities and traveling here, and his son was taking the private jet. That will become the narrative. and people will use that politically.
Do you remember when Buhari's daughter used the presidential jet to go and do a school assignment in Bauchi? She was doing a photography project then.
Yeah, vaguely. I can vaguely remember. But
so that's the culture, isn't it? That's the culture.
No. But woman, that cannot be the culture. If in one hand you are saying, I want to embrace this report so I can create reforms that will cut costs. On one hand, you're saying Emefiele treated central bank like it was his own personal account, and we're going to hold him to account. On one hand, you're saying Beta Edu put something in our own private account and we should hold, and then you're doing this. It's a contradiction. It's hypocritical. So you have to hold yourself to that same standard that you're holding other people to. And then at the end of the day, your economy is shit. Because of decisions you made that supposedly should bring us to, the promised land. Now, how long are we
yes, supposedly to bring us, but over what time? Were you expecting an immediate turnaround?
No, but one man, here's the thing, right? When you take these sort of drastic economic reforms, there has to be a plan, a key time. You can't just take the reforms and say, well, things will kind of fall into place. Hell no. When you make these reforms, you have to be able to project. You can't just say, oh, I'm going to make these reforms, and by the way, I'm going to go ahead and do X, Y, and Z, and all of a sudden the economy will fall into place and things will be fine. They're not going to be fine.
No, but they're actively taking measures. Let's say, for instance, the removal of the oil subsidy. The mitigation of that is the onboarding of localized refining. So that there's a mitigation for that. If you are looking at the removal of the arbitrage in the exchange rate, the mitigation for that is to clear the backlog of the outstandings, just invest more confidence in the currency and tackle the loopholes where the currency is hemorrhaging, all of which is being activated. And the forward projection is infrastructural development, agricultural blueprint, all of it being activated.
Okay, so let's start with the latter of what you just said. Agricultural blueprint. Okay.
Yes.
What's the plan towards that? Short, medium, and long. So agricultural blueprint, our farmers can't go to farm because some random people with AK-47s have taken over their land and are keeping them out. There isn't a sense of urgency towards that. In fact, I would go as far as to say he failed the minute he came in the door, because you had over 2 million people in IDPs that couldn't go back home. Most of those people are the farmers that you're trying to get back to work. But that was not the emergent situation when you came in. So you can't say on one end that, yes, I'm going to take these reforms, and yes, I'm going to boost infrastructure, I'm going to have agricultural reform. It's all rhetoric because the action is not following exactly what you are doing. Here's what I think. I think, because you see this everywhere you go, I think he came in, and I discussed this with Kolada briefly on one of your sessions. He came in, he had taken money, he was beholden to IMF. They instructed him to go ahead and to institute the floating of the currency, and they have been pushing, not today, for the fuel subsidy removal. Now, the subsidy removal is a different matter, because everyone will tell you that thing was a fraud. It's not that he took it away, it's how he took it away. That's the issue. The floating of the currency, on the other hand, that is something you see. And when he first announced it, I took my time and I went to listen to economists out there. I went to listen to people like 805.
Let me see.
I went to listen to people like, Richard Wolff, Jeffrey Sachs, global economists, independent people. And people will tell you, if your economy isn't producing anything, if exporting anything out of your country is a chore, you don't float your currency, because your currency cannot be competitive in the remotest sense at all. You're destroying your own economy. It's suicide.
No, that's a false. That's a false.
No, it's
whoever those economists are.
These are globally recognized economists. Look, I'll give you an example.
Yes.
No, they're not. I brought up the case of Rafael Correa, right, from Ecuador. PhD, US, American trained economist, became president of Ecuador. When he became president of Ecuador, one of the first things he noticed was what? The economic plans were being approved and reviewed by IMF before they could implement them. Fact. He said, why is this happening? They told him, hey, we owe them money. This is part of the arrangement that they have to review our economic plans and give us permission. He said, first thing he did was to pay off their money so they can start creating policies for the country to develop. And he did, and immediately did it. Same thing with Lula da Silva. Not this tenure, but the first time he became president. He said the first thing he had to do was go give them their money back so they could take control of their economy. Look, one of the fallacies I have noticed with Tinubu is he seems to put faith in foreigners, in foreign institutions. I'm not sure.
No. Cite an example of that where you think that.
Okay. Cite an example. He went for different global functions.
Yes.
Begging for investors.
Right.
Meanwhile, the fundamentals of investing in your country were not put in place. The foundations were faulty. You can't ask people to come and invest in your nation when the basics of doing business in your country are not set up.
Like
you didn't talk to your own basics. Do you know how difficult it is to export out of Nigeria? Do you know how difficult it is to get?
Those are just policy readjustments now.
No, they're not just policy. No. One man, that's where you're making a mistake. You can make a policy. Anyone can make it. Anyone can make a policy that, oh, you know what? From today, here's what's going to happen. No, it's implementation. It is follow through. It is active results, long term. And people seeing that.
There's no strength in what you're saying. There's no substance to it.
Yes, there is. You cannot have people coming to your nation where they are not guaranteed that they can move from. Wait, let me finish, please. You cannot move from point A to B without armed security guards. You cannot have people. Listen, he should have been talking to his internal people.
Yes, you can work and chew gum. They are not mutually exclusive.
If you are running mutually exclusive. First, in this case, they may not be mutually exclusive, but guess what? There's a series of preference. So you cannot say, I have become president today. I'm going to run to India. I'm going to run to Dubai and beg for money. Meanwhile, I have businessmen in my country grind hard every day despite the challenges, and I am not talking to them. I don't even know what they need.
Well, what do you mean it's not talking to them? It's forever in conversation with them.
With who? With who? He just did it now.
Who was the first person he visited?
I just gave him credit.
The first person he visited was Lumelu.
I just gave him credit for. I just gave him credit for talking to the oligarchs. But I said,
remember, last man standing and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all them just clowning around. I'm talking about real conversations that lead to policy and implementation. I'm not talking about them joking around. Listen, there are small and medium-sized enterprises in Nigeria that manufacture with tremendous challenges, right? Those are the people that are going to save your economy. It's not some guy in India that's just looking to come and take what he can take and take it back to India to help the Indian economy. That's not the guy you talk to. You don't talk to the guy in Dubai who's thinking about how he's going to improve the UAE economy. You talk to your people and you find out exactly what you need to do to make their businesses function. What you need to do to make it so easy to export that you don't even need to leave your house. That's what he should be having conversations about. But he didn't, and that's where he failed. He came into office.
He
had 2 million people living in internally displaced camps in your country, and you are not at war. And those people are part of the farmers that you supposedly want to create a future agricultural whatever for. Come on, dude.
Why don't you ask him to tell you what he would have done if he was?
No, it does. I just did what he would have done.
I just did.
Exactly.
All right. I just did. All right. Hold on. Everybody, hold on. It's a hold on.
Wait. Let me.
Is it his own or his own?
Aizon. Take a question from Dahati. Let him insert something there. Dahati.
Thank you, woman.
I also want to talk about the
it's been a long time.
term.
No, yeah, you still have the floor.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he just wants to ask you a question. Yeah.
I just want to put a question to you. It's all rosy talk. Everybody saying that this is what I watched a particular interview with Joy Okwe with Afrexim Bank chairman. Don't forget the biggest financial institutions right now in Africa are actually headed by Nigerians. And Oraima there was a question put to him that those two decisions that Tinubu took are they the right decisions? And the revelations Oraima gave, probably if you go and watch that interview, it will clear many people's doubt. Anybody might want to burn down Nigeria as their cup of tea, but that man he answered Atiku's allegation as regards the whatever, the cloud, the stuff around it. And he also mentioned it. He said, that subsidy that Nigeria has been paying, do you know that Afrexim Bank has been the one under Buhari that was financing that subsidy and so many other things? And he said, we got fed up at a point. And don't forget that it was even Adesina that did not allow Buhari to even remove it. Adesina even said, fine, IMF might say you should remove this. Do not remove it. This is not the right time for now. But I think when the right time comes, when Tinubu came in, that was where he removed it. Then my question is this. If Tinubu had not removed it, and we all saw what is happening right now, what would you think all other candidates, what would they have done differently? Knowing fully that there is a 7.5 billion US dollars.
It's fine. I think he gets that. But that wasn't where the conversation is. But address that and then carry on. Is all.
Woman.
So I want him to answer this.
I think it's
Duarte, let me stop you. Let me stop you right there, very quickly, please. It's important that when we're having conversations, right, you listen to the context and the conversation in itself. You understand what I'm saying? Because you're talking about subsidy. That, like one man just said, that was not the conversation, right? The conversation was not about whether or not you should take subsidy away, all right? So the subsidy, just to recap for you again, the subsidy was, yes, he had to take it away, but it's not that he took it away, it's how he took it away, right? You don't have a situation where people have been on some sort of government safety net for over Lord knows how many years, 10, 20, 30, right? And you yank it away with no soft landing, right? You should have a plan on how it's strategically taken out. That was his issue. So I've mentioned that before, I'll mention it again. If that's the only question, then we can move on.
Okay. Should we go and borrow to fund that plan?
No. I don't want to have that conversation.
To put us more into we have done it. I know. I understand. We have already done it.
We've discussed that. Yes. So you wanted to speak on the 6-year term. So sorry, Dorothy. It's just we get stuck there for half an hour. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, it's interesting. This 6-year term and people have deja vu. You know, they tend to pick and choose what they remember and what they forget, right? When Goodluck Jonathan mentioned this, right? What was the response? Woman, do you remember what the response was?
They said they wanted to elongate himself in power because he was saying that in the build-up to 2015. Yeah.
Who was part of Action Congress again? Do you remember?
You tell me.
I'm asking you, man. He's probably your guy. Who was part of Action Congress of Nigeria?
Tinubu.
Do you know what they said?
What did they say?
They said they described his proposed law as fraudulently deceptive, self-serving, and a terrible misadventure. They said it's an attempt for him to elongate his tenure and that this kind of thing will not stand. They criticized him. Look, here's the thing.
Were those criticisms valid? Were they valid?
No, they were not. Jonathan is
he was saying that in the build-up.
Yeah, it was the least political one. He was saying it that look, and Jimmy Carter said the same thing. That look, you come into office, and as soon as you come in, you're already campaigning, right? So he was saying that look, 6-year term, throw the campaign out the window, focus on governing. I think Mike said something to that effect as well. Focus on governing. You deal with the things you have to deal with, and you move forward, right? But these guys were playing opposition. And here's the thing, and this is something I'm always very careful about doing. If tomorrow Tinubu makes a decision that I think is in the best interest of Nigeria, I will praise him for it. Even though I don't support him, I didn't vote for him, and I think he's part of the problem. But if he makes a decision that is good, I will celebrate him. I will vote for him, as I did yesterday, one man. So, but the thing is this: when people choose to be opposition just to be opposition, and I tell some of my obedient brothers this, that look, be objective in your criticism. Don't criticize just for the sake of criticizing, and be factual. Because the minute you lose that, you lose credibility. And anything you say after that, people will just sum it up to, you're just being an obedient. You don't want the man to succeed, right? So, and I state that because the same party that Tinubu was a part of, right, called this fraudulent. The same party, all these things. And now here they are coming up with this, but it's fine. Regardless of that, I think it can have its benefits because you will take away the looming election that will overshadow the possibility of focusing on governance. But I think outside of that, I don't think that that's the elephant in the room. I don't think that that is the main thing that needs to be fixed so that way governance can be fully efficient and effective. I think there are other things we need to talk about. You understand what I mean? I don't think this is the main thing there. So
the main thing is that one of the main things is this Onosoye report. Anyway, I think that's one of the big leaps that needed to happen within the Nigerian space. So if they're able to do it perfectly, it will really have a significant effect on how things are run in that country. But saying that Goodluck Jonathan was self-serving. It came up with the proposal in the build-up to the 2015 election, and it was looking to activate it so that he then kicks off the 6-year term. So he was hoping that his second term would be a 6-year term, and that was why they accused him of being self-serving.
One man,
yeah, the timing.
Aizon, just a second. One man, let me say something real quick, maybe a second about Jonathan, right? And I know a lot of people who are still really mad today about Tinubu or his politics actually stems from maybe the role he played to oust Jonathan out of office. But people should always realize the fact that these guys are politicians, and then you have to understand how to be strategic when you find yourself in a certain situation. And they should be reminded of the fact that Tinubu had actually worked with him, and they came out with a very sounding result. But when the opportunity presents itself to do otherwise, as a politician, he did. I really love Jonathan, but I don't love his his lack of confidence. Right? He wasn't bold. He made a lot of errors. He played into the hands of the wolves who actually wanted him dead. He actually surrounded himself with people who buried him alive. And we can see it. Even this Orosanye report, he had an opportunity to do something about it. He chickened out. He's chickened out on a couple of things. So look, opposition will always be opposition. It behooves you as a man in the office. You have that authority in that office, right? To look at them as opposition doing their job as an opposition. The job you have as an opposition is always either to see something good in the incumbent party's agenda, policy, and then of course sometimes you have to probably make a demarcation, of the character in the office, right, and the political party that drives into the office. So at a point, I was frustrated with Jonathan, the way he was playing his politics, Where I actually gave up on Jonathan finally was when he went to make the party chairman. Is it Adamu Muazu? I think it was when he made that choice to make Adamu Muazu the party chairman. And then when he had all the Sarakis around him, so he basically wished himself what came up upon him, and that was the reason he had no fighting spirit when it was over. So when them Erubebe and all of them were still yelling, he knew that he already made a big mistake. So look, good or bad, when you are a president, right, you make some tough calls. You already know the fact that APC and they had a very solid team then. Look at the job, look at the role of an opposition in APC then. Are you seeing that same role? Right? Have you not even now? Have you seen that same role in PDP for the past 8 years that they've been in opposition or thereabouts? No, they don't have a team. So look, it will always happen. I felt so bad the way Jonathan had the chance, had the opportunity, and he just gave up. He was just chicken out. They would threaten him from the north. He would just chicken out. They would threaten him with second term ambition.
Oh, yeah. So let me stop you right there. So it's not a function. It's not a function of him chickening out.
Okay.
You understand? Jonathan's because so let's put this in context. Jonathan had not held an executive position until he fell into his lap. He was always the backbench guy. He was always on the bench, right? Whether it's Alamesia or what's his name? The guy that passed away, that Yardua. So he was never the guy. But he found himself even as a matter of fact, when Yaradua died, he didn't want to run. I would never forget.
Well, that's
I was in. He didn't want to run.
God forbid me, sure.
Yeah, let me tell you a story. I was in South on holiday. I was there, and I know some people, and in fact, they were ready to burn that whole place down if he did not run. They were the ones that pushed him in there. If it was not for them, Jonathan would not have run. I can promise you everything under the sun. He was ready to just come back and say, no, let them sort it out. And they told him, Hoha, if you do not run, do not come back here. Because an Izon person will never see that place ever again in the history of this country. So if you do not run, do not come back here. You're not welcome here again. And he had to run. I'm telling you inside story of what happened. INC, IYC, everybody, Pandev, they told him do not come back. And so he stayed and he fought through, and they told him either they let you become president or let you compete for presidency, or we'll have another issue in this country. And that's what happened. And when he got in, he surrounded himself with some very intelligent people like Orunto Douglas and some other people, but he still lacked. There's some things you can't teach, right? He still lacked that incisive or decisive ability and that ruthlessness that you need in politics to deal with some people. He tried to be everyone's friend, and that was his undoing, and look, oppositions do what they do, but what name did they not call Jonathan when the opposition was running against him? They insulted him, they insulted his wife, they insulted everybody.
His undoing really was throwing the Yorubas under the bus. The one thing in Nigerian politics is you must never throw the Yorubas under the bus.
No, he didn't throw the Yorubas under the bus. In my opinion, I think the Southwestern expectations were too high because they supported him. Southwestern supported him into office. I think he didn't play his politics right. I think he could have maybe done a little bit more to reach out. But I don't think he willingly ignored them. I think he was trying too hard to appease the North. Hence the Almajiri piece, and look, politics are played in different ways. Southwesterners have shown us one formula for becoming president. Tinubu has done it. Okay, get the Northwest, seal the seal the Southwest, get a few states in North Central, get Northeast, and you become president, right? But there's another way to it. If you can secure the North Central, Southeast, South, and Southwest, you don't need Northwest. You can still become president. But that has never really been. What's his name came close. Obi came close, but he lost some states due to some wrangling. but he came close. But I think, Jonathan, he had some good ideas. I think he has some really good ideas. Even till today, people criticize him in South because, like Mike said, he didn't do anything for South. The road between Port Harcourt and Yenagoa, it's a terrible road. It's a federal road. That was one of the issues that Amechi criticized him for, that he came after Amechi. Because they were like, how do you have this federal road and you don't make it a top-notch road? But he was so worried about people saying that he was pandering to the South. Meanwhile, the South was freshly just coming off militancy with MEND. So he had a reason to develop, but he didn't want to do it. He was afraid. Enigmatic, you're right to a certain degree in some things. I think, being an astute and ruthless politician is not something you can learn overnight. But woman, as it relates to this 6-year term, I think it can be a good thing. But I think we have bigger fish to fry. The tenure of a governor, and all these things. I believe the immunity thing that they have. Let's be honest. The reason why some of them steal, especially in my region, why they steal the way they steal, is because they're untouchable while they're in office. And then when they finish, they become senators. That's the truth. So I think that's a bigger issue, but no one has the balls to face up to it or to try to fix it. This 6-year thing, my brother, no be him. It's not what's going to get us to the promised land.
All right, let me take you to the Sunday Igboho space and preening and peacocking as though nothing happened.
Igboho, the Southwestern hero. Igboho is the South. Listen, one man, if you have marauders running around your country with AK-47s and life is at stake, you have one of two options. You can run away from your land and go into an IDP. You can become a victim and be put into a box, or you can defend yourself. Abi? So, and Americans have a saying, it's better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6. That's a real saying. So if you take a gun and defend yourself, you'll be judged by 12, right? But if you don't, you'll be carried by 6 in a pine box. So you have to decide what you want to do. Igboho chose the latter. And for that, I cannot criticize him. And that's why people flock out to see him in that situation, because he's a local hero. Because when someone needed to defend them, he stood up to defend them. The same thing when he stood up to defend them, when someone needed to defend them. And that is the thing. You cannot say, if he didn't defend them, what would have happened? What would we be saying about those regions now today? X amount dead. They've renamed the towns. X, Y, and Z happened. That's what we'll be talking about. So I'm not going to criticize the man for standing up for his people the way he did. Likewise, some people sometimes do
you draw parallels between Igboho and Nnamdi Kanu, and do you think they should get equi treatment?
I think they're different. Nnamdi Kanu's case is a little different. Kanu was agitating before the herdsmen threat started, and he had to form ESN. The ESN thing was a reaction to the same issue, right? But power, what was that saying? Power abhors a vacuum. It is the ultimate responsibility of our federal government to protect its citizens, life and property. When women and children are getting murdered or buyed, right? As a man in your community, if you sit down and watch, people need to question your manhood, right? This is fact. So our federal government failed, and that is why ESN got formed. That is why Igboho became a local hero, because they failed. What I was going to say was, till tomorrow, I will never criticize Asari Dokubo, because when people needed to stand up, he stood up. I don't agree with him supporting Asiwaju, but when people needed to stand up in our communities, right, he stood up, he became president of IYC, and he did what needed to be done. So I might not agree with him, but I will never criticize him. Likewise, these people here, They did what needed to be done. Now, one man, just imagine for 1 second that Igboho didn't stand up to these people. What would have happened in that region, in Oyo State? And these are the things.
Hold on.
Wait a second, woman. Mike. These are the things people don't discuss. I'm not saying he was obeying the law. Of course, he was not. But there are certain times where, look, to hell with the law. If your life is on the line, you defend yourself, like Malcolm X said, by any means necessary. And that's what he did. And I don't think anyone should hold that against him. At the end of the day, look, he's now back. He's saying that he's going to get the Fulanis off his land. If they are there illegally, right, there's another way he can tackle this. He can file a complaint, right? He can file a complaint with the federal government, but they all know. I mean, these guys were saying it, that they will arrest these guys tomorrow. Someone will call in Abuja and they will release them. That's what they were saying. I don't know if it's factual. He can file a complaint to say, listen, these guys are here. They don't need to be here. You need to get them out, right? So he doesn't take the law into his own hands, right? That's not his job.
Okay, now you're talking. Now,
yeah. Like you have to let me land the plane, Mike. You understand?
Well, you're contradicting yourself, Sha. No,
I'm not.
You are.
Here's why I'm not. He
says you don't take law in his own hand, but then you're applying that he took law in his own hand.
He should not take law into his own hand.
He said he did nothing wrong by taking law in his own hand, but then he's saying
I said he did nothing wrong by defending his people and his community. These guys were attacking them. He defended them.
When did he defend?
Even if no, the difference is this. Now he's saying that there are people living there, that he wants to drive all of them out of the land. That's a different thing from people attacking. People coming with AK-47s, Mike, and you go find your own AK-47 and you defend your community. What you
that didn't happen. The law. Were there gunfights?
That's what he was doing. He was actively.
Were there gunfights between Igboho and the bandits?
Oh, you don't think there was? How was he defending?
There was no gunfights. It was Amondem Nnpc that did the other things. He was just doing. All he was doing was just preaching bigotry and anti-Fulani. That's what he did.
He didn't grab weapons.
Mike.
He didn't grab any weapons.
Now you are indicting him.
Mike,
no, I'm asking you. You're the one that's saying he didn't do anything.
Please, if you don't mind. Mike, the question I would have like you to ask him is how many times or how many Fulani herdsmen were actually apprehended in all the periods we're talking about? How many of them were arrested or apprehended? Not just newspaper and the noise. How many were actually apprehended for committing crimes in the Southwest?
What's the name of the guy that got arrested?
Wait.
Wakili. No, let me talk.
But a lot of people felt actually that those Fulanis were under the protection of the presidency, and there was an inferred instruction that they should not be arrested. They were. Remember when they were killing in the Middle Belt? And the response of the response of Buhari was that you must learn to get along with them.
Correct.
And remember when it was doing Ruga, grazing routes, and all of this,
So the instruction.
The people they army after.
Let me do this.
So
it's my
the
floor,
instruction
please,
was.
It's my time. It's my time.
The instruction was to.
You asked the question. Let me answer the question.
No, let me complete the question.
Yeah, let me answer the question. You asked one question.
Let me complete the question. I'm not asking another question. One man said there was instruction. So the instruction was to Igboho not to apprehend them, right?
Is that to me?
No, one man added to it that there was instruction from Buhari that they should not arrest them. So I'm not asking was the instruction to Igboho, because it's Igboho. I'm asking that how many did he arrest?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that question is. Igboho is not law enforcement, but back to your eyes on.
Yeah. So to answer your question, right? You said who got arrested in 2021. They arrested 47 armed herdsmen in Oyo State. 47 armed. All right. Then outside of that, right? I think the guy's name is Kilu Wakili, described as Fulani warlord. And just in case you don't know, the Fulani militia has been designated as one of the deadliest terrorist groups in all of Africa. This is a fact, right? So, and the final thing is this.
Fulani militia.
Fulani militia, yes. It's designated as a terrorist group. If you don't believe me, go and look at the incidents of Fulani militia in Burkina Faso, in Mali,
exactly
in Central.
You are right. Fulani militia is one of the deadliest.
No, even the Americans did the designation. Even where you live, they're considered the fourth deadliest.
Mike, here's the thing.
They call it Fulani militia.
Mike.
Well, whatever they name time.
They even
no, the name is what I'm asking. I'm not saying they're militia.
They call them Fulani militia. And by the way, Wakilu was described as a Fulani warlord. Right?
By who?
He was described by a Fulani warlord.
By you and I now on the internet.
Not by you and I. OPC
by
Nigerian
described him
as such. Nigerian government described him as such. All right. So Nigerian government, OPC, yes.
Which one? Is it Nigerian government or is it OPC? Which one?
Both.
Nigerian government.
I named two, didn't I? Yes, I named two. Both of them. Yes, both of them.
You are lying. I know you're lying. And that's what we
do. Okay, I'm lying. Okay, I'm lying. I'm not making sense. Fulani militia doesn't exist either, right? I'm lying about that. Listen.
Now one point. Why don't we start calling IPOB Igbo militia? Maybe Igbo people will come here and like you.
One point I need to make to you is this: just because you want the world to be
no, do this. I will respect if you do this.
Go and look. Wait.
I will respect you. I will respect you if you can do this. Sorry, give me a second. I will respect you. If you can call IPOB, go on the internet, start calling IPOB Igbo militia.
I will present to you facts and figures of actual numbers of the places they've attacked, the people they've murdered across.
No, that's not the point. That's not the point. What I'm telling you is that.
Wait. You want to come here and speak in abstract. But you have no.
No one is speaking in abstract. What I'm telling you, do tribal bigotry. That's what I'm trying to
tell you. This has nothing to do with bigotry.
You are doing tribal bigotry. That's what you are doing.
All right, it's spiraling somewhat.
Let me interject, Mike.
Adecom, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. This guy, I'm talking about Oyo State. Am I from Oyo State? What does bigotry have to do with this? You are the one.
You are being a bigot, and I'm asking you.
You are the one always saying derogatory things about your fellow citizens. Who's the bigot?
I respond to whoever attack me. I respond to that person.
You had your turn. Be quiet. You had your turn.
Just accept that you are doing tribal bigotry. That's just accept.
Keep your mouth shut.
No, you keep your stupid mouth shut. You dumbass.
Be quiet.
You're the dumbass. Who are you giving all that? You got my face.
Be quiet.
All right.
No, you say it to my face now. I will bash your head in.
Say it to my face, my brother. The slap I go give
you. I will bash your face in, man.
What's going on here? Is it a full moon?
Mike is okay now. Mike is okay.
Hold on. Everybody settle down. It's all back to you.
Thank you. Like I was saying, Fulani militia is recognized as one of the deadliest terrorist groups in all of Nigeria. 47 armed herdsmen were arrested in Oyo in 2021. This is before Igboho took up arms to defend his community. On top of that, they arrested the Wakilu guy, all in Oyo State. Now imagine if he never took action, if all those herdsmen that were fully armed continued to operate in that area. This was not the federal government. This was an individual that stood up and said, no, this will not happen. So one man is not a surprise that all of a sudden he's a hero and a celebrity figure in his community. And another thing is this: why do we do this thing so much? If people in Edo State tomorrow wake up and say, we're being attacked by a certain group of people, you see some Nigerians come out and say they are lying. How can you tell people that are being victimized by something that they are lying? The people in Plateau said that was what happened to them. Some people woke up out of their sleep with no facts, no evidence, nothing, just woke up and said, you are lying. How do you know they are lying? Because you want it to fit your narrative, which is a false narrative. You have no basis, none whatsoever. Asking questions about Fulani militia when everyone in the world knows exactly who they are. Go and ask them in Burkina Faso and Mali whether they.
No, let's talk only people bunch of terrorists. Let's see how happy you will be.
Mute this clown. I beg, make I interject you. Sorry, Mike. Sorry, Mike. Is that beg? Hold up. Is that beg?
No. What piece? I'm making points here. He had his turn. I don't interrupt him. You don't talk finish. I don't follow and talk anything.
Because I was making sense now.
I don't follow. Listen, do you think I agree with everything?
Because you couldn't engage me now. Because I will watch you in any debates. You know?
Watch what in the debate. You that you even know.
I was making sense, so you couldn't come in to challenge anything I said.
You didn't know what Fulani means.
But you are talking absolute nonsense.
My brother, keep quiet. One man, please, can you mute him so I can continue making my
one thing you never accept is somebody calling your ethnic group bunch of militias or Ijo terrorists. You never accept it.
One thing I will never
accept. You are attacking an entire ethnic group. You are calling an entire ethnic group militia.
A charlatan and a clown opening his mouth when real serious people are talking.
You call yourself serious?
You call yourself
serious?
When serious people are talking with facts, you know
you sound like a buffoon. You're talking about you are talking facts.
All right.
You talking nonsense about Igbos. You should be embracing them as your people.
My people.
You have to remember that Mike is my co-host, so I don't know.
Woman, the disadvantage he has right now is he can't kick me off, and I can call him whatever I want to call him, and I'll call him exactly what he is.
And I will call you back. And I will make you cry to your mother.
All right.
He hates Igbos. He's a bigot. He has no
facts.
I hate no knowledge.
Yes, I hate those that hate me.
He didn't even know what I was talking about, but he wants to interject for the
sake listen to what you said. I didn't make any fucking sense.
Isn't that a dumbass?
All right. Let me take you.
Woman, please. I haven't finished dealing with him. Let me finish dealing with him. In fact,
let's deal with each other.
You know. All right. I'm going
to. Please.
Put me and him one-on-one. Let's go. Let's go now. Let's deal with it.
All right.
We're not going there tonight. I beg. Make it.
Come on. I think it's don't have the right.
I will watch your ancestors here tonight.
Thank you. I was talking.
Put us one-on-one now. You want to do insult with me? Let's go.
Calling me names.
By the time I start insulting your ethnic group, I swear to God, your people will kill you for stepping on my toe. If you want to do ethnic bigotry with me tonight, by the time I'm done insulting you and your tribe will hate you for life for even stepping on ring with me. If you want to do ethnic bigotry with me, let's go now. Let's go. Let's go now. Okay. Let's go. No, you are a bastard. You are a son of a gun. You are a faggot. You are an idiot.
You have no sense.
You are a bloody asshole, man. You are a son of a bitch.
You are the worst of the worst.
All right, gentlemen. I was expecting.
Calling an entire group militia. If they call your own ethnic group militia, how will you feel? They say bunch of Ijo militia, Ijo terrorists. How will you feel? If somebody starts saying Ijo terrorists, how will you feel?
Okay, I'm going to put both of you to the back for just for a microsecond, just to yes. No, let's Adane Koko.
I don't have the right to dish out his own fact. And everything that Aizon is saying, they are all factual.
Really? All Fulanis are terrorists.
Let Adane Koko speak.
No, I'm not shouting now. We are just chatting now.
Let him land and then come after him. Adane Koko.
All what Aizon has been saying are, fact, hard truth, and nothing but the truth.
Now all Fulanis are terrorists.
Hold on now. Let him land.
That's what he said. Yes, what he said.
He didn't say that. He said Fulani militia. It was quite
specific. He said all Fulani are. He didn't say that.
Fulani people. No, that's what he said. Okay,
Mike, you did not say that. He said Fulani militia. In the mic in Sogo.
He said Fulani militia.
He did not say that.
No, he said Fulani militia. He also said the Fulani. No, he said to watch out the Fulani. And I'm trying to tell him that. No, and I told him. Wait! I gotta give me 1 second. And I told him that
when some of you want to speak in favor of Fulani,
no one is speaking against the favor of Fulani. What I'm saying is,
when we mention Fulani's criminal, we are not referring to the entire ethnic group, but the criminals among them that are coming to kill our people in the farmland.
Nobody is saying criminal among Fulanis. What we're coming to say is Fulanis. Let's wipe out Fulanis. Let's do this. And that's what we say.
Who said that?
And I don't know the danger of these things that we do, because we are putting targets behind people, a particular ethnic group. And if we continue with this thing, what we start having is innocent people start getting killed everywhere.
Please, can I target, please? Can I target, please?
Who said that?
Can I target?
All right.
One man.
No, guy, don't do that. Don't do that.
One man, please let me just target.
Everybody hold, please. Everybody. Let Ajale Koko speak, and then we take it from there. Ajale Koko.
I mean, they will defend this Fulani criminal. I don't know whether they want to look good to the Fulani that are listed.
There we go, Fulani criminals.
Oh, let somebody
Mike
speak, for
now,
God's
John
sake.
now.
What is this, for God's sake? What is this interruption?
Oh, carry on, Ajale Koko.
Some of us want to speak, maybe looking for some cheap, like they want to look good to some of the Fulani listening to us. These people came to destroy the Onigogon of Igogon Palace. They burned it down. They killed a lot of people on their farmland in Oyo State.
And the guy that came to Germany from Germany too.
They went to the prison facility in Oyo State to get that, what is the name of that, Iskilu. They got him out from jail. They break into the jail cell and got him out. How could that happen where we have government?
And the Yorubas in Republic of Benin.
If now let Ajale Koko speak. That's what I said.
I mean, for God's sake, this United States describe the Fulani. You can Google it. This is what I usually say. It's not lie. I think maybe they are the third or second most
fourth
in Africa.
Fourth most deadliest in the world, not Africa.
In Africa, this is by United States. What is it that, I mean, Aizon is saying that it's not true. Everything he has said so far, they are absolute truth. And they have fact to that, everything that he has said, for God's sake. Baba, what is the name of the leader of Feniferi that the daughter was killed?
Fashion Rotti.
The people that are arrested, are they not Fulani? The two kings that were killed recently.
The vice chairman of Metiala was the one that arrested in Ondo for that case, and all Fulani. Vice chairman of Metiala.
Carry on, Ajale Koko.
The two kings that were recently killed, they've arrested some of these guys. They are Fulani. The guy confessed. It's on video. The video is out. I can post it to one man now. He confessed that they kill and they are all Fulanis. I mean, one man. Aizon is not an ethnic bigot. Never. Not on this platform. I have never seen him speaking in any bigotry direction whatsoever. Never. Not Aizon. We need people like Aizon to come and speak to us all the time here. It's always on point and factual all the time. It doesn't play.
Don't give him a big head. His head is big enough as it is.
No, let us call spade a spade. That is Aizon for you. It's always balanced. So I don't know this. Sometimes some of us here want to say, "Oh, Fulani are not. They are not doing this."
Ajale Koko, can I mitigate for Mike for a moment? Because as you reflect on Aizon, we can reflect on Mike too, because we've known them for a very long time. The one thing I find with Mike is that he doesn't like sweeping generalization that colors an entire ethnic group. And he's always trying to narrow it. In fact, you see him sometimes trying to even narrow it to the individual, that who is the person, what is his name, because he doesn't like that sweeping statement to use the crime of a criminal few to color the expanse of an ethnic group. So I've seen him do that.
Yeah, but one man, that is not true. Let me speak so I can leave. Let me speak for.
Describe the entire Fulani as criminal. it didn't describe it. It didn't call it.
No, go and watch the video back, Ajani Koko, and then can come back and be talking.
No, he did not.
You see
He did not actually,
your Molabi, that you just go ahead, man. When I come here and I make sweeping statement about Igbos, Ajani Koko will be the first to say, yeah. But when someone do it with Fulani, it's okay. I didn't hear it. It's okay. Go ahead. Do your double standard. This one Molabi, you guys always claim it's just fake, man. Well, let's just go ahead, Sean. Go ahead.
Ajani Koko, thank you for saying that. I think one man. Let's be clear about this. And I said this before, one man, when I was talking, when Duarte asked me that question. I said that, look, you have to listen so you can ask the right questions. If you want to ask a question, don't come and misquote me or take me out of context. We're talking about what Igboho did that made him a local hero for his people. And I described what he did, and I said his communities were being attacked by Fulani herdsmen. And that is exactly what all the news
That's not what you said.
Jesus, man, why won't you let me finish? All right, listen, I came here to have a conversation. I didn't come here to exchange words like a little child in front of anyone.
You said his community was being attacked by Fulani. That's what you said. And I said, no.
I want to speak for just 1 minute. Give me one
man, please. 1 man, please. If I'm trying to have a statement here. Please ask your co-host to behave himself. Okay.
All right. Back to you. The floor is yours. Carry on.
Yeah. I would rather have a conversation about someone telling me that the source, if I say it's Premium Times Nigeria or Punch newspaper or Arise or whatever, if you're telling me my source is incorrect and here's why my source is incorrect, I will listen to that conversation. But I will not have someone jumping out that doesn't even understand the scope of the real issue coming to misquote me and what I said. I was talking about why Igboho was being celebrated and what would have happened if Igboho didn't stand up to those people. What would have happened to his communities? That was the conversation we were having, one man. Okay? And next thing, someone's jumping in, calling me names.
All right, back to that conversation. Let me just say this. Hold on 1 second.
I just want to say this to you.
I think it was a misheard. Yeah, I think you misheard. Yeah.
Woman, it's fine if someone misheard me. If someone says this is what you said, and I said no, you misheard me. This is what I said. Rational situation right there, you say, oh, I must have misheard you. I'm sorry. That's what you do.
No, I heard you correct. I heard you precisely. You said,
okay, you see, so
you were being attacked by Fulanis, and I was trying to tell you to repeat it, put that Fulani, take that word. Hold on. This is what I'm trying to do. This is what I'm trying to do. I say exactly what you said at that moment. Take Fulani out and put another tribe name there and see what they will do to you. I said that statement you made. Take Fulani out and put people there. I say I gave you an example.
Let me do that. Let me do what you just claimed.
Take Fulani out of it and put Igbo there. See how Igbo people treat you.
Let me do what you just claimed.
Let me do what you just claimed. Or put it. Let me make a statement like that. Put it there.
One man. Let me do what you just
claimed. This is my flaw. You put a target in the back of an entire ethnic group, and that's what I'm against.
All right. No, hold on. It's still your space, but all right. Aizon, permit me to pull rank and move you to this topic. Because that space, I'm not responsible for.
Woman, I understand why you want to move past this, and I get it. Honestly, I do. But you cannot move past this without addressing the root cause of this issue. Because guess what? It might not be me tomorrow.
The root cause of the issue is you are trying to paint the Yoruba people.
You see what I'm saying?
What you are trying to do? Woman, let me say this. Let me interject real quick. This is what these guys are trying to do, woman. This South and Southeast guys. What they want is to push Yoruba people to start killing Fulani people in Yorubaland. Why don't you talk about this? No.
Where
talk about
you getting this information from?
Wait. Do this. Let me learn.
You're an irrational person. You don't even have.
Okay. Hold on.
You take your medication.
No, God.
Woman, please let me say this very important. Woman, let me say this is very important.
I don't want to. I don't want to put the two of you in the back again. So
what about the back? Why don't you want me to talk?
No,
let
guy.
Me talk.
What's going on? So is on. Let Mike put whatever it is that he wants to put, and then you counter it. But let's do it in a in a
one man.
You know,
I couldn't even finish my sentence without him interrupting.
Yes. So let him.
That is the problem.
Yeah, let
me
him
finish my sentence.
No,
let me finish the point I was making. And then he can. And I have the floor, by the way.
You
I
still
have the floor.
What is on, please now?
And by the way, I have the right to say I don't want him to interject me.
Yes, you do. But now I wanted to move on. You said let's iron it out. So let's iron it out.
No, I wanted to make a point.
Let's iron it out, man.
I wanted to make. You see what I'm saying? This is what is going to make us
But one man. To be fair, Mike is disrupting this guy.
No, one man. I don't go. Please mind your business now.
Mike is disrupting this guy. He doesn't he doesn't want this guy to speak, and that's what.
Everybody settle down. So let's do it in the order that I've just fleshed out. Is on. Just allow him to put his position to you, because he has an issue with either what he says as your perspective or what you said. So hear him to have a clear understanding of where it's coming from, and then he would then be quiet and let you address it. So Mike, in a short sentence and in elegant language, I'll put it to his own.
Okay, this is the game. The general accusation is that Fulani all over the country, right? But these people, this particular South or Southeast, but if we go all over the place now, all they are talking about is Fulani in the Southwest. Yorubas are not attacking the Fulanis. The Fulanis are killing Yorubas. Yorubas are cowards. Yeah, Fulani, Yoruba. If Fulani is all over, why don't you talk about the Fulani in your place and tell your people in your own place, go and kill the Fulani in your place? I would never hear them, whether it's guys in Edo from anywhere in the South, telling their own people like, oh, let's go and kill the Fulanis in the South. They are not. He's not going to preach to his Ijaw people to go and kill Fulani in his own state. He will not do that. He will not incite the Ijaw people in Delta State to go and be killing the Fulani people that exist there. But they will come online and be inciting Yorubas to go and be killing Fulanis in Yorubaland. And when they talk about it, they don't differentiate maybe criminals that happen to be Fulani from Fulanis. The way they paint it is, oh, the Fulani people, the Fulanis, we need to drive Fulanis out of the Southwest. The Fulanis are killing Yorubas. That's the propaganda you're preaching. And I know the danger of this thing, one man. What if this thing continue? It's something that goes in the psyche. It's a matter of time before the Yoruba ignorant people among us, uneducated Yorubas in Yorubaland, will start killing innocent Fulani people in that place. And guess what? They will achieve what they want. Their game is to pin the Yorubas, to push them to start attacking, doing ethnic cleansing in Yorubaland. And who they want us to do it against? The Fulani people. So that way, the Yorubas and the North can go to war and they can sit back and laugh in the Niger Delta and the Southeast. That's the game they are playing. So if you want to talk about Fulani problem in the country, and if you want Fulanis to be attacked, tell us that the Fulanis in Delta State, in Ijaw land, the Ijaw people should go and kill them. Don't come and be telling Yorubas to be killing Fulani. I don't need you to do that.
All right. So now, Mike, he let you speak, so now you now let him respond. So is on the floor is yours.
Oh man, Jesus have mercy. Conspiracy theories. So supposedly one man, I am this person that's trying to create an internal genocide between Yorubas and Fulanis. Now, wow. Look, let me say this. Okay, I'm going to give you. While he was talking, I just looked up some stuff online quickly, very quickly. Okay, this is the cable news channel. I mean, cable newspaper. Wakili, Fulani leader, arrested after gun battle in Oyo.
Mama, you see where you see this guy right now.
Premium Times.
Yeah, obey that.
Hello, no.
All right. No. We're in here now. But carry on his own.
Thank you. Premium. Guy, how far now? Come on, man. Show some respect. Premium Times Nigeria. Controversy as soldiers arrest 47 armed Fulani herdsmen. Punch newspaper. Notorious Fulani warlord Iskilu Wakili arrested. Notorious Fulani warlord arrested. Notorious Fulani herdsmen. Sahara reporters. Police probe 47 armed Fulani men arrested in Oyo. Right? So those are just a handful of news outlets that have highlighted and described the problem as is. But some people have an issue with me saying Igboho was fighting Fulani herdsmen in the Baraba, right, in Oyo State. That is the issue. And all of a sudden, it's Why don't I go and tell the Zon people to go? Now, look, I didn't say anything about Yoruba people. I didn't say a word about Yoruba people. All right? Woman, you know, I think I've talked to you before about my social, even family ties with Yorubas. Right? And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to take Mike's bait. But Mike, let me say this to you right now. Okay? And I don't want to, obviously this conversation is not going to go anywhere. There's no way on God's green earth you will stand in front of me and say it's your people. And you won't see the wrath of God. I promise you that. You understand me? I didn't disrespect any ethnicity. I stated simple facts. But you're obviously your people in Delta State. You know. So woman, I'll leave it there. Obviously,
No. Yeah, I want that place to.
I'll leave it there. You can take me to Ninja Ikeji's blog if you want, or I can pass the mic to the next person.
Yeah, so I just so you don't end on that note. Give us a little flavor on Cardoso, who is absolving himself of the goings on. He says, "I am not responsible for the wars we have today." CBN Governor Cardoso, and in many ways, if you want to cut him some slack, you would say what they are essentially having to contend with is the unabated historic looting that when there's this other headline that 26 billion passed through cryptocurrency from Binance in 1 year. So it was just unabated looting all the way through the Buhari administration. So what were we expecting to happen afterwards? So to Cardoso's plea of not guilty, do you have some sympathy with that?
I do. He's not wrong now. Who in their right mind to blame him? The man just came in. You know, he didn't announce fuel subsidy is gone. You know, now I don't know whether or not he was the one behind the scenes that gave Tinubu the information to float the currency, because I don't agree with that. So if he did that, then yes, he's partly responsible. If that was strictly IMF, then he has nothing to do with that. But you can't blame him. He's actually trying to fix the problem. I mean, anyone that is going to point the finger at him, you should get their head examined. He has nothing to do with the issue now. The man just came in, and obviously they've pointed out all the issues that their predecessor had. You know, so he's trying to fix it. Now, what we should judge him on a year from now or whatever is whatever he's putting in place. If he doesn't try to get results in the short term, then yes, we can hold him responsible. You know, so those are the things that we need to hold him to. Okay, fine, you're not responsible now, but what are you doing to fix this short, medium, long? Let's know. How are we going to get ourselves out of this mess? Is there a timeline for getting ourselves out of this mess? You know, this currency floating thing, I'm totally against it because I've seen other countries get destroyed by it. And if the CBN is not going to intervene, right, what is the plan to continually prevent the Naira from dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping? You know, what are we going to do? What can we do? You know, because right now some people are predicting that it's going to be over 2,000, you know, in a couple of months, if it's not there already. So, so I agree with you. You know, I don't think he's to blame, but he will be to blame if he doesn't fix it.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent Izon, one of Adan Lekoko's favorite voices and mine. So stay with us, Izon. There's still other topics I want to go through.
No, I'll be in the background. I'll just hear.
All right. The most sense we hear is actually from your little boy in the background. All we hear from you is gobbledygook. Maybe we'll have him on next time, and then we get more sense from. But that's the majestic Izon. So thank you. Thank you, Izon. So let's go from Izon to let's go to enigmatic on D.
Hello, one man.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, yeah. One man, I am not here for peace this night. Not about Izon or Mike. They can handle themselves. You have handled it in a good direction. One man, why are we condoning this lunatic pansat on this platform? I don't know why you are still condoling him. I don't know. Maybe I will talk to you in secret off the platform to tell me. Maybe, I don't know. Go and check the comment section, the private comment section. Go and see what this lunatic pastor wrote there. And you are still keeping me on the page, on the, I don't know where you, I don't know. I don't know, one man. I'm not happy with you. I don't know. Yes,
No,
that's what
no,
I
no,
want to say.
no, it's fine. I see all his comments, but that's Pansat. Pansat comes with a particular sort of flavor. I will bring him back on, but let him go and calm himself down. Pansat is Pansat now. But when I say that Pansat is on a special diet, that's just who he is, isn't it? Really, that's
But
just.
one man, you try, I can't condone. I can't, no. Just
No,
go on.
it's no skin off my nose, Pansat is, I've handled bigger personalities than Pansat. If I cannot handle Pansat, then I have no business doing this. But Enigmatic, you're up next.
Okay, Omar, thank you. Well, I would just say.
Gal, you didn't expect to come into a war zone, did you?
How did they?
Forget Afghanistan. Come to one man's platform instead.
People should just, they need to chill and stop taking all these political banters personal. I don't know why. I mean, life is too good, man. Life is good. Well,
life is good, but it looks as though life is better for the Tinubu family, who have now turned the Nigerian governance into a personal family business. Tinubu's son, yes.
You see personal fiefdom.
Yeah, their personal freedom. So what are you? Why? I mean, this is what I don't get about the Nigerian space. So why would you put your son, not even one, but both your son? Is it a holiday that they're going to do in Qatar? Or is it some economic genius that is there to rescue the country through trade deals? What role is Sheyi and Yinka having to play on that entourage? And they invoice this to the Nigerian state, and then they tell you that you should be going to queue for custom rice and get stampeded to death. What are you making of this own goal headline that seems to be regurgitating under this Tinubu space?
Well, it's it may sound like home goal to you, but Tinubu doesn't. He cares less a hint about those cries, because I'm not trying to. Of course, I will not say if it is justified. I'm not trying to justify, but when you look around, of course, I know he's the number one person. They always the fingers will be pointing to him, but particularly Sheyi, I know why Sheyi travel with him every time, and it's for personal reasons. For people may not understand it, but from a different perspective, it's for personal reasons why she will always travel with him, and I don't see that stopping anytime soon. So regardless, especially with the experience he had at a point, so he has always had somebody within the family to always be one of his in his entourage, and most of the it's just that I think it's just that they always hold certain people to certain standard, and then, I mean, it's politics. Every game is fair in politics, bad or nasty. It is fair. In Yoruba language, it was a Yoruba proverb. There's a proverb that says, "Nothing will ever entice you, in whatever your enemy does." So your enemy becomes your enemy, or you see your enemy as your enemy, regardless. No matter what he does or no matter what she does, you still have to look within the prism of that enemy. So, and it's politics. We know that a certain sector of the opposition will always see everything and point out to everything. When we talk about appointments and everything, at a point, I will just leave it at that. But that is one reason that I've given you a clue to why he always have to have one of his close family member with him when he travels. So that people can think.
But should they be invoiced to the state though?
Well, if it is invoiced to the state or not, I'm not aware of that. But if it does, if they do invoice that to the state, then so be it. That is part of the presidential privilege. So if I want that to,
Winner takes all, Abi. Winner takes all.
I'll go become the president. We had the presidents in the US that a lot of them on this platform will kill to defend. He had his son-in-law in the cabinet. He has a biological daughter in the cabinet, right? So we had some governors in Nigeria presently. They have their in-laws in the government houses running things. So, but of course, there's always the poster boy, right, for the campaign of calumny. So it will never stop, and he said it himself. It's not just starting today, but of course, political hallelujah boys who are just understanding the politics of Nigeria coming maybe 1 year ago or some few months ago, maybe taken aback that why are they always trying to talk about this guy? But if you go back to the history, he said it himself. He's always the guy in the eyes. He's just always in the cynosure of all eyes politically, always the guy that everybody wants to attack. But he knows that, and that is where he draws his inspiration and motivation. And then that's why you see him walking behind the scene most of the time. So, like I said again, there's nothing he does that will be useful to anybody who doesn't want to see any good in it, and I will leave it at that. Then I wanted to focus on two topics today, briefly on the Oronsanye report. If you remember vividly, I think I've had maybe back-to-back conversation on this platform in the past maybe 1 week. Yeah. So in one of my recent conversations, I did actually say it expressly that they are working closely to implement the Oronsanye report. And then, of course, it's going to affect a lot of things positively, right? It will curb a lot of, it will synergize the effort of the, government and the private sector, more or less like a fusion of private sector to have a good grasp of a business, capacity within the Nigeria civil service as it is, and then it will address long time, right? Nepotism, and then in the civil service, it will clear the desk of federal character for once and for all. Because when you look at the composition of the federal civil service, you will see it's tilted towards a section or a sector of the country, which shouldn't be so. So, and then it will, of course, one of the most germane point of that would be, it will reduce cost of governance, and of course, it will enhance, efficiency, in the delivery and deliverables of a civil servant. It will actually weed out a lot of redundant people who do not actually have any business. So it has a lot to actually do with that. And then when you look at the what they are doing recently, it distorts the divert resources from public expenditure, and of course it will reduce capital available for private investment. So they will actually have a lot of gap, including what they have now, the gap that they have on the subsidy to do more for the nation. And then, of course, we will see professionalism at its best. So from what we've been able to see in Lagos in the recent past. So now I want to give a shout out to somebody today in Nigeria. It's been a long time that I've actually reported from that state. Alex Oti, regardless of his checkered history in the banking industry, how he messed up and everything, but he's in the state house now as a governor. So this is what we are talking about when we say people who come to office and they are leaving a legacy. Is this man, people who do not know, when particularly myself, when I speak on this platform, I speak from a point of fact, and I speak from a realistic point of view, that I know what I'm talking about, because I'm not speaking from a point of propaganda or hearsay, right? I was in the Southeast. I lived there as an adult. So it's always a travesty, of a let me say of ideas, when you want to share ideas with people who probably, when some governors who are basically pontificating and huffing and puffing within the political circle of Nigeria now, when they were governors, maybe they were in there, maybe JSS2 or JSS3, right? At most, maybe they were maybe in JSS1. And then come to 2023, 2022, they want to talk to you about those governors that you knew, right? about their antecedents in office as an adult. Not just as an adult undergraduate then. So it means you know everything. Nobody can tell you the stories. Nobody can cook anything for you in the normal Niger parlance. Nobody can actually, play some propaganda, or you don't dwell on hearsays. These are facts. Look at what Alex Oti is doing for now. Do you know Alex Oti, even when he was in the private sector as a private citizen, he's been involved from day one with this project. When he was in First Bank and the Diamond Bank, he was able to facilitate a lot of loans and a lot of financial instruments to drive this project. He was coordinating with the governors then, even when he was in the private sector. And I think that's an elephant project. Excuse me, $800 million. This is not a project that you say, one man, go and verify. In Yoruba proverb, something ló máa ń sọ pé ẹlẹ́rìí ń wà lọ́run. I don't know how, like, it is a pathological liar, right? Who will say my witness is in hell or is in heaven. Oh, I wish my witness was still alive. He would have told you I did this, right? If you are very sure of what you do, you point to it and people will see it. You live in Australia, you live in New Zealand, you live in any planet in any continent on earth, right? You will see it. Thomas is in Australia. Workpiece is in Japan. You are in UK, but we know somebody is doing something today, right? Changing the face of governance and changing the face of developmental projects in Abia State for the first time. We are seeing this project now, this power generation project. It's not a cook and it's not a cook story of go and verify that what have you done. You say you bought laptop. Can you not buy 10 laptops, one man, and share it around? Almost an average person on this platform is a millionaire, and an average person on this platform can afford to share 10 laptops. A lot of us have done it. We've done a lot of things people can do it easily. Those are projects for local government chairmen, for councillors, that they actually project to be something a governor would do. Share, and these are not coming from the budget of the state. It comes from like United Nations program or World Bank project. You give it to them. But look at what we are talking about now. Do you know the importance of this thing that Alex Oti has commissioned today? Though we understand the fact that...
But it's not his project, though.
No, one man. Kudos to this man. It may not really be his project. Why? You may say he just came into office 8 months ago. But like I said, sequel to my first to my intro to this particular project, right? He's been involved from day one, as far back as 2010 and 2011. He's been facilitating this project with the state government, in conjunction with the state government. So he's been facilitating financial, leveraging financial loans and everything for them while he was in First Bank and Diamond Bank. Particularly when he was a top man at the Diamond Bank, he was able to leverage, the privileges of his office to do a lot of things for them through these loans here and there, and he was able to liaise with the state governors, with all the governors that were in the office then. We had the two Orjies, right? We had the Peazu who just left office. They were all shambolic failures, right? You could barely point to anything that this guy actually put on ground, right? You can barely point to anything that they put on ground. Of course, I know I will give kudos to Orji Kalu when it comes to sports. He did a lot with Yimba, back-to-back African champions and stuff like that. But it goes beyond that. If you visited Aba very well, especially the metropolis, you will weep that they had governors in the past. It was a glorified it was a glorified slum. It's like a lunatic asylum. That's the way it looks. They had the resources. The Ariara market alone will generate tons of millions for that state. But they never tap into that. They never leverage the potentials of Ariara market. There's nothing they make in the fashion world, in the fashion city of Paris or New York or wherever, that you won't see. It could be a replica of it though, right, one man, but they will make it in Ariara market. That's the potential of that place.
Enigmatic.
Yeah.
Are you sure? Like, there's nothing they cannot. I've never been there, but that's what they normally say, that there's nothing they cannot do.
No go there. They will make it within. You go shock. Yeah. So they are very talented. So when you look at they have the same thing in the main market now, right? When you go to Ochanja market, when you go to main market, they have all these things, but they've never had and this is why I always complain about this badge that they bring. I'm always pained because people lie a lot to people who do not know the terrain. But people who know the terrain, they lie to people who don't know. Right? Some people who even do claim to be grandpa here, they keep lying to them. But when you tell them, have you been to this place? Right? But when you give projection into what they do, nobody is telling me nobody is telling me go and verify. Now in Abia State, people can see. Right? Eyes can see, ears can hear. Look at the roads, look at the interconnectivity of Abia as it is going on now. If this guy continues, God help him, in the next 4 years, then probably he's able to win the second term. Then if this man would have laid a sound foundation, a roadmap, a template for the next governor coming to Abia State. Imagine if the next governor continues this same tempo, this same way, following the same template for the next 8 years. So when we talk about Lagos achievement, look at what is happening in Lagos now. They have the train. Nobody can say, go and verify. You can see it. You are not blind. They are just mounting an arena in the island, which will generate funds for Lagos State. That's 12,000 capacity. It means we're going to have the equivalent of O2 Arena in Lagos, in Nigeria, where we'll be having African talents coming to Lagos to say, okay, we just sold out at the arena in Lagos. It goes global.
Yeah, let me interject you on that point.
You can see that. Woman, please, I'm sorry.
I want to interject him on that point that he's making, just that point alone.
So you
give
can
me
see
1 minute to interject you on the point you're making. Then hold on.
Please,
it's allowed in the platform. Let me interject, not for you, but for the benefit of people who hear you talking about.
Please, I beg you.
From Ariara market. Don't be afraid of the truth. Now, one man, rule on that. He's talking about Ariara market.
Don't be disruptive, Pansa.
I'm not. 1 minute. Here's the point. You heard the examples he's giving, right? Obviously, he's not a capitalist. Hold on.
All right. It doesn't want the interjection. So
no, but it's not for him. It's for the.
All right. Carry on.
When you have the time, play whatever I've said back, and then you give your own point to whichever point, whatever I want to say, but not now. Okay.
I know, but you make a point. Somebody can push back. That is the rule of the platform. If you don't like the platform, then
I understand. I get your point. So let me move on, woman. So what I'm saying, right, is when you see things, Look at what the governor in Enugu State is doing now. You can see it's working. Nobody is saying go and verify, right? You can, when you see workings, you don't have to say go and verify. People outside the world can see it from afar. So look, this guy, posterity will never forget him, is placing Abia on the map. Imagine if we have if he's able to get it right, and is able to actually project Abia at least out of the southeast. Do you know what it means for the economic value, the value chain system in the entire southeast? This power generation is going to distribute to other 4 states in southeast and at least some states in the south. It brings, it stimulates the economic growth in that state. It improves the infrastructure, right? The small and medium enterprise entrepreneurship spirit of an average Abian, right, will exponentially improve by this. So then you will see even the environmental benefit of it. You can overestimate it. So I pray that he and I believe he's not gonna he's gonna continue on it, because it's basically, you can see is strategically coordinating his ideas, and is strategically cooperating and coordinating with people that he has seen examples. Is working with the Lagos State government. They have a template on ground. He can do that. If he's able to go through this the next 8 years, he's able to have maybe a successor, right, who he believes in, who can follow the same template. Then the next 16 years, you'll probably be seeing Abia as the shining light in the southeast. Look at what Umai did in Ebonyi State for 8 years, especially the second 4 years of his administration, right? You can see his workings. It's showing. Nobody is saying go and verify. Nobody is giving you HDI, MSc, or all those papers. No, it's this. You can see it visibly. Nobody is cooking any story. So if Alex Oti comes maybe in the next 16 years or how many years, and he says he wants to be Nigeria president, or he wants to be nationally recognized as VP or whatever, there are things that people can point to, right, without having to be passing propaganda all about. I pray that it continues like this. So Alex Oti's this project is paramount, is important, not to Southeast alone, but to Nigeria. Nobody will say Nigeria does not have power again. At least Abia is the part of Nigeria. We say we have a $800 million power project in Abia State, and it will show up even the financial potential of the entire Southeast, at least even almost to the south. So when you look at the legacy of it, even for
please let me ask you a question. Have they started distributing the electricity?
That to be, at least if they are not doing that, that's part of the long-term project, the potential of it that I'm speaking to. But you can see what a governor is doing, right? And then the point I want everyone to take away from here is that nobody will be saying, okay, because we are saying this, he hates Obi. Who cares about him? People that have not even met him before. I've seen him over 15 times, countless times. So Alex Oti is working. We are seeing it. It's creating a legacy for the people of Abia State, right? Abia will flourish through this. He's creating a legacy for himself, and he's creating a posterity will judge him right, and nobody will come tomorrow and be cooking some flash drive, propaganda over here. Go and verify.
Okay.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Enigmatic. That's a mighty Enigmatic. The assertiveness, the authority in Enigmatic's voice is I think what our people delight in most. He will say good morning, but he says it with authority. So because the room is so populated. And we're pushed into time now, so I'm going to do a 5 to 8 minute monologue just to whip round so that everybody's voice is documented. Do that whip round, kicking it off with Ife. So Ife, you have the floor. speak to the platform from whatever entry point you'd like.
One minute, I have to go to dinner after.
All right, now, my guy, stop it now. You've done all the insults. No, get out of here, man. Enough of this nonsense. Sorry, if I carry on.
Would you allow Pansat to talk? I will go after Pansat.
All right, but Pansat, what's all that insult in the private chat? Well, I mean, what's all this? You're too grown up for that.
I'm going to tell you why after I make my point on the other one.
No, you tell me now.
Now, what I was saying
that's too low even for you. No. That's too low even for you.
You should be grown up now from using your platform to kick somebody out as if you did something. What is that? That doesn't mean anything. Let me answer you right now because that's a good question. I've been coming here for almost 2 years now, and I've been trying to have you conduct yourself like a host and a Nigerian.
You
asked me a question. Let me tell you what I was talking about in the private section, right? You prop up people like Mike here. You heard him say that he hates Igbos. He's talking to Izon, somebody who comes here, gives his submission. He's not a tribalist like Angelica said, right? You prop up punks like that. And then when there is time to condemn such activity, you start pretending. You start pretending, but you're the culprit. It's not him. So I was here on Sunday. I give positive stuff because we're coming here trying to make you better. But instead of you having respect, every day you are behaving like
all right. Enough of that. Enough of that. Let me go on to to Bishop.
I want to interject what I was saying before. The main point I want to make right now. Now I'm going to talk to you privately on the other point I'm making. Else I'm going to stop coming here.
I wish you would. I wish. Is that a threat? No. Is that a threat that you're going to stop coming here? Is that a threat? What does that? What does that?
In that I'm also
all right. Maybe I'll help you on your way. Should I help you on your way?
No, hold on.
What nonsense is that you're going to stop coming here? What? I beg your pardon?
I will remove you from YouTube.
You're an idiot.
When I'm telling you the truth, you've done enough.
So sorry, Bishop, you're up next.
Not Ife, you said Ife first there.
Oh no, sorry, sorry, Ife, you're next. Yeah, Ife, you're it.
Yeah, I just want to talk on the issue of our president and the children. I think for me, as long as they have the capacity to deliver on why they are included in the entourage, it's okay. It's just because traditionally we've known how politicians behave with their family, whereby if they are in power, their families just become rich overnight and become powerful. I think that's the problem. But if they have their own specific duty, why not? And especially I think in this traveling, the first lady is not going with him. So maybe he wants one of his children to be with him, which is understandable. No. The other one I want to talk on is the one of Izon about the Fulani militia. When people use the term Fulani militia, it does not mean that we blanketing the whole Fulani ethnic group. This is what has been recorded even by ECOWAS. It is recorded by the United Nations. So Izon quoting them is not blanketing all the Fulanis, and we know what happened. The issue of Igboho and Mazin Nnamdi Kanu was because of the lapses in the government. If there was no security threat, these people will not even have the light of the day to come out to say they are protecting their people. It's always sad that in this 23rd century, we are still talking about people killing people on their lands. Can you imagine the past Nigerian president there was attack on bandits on his state, whereby the children of, can you imagine that the children and the wife of a man they were all taken by the bandits, and the man is now becoming can we call it bandit induced widower, children that you've already raised up to a certain stage. Some people, because they are on whatever it is, either on religious or drug induced, they come into the locality and take them all off, and you are helpless. That's a mental health issue for that type of man for the rest of his life. So people that have the capacity will, prop up and want to defend themselves, which is understandable. If you follow the ICJ ruling on Israel and Gaza, they were saying that the right to defend oneself by whatever means is recognized by the international law. So it means that if there's an existential threat to you as a person and the government is not coming to your aid, you have the right to defend yourself. That is suitable as long as you are protecting your life. So if Igboho is coming out today to defend his own people, we should also agree that some governors alluded to the fact of the menace of the Fulanis. Fayose spoke about when he was the governor. Ooni of Ife even spoke about it too. Iba Gani Adams spoke about it. And that was why they brought up part of the problem that Oloye Sunday Igboho became popular was why they had to expedite the Amotekun, and they wanted to get gun license for Amotekun, but because of the Buhari mentality, they couldn't give them. They messed up the image of Nigeria, and that image is part of what Tinubu is working on today. Hopefully everything is gotten right. My own fear is this, and I will always say it, and I know Adanle Koko knows my stand on this, is Tinubu does his best to fix some things. In the next 7 years, this set of people, and I will categorically say this set of people from the north again takes us back by another 60 years again. Because now we are talking about the Orosai report, everything. Obviously, there will be mechanisms to get the country, I'm not saying running, they will not go to get it 100%, at least to some certain, level, booster level. Somebody comes there again, takes us back. And that's why I'm always more of either the regional system or a system whereby everybody controls their space, than one stupid person becomes the president in the next 8 years and everything goes back to ground zero. Also, I want to talk on the power generation. For me, as much as I'm a Lagosian and they are working on transportation, I believe that power generation is the most important thing for us in the Southwest. Most of our children are now becoming jobless. Not everybody will be hopping on train and railway all the time. Not everybody will be going from one bus station to another. But if you have light in your compound, you can still be productive in your locality. So if our Southwest governors and think tanks are listening, they should try as much as possible develop our energy generation. Let's have our own independent energy generation, so that the Yalata, Iya Onigbegiri, all our farmers can start getting machines. If they cannot even get their farm produce to the consumer level, they can have a semi-processed raw material to empower everybody. When I was young, we had people who went into trades, welders, tailors, and every other type of handworks that's very dependent on electricity. Countless number of them. Is there even any job that does not need electricity? Our carpenters, everybody needs electricity, and that's why, because they killed electricity, people now go to buy foreign furnitures to decorate their houses. But assuming there's electricity, the guy that have learned how to do carpentry will be the next person that you give your job to, and it will help innovation. So everybody can be working from the comfort of their house, develop themselves. But my fear is this: most of our politicians in the Southwest are also benefiting from subsidy. So my fear is the regions whose politicians are not generally benefiting from subsidy will be pushing to have more of energy generation, while those regions that their politicians are benefiting from subsidy and proceeds from petroleum and diesel sale would either prefer transportation, because we know transportation consumes more of hydrocarbon. So that's my fear.
All right, start to bring it over. Yeah.
So in conclusion, I want to say Southwest that has its own independent electricity generation and transmission. Transportation is good, but in this century where energy generation is paramount. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent Ife, the delightful voice, a poetic voice even. So thank you, Ife. So that's the elegance that was Ife. So we're going on from Ife to Bishop, who gets his 8-minute monologue. On our way to Bishop, we are flashing up our session for Sunday. We have Abayomi, Doctor. I have to change this poster because I've not given him his full title. Dr. Abayomi Arabambe, the publicity secretary.
One man. Sorry,
Yeah.
Arababi is coming.
Yes, on Sunday.
Excellent. Thank you,
Do you know who is coming on Saturday?
Who is coming on Saturday?
Let me show you.
Wonderful.
So that's who's coming on Saturday. And we might even have somebody coming on Friday, but we'll see how that goes.
Back to back, obedient, no sleep.
Yeah, so Dr.
Goodness.
Abayomi Arababi, to tell us then what exactly is happening in the Labour Party, how Peter Obi got to seize hold of that party, and why Julius Abure is not sharing the dollars with him. So all of that.
Please, sorry to interject you, one man. Can you, on the back end, right? You know, the document was given to Abati. If he can make copy for you so you can show it on the screen. It's not like what Aburi was doing, playing us while you're the other time. Let him make copies of those judgments that they have, as well as some of the evidences they have. So you can just have a copy and, to put it on the screen for everyone to see for themselves. You understand? He's open to that. That would be very good.
All right, brilliant. Excellent idea. I'll text him just as soon as I come off the stream. So excellent idea by Emeka, of course. Everything about Emeka always excellent. So another excellent gentleman, Bishop. Bishop, you are up next. Your 8-minute monologue. Bishop.
I hope I will have a stable internet connection and no interruption. Yeah, I'll try and make it within 8 minutes or at most 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Good evening, fellow Nigerians. Please click on the like buttons and do like and share. And if you have not subscribed, please kindly do so. But it's very important that you click on the like button. Thank you very much. And if I can just remember very quickly the topics. Basically, I was really looking forward to us really dissecting the communique of the what do you call it, Nnpc today, the meeting, monetary policy, what's the name now? The CBN governor. Oh my God. Cardoso. his brief press address and the question and answer session, because there are quite a few things that were really dealt with, and these are much more important, very more important to us as a people than the discussion of whether Tinubu goes on the trip accompanied by his children. And I want to say, the children are going with him, they are accompanying, but they are not on the federal government delegate. They are not part of the official delegation.
Bishop, if the Cardoso interview, if that interests you the most, then speak to that. You don't have to speak to the talking points. Speak to what interests you.
I choose to speak to it. I choose to speak to it. No problem. I mean, I felt that was what I was really looking forward to. So I can speak to anything. I'll speak to. I'll make mention of anything I want to mention. We've had presidents before, at least on 2 occasions. President Jonathan's wife was with him to the United Nations General Assembly. And on one of the occasions, there were more than 4 relations of his, of both president and the wife on that entourage. I mean, there was no as much as one as this. But yeah, it is allowed. They can be accompanied by their relation, whether spouse or children of their choice. Sorry for the interruption. So I was hoping that I would hear Kulata and probably Enigmatic speak about that, because there are quite a few things that excite me in particular. One thing that is very prominent to say that the man admitted as much that it's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough journey, but there is a light at the end of the tunnel. On the Igboho conversation, I don't really think I want to go into that because it's been overflowed. Unfortunately, we seem to be forgetting something, that the Fulani narrative started post 2015 election. And when it first started was that when Islamization agenda, they say, oh, Islamization, and Fulanization came. Now, if you keep recycling something and the media lapped into it, and we were stereotyping the particular people, well, sometimes you even push people that are not doing something to the wall and they start doing it. The amount of attack. When people do things, we don't address them by their tribe until the Fulani narrative came. And it did not start until a certain Jonathan and the German lost an election to a certain Buhari, who is a Fulani man, and everybody started with Fulanization agenda, Islamization agenda, Islamization. When Islamization agenda was not sticking, they turned it to Fulanization. Oh, Fulani are taking over our land. Fulani are taking over our land, and it's unfortunately, yeah, it has come to stay, and that's the narrative everybody is pushing now. So it's okay. I mean, that's what we want to be. It's just that at some point there will always be a payback. Every seat that we sow, maybe someday, somehow, the people at the giving end will now be at the receiving end. Then let nobody cry, like we always do. That it is some people that are what do you call it? So that's why Igboho is not a hero, at least not in Yorubaland. Maybe in his village in Igboho, I know hundreds and thousands of people that did not support Igboho. They did not support his approach, because I can tell you how Igboho started. Igboho started as a smuggler, firewall, whatever. Kutonu, Bene, Shaki, Sabe, and the rest. What's the name of this other place? It was before he used the opportunity of the Ifebodakeke crisis to push himself. And after that, he joined politics. He was a PDP, and he was a very confirmed, you say a confirmed member. No, he was a confirmed thug of the PDP. Very confirmed thug of the PDP. Then when the opportunity of, he gained his notoriety by always boasting of charms. That he has charms, he can disappear, he can turn to cards, he can turn to this. He used to say it in different forums, not strongly social media then. So when all that happened, and when all of a sudden Igboho now became somebody that was championing a Yoruba nation and people were keen, I just laughed. I said, what are you talking about? Is it the person that will win Yoruba nation for us? And have you ever seen anybody win fight and win what do you call it, and will not hand over to say, oh, when he wins it, he will hand over it. It's never going to happen. Nobody will go and fight and win and now come and look for somebody say, okay, you come and rule. I've won. Nobody does that. The man that win, we want to, you see now Igboho that will not be our what do you call it now, our sorry about that. Somebody is doing this business. So is it good that will not be our standard bearer in Yorubaland? God forbid. So a lot of people actually spoke against him. They spoke against the things he was doing, and some of the things they did were just unnecessary orchestration. But yeah, people are bought into it. People that have reason to want to believe, because that is where their bias goes. So that's it. So no problem. I mean, all we want in the Southwest is peace. All we want in the Southwest is progress. But Igboho is not in the narrative of the people that will bring us peace. It's not the narrative of the people that will defend Yorubaland. Igboho is not defending my own Yorubaland. Maybe he's defending or you are laughing. And Akimori, as the case will be, where Wajowa Deni. But it's definitely not defending, and it's not a standard in my own Yorubaland. I'm a Yoruba too, full-blooded Yoruba. So it is not, but it is what it is. He has used Fulani herdsmen to gain notoriety and popularity.
Capital of Yorubaland now.
So to you, not to me. So
Yalafin is the capital of Yorubaland. So
that's to you.
Are you contradicting yourself, Bishop?
That's right. No, your life is not the capital of Yorubaland, but I said to you,
Tell me the capital of Yorubaland. Tell me the capital of Yorubaland.
The capital of Yorubaland today is Ibadan. So don't tell me you're laughing. If anybody wants to claim credit, if I will claim credit.
Or your people are originally known Yoruba people. You know that.
The other people are not. The other people.
When you are talking of the real the capital, the head capital, the headquarter of Yoruba land is Oyo.
Bishop, you are breaking up heavily.
I'm seated somewhere.
Yeah, it's chopping up. Can anyone else hear him, or is it me?
Yeah, it's breaking up. Maybe you can go out and come back. Maybe the system will correct itself.
One man.
Yeah, breaking badly, Bishop.
Yeah, Mongbo. I'm just trying to get across to Bishop that we can't hear him.
Yeah. Before I move, I bet what day is Araban coming?
It's coming on Sunday.
Okay, I'll keep it somewhere. Okay, I will.
Yes, and I'm trying to see if I can get Deji Adeyanju to come on Saturday. I'll let you know for sure by tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thanks for the opportunity. Good night.
All right, brilliant. That's the majestic. Make sure you turn off for Arabambe on. It's going to be explosive. So because he's no holds barred. So
they're already saying it's not. They already claiming it's not.
I want time obedient to my show up.
They already claiming it's not Labour Party member. Then who is Labour Party member? Then if Arabambe is not a Labour Party member, is it people who came from the Badger PDP party to usurp everything?
I think it's 20 years Labour Party, isn't it? If not more.
That guy, Arabambe, Apapa, all those people, they are the legacy member, the real members, because all this headless mob, all of them will move very soon when their leader Badger move along to wherever he wants to go, because that's the person who those are the legacy people who owns the party. So they came with their shenanigans, they came with their thieving, they came with their problem. And then there's the Labour Party now belongs to the gutters now because of the,
all right, Bilan. All right. Bishop is back. Bishop, on mute and start to bring it home. Bishop on mute.
I was trying to unmute and it was so sorry about that. So just more than 2-3 minutes remaining. What are those things you mentioned again, please? I remember that I have to remember in my head.
Yes, we were talking
Can you
about
remind me
the
the meaning of the list?
yes, we were talking about the FBI charging an Nnpc official for corruption. So that's just the standardized news. Senate considers 6
Yeah.
years single term
In
for
the
CBN governor.
I think let them.
The audio is still very poor, by the way, but carry on. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, okay. Let me just limit myself to the NMPC. The NMPC thing started long ago. There's this guy. I can't remember his name now. I don't want to use his tribe to describe his ethnic to describe him. What's his name again? Fulanis something. And it happened in 2015. I mean, they
No,
used
that's the guy in question. That's the guy in question.
yeah, Fulanis something. I can't remember his surname.
Polinos,
But
hold on. Polinos or Ihanacho Okoronkwo, Polinos Okoronkwo.
So they use the opportunity of the rot that's going on under Daisy and
Bishop is breaking up.
Just okay, let me start. Give me a second. Hold on. Let me just step to a different location. Just hold on. Sorry. Is it better now?
Yeah, a bit. Carry on.
Is it better now? Okay, so they
now,
use the opportunity. Yeah, they use the opportunity of the regime change, the administration change, then to perpetrate that evil. Unfortunately, they succeeded, and it's just one of the many things that happened. And that has happened. The rape on the country, Nigeria. So I hope they're able to get something out of that. I doubt. But the big thing I want is if it is established that yes, ADAX, though they sold ADAX eventually, which is very painful. If it is confirmed that they actually got that something, then all they need to do is to sue so that others will pay us back what they evaded, what they escaped paying, and 2.1 billion with interest in almost 10 years. That will be something. That will be something very substantial. So I really wish that they can push for it very well and they can get something out of it. And let me yield so that others have better connection, can make contributions. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Bishop. So thank you, Bishop. Let's go on from Bishop to let's go to Ajanle Koko to get his monologue. So Ajanle Koko, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Let me start with Igboho. Can you remind me, what did he say, woman? What's the topic on him?
Yes, he's back as though he never left. He's saying we should not rely on the security forces, that we should seize our region back from the marauding Fulani headsmen. And he's saying that he's determined now for that final push to chase them out of our farms.
You see, Igboho came at the right time when all Yoruba people were handicapped by Buhari's administration that failed to secure any part of Nigeria. Our people were being maimed, raped, killed on their farmland. People were scared to death in that Ibarapa, Igogon areas of Oyo State, in Ogun State, everywhere. People were not living with peace of mind in their homeland. and they look up to the government, and government failed to secure them. So when Igboho came to stand up for Yoruba people, some people can say, "Oh, you didn't do anything for Yoruba." Go and ask the people of Igogon, Ibarapa area. They will tell you that Igboho is their hero, and you cannot exclude those people, those side of Yoruba land, out of Yoruba land. And as a matter of fact, they represent the historical homeland of Yoruba people. I mean, those that are originally called Yoruba people, they are they. Those are the people that are real Yorubas, not the Ijebus, not the Egbas, not the Ondos. But those people in Oyo, in the Barapa, and those are the real original Yoruba people. So he stood up for his homeland to tell them that, look, Yoruba are not coward. Yoruba can defend themselves. Yoruba can fight for themselves. Yoruba can secure their homeland. And peace reign. After he pushed them back, people were rejuvenated with hope. People felt secured. Everybody felt that relief, big relief came. That was what Igboho did for us. And as such, I see him as an hero. Millions of Yoruba people see him as an hero. And I'm not surprised. I was not surprised when he informed us far back in December that I will come back home to his motherland to do the funeral ceremony for his mom. That is a real Yoruba man. Yoruba doesn't say, I will do this and turn around and not do it. So if you are not proud of him, as a Yoruba man, I want you to have a rethink. It's a great...
So are we forgiving his firewall past and his political thuggery and the killings that he did in the past? All of that is forgiven?
Any charges against him for all of those you mentioned by the authority? Any legal charges?
Well, it's common. Are you saying you have no awareness that he was a political thug? He himself confessed to being one.
And
he confessed also to being part of that Ifemodakeke fight, and we don't know how many lives were lost in that never-ending saga.
Yeah, Ifemodakeke fight. There's historical context to that.
And the history is not his, by the way. It's from Igboho. Nothing to do with Ife or Modakeke.
It's a
hired gun. Yes, it's a hired gun.
No, he lived in Modakeke. He grew up there. So he was part of them in Modakeke. So, and you know, we Yoruba doesn't discriminate against each other in Yoruba land, wherever you live or wherever you grew up. They don't see you as non-Yoruba. As long as you are a Yoruba man, you are from any part of Yoruba land. So your Yorubaness we cannot be taken away from you in any part of Yoruba land. So look, one man, there is no charges whatsoever against Igboho as of today. And Ogbeni came the other day to explain, to tell us that explicitly no charges against Igboho. But some were still knocking their head down. Oh, there are these people that doesn't know nothing. So let me tell you, this guy is a real Yoruba man. He has acted as a real Yoruba man, fearless people, upright people, stable people, people that are not afraid to defend their homeland and 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 and, and fight for their right anytime. You understand? That is what he did. Everybody was cowed by the Yoruba, by Buhari's administration. The leadership, the political leader, all of them were cowed. They cannot talk. The traditional leaders were cowed. They cannot talk. But an ordinary man with that spirit of Yorubanism, stood up and said, enough is enough. We are not taking this nonsense. And what did you see? Thousands of people stood by him. What am I saying? Am I saying thousands? Millions of Yoruba people stood with him, both home and abroad, that yes, enough is enough. And that was when the traditional leaders, the political leaders, stood up and then started fighting for Motekun. So a lot of you have to put this thing in. Look at Igboho. Don't look at Igboho as a pay. He might not be a university graduate. He might not be well educated, but the fact that he was able to stand in the front at the time that everybody was scared to death, that he stood up and said, no, enough is enough. We are not going to accept this. We are going to push back. We are going to send out criminals out of our land. And he achieved it. He sent those criminals out of our land. So, to me, it's an hero. I will honor him anytime, any day. And I believe that history will write his name. We honor him. His name will be written in gold in Yoruba history, whether you like it or not. You might hate him, but in Yoruba history, when they are talking about history of Yoruba, there's no way that Igboho's name will not enter the history book of Yoruba as a man that when it was so tough for Yoruba people, when Fulanis herdsmen, criminals came on Yoruba land and destroy our farmland, kill our people, rape one man, as in the name of Chief Sunday Igboho, stood up and fought back, defeated them, and restored peace in Yoruba land. So it's people on some other people for not being objective or for one reason that they don't like him from one set, might say a lot of bad things about him. Fine. But for people like us that are very, very objective, we will only call spade a spade. This guy is an hero, and we have no other choice but to stand up and protect our homeland. You can't allow we don't do it to them. We don't gather ourselves off to go and destroy other people's land. Why must we allow them to come and destroy our homeland? We cannot do it. So this time, this guy for standing up. He's an hero. And I think every right-thinking Yoruba person, if you have the blood of Yoruba person, of Yoruba in you, you are not, and person like him should be supported. The ideology that is fighting for should be supported, and he is.
Can I take 1 second or 1 minute?
All right.
Why would you say people that don't agree with you are not right thinking? If you think everybody that think along your line alone are the ones that are right thinking, how is that supposed to be? I don't align with you. I don't agree with everything you have said. Nobody is going to write the history of Yorubaland and make Igboho a hero. That makes me I'm not right thinking. You can make your position, have your position like I have, but you don't need to cast aspersion and say any right thinking. What do you mean, any right thinking? So people that don't agree with you now are not right thinking. You are the only one that is right thinking. Igboho is not my own hero. I know Igboho to be a criminal. So the opportunity about they call it that came and you people are celebrating your own way, but don't say any right thinking. What how are you to determine that other people that don't agree with you are not right thinking? How is that supposed to be? That's not fair on other people. There are many people, millions, majority of the people that don't agree with what you are saying. If you people agree with him, that's fine. He's your hero. That's fine. You can celebrate him. But saying that other people that don't agree with you are not right thinking, I think you are stretching it a little bit too far. Thank you for your time.
Well, as long as you call him criminal, I think I will go after you.
You call other people criminals, thieves, and nobody comes after you. We only have debates. So if you want to go after me, that's fine. But if I'm part of the people that you are saying right thinking that are not right thinking, then I will answer you very well. So if you say I call Igboho criminal, you call people names here. You guys call people all manner of names, and nobody calls anybody's head because of that. So if you are saying because of what I said, well,
Bishop, question for you quickly. Quick question for you, Bishop. Let me ask you a question. Do you dispute the fact that Igboho saved hundreds or maybe thousands of lives and property by protecting these people?
Blatant lie. Blatant. I won't let don't even finish.
Why is it a blatant lie? Why is it a blatant lie?
What did you say? Blatant lie. I don't believe you. Ask me a question and I've answered you. So don't let's say.
Okay, why? I'm asking you, why is it a blatant lie? Why? Support your argument. You say it's a blatant lie. Can you please support that?
Because it simply did not happen. That's just. He just wrote on the back of what. How did you know that it happened? How did you know that it happened?
From him, from the people in Ibarapa that said it. No, people are living in Ibarapa. Local people that the media interviewed said that he came to their aid. Okay? So if you want me to discount eyewitness testimony, that's fine. But I'm asking you, how do you know it's a lie?
The same eyewitness testimony that came here that said that Igboho went to revenge the killing of Aborode. And after investigation, it shows that Fulani has zero hand in the death of Aborode. But they are still latching onto that lie because it suits their narrative. Is that the same people you want me? The same one you want me to tell?
No, but it's a fact. That's why DSS went after him, that he was having weapons because they knew he was brandishing himself. For God's sakes, thousands of people showed up in the crowd in the Barapa to celebrate him when he forced these people out. It was on TV. Was that a lie too?
Any madman that play me or Robin Hood today, thousands of jobless people would trump after him.
Oh, so he was giving out arms, is what you're saying. Are you saying he was giving out arms?
I did not know that.
So they were celebrating him for pushing out those criminals. They were celebrating him for pushing out those herders. That's what they were celebrating for. Thousands of people showed up. I can still see the video like it was yesterday. Are you saying that was orchestrated?
Thank you, Aizon.
I've returned the floor to Ajani Koko. Let Ajani Koko have this floor.
Ajani Koko, I don't understand. Why won't people just accept real account of what happened?
Because it's a lie. You are believing the lie because it suits your narrative.
I'm not going on hearsay.
I'm going off what I saw.
Bishop, I support what Aison and Najali Koko are saying. Let me ask the question.
You are
I
entitled to it. One man said everybody should have 8 minutes. I don't know why this argument.
Wait,
I've never said anything.
We can interject. Wait. Bishop, do you believe that the like of Femi Falana, Nadeko, and do you believe that they added to the pressure that pushed the military to leave in 1999, if I may ask? Bishop.
1999. I was I'm hearing you. Not only 1999. I was not a baby in 1999 at all. So, yeah, the first time Falana was prominent, his name was known. There are hundreds and thousands of some of that they really in the real thick of it. So, because Falana has a name, yeah, they recognize some of them and they are living, they've earned fame, they've earned their reward out of it. So it's not only Falana. I was there, really, really seriously in the thick. If I tell you the story of some of the things we passed through, so you will not discount one person for one person.
Good. No, there was a reason for asking that question. So do you believe that pressure, resistance to the government of lack of a responsiveness and some kind of fair treatment, so when some people respond to that pressure, do you believe that it creates some kind of pressure on the government of the day? Like what Fela would do, like what Fela Mama would do to go against the government when they were not doing the right thing. Do you believe all those struggle, including the one Showore is doing, do you believe that all those things have some kind of impact on the government?
All right, respond to that, but I want us to navigate quickly back to Ajale Koko so he can sum up and then we take the 8 minutes round. Yeah. But respond to what he said.
See, the narrative that was made popular by the people that championed it and the media, because Igboho land, Fulani people live there. I can confidently tell you, some of them as much as 80 to 100 years. At the very minimum, some of them have lived for 50 years. Go to Igboho, from Igboho, cross to Agurege, Okeho, what's the name of this place? All those Okegweria. In fact, you will not even know that some are Fulanis anymore because of the length of time they have stayed there. So all of a sudden, people that we have lived with, that have lived together for 50 years, were being labeled, were being, what do you call it now? What do they call this? What's the right word now? We're being labeled, we're being targeted, we became a target of scorn, a target of idea, simply because some people orchestrated it, because an individual lost an election. All of a sudden, Fulani men became everything that happened in Nigeria. I've never said there are no Fulani criminals. I've never said that. All of a sudden, they now went and do meeting that they want to come and take over Yorubaland and eliminate over 50 million Yorubas and people that were supposed to know, that are educated enough to be able to question some of these things. Governor of Ekiti State, there was an attack. He said he said it on national and international TV. They told him that it is Bororo people. When they arrested those 8 people that carried out that attack, there was no single Fulani among them. I'm not saying Fulani had to carry out some attack. But where do you just jump to? It is Fulani, even when nobody has any proof to that. That one that Fayemi said that day, when eventually they arrested them, was there any Fulani, single one among them?
All right. All right. Thank you, Bishop. Back to Ajani Koko.
Aizon, thank you, and Ola, thank you. Sunday Igboho save life. If you don't acknowledge that, well, I believe your conscience you know the truth, but you don't want to say it. And I don't know what we're going to lose from saying the truth. When this guy went to Igboho, before he drove that Fulani Seriki in the Gongon area. He went to all the kings, and all the kings confirmed that they are living miserable life on their ancestral land. Can you believe that? Kings. As a matter of fact, one of them confirmed on the camera that his son was kidnapped, and the Seriki, that Fulani Seriki in the Gogan, was the intermediary between him and the kidnapper. They have to give him money to secure, to get his son back from the kidnapper. So how can the Seriki of Fulani be an intermediary between the king who own the land and the kidnappers? Is that not enough to tell you that something that is not right is happening there? And all the effort made by them, reported to the police, nothing was done. Nothing was done to it. So, and this guy came, he went to all those kings and they said, sir, they give him permission. It is time for these people to leave. We are not comfortable with them living among us. They are traitors. That is what they were called. Àwọn tó ń gbàbọ̀dè fún ilẹ̀ wọn ni wọ́n. And when he visited the Seriki, he told us what he went through, the security. How that Seriki was well fortified by his own armed men. How can Seriki be well fortified with security and nobody can get access to him on a land that does not belong to him? That is not his ancestral homeland. And right there, when Igboho visited him, his men, some of his boys attempted to kill Igboho. They shot at him. But what we call the Yoruba, the real Yoruba, the gunshot did not penetrate nowhere. Yes, that is that is the Yorubaness that we are talking about. So if you don't know it, if you don't have it, it is time for you to start searching for it. If you don't have it in you, if that Yorubaness does not exist in your blood. So
are you there? What happened? Am I still on?
Ajale
Koko, you've gone silent. So Emeka, you're up next. I think Ajale Koko may have been interrupted by something.
Thank you very much, one man. Good evening, everyone. It was interrupted. Okay, let me keep it. Okay. Good evening, one man, and fellow Fulanis and those viewers at home. I hope we're enjoying the session. And good evening to you. Let me just provide highlight on the Nnpc Monetary Policy Committee meeting held by.
You watched the interview. Did you watch his interaction with the?
No, I was busy, but I just read about it. So the whole idea is to curb inflation rates, right? Our inflation rate currently, for those who are not aware, is now 29.9%, approximately 30%. Mostly food inflation is the main driver, and there are a lot of factors that are driving that inflation rates, which includes, agricultural costs, insecurities that is affecting the distribution of agricultural produce, the Israel-Hamas conflict, as well as the war in Ukraine, and also transportation costs and increased diesel costs. So those are the few factors that are driving, and then the insecurity that is affecting the north, right? Those are the factors driving the increase in prices of food, and our food inflation has jacked up to 35%. So when you do the cumulative, it brings it down to 29.9%. That's approximately 30%. So the whole idea is, let's see how to curb inflation. And again, also the scarcity of exchange rates to bring in imported items are also affecting our inflation, and custom high transaction costs with the borders, with custom, and the custom duties and the rest. They're all affecting our inflation. Now, they decided to sit down. Okay, let's see what we'll do. They raised the rate by 400 basis points from 18.75 to 22.75. That means they increased it by 4% percentile, decimal points, percentage. So just if you count 18, 19, 20, 22, that's 4%. But if you do a percentage increase, right, you get about 22% increase. So the 400 basis point means just 4% when you're counting in percentile range. Then they now adjusted the asymmetric corridor around to plus 100 to minus 100 basis points. What that means is that the CBN would lend to bank, right, at 23.75, but they will borrow from bank at 15.75, right? So then another huge impact is increasing the cash reserve ratio to 45%. So this means that banks will now have to increase their cash reserve ratio, which they will not earn any interest for, and send it to CBN to keep. They will keep it as liquid cash. So they also may retain the liquidity ratio at 35%. They didn't increase this. So the amount of cash or net cash assets that banks are supposed to hold is still retains at 30%. So what this means is that the CBN is trying to drag down the inflation rates to see, with mop up the excess money supplies. Yes, I forgot another important indicator here that drove our inflationary rates. Excess money supplies as a result of that ways and means, borrowing over 23 trillion naira to the government without any underlying activities. They just printed money. They printed 23 trillion and they gave it to the government during the COVID period, right? So that really increased our inflation rate due to excess money supply. So they're trying to now mop up this excess money supply in the economy and reduce demand. So now what will happen is our company will not be able to borrow. The borrowing cost will be high. So if the CBN is now going to be borrowing to banks at 23.75, companies will now be setting their own rates from even currently now. Some banks are currently borrowing at 30% now, depending. So they will jack up that rate to probably 35%. And what that'll do, companies will not want to. And
have we lost you as well? What's going on? What's going on today, Emeka?
I can hear you. You can't hear me?
No. Yeah, no, you're back now. Carry on.
Oh, where did I stop?
Oh, we only lost you for about 10, 15 seconds.
You were at where you said the bank will jack up their rate to 30%.
Okay, the banks are currently borrowing at 30%, within 27% to 30%. So with this increase now, if the CBN is lending at, the MPR rate, right? Let me explain. The MPR rate is the official rate at which that determines our interest rate. So CBN has set its own rate at 22.75. That's the MPR rate, and they will borrow to banks at 23.75%. That's the asymmetric corridor, and they will lend from banks I mean, they will borrow from banks at 15.75, but they will lend to bank at 23.75. Banks will now begin to determine their own rate. Since banks currently now are doing 30%, they could jack it up to 35%. Companies will now be finding it very difficult to finance their projects. They will either have the choice of looking at alternative, cheaper options from international market if they have access to international market. If they don't have access to international market, that project they want to finance, they will have to stop that project because it's expensive. Now is to slow down any growth, reduce demand, and see how they will bring down the inflation rate to manageable rates. But again, our inflation is not interest sensitive. I've given some of the indicators, right? So you have scarcity of exchange rates that can support business to import raw materials or even import goods, either finished goods. Then you now have other external factors that are also contributing, like the Ukraine war and the Israel-Hamas war. You have the high cost of diesel now, transportation costs that high cost of diesel is affecting, and also affecting supply chain. There's also a supply chain, a global supply chain issue going on due to the Ukraine and the Hamas war conflict currently ongoing in the world. Then you now have security issues that is impacting agricultural products. So the inflationary rate in Nigeria is not still interest sensitive. They raising the interest rate would address that money supply aspect of things, but the other factors that are impacting on our inflation has not been looked into. How about the custom duties? If the government can still look into that. I know the government is currently looking at, they've done the BDC aspect, tried to regulate that aspect, and they have now started issuing $20,000 as they used to do in the past. And now we can now say somehow, the CBN is now fixing the exchange rate for BDCs. So they sell to BDCs at 1,301, and a spread BDCs will only sell at a spread of 1%. That is $1 to 1,310.01. So the CBN is now fixing the rate for them and seeing how those price speculators and the wicked people in Nigeria will not try to jack up the price and cause more chaos. But again, within the Nigeria foreign exchange market, they can float the naira and sell. Then the next day, CBN would take the closing rate and sell to the BDC while also implementing the regulatory guidelines for BDCs and thereabouts. So BDCs are supposed to merge. So, a lot of people are saying the government is not doing anything. We can see that the CBN governor is not sleepy. There's something I also missed out. With the MPR rate now at 22.75, that means this is our official rate. International investors would see it as very juicy to bring in their funds to come in. So because the rate is now high, they can gain enough interest from borrowing us or investing in any of our portfolios or even in the Nigeria Stock Exchange, because that is our pricing. That's our pricing for funds. So the CBN governor is also going to be having a portfolio call tomorrow at 4 p.m. Nigerian time. He's going to be discussing with JP Morgan, Standard Chartered Bank, Citibank, Standard Bank in South Africa, and what's the last one? A group of foreign investors, who will want to the portfolio investors. What that would do now is encouraging them, telling them about the MPR rate. That will now make them bring in funds, to support what is going on within the FX issues, right? So, and that's the FX issues we can try to address it with more dollar supply coming into the country, try to address the scarcity going on. The CBN has paid off some of the outstanding FX issues that we have that are pending. They've paid up extra. So the government, those who are going on public spaces and lying that the government is not doing anything. That is not true. I have some form of sympathy and empathy for Cardoso, who is not sleeping and with his team, and they are looking at ways to try to resolve the problem. What I will encourage the government to do is, yes, they are doing the monetary policy aspect of things. They now need to see how to address the other factors that are driving the inflation rate, like the security impacting agricultural products, right? See how they can try to resolve security issues, especially in the north. Then again, uh, your keyboard is very.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Let me mute myself.
So then again,
Emeka, one second, I beg. Make I ask you one question.
Sure.
So, and thank you for explaining that thing in detail. Very clear, very clear.
Did you get any of that? I was expecting the audience to be dropping because
no, I was listening.
They usually come for both bars, not for high functioning delivery like Emeka was doing.
No,
Yeah.
but these are the kind of conversations I actually like to have. So, no, one man, if you listen to what he was saying, it was very, very detailed, very specific as to what they were doing, how they were attracting portfolio investors to come in and bring in money and then try to control the exchange rate within the country too. And I missed this whole press. Well, I don't know if it was a press conference, but Emeka, what is did they give any indication of what the timeline is for these interventions and how it will impact the economy? Because there's a phrase, right? The Americans use this. They say, "Put it where the goats can get it." Right. So what you just explained, can you imagine if you try to explain that to the average guy on the streets in Lagos that can't eat? How are they going to translate this? Because this thing is very, very technical from a financial angle. How are they going to translate this to the average guy on the street so they can explain that here's what we're doing and this is going to help stabilize?
Did it drop? Okay, that's a very fantastic. Okay, that's a very you dipped a bit. That's a fantastic question, right? To the average man on the street, what I will explain to him is the government is working. How are they doing this? Now they're trying to reduce the prices of goods, general goods and services, right? What you pay as an end user to consume products and services, they're trying to bring down the prices in that way, so slow down demand so that people will not keep on demanding for things. When you keep demanding, if demand outstrips supply, prices will go up. So if corporate organizations can no longer approach banks to finance their projects, it slows down demand of stuff. Then again, to also somehow, what I would say technically, to tie banks from their lending ability. If banks are now taking 45% of their cash reserve, which is available for them to lend, to send it to the CBN, to keep as security deposit with the CBN, they will not have enough funds to lend. So banks will not, in short, there will not be priority to lend to people. And for you to even go to the bank, it will be too expensive. And which means whatever you want to finance, that project you want to finance, it's a do or die project. And you will now have to pay a huge premium to do that. So they are trying to slow down demand. That would try to see how to curb the excess cash liquidity that is in the economy and mop it up. Now, like I explained in the past, right? One of the drivers of our inflationary issues, which started from the Emefiele regime during the COVID period, was because of printing 23 trillion naira without any underlying activity. They just printed cash, like you are printing on your printing paper or your printer, and gave it to government, and government decided to use it to finance consumption. When I mean consumption, that is uh, 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 paying salaries and buying consumable items to use. So that's when you are not paying salaries with printing of printed money, fresh printed money, you have increased money supply. With that, the prices of things will go because demand has spiked up. People are now trying to purchase more things and the prices of goods are going up. So to the average man, I would say, look at what the government is trying to do via the CBN to bring down the prices of goods so that you don't spend more to buy like rice, beans, bread, and the rest. Then also, what I will also advise the government, because that is not the only driving force, because our inflationary price is not driven mainly by interest rate. But I'm happy with what they're trying to do with the FX, right? Now, with our MPR being set at 22.75, it is, I would say, one of the highest in the world, right? One of the highest in the world. So with JP, with the investors portfolio call tomorrow, JP Morgan will come in very juicy. The amount will be dripping. Citibank, the amount will be salivating. Standard Bank too, they will like, oh my goodness, their stomach will be so excited. So with 22.75, what they will do is to bring in lots of funds, that's dollars, into our economy so that they can profit, these hedge funds, right? So they can give good returns to their investors. What that will now do is to flood our economy with huge dollar supply that we can now use to give to also the BDCs, also to companies who want to import. At least that dollar supply will be available to even sort some of our dollar liabilities. With that, we will see a huge inflow of dollar supply coming in due to the increase in the MPR rate. But demand will slow down. Then what I'll be recommending to the government that please, please, and please address the insecurity issues going on in the north so that the food supply can come in. I think they've opened up the border so that we can get more importation of food. Food can be flowing in through. Once we have a huge influx of food supply coming in, it will drive down the prices. Then again, there are other external factors we do not have a hand in that is disrupting the world supply chain, like the Ukraine war, Russia-Ukraine conflict, the Israel-Hamas conflict is affecting the Black Sea area, right? We do not have control over that. What we will try to do is to address what we can address. If for the diesel aspect of things, subsidy is gone, we can address that transportation cost or area, but we'll see how to ensure that the smooth supply chain within internally have food coming from the north, coming to the south, and vice versa. That would ensure the reduction of prices. And then the president has said, open up the storehouse, let the food flow. We will expect governors to also intercede into this matter, right? Instead of the hoarding that was going on. I think some governors are actually doing something right. They are selling at a reduced price. And let's, our rice producers and manufacturers can bring in more food and bring in more cereals into the country. That will bring down the prices. Let supply actually try to outstrip demand for food products, because food now is about 35% inflation, right? So we need to bring that really down. If that can come down, our inflationary rate will come down. Now, the question you asked me, for how long we must bring inflation to a controllable amount. What the controllable inflationary rate is single digit. What we have is double digit now, which is 29.9%. That's 30% approximately. If we can bring it down to possibly 10, 8%, a lot of people would feel the impact a bit. But if we can bring it to single digit or probably to 12%, then the MPR would not be adjusted. But this year, at the end of this year, we will continue with this MPR rate. So at the end of this year, the MPR, there will be another quarterly session to review what is going. But I think due to the FX issue, the scarcity of FX issue, they will leave the MPR at that 22.75 because we need huge influx of dollars coming into the country because of the scarcity that has been going on for quite a long while. Till we stable, then they may reverse and see what's going to happen. So worldwide, that MPR, that interest rates, just call it as interest rate, is juicy for investment portfolio, guys. They are going to storm our market with a lot of dollar supply. Thank you.
All right, so that is our in-house Rotus. I forget Rotus, so come to one man and get the real juice of the. Maybe we have to designate Emeka as our economic reporter. So Emeka, in fact, that's your designation now. You are tasked now with that. So every day you just get a 5-minute monologue just to speak to the economic matters of the day. So that was an excellent, of course, always an excellent delivery by Emeka. When is it never not an excellent delivery by Emeka? So for those of you who understood that, I'm sure that was excellent. for the rest of us, we were just nodding along like we understood. But yeah, thank you, Emeka.
Then please, I still want to be attacking Obi too. Don't forget.
Don't worry, there'll be plenty of that on Sunday, I'm sure.
I can't wait.
I sent you a text, by the way. Have a look at it. So yes, as I just mentioned Sunday, I think Ola wanted to interject, but Ola, you can interject against the backdrop of this. This is what's coming up on Sunday. We have the privilege of having Dr. Abayomi Arabambi, the publicity secretary of the Labour Party, joining us 10 p.m. UK time. So bookmark that and prepare your questions. So he's going to talk, of course, all matters Peter Obi. He's, of course, going to talk all matters Julius Abure. He's going to tell us how much Tinubu actually gave him, because we're being told he's on Tinubu's payroll and all that. He will tell us then who the legitimate drivers of the Labour Party is and all of those matters. So come prepared, because he will. At 10 p.m. UK time, I'll send the link in the comment section now, so go bookmark it. Do you want to insert something? Actually, Ola, maybe insert what you wanted to say and have your 8-minute monologue, and then we go on from you to Ekene. Ola, good to have you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Emeka, you really you did the bankers proud, and you know, with your corporate finance and the way you just explained everything. Even though I know some people who are in doubt, for those people that don't know Emeka, you are saying, someone is saying that bank is blind. See, let me tell you one thing. If you know Access Bank, you won't be saying that. Everyone that went through Access Bank, you must pass credit course. No, if you fail, the bank will send you out. Forget. They will give you time to pass. If you try over and over and you failed, they will show you the exit. So, you know, for those of us that even had that opportunity to work, even though when the bank came over to take over our bank, a person like me, I protested, I resigned, and collected my own the gratitude due to me and left. So, Emeka, well done. But even though next time I know that, like they say, people will like you to come to their level, because I know many people did not really understand. Let's just take it that way. So on Sunday, Igboho, and I think we Nigerians, we really need to be able to separate issues. We know that Sunday Igboho has his past. We know it's a participation in the Modakeke, if a crime, war, you know, that's, you can give that one, okay. If the government want to go after him, maybe he's going to be found guilty. We know that. We know his activities around the political thuggery. We know if the government want to go after him, yeah, he can be convicted about that. So he did a lot of things that, if you want to look at it ordinarily, if the government should pick him up, yeah, he can be convicted. But the Attorney General of the Federation and those people responsible for prosecution, what do they call them in the state? They are the one that can bring charges against Igboho, as long as this guy is not standing in for any criminal charges in the court. I think it may be unfair just because of our political correctness to tag in a criminal. Having said that, I know many of us here, it is very easy for us to condemn. Oh, the guy is not serious. He's creating problem. The question you ask yourself is this: when your people are facing existential threat, what you accusers, what did you do? You sat down in your sitting room, you were watching nice movie, probably you put you put your cognac, your wine beside, and you were enjoying. Very find it convenient to criticize. While some people were suffering, some people were shouting insecurity against them. You were not doing anything. You didn't even come online to talk against the insecurity. But when the like of Sunday Igboho now went there, that they knew the implication Not that they only knew, up to now they still know the implication of the activism, that this thing can cost them their life. They went out to fight, to stick their neck, and what we find easy for us is just to condemn. That is why they say Ijailu Oshorogbe, that what we're saying, that you cannot fight for the town. Now, for people saying, oh, they are just saying some people want to dominate, some people want to do this. Please, let me tell you something. Hausa land is an example where jihad happened. The traditional rulers of Hausa land, they were pied. And those people we are talking about, they still install their people there. We have a monarch in Kwara State, as we speak, that just because it's not an emir, for about 20 years, the North paid his own monument. And we are here within our city room, living room, we just justify this has never happened before. You know, the type of thing I have for the group of those people. If you existed during the time that the like of Allah Oyo were conquering territory, deflecting all these aggressors away, honestly, if you are alive that time and you behave this way, probably some of us will not exist as Yoruba today as we speak, because we try to justify every little thing, even something that we don't know. Now, when people are saying there were no criminal around the Gogo, and I still pull this thing to people, when Gani Adams worked with Amotekun, his men worked with Amotekun to arrest some people there. Tell me, explain to me, why are those people still arrested within that assist? Where are they in jail till now? I just want the justification, because the place was so clean. There were no criminals there. Those people, in fact, they were peace-loving people, just doing their night faji, and they were and they love people there. They were just giving them wine. They were not doing anything bad. And yet, Amotekun first went to that place, and they chased them back. They now reinforced with some men from Gani Adams, and they now went through Don Batu, and you say, oh, nothing there. Very easy. Ask yourself question. Why are people displaced? Where are people in an IDP in Republic of Benin? So we see all this just because of our political correctness. Just of our political correctness, we just want to we just want to explain things away. And ask yourself, what led to creation of Amotekun? Ask yourself, because you want to say the same way people were telling the like of this man that left this Ondo man, this far something, the guy that was in charge of social adjustment program, Falai. They were asking the old man whether he knows Fulani. Some people were even asking Wole Soyinka whether he knows Fulani. If you have just a 28th or a 100th of the repetition of those people, then you are fulfilled on the surface of this earth. Now we just explain things away just because we just want to. This is sad. Look at it this way. While we are doing those things, nobody fought, nobody talked. These people would have had an easy ride. It was during a session yesterday that I was talking about in that, as bad as Obasanjo, we look at Obasanjo today, is singular, this thing that he did on Land Use Act, saved that country when every region of that country was to some people a land for Ruga, because cattle business is the only business in the entire of Nigeria. Not cement, not tomato value chain, not cassava. Everything is all about cattle. Surrender your land. That some people someone was even digging for the route, grazing route that never existed. We saw everything pointing to the state ganging up with some ethnic group to do some kind of ethnic reconfiguration or to displace you from your land, and you were too so liberal, politically correct, to just keep justifying everything. This is bad. Nobody builds the country for the future generation. Even Saraki, Bukola Saraki, that happened to even have blood of Fulani on himself, stood against every attempt to reconstitute, to use the constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to bring this thing in. And we want to claim to know more than Saraki. We want to claim to know more than Danjuma. We want to claim to know more than Obasanjo for inside our city room. That's so sad. We are just too liberal. And Yoruba will say, Pansa Ofura, Pansa Jona, Jano, Aja Ofura, Ajaji. Only leti oba fura. Only lo mama kule no lo. You understand? You see, you are looking at your ceiling. Maybe you see some termite. It's beginning to eat deep into your ceiling. You say, oh, there's nothing. You leave it until everything got so rotten, I think fell upon you. And you are saying, oh, just leave that thing. We have Sauda Kaduna as a prototype, and we are still denying the obvious. We see Benue as a prototype, we are still denying. What has happened in Sub-Saharan Africa, United States of America predicted it a long time ago, and when something happened, and we are still denying. Where did we get our own data? Where did we get our own competence that we now talk against everybody that knows anything about security, and yet we don't know what our daily hustle? Probably some of us just to go to work and collect our salary. Nothing. And we are arguing with those people that are the pure strategists, that they know about international politics, and they know about the security situation in one country. Abba, we are not helping ourselves. So if the like of Sunday Igboho did not agitate, because people will believe that, oh, we should have allowed the peace to reign. You don't understand. You don't understand. If the activities of activists are not having some kind of impact on the government, they won't be after you. If the activities of the like of Nadeko and the like of Tinubu, then if those activities were not impacting the military, they will not chase them out of the country. So having been they sat down, nobody was even fighting the military for the military to return to the democracy. Probably Abacha will still be alive today. I will still be ruling us. Let's all be very careful. What you cannot do when you see others doing that thing, don't just, because the best way to prove to me, when you are saying, oh, this thing are not happening, carry your load, relocate to that place and live in the midst. And no show your picture. Yeah, I'm here. Nothing is happening to me. I remember someone saying that on Facebook. All this kidnapping they are talking about is not like this. Until they kidnapped that guy's brother, he now came to Facebook. Anybody that has presence of Facebook here will say that even I was even among those people. I know, don't just rejoice because this thing happened to this guy. Don't pity his ignorance. Because you that you are rejoicing because they kidnapped his brother too, you don't even know what awaits you tomorrow. Let us be very careful.
Right.
And let us be very careful. So that's one thing about that. So the like of Sunday Igboho, you may like him, you may hate him. It's your choice, it's your perspective, and it's well respected. But some of us, we are still going to resist you based on that. Then on this Senate constituency stand for.
Ola, start to bring it home. Yeah, but go to that next topic and then bring it home.
One man. So now I see you here now give people like 12 minutes, 15 minutes, and some people which kind of.
No, we are falling asleep now. We are falling asleep. No,
we're not falling asleep. But okay, carry on. I just wanted to get to Ekene before I hand over to Mike. But carry on.
So Wama, I will not talk, Abi.
No, you will talk now. I'll hand over to Mike, but the session still carries on. Mike will coordinate the rest of it.
Mike, you may be falling asleep. Then go and get your mattress and go and sleep. Nobody is forcing you to stay, so you don't speak on behalf of others. Okay? So, and I said sometimes you still need to give yourself some kind of training and still know how to be diplomatic and be so with people. Nobody has monopoly of insult. I can see. Do you know where I'm always very careful not to insult people? I know what you can say that you can be depressed for the next 2 weeks. Just be so nobody has that monopoly. So if you think like tout, everybody can unleash the toutry in it. Just keep your mouth shut and be respectful wherever you are. Nobody. So you are not only one within this space.
I'm still falling asleep, Sha.
All right, take it easy.
Ola,
No, sometimes Mike will be saying
when Mike take the matter, you go hear
I
well.
was telling someone today that nobody went through the U.S. military that will talk like you. Because I've not Olama Bino and talk like you. Your gross discipline and the lack of decorum, the way that you're so saucy that you just talk here is showing that you lack.
But you are making me fall asleep now. So what do you want me to say?
Take it easy now.
Olama Bino, you know, with Mike, we just have to take people. Mike Pansat. You know, all of this sort of personality, because, you know, all of these personalities that we have here, we have to take them as we find them, because who is going to change Mike? Who is going to change Pansat? Nobody now. So is either we accept them as they are or not, but sometimes we have to caution it. But, you know.
If Mike attended, served in the American military, may thunder fire me.
You sure? Okay. If I serve in the military, we thunder will fire you.
So me, I just talk, Gary, on this Senate considering system for CBN governor. I think it's not a good thing, because we can't say because Emefiele misbehave and the next thing is to recommend. No, there should be some kind of mechanism to checkmate. That's what I say, because if you know you are going to spend system, if you have a bad one and that bad one will run you for 6 years, are you going to stick with him for the 6 years? If CBN governor is going up the target, is making the thing political, there should be something to remove him immediately. Something transparent to remove him immediately. You don't have to wait for 6 years for someone to run your country a grant. It's not good enough. So to me, they should find other ways. So to me, this thing is not innovative, having a 6 year single term for CBN governor. No. So I don't subscribe to it. So they should find a creative way. So it doesn't make sense to me. So that's all I have to say there. Because if someone is brilliant, for example, now, if we have a very brilliant one that changed our economy, that we are improving now. So after system, please go, and you bring another one that will bring us backward. No, it's not a good economy. It's not a good situation, the way I see.
Well, I agree with you completely on that, right? We can't be playing tenor with CBN governors. It's not good for our country. I see Cardoso is more serious about
apologies, but sorry, Emeka, is that not the practice in America and the European Union? Because that was what was referenced when I read it out.
They have good institution there that is already running. We don't have that operating. We have seen the removal of a CBN governor from Soludo to Sanusi, they were doing well, removed him and put someone who was just out to make money for himself, right? And that has created a lot of damage. Now we now have someone who is serious, trying to repair the damages that has been created for over 12 years. I hope we have hope. Anyway, with what he's doing the right thing. But the level of destruction is what we are going to tell in the future. Let's see what the repairs have of destruction for 12 years. It's a long time. Emefiele really did a lot of things that is impacting us and creating this poverty that we are experiencing in Nigeria at the moment. But for me, I want Cardoso. As long as Cardoso keeps doing what he's doing and is serious, he seems to be very serious-minded. As long as he continues what he's doing, we will get there gradually. Then we have Wale Edo supporting him. We also have a president who also understands that we need to get out of this mess. I think Nigeria is up for a positive outlook, if you ask me. Things may be rough, but we are getting there, and I'm hopeful.
Emeka, please, I have a question for you. And yeah, good thing that Ola is here too, because we had a very hot conversation on this about a month ago. Cardoso also said in his speech that the foreign reserve of Nigeria today, as of today, starts at 34 point something billion. Did you hear that?
Yes. I forgot that completely.
Good.
Yes, he said
Now,
so.
he said it grew from 33 point something billion to 34 point something billion
Correct.
in January. We were here a couple of weeks, about a month ago. Ola is here. Ola was one of those that stood against me. I was practically, I don't know the word to call it, when I said that our foreign reserve as at that last month stood at 33 billion plus, and everybody just told me to pieces here when they don't even have the fact. I have the fact as people. I just let go that day because there's no point. The CBN have said it today. Some people will still say probably is lying, but that he said it openly to the media and people that know that our foreign reserve is not 3,000. The rubbish that was published.
3 billion.
Yeah, the people that published that it was 3 billion that time. The rubbish that was sponsored and was published. Yes.
The 33 is from January, right?
No, you said 34 billion. 34.
The 34, sorry, from January and has grown to 30.
No, 33. It was 33 point something in January. It has grown to 34 in February.
Exactly,
but the debate we were having then was that they said our foreign reserve was 3 billion, 3. And we had almost everybody on the platform on that day was against me when I said no.
But guess what? Well, it was JP Morgan that actually said it was 3 billion. And that was after Emefiele left office. JP Morgan was the one that said your foreign reserve is 3 billion.
That was sponsored nonsense. It was said by JP. It was actually published in what do they call this? Bloomberg, and they quoted JP Morgan because there was no real source for it. Our foreign reserve was not 3 billion. But people ran with it. I asked people within 2 persons within the CBN, and I can give you privately the contacts of these individuals. And I said, it was very laughable that our foreign reserve was 3 billion, and our letter of credit has still been what do you call it? Letter of credit was still being respected. We have not defaulted in any of our international payment obligations. But Allah stood against me that day. I remember very well, saying that because I'm not from the financial sector. So that's fine.
Ola will not be wrong, right? You understand? So what we will deal with, we are not a CBN that is managing the foreign reserve, and I have checked the foreign reserve. That's the volume of it on which should be reported on CBN website. It's usually used to be there, but for some reason it was never there. They never updated. For some reason, maybe they don't want people to panic. But now the CBN governor has spoken. It's not. We now know that it's 34 billion. It will rise. So we are hopeful. So you are not wrong, Bishop. I don't also think Ola is also wrong because he was citing. We won't say Bloomberg is not a reputable news media. He was citing Bloomberg and was citing JP Morgan, who Emefiele used our foreign reserve as collateral to collect loan from them. So he was citing. So Ola is not wrong. You are also not wrong too. But again, if you look at the time frame between when Emefiele left, when Tinubu came into power in May 2023, right? That is let's say 7 or 8 months till December or 9. You can add January, that's probably around 9 or 10 months more. Then the foreign reserve typically would have grown. So I think Bishop, a lot of dollars is the result. Yeah, exactly, collateral is right. So you are not wrong. Nobody saying you are wrong. When you were saying it, you were giving a time frame of what you have, what we have as foreign reserve as at January, and you are right. So Ola was saying this is what has happened at this particular point in time. Ola is not also wrong. So I overheard the conversation, and I don't think anybody is wrong here. But we are happy that it has grown. So let's continue to watch the space, and so may it continue to be. We have a lot of naysayers who want Nigeria to go back. Can you imagine someone? If you go on Twitter, there's this person called Naira Rate. the person woke up early in the morning and quoted naira as to a dollar as 1,610. Can you imagine that? People who are trying to create problems for our country. We have very terrible Nigerian citizens. Let's be honest. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you for that. So thank you for that. Let's go on then to Ekene. Your 8-minute monologue is about the Megiddo of Alaba Market. Ekene.
One man, thank you.
Oh man, thank you. Look at that. No be sleep with that. You go join us for Sunday. Alaba and be they come.
Shit, that guy. I go come now. I go put on. I go give him.
He go come bulala your leader well.
Who be my leader?
Yeah, you get to leader. He go come bulala well.
The second Nnpc chairman be that for Southwest. So I go give him a question. Why no? Anyway, I don't even take that guy serious here. But anyway, when he comes here. Just to come run Labour Party down, I waiting they can do. And a lot of people will be happy about it. So, but I'm not bothered.
Don't worry, we will get to the cocoa of it. Wait till they go. Where will be they hide all the money? He go tell us. Yeah?
Don't worry now. The one when they don't talk for Rice TV, waiting they happen. They don't talk like you don't go talk past waiting talk for Rice TV now. What do you want him to say again? Just they go there to sell lies and all those stuff. Labour Party spokesperson all come from the Igbo. And I just look at the guy. What kind of thinking is that? So Unisai Tanko is from Osoka. And all this Dele Falotimi, Nana Kazuno, and even Ndikato.
You know who said Dele Falotimi said they come.
And Dele Falotimi now I want to make you bring.
I follow and talk today, but we never find window because
bring that guy for me. Make I care better talk. I beg. No be all these anywhere bellyful politicians. I don't take those ones. I know people like Emeka will enjoy his conversation, but me I will not enjoy it. It's just that I will just have to.
You don't like the truth, Abi?
Nothing like the truth. People that people like Emeka that hate to be with like his conversation and all those stuff. They always want to bring issues.
Say they get Labour Party now. I don't did there 20 years now.
I'm not saying that they didn't have Labour Party. Yeah, if they have Labour Party, and there is one guy from the Southwest that even serious. I forgot the guy name. He participated in a Edo primary. It was one time Alabambi wanted to corner the guy. The guy refused. The guy is a very serious member of a Labour Party now from Southwest. So when I see those ones performing, doing what they have to do to make Labour Party better, and somebody like Alabambi is jumping from one station to another to bring the party he said he was member for the past 8 years, bring it down. I'm not saying that Bro is the best.
It's trying to rescue the party now. It's trying to rescue anything. From the marauders, from the Fulani, from the Fulani headsmen from Oka.
As far as APC and the PDP is, they are not bringing their party down. You see, even all the atrocity Wike committed in PDP, they are still.
Yeah, but nobody is trying to hijack their party now. But you guys are trying to hijack Aramba.
Nobody is hijacking. Just you know what baffles me the most? The word that baffles I was in a space now, one certain time now. People from his state were talking against him. So that even he cannot even produce a candidate. I think it's the same place from Doyino Kube. But all this ranting and all this nonsense he's talking, he sabotaged their chance of producing candidates in his own state under Labour Party. He collected money from APC. They couldn't even produce a candidate. There are other states in the east and in the south that can produce a candidate. Won an election, you come to national TV and begin to talk nonsense. Why don't you go to your ground? Produce a candidate, work for that candidate, make him win an election. Then when you are talking, you will be talking like a man in the party. You are in a party for 20 years. You have not been able to produce a candidate and win an election, even in a local government. But every time you are on the television,
is an administrator, not a politician.
Then he forgets it now. Then he allow people that will win election run the party. I see. It's just that people take him serious. I don't take him serious, yeah. The guy is not serious because I wish I can remember this man name that is from Southwest. He was from I once watched him on Channels Television during the election campaign period where he was speaking for Labour. Then I was following the man.
Is it Aki Oshintokun? Is it Oshintokun?
No, not Aki Oshintokun. Not Aki Oshintokun. Not one. The guy was saying that he was a victim of kidnapping for some time ago. So that's why he stood for P2B and Labour Party. So, and the guy is very serious.
What's the correlation? Is P2B a policeman that to come and rescue him from kidnappers?
No, that's not the issue. He just made his point of supporting his party and what they want to do. So that it doesn't matter whether Obi is a policeman or what. But what I'm telling you is the seriousness of even some people from Southwest that wants the party to grow. You compare that to this Alabambi you are calling a Labour Party member. You know that the guy is just playing. I know Aburo is not the best. Aburo is not doing his best. But at least we have had a very long conversation, believing that within a very short time we'll have our convention. Yeah, there will be a lot of the youth leader that was accused some time ago. We had him on space. We dragged him. We asked him a lot of things. So at the end of the day, it boils down that yes, we are surely the convention will come. When the convention comes, we'll have a lot of reshuffle. Then when we have that when we do that reshuffle, then we know how to whether we'll continue in the party or to open another platform. But the best thing we agree that it's better we continue in the party, then build up the party, use our hands to flush out everything that will disturb the party progress. So these ones are here coming to you accuse this one, if you're a party member for 20 years, is it better that you come to national TV, bring your party down? As bad as APC and PDP is, I've not seen anybody bringing the party down. From there,
it's not bringing the party down, though. They criticize Labour Party na the Abure faction where they hijack the party.
If they criticize Labour Party start to criticize. If you want to make Labour Party a regional party. But when I begin to look, even to be spokesperson and the support base,
Hold on, Ekene. You know that Arababe is not the only person accusing that obedience space of trying to even Wole Soyinka said they are trying to turn it into a regional party.
Wole Soyinka can say anything he wants to say. Me, I don't care. He's an elder man. So if an elder can sit down and say like that, I don't know what makes him think like that. But I know that trying to make Labour Party a regional party is the height of it. Because the only spokesperson that come from the Southeast Labour Party is Kenneth Okonkwo. Others are from South, Southwest, North. Many of them, even our women leader, is from the North. So what are they talking about? We have almost we have about 3 or 4 spokespersons from the North. Then we have 2 from the Southwest. Even Akin Shotun, during Okupe resign, we replace him with another Southwest. So the only thing is that he's not happy that he's not getting what he wants to get. He wants the leadership of the Southwest to be given to him so that he will be controlling the affairs of the Labour Party into the benefit of APC. That's what I see about the guy. So, but I don't want to talk. The guy, don't take him serious. You see, whenever he talks on national TV, people don't take him serious. You say something that you are not sure of. Labour Party is a regional party. All the spokesperson is from the Southeast.
People don't take him serious. He's one of the leading political figures in Nigeria.
Let him go now. We'll go and win an election. That's what makes sure it's serious. Even me, I can win an election past that guy in my own region, in my own polling unit. I can win an election there. I'm not a brag. So you cannot. But me, I don't talk about Labour Party the way they used to talk about it. But nothing concerns me. When it's the time of election, I will do my. If I tell you I will give Obi 100 votes, I will do it. Or Labour Party, I will give them 100 votes. I will do it. If I tell you I will give them 200 votes, I will do it. Not just to come and be talking rubbish. He never boasts of anything he has won in Labour Party or how many votes he has given to Labour Party. It's only to come on Labour Party, on national TV and be bringing the party down. I beg, I don't take that guy serious. You just if you want to bring him. I don't care. But I know that people like Emeka and some other people will like him. You know, because it's an opposition. They want to run the party down. But the party will not go down because
it's going to join Emeka in cooking that soup that Emeka likes
let
to
them
cook
cook it very well now. Let them cook it very well.
To cook soup.
Emeka is happy now. Emeka is very happy now. Otele na money enu now. Otele na money enu now.
Don't cube chicken. I'll buy the pack to come with salt.
You see?
Emeka, your bum then done the hop up now. Done the dance. Your bum. You don't shake your bum now. Because you don't see it go talk.
I'll go draft question where go talk, where go make
the only reason why we be there. The only reason why we be there is just to condemn some propaganda that will be coming out there. I'll just try my best. Because I know the guy is just coming.
You cannot go anywhere. You're a serious platform member. You must be there. Don't worry.
I will just be there too. So that whenever you guys raise an issue, I will just make sure that it doesn't get out of hand because you guys are very dangerous. But God.
So, and they go African store, go buy no cube chicken.
That one. The only person I blame now, Abure, because we try to bring Abure for. We try to bring him for space, but he never come. And when we don't see him, we still tackle him. Not that we are not fighting we are fighting our inside. We are doing our work inside. Even in my destiny, in my ward, nobody they escape. In my ward, they chop money. We sack the chairman. Don't sack him. Replace her with another person. So all those stuff they go on, but when you see people like Arab and beat the bro trumpet, you just ask yourself, what's in this guy they chop from the opposition? You never win. I never see that guy talk about. Even I was in a space, people from his state, youth like us, talk how bad this guy work against Labour Party in his own state, that he couldn't even allow a candidate from Labour Party emerge from his own state. And whenever he comes to national TV, you'll be talking about corruption. Nonsense, an ingredient. I beg one man. I want to say something before I go because this my brother Mek. I like him so much. The reason I like him is that the guy is very intelligent, but it's just that people like him only knows how to address issue in a theoretical way. But when it comes to practical, you see them begin to fumble. You understand? I love his theoretical way of addressing issue, especially when it comes to economy. Because even though he's an opposition, I will never hate Emeka for anything or hate him for. He cannot be bad in every area. So at least he's somehow useful to us in this platform, being one of the brightest from Southeast that can give good analysis when it comes to economy. The way he addressed it shows that at least when it comes to economy, Southeast is still the best. So I give that to Emeka, even though it's all about theory, because when it comes to practical, he don't do well in practical. He will use the.
What do you mean he doesn't do well in practical? Do you know that Emeka? Do you know that? Let me expose him to a little bit. Do you know that Emeka has 5 Ferraris?
I don't.
That's not the issue. That's having 5 Ferraris doesn't make you a good economist. Doesn't make you a good practical economist. Even if you're a good practical economist, you know that Ferraris is not a great achievement for to build an economy. So to measure an economy.
Yeah, so, but are you not happy with the geometrics power supply, the limited, what they've done in about?
We were discussing that yesterday. We thought it would come and crow about it, Emeka. We discussed it.
I don't have to be. We don't have to be bouncing. We don't have to be bouncing every time, jumping every time. Our result. We always.
First time, I feel so proud. I feel so proud to be from Abia State. I'm extremely proud and excited.
When the last time you came, you say you don't have light. I wish it's not in every local government. It's just about 7 local governments or so. But it's a very great achievement. Yeah, it's
Now
a
they
very great
continue.
achievement. So the other local government that never had, they should be working on how to.
It could transform that space into an industrial hub.
Oh,
Do you know how many investment that is going to Abia State today? Do you know how many investment that is going to Abia State today? Even myself, as I'm sitting down here, if I reach east this Easter, I go Abia. I want to go whether I could see space where they accommodate me.
To even add, the current governor was one of those who financed that project when he was the CEO in Diamondback, right?
Yeah,
So
people were coming on, people were bashing the guy that he wants to take credit of what he never did. But when he was speaking, he narrated how he sponsored the project, how he helped even when he was the bank, he was with the bank and all this stuff. Then the achievement he brought when he became a governor, because I think the thing was going to have some political issue, the pipeline, gas, and all those stuff. Then now that he became a governor, he was able to settle that and make it to work. That's why they were able to commission.
What other governors should also be looking at, like Naj, sure, we lost. I don't know what had just happened during Jonathan's time because of that conflict of interest, right? It started with Obasanjo when he got the license for geometrics, right? That was why Bat Naji was forced to resign, but we lost him. He would have been able to.
Emeka, please. There is something that baffles me. There is something that I saw today that, all these our Southeast governors, they don't get sense, Those guys, shame they catch them. Now,
they should be.
Now they carry all of them all those four remaining governors. Even my governor Soludo, shame they catch and he just there like this. I'm not sure say they attend that inauguration. They only make some meeting with the vice president to commission one. I don't know what thing they go commission for Enugu. Say light up nation. Alex said you don't even listen to that. Alex said they there. They just go there, they say. These people that speak too much grammar. That's why I hate them so much. They go there, Soludo, and
that's why I call them. I'm really proud. I'm really very, very proud. If what other governors, what they can do, Bat Naji is experienced in that field. Bring your money and let him start building.
If you watch Alessoti, how many times does Alessoti comes to news? How many times does he have to bring papers, write down stuff, begin to speak to national television? This is what we are trying to do. Call a lot of meetings and all those stuff. The guy he will just walk silently. Even when you are criticizing him, he has some criticism going around him, but he still come out to address it when necessary. But all these governors, look at Soludo, that was a CBN governor. You know what it means to be a CBN governor? Today, you cannot attract any foreign direct investment in your own state. What makes you a former CBN governor? Then you use that. Yeah? Are they fine?
My brother, make an interject real quick.
Okay, eyes on.
Why you not the one saying that? Why you the one criticizing the Abia State governor when he first got elected that he embezzled money from a bank?
No, I didn't say he embezzled money.
No, now enigmatic. Now what is
they talk saying he not chop money from bank finish. He can't carry enter governor. Say nothing they good at. Today everybody don't forget sit and talk that thing. Can't talk say the man.
My only happiness is that all the four governors in the Southeast, they are now running kitty bata bata. What are we going to do to please our people now? That is what I see in them now. They are just running kitty bata bata now.
You put them to shame, right?
You put them in shame. They begin to run around.
What you are doing, you put them to shame. Then other residents will be looking at Abia State and say, "Look at your fellow governor. What are you doing for us?" Because our governors are the problem. I keep saying our governors are the problem. So
I was just looking at Soludo when they were having that meeting, just so as hold it. Because now my own governor, I got to talk about. All the projects all the road he demolished in Anambra State. No one has gotten to 20%. No one has getting 20% attention. Just break this one, go. Break this one, go. Break this one, go. I'm talking from experience, not that person tell me. Some self water done the food the excavation and all those stuff. Then if you know you cannot do this stuff, leave the road the way it is. Don't go scatter everywhere. Because of a global flyover, you destroy almost how many buildings that area. Till today, it's just few pillars. You will be jumping from one place to another. I don't know whether he's an APC member or an APOGA member. Instead of him to focus on governance. In fact, I'm very ashamed of that guy because I rated him higher than this Alex Oti due to his pedigree. It was a form. The guy cannot even just check the record in the past 9 months, apart from Lagos State and the one other state also. The only state that attracted foreign direct investment is Abia State, about $150 million. This one is just he cannot, as a former. That's what I expect from him as a former CBN governor. He couldn't attract 1 naira. We're just running from following Tinubu Arab. I don't even know why Tinubu included him in that economic stuff. What contribution is he going to make? No, not be to they speak English. I don't talk. I'm here all the time. Do things, perform, take actions. Don't they bring every time. If you go to our cupboard now, those their cupboard everywhere, they don't full up with diaries. Stuff. They will write this one, go pack and there. They will call read that for you. They go pack them inside that place. Another day they will write another one. After they don't read that for national TV, they will just go dump and there. They will not even bring it the next time. The next time they will want to come, they will write another speech. After they don't read that one finish, they'll go put them inside that drawer. Nothing. They will not act on it. Oh, this is the problem we have in this country. But people are not understanding it. But when we begin to understand it, we begin to solve it. It's not that we don't have law, we don't have policies. We have good policies, we have good laws that can guide this nation. But it's the implementation is what we are lacking. Just check, for instance, the current president. All the things he said that he would do, if he has done half of it since he became the president, nobody will be criticizing him, honestly speaking. Especially the ones he rolled out by himself when he came out on national TV. So 75 billion to be given to manufacturers. So very nice things to do that. I think that if he has implemented half of it, at least by now we'll be growing our investment and all those stuff. Because all this before you even attract a foreign direct investors in your state, how many of we have indigenes that can invest in our economy? How many of them have invested before they go India, they go Qatar, they go this place? You first of all, they build the confidence of your own home manufacturers before they go India, they find them. Those ones will be doing fine. Then you will attract more from outside. Your economy will boost. Just today, jump here, they speak English, organize this summit. These politicians, they don't make me verse every day by day, because nowadays I don't listen to all these. They are gathering. They gather here. They discuss this policy, discuss this. I know they listen to all those stuff. Now, when I see them, they perform. Now they put my ear for news. If I don't see them, they perform. All those things, what they read, I know they take them serious. Even these days, I don't watch them in television. Once they begin to speak, the one that is a Minister of Labor, I just see them for television. Sharing with the interview. I mean, just they read. I just off my TV, just leave and they come out. They're not serious. They're there to deceive the people. Something we just put in place. Every time you come on television, go they talk nonsense. Deceive the people.
Can I notice say hope day for this government?
Yeah. Which hope? Even this there was this news I had I watched a new FIFA. I know they forget that clip. I forget to send that to one man. That man's talk him. He say there is little or nothing to achieve in this system we're operating now. In talk him. And I believe him. The way things are going. There is only little or nothing to achieve. How many years? People they talk say we know they give them time. It's only 1 year. Let me tell you, after this year, how many months remain? 1 year. Then nothing to achieve. Then you go another 2 years. 2025, don't finish. The next one.
No, can I ask you a question?
No. Let me finish. Then you can ask your question. Then in the next highest 2020, because our next election of Anambra State is 2025. Once they finish that Anambra State election, the next thing is national campaign for 2027 election. When will he work?
He's already working now.
I beg, make I hear word. That time he will be busy packing money to share people in the world that will rig election for him. No, nothing to do for the people. At least a very sound government by now, That would have been clear term. Why are we going in this nation? If I ask you now, economically, where are we going? You don't know. You only say that the Cardoso is working. He's trying to bring inflation down. At bringing inflation down, what are we expecting in the next 5 years? Our GDP, what are we expecting in the next 2 years? Our human capital development, what are we expecting in the next 10 years? Our foreign reserve, what are we expecting? Other countries does that. There must be an expectation. As an economist, there will be hope. You give people hope that in the next 2 years, these things we will build it up to this percent. This one we are going to build it up to this percent in the next few years. You don't hear those things from our politicians. So give it Tinubu time, he will perform. This one will come. Give Tinubu time. I know he built the Lagos. Give him time, he will perform. He's a magician. Give Tinubu. Now this thing will now go to chop. We don't say don't perform for Lagos now. Perform for us here. Put those policies down. So that
let me just ask you a simple question now. How do you measure the success of the administration? What's your benchmark? That's my question for you. What's your benchmark? How do you measure the success?
How I measure success?
Yeah, how do you measure?
I measure success based on your growth in the life of the people, how people feel about you. In fact, you don't even need to. You know when we come here to say this one grow, you go to the street. Nothing is happening. You understand? Because the kind of confidence you impart in people like me that in the next 3 years that this will be good, and I'm seeing you working directly towards that. That's what builds hope and growth. Yes, I don't want you to go and kill yourself as a president. I don't want you to solve all Nigerian problems.
Sorry, Ola, put that question. But let me bail out. Acknowledge.
I want to say something before you bail out, please. Because,
let me acknowledge the super chatters first. So acknowledge your XYZ Akulata whenever it's not on the screen. He often does that. As Team Majek, one Nigeria, Prince Daddy passed by. Majek, Kulata continues still. That's Team Majek as well. Kulata still an AB runs it off. So yes. Thank you all. Report card.
Let me just say one thing before you, because I don't have a maker strength, please. Because honestly speaking, I don't have a maker strength. Because it's just a few words to go, please.
It don't beat you down, Abi. All I wanted to put you a question, but
no, let me finish here. Then if Ola can talk during the maker time.
Mike, you mean not a maker?
Mike, yeah, Mike. Yes, I don't have Mike strength.
Honestly. Are you afraid of Mike?
I'm not afraid of him, but
sometimes he's a fair and balanced man now. It's just a
sometimes, when Mike come here now, he will be talking like one of the panelists. So he will not give people more
time. You that give more floor than anybody else. Now you're this guy, you're ungrateful, man.
Mike Nobel, it's just I must speak my mind, though. Whether you be my guy or not, I go speak my mind. You be my guy, but sometimes I know they get straight to converse most of the issue with you, but everything though okay. But there is one thing that one statement that Kulata made here. That's why I like Kulata so much most of the time. When Emeka was speaking all this English he was speaking, he just made a point. He said the greatest monetary policy in Nigeria is rule of law. But when we can play a lot of all these things in our system, rule of law is very important. But when my principal was talking about it, that's one of the greatest contribution of economic growth is rule of law. Thank God Kulata pointed it out. But when if Obi is the person that said it now, a lot of people will bounce on him. What does rule of law have to do with economy? What does rule of law have to do with economy?
We'll hear it from Kulata, not from Obi. Because
you had it from Kulata, but if you go towards Obi interviews and all those stuff, you would have had it a lot from him. You had it countless time from him. You understand? So it's not about speaking grammars. It's your rule of law contribute so much, if not 50%, in your economic growth, because it's the way other countries perceive you, what you do, the characters you build around you. Look at our characters. Look at our what if that man went there for economic thing? What Matalawi or what? All those criminals, former criminals, thief. Now they powerful our ministry. Then when country sees you, they see this one don't steal money. Even your senior president, this one don't steal money. You think those countries don't see. I beg, make we stop to deceive ourselves in this country. Then coming to just one thing, one man. Sunday Igboho, I'm happy for people that say that he's defending his territory, and that Sunday Igboho has also come out to say yes, free Nnamdi Kanu. He is fighting for his own people also. So if people that say that he's defending his territory and it's all good that he's doing that, so fighting Fulani people, taking them out of their farms, that means anybody accusing Nnamdi Kanu is a hypocrite. Anybody that said that and still accusing Nnamdi Kanu is a hypocrite. That's all I have to say in that, because even Sunday Igboho himself said it, that the same thing he's fighting is what Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for his region. So Tinubu should release him. So anybody that supports Sunday Igboho and doesn't support Nnamdi Kanu release is a hypocrite. That's all I have to say, one man. Thank you.
All right. All right. So there it is. The Jagaban of the one man went to more platform, the majestic Ekene himself. So that's the majestic Ekene. So from the majestic Ekene, gentlemen, let me bail out, hand over to Mighty Mike, who coordinates the rest of the session. Thank you, one and all. I'll see you tomorrow. But on the way out, let me just flash up again. Sunday session, Dr. Abayomi Arabambi joining us, as I'm sure you've heard me say endlessly. I'll send the link in for you to bookmark it. Have your questions ready. It's the man of the moment where we are in present day politics now. So that's the link in the comment section there. Go bookmark it. Sunday 10 p.m. UK time. Thank you, one and all. I'll see you. Mike.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Mike.
Yeah.
I want to say something.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the thing is, what I want to say is this. Everybody have been speaking since, so, and I think everybody has spoken well. You can see, like, I will start with Igboho. We all have right to, hold our own opinion. Igboho, for me, is an hero. For another person, he may not be a hero. It doesn't mean anything. Because it is our right to view things from different angles. Igboho never rise up to be, I want to be a president of Yorubaland or Yoruba nation. I have the brain to build Yoruba nation to Eldorado. I am the best. No. You only stand up in a time where the president of the country were treating back by people. I don't want you also mention either they are related to him, a tribe or whatever, with soft glove. The truth is there. And those people were expanding. They were doing it with like authority. I don't know. They were they deal with impunity. So it gets to a time, provoke. He rise up and say, look, what are we not doing in this country? If this is the case, people can't go to farm. People can't go here. And when they see the momentum it gather across that land, I think there's a valuable lesson for Nigeria government to learn from there. That they have to be serious on how they govern this country. Because and that momentum, at that moment, God also blessed the Southwest with a man. May his soul rest in perfect peace. Akereduru. He galvanized immediately. Before you know what is happening, unknowing to the president, a regional outfit was announced, and it was a shock to them. They were trying to say they want to stop it. Well, when they look at the momentum, that is a few steps to crisis. So go back and check that region. The king spoke about it. Prominent men spoke about what was going on. Beside the region, ECOWAS spoke about this set of people. Even the United States labeled this set of people. They don't care whether it's president relative or whether they are connected.
So what are we talking about here? What is an hero? He did not stand against even those guys, but it was the authority of the president he stand against for turning blind eyes at that moment, which people were not willing to stand into. So for me, I give him that kudos. And whether Akeredolu chop money or be Nigeria, I don't care, because I don't trust anybody. But his legacy will be remembered forever. If that man were to be alive and healthy today, he would have played a vital role. He did not even stop there in the West. He tried to come to Middle Belt, South, galvanize the people. Let's get solution over this issue. So we can't kick Igboho out, because his rising up was not for, I am the best man in Yorubaland. He understands that there are a lot of professors there. There are a lot of chiefs, kings he must humble to. He didn't come out to say, I'm not the owner of Yorubaland. I'm better than everybody. No, he didn't say so. He just rise up on his own to say, no, it can't be like this. If, for example, the government were serious, we would have been in this mess today. Look at what happened. December, Christmas 24, I'll be whatever. Those ones now 200 something, I'll be more than 300. It cannot take it, maybe up to 500 self. Those ones, they are in peace today. May they are so rest in perfect peace. Now the ones where they are alive, now they worry about them. So I rest that one there. Look at the state of the economy today. This country for years has been on a decline. It's like a drifting boat. And nobody wants to rescue it. Now you have a president who said, oh, for me, this subsidy, there's no way we can sustain it. But here come economy that will be totally destroyed or bastardized. He said, so stop the subsidy. Stopping it become a crisis. Here come the currency of a country. We don't even know the value. They have even used the reserve to borrow extra money. Somehow, some according to the recent revelation, that even the reserve service is no longer our own, just to be pegging money. He kicked it aside and said, no, we can't continue. There's no way we can run an economy like this. But here come the truth. When you are trying to fix something, in most cases, there is possibility for other things to start collapsing, particularly when those things are no longer in good shape. So that's the problem we find ourselves. So now they are working hard. Nigerians are, we can see the hardship is real. The currency is losing value. They're trying to sustain it. Now, by the grace of God, the president managed to achieve anything with all this thing. Another man will wait, let me just round up this one. Yeah. Another man will just come in. Less than 3 months, they will start collapsing everything. And they cannot take it the next 30 years, no road, no way. That is why I said, my brother, if Tinubu failed to restructure Nigeria, history will remember him. What lie ahead is more than this. There's no way they can concentrate that power upon the federal government and expect things to be good. I saw a state governor in the western part of Nigeria, I think today, or your state here, precisely. When they find some Chinese company, they tell Nigerians that they are recycling tire, but different thing is happening. Those licenses given to him from Abuja, and their activities are not being reported to the state governor. How can you now expect a country to progress like that? It's totally impossible. We have to be sincere. And thank God he even have his own kinsman there as a president. If it is some people today, maybe they are from another region ruling, he will lay his complaint, they will use Abuja power to subdue a whole governor. Frustrating. No reply, they will not reply him. If he called the police into that case, another man will call from somewhere and tell the police, don't go. Sometimes even the president may not even know. Just the few people around the president. They will just hijack that authority. We can't continue like this. Whether it's a state level you want to, there must be power given to indigenous people. Because the indigenous people don't even have the power. That is why the governor can do whatever they want to do and nobody can question them because the governors are abusing their, their power and siphoning money, and there's no way you can do it without, the federal having seen some certain things about what you are doing. So they don't have voice in some cases to talk out, because if they talk, there's already something they can accuse them of. So they just have to be rubbing mind together. We can't continue because these guys are really working. But I don't even think whether they will be able to add anything. But I pray for God to help them because the situation is terrible. It's a total messed up system. Because my worry is that after all this hard working, peradventure there is good news. Someone else will just come in. It's not my turn. It must go to my side. And the person will, less than 3 months, move what is a rifle things, a rifle peg. You will remove it and go and put it in another place. Remove the wrong one, come and put there. Before you know it, everything will collapse. And then we will be saying, oh, yeah, and people will be clapping him. He's working. Once he's out of office, another wahala. So we have to call spade a spade. That's just my worry. This is the only place we call our country, but we can't continue like this. Putting power into one hand is not going to help any one of us. Thank you, Mike. I think you want to comment.
Yeah. I just kind of want to engage you. You are somebody I respect. I know you are someone that, like, you reason alone when someone trying to talk to you. You don't start to just. You are very objective. You are open-minded when someone's trying to talk. Engage you. That's why I'm like, I think you'll probably be a better person to engage in terms of where I've been coming from. You understand regarding this whole Fulani thing. Now, you agree with me that in the South today, an uneducated Southern person, right now, when they say Northern now, they just call him Fulani. The guy can be Nupe, he can be Kanuri, he can be non-Fulani, as far as from the North now. Since this whole thing, they'll say, oh, that's Fulani. Because I go to Nigeria and I go through the Southwest, they'll say, I want Fulani here. And some of them, because I've been to the North, I know difference among them. I know that they are a bunch of different ethnic groups. And when I meet them in the South, once I interact with them, I could tell that, oh, this one is Gwari, this one is Hausa. I know the difference. Now, here's the deal. You and I agree that the population of Northerners that live in the South right now, they are at least probably in the millions, right? Now, what percentage of them are bandits or so-called militia?
Okay, if you want me to
no, I'm going somewhere. I'm not asking you, I'm not challenging you. I'm trying to take you somewhere, walk you through where I'm coming from. It's not like I'm not questioning what you said. I'm just trying to walk you through where I'm coming from, so that way you get what I'm saying. Because the reason why I come to talk like this is because I can foresee something coming, and I don't want it to happen. That's why I tend to challenge people to stop doing this thing that we are doing. This putting target on people's back, by calling. But let me just get to where I'm going. So we know there are so many of them in the South right now just doing their business. They have no business with this banditry going on or killing. And I know many of them. I have friends from the North, very decent people, good, nice people that, just don't believe in criminality. So now, this thing that we call Fulani. Now I begin to ask questions. Now, if I will ask people saying this now, like, okay, who's the Fulani king? They don't know. Or let me ask you now, who's the Fulani king? Like the king of the Fulanis?
There are many.
Okay, there are many. Cool. Has there been one of them that came out to say, I'm in control of the Fulani army? There's a Fulani army, or ethnic army. None. As some group that are all Fulani and form a Fulani army came out and say, we, all of us, these militias, we are all Fulanis, and our name is Fulani Army. We are carrying out this Fulani terrorism to be just as Fulanis, and we want to terrorize everybody. We are Fulanis. Has there been one? No. So, am I here saying that there's no militia group out there? There are no terrorist group out there? Of course they are. They are there. They are out there. They are terrorist group, militia group, bandits. We all know Boko Haram, of course. They are there. But to just say the bandit group that's out there or the terrorist group that's out there They are all Fulanis. That's very dangerous, man. That's an entire ethnic group you're putting target on your back right there. And right now, we are just saying it, oh, it's nothing. But this reputation of saying Fulani, or anything that happens, soon as somebody die now, Midwest. If I right now sneak to Yorubaland right now, somewhere in the south, or anywhere in Yorubaland now, God forbid, I will never do anything like that. I just say maybe someone I didn't like, I just buy the person and sneak out. You know what they will come out and say tomorrow morning? They'll say the Fulanis have killed somebody. We no evidence or anything. So it's almost like anything that just happened now, it's just Fulani. And I'm like, and it's getting to the point where I'm interacting with people and they are beginning to have this hatred for the Fulani people. And there's so many, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, we have to stop this rubbish. Call banditry, call criminality, call terrorism, and let's investigate who is who. Let's find the faces, let's dig deep and find out who is doing this. Who, you understand? And go after it. We cannot just be saying Fulani, and anything Fulani. What the heck? Have we met this group? And every one of them, every member of that group is Fulani. I've never even seen a criminal organization in Nigeria beside maybe the one that are doing succession. Hold on. I've never met gang, even cultism we do in Nigeria. You find at least people of two or three or four different ethnic group gang in that group organization. You understand? In that group. So this militia group, of course, there's particularly coming from the northern part of Nigeria or some part. How do we know they are not a mixture of many ethnic groups together? It's just criminals. They came together to be criminals. Why do we have to single out one ethnic group and be saying Fulani? And it's getting to the point where the hatred for Fulani is just growing. And it's a matter of time before we start having pogrom.
Yeah.
So we have to be careful how we are talking now.
Yeah, Mike, I understand. I agree with you.
Why can't we just call it banditry or terrorism or whatever the name it is and discuss how we can solve the problem rather than just shouting Fulani every day? It's not good now.
Mike, wait, look at it from this angle. It is not even we on the platform that label them Fulani banditry. The authority of that country, of our country, described it like that. Even when Buhari was in power. News media, that is what they call them. So there is no way they were able to change it. So I don't know. We have to blame them for that, not we. For example, when we're talking about them, we are not generalizing. If, for example, they were describing them like that when, like, Tinubu was the president, we say because their brother was not there. The media, everything, they were in power. Globally, that was how they were describing them. Because there's no way anybody can separate them. Even the United States, when they want to describe them, because they have a lot of agency on ground. So that's to tell you the gravity of the movement of these people. America even understands.
You see, and I keep hearing people saying America said it. You see, the European, when it comes to Africa, they don't really regard you guys as any people important. So whatever you guys are saying about yourself is what they will say about you. So if Europeans are they are looking at you guys, European journalists. Wait now.
We're not the one who put them into that list.
No, it's Nigeria. Fulani people.
Yeah, the America put them into some list. I don't even know whether it's third or fourth. As
no. The idea that there's a militia, like a group of people, gang.
Yeah, we cannot say
they are all Fulani. A gang.
We are not saying. Even get my own point clear. I always say it here. There are so many innocent Fulani women who have fought victim in the hand of these people. There are innocent Fulani. These Kpakpai people among the Fulani, among these, we call them B details. I don't want to mention those things, bandits or those kinds of. A lot of all Northern citizens, being whether you belong to one region, doesn't save anybody there when they want to operate. A lot of people are being a victim of these people. They don't even.
And so you agree with me that we should just call it banditry and terrorism and whatever, and just. And dig it out and investigate and dig them out and find out, and just go after them.
See the problem, like what I've just said before. You can't go and put everything in Abuja and you want Nigeria to progress and solve problem. What stopped the state governor not to be having data of the people that live in the state? Whether that person is from indigenous place or immigrate from northern part of Nigeria. That's where the security starts from. But a situation where people migrate into another people's space, their presence is unknown to the authority there, whether the traditional, whether the government, there is no way to document them. That is the real cause of this problem. Why we need power, either to the state or to the region.
But is that not what we should be discussing? Instead of saying let's go and flush out Fulani people. Let's go and kill. Let's go and chase Fulani people away. That's not good.
I did not. Wait.
Now I'm not saying you. I'm just saying like the way people talk. Like someone like Olana could be saying, "Oh, the Fulani." I'm like, dude, is that a solution?
Ola never talked like that. Ola only said, when Igboho rise, at that moment, what he did, we can call him an hero. Not that we agree with all his statements. It doesn't mean that I just agree with all his statements. There are some certain things we tell you, no, just the way you are here. This one, work. We not support this one. Even all the traditional leaders, where they stand with them, there are things where go to call and say, my son, that's not what we want. Because this country we are into, a lot of wahala is coming over this free movement. You live in America today. If you live wherever state you are, you go to another state for employment in America, it will still show. If your old address is still in your old place, you will still go to show, either in the Ministry of Labor, Mike is not working here. Partially, your presence will be know that as far as you are there, though your address is somewhere else, but this is where you work. Good or bad. If you move that your address now to another state, you are free to move. But the government must know your movement. A situation where somebody just park into our country, it will get to a place as the population of people who is migrating from undocumented from north to the south, as when it grows to some certain problem, population, that is where the real problem will start. Go and mark my word. Because they are not properly documented. If the certain person wants to go north, I want to leave it, I want to go stay for Kano, or Kano authority should be having the power to document my presence in their place. But everything belongs to FENDRA. Need that they are giving. The need is fake. Whether they have database for it. If you question the rationality behind it, you will know that there's something fundamental that is wrong. Now we were not identified as a citizen for many years legally with any name or with any number, with any identification. Who do you think that's supposed to identify us as a Nigerian? Is it not the local government? The federal jacket. Somebody even told me, I don't want to, outside Nigeria as we speak to the neighboring country, population of a neighboring country that is having Nigeria name is close to 70%. They show it on the street. To tell you the way people want to run our country for us, why are they doing this way? We don't know. But the truth of the matter is that we have to call spade a spade. This free movement that is forcing a lot of people from north to south, a time is coming, is going to create a lot of crisis. If these people are not documented, there should be power from the federal to the state to do some important things. We can't just, it's like we don't have a say in our country. Some few people have decided everybody must accept it. And that's why we're in this
Midwest. Shouldn't that be the conversation we should be having?
It should be.
Exactly, but that's not what we are doing. You see, you know what we're supposed to say about Nigerians, right? They will know what the issue is, rather than talking to the core of the issue. Like, okay, we are having migration. How can we control this? That's what the conversation should be. But they will make it about something very foolish and just myopic and just like has nothing to do with solving anything, but except creating more problems. How about we say, okay, so I'm getting myself back. Who's that? Someone need to mute. So how about we say, okay, what we are seeing here, we're seeing mass migration from the north coming down to the south, and that's a problem. We don't know who are criminals among these people migrating. We have to control it. And how can we do this? Let's discuss how we can carry out plans, and that should be the conversation. But because we see we don't like it, and we begin to create some kind of propaganda, thinking that propaganda will create something that will stop it. And you wonder, okay, is this, when I ask people, okay, I know where they are coming from. People are not happy that I'm seeing this bunch of Northerners. Because even me myself, because I go to Yorubaland a lot every year. It's like more. One time I was in, I think sometime last year, I was in one of those. I think was I in Kwara or somewhere. That's why a truck, bunch of women and nothing are just migrating from the north in the back of a truck, and they all jump down, women carrying children. I begin to ask them. They say, where they move from the north, they just migrated here. No money, nothing. I'm like, just migrate down here like that. I mean, come on, man, what's going on? So there's no control in these people migrating. Of course, people are looking for opportunities. There's more opportunities in the south now because the economy is growing more in the south. But we should be having conversation on how can we control this. Those are really constructive, way to go about things. But we'll just sit down, just trying to do propaganda to paint some group of people as this and that, just talking rubbish. And I'm like, dude, come on, man.
Mike, I agree with you. You see, when people start pushing propaganda and the propaganda now becoming the reality, like all this Fulani. And some people, they are not Yorubas and they are calling Sunday Igboho hero of Yorubaland. That thing really make me go crazy. You see, they think everybody will think the way they think. Sunday Igboho is a criminal and they leave him around now. And still yet, he hasn't even stopped. He just want to bring, you see, all of them, if you watch me very well, and I'll tell you this thing, all these people that are supporting Sunday Igboho, and even Sunday Igboho himself, they never wanted Tinubu to be president of Nigeria. You understand? And they think all Yorubas will be the same, that will not be thinking. We know. And now we have been very careful because there's no narrative they will push to people like me to tell me Sunday Igboho is a hero. Because I know Sunday Igboho motive from beginning. He said it himself that he's going to shoot Tinubu from the back. And before, all these people, they've been fighting, pushing propaganda, doing this, that, because of Fulani. And when I went to Nigeria, I move everywhere. I say, where are the Fulani? This taking our land, taking our land. How many? You understand? It baffles me a lot. But I pray to Almighty God that Eledumare should just make sure that before everything goes like this, even Sunday Igboho himself, the Ashiri must open to the whole world, and everybody will see him, and they will know the kind of person he is. And so people like me will now be justified for saying, I know this man is a criminal. It's not an hero at all.
Okay, my brother. See, for me, I also make one suggestion. I'm not from Southwest. I agree with you, but I will tell you, most of people that support him, that surrounded him, a lot is also from Southwest, and those who are also not in support of him, a lot are also from Southwest. And outside Southwest, it's not everybody that will recognize him as an hero as well. There are also those who will also not support him. And that is just part of life, because everybody can never be on the same side, no matter how good that something may be or how bad it may be. That's just the good part of life. Why am I, trying to say my own part is that, though I'm not from there, but at that very moment, when I saw my country, what was going on, even then, there was nothing like Tinubu campaign when Igboho rise up. Although the signal that Tinubu will definitely come out is there, but there was no campaign about Tinubu's election then. So when those incidents happen, it's not about.
Yeah, but can you remember that Sunday Igboho himself, he said when Tinubu come out to start campaigning, he's going to shoot Tinubu from the back.
See, wait. When he said that word, he believed this is the time we must find solution. And as I said before, people, he never said he's the leader. And again, whatever people make, let me just go to one point I want to call it. Somebody can be a criminal today. It can be an evil today. It can be the worst today. Tomorrow, that person may be useful for another thing. That is even why in so many places in the world, people who buy somebody will never be quiet. They will put him behind bar.
Please bring it back.
It's
I
a
want
part
to
of the
do
whole
mine.
thing. They will still send the person to school. He will study inside that place because of tomorrow. So whatever his attitude may be, whatever he might have done wrong, he might have been a good person. But I'm speaking to the moment when he said, we cannot be sleeping like this. This cannot be happening in our land. And that is a fact. And those things he spoke about are still happening today. The beginning of this year, I think we have lost 3 Obas in that region.
So
can't we really be? I don't know whether it's because of those same people or indigenous people that did it, but all
So,
still boiled down to
my
what?
only issue is why couldn't he have just say, let's go after criminality and banditry that's happening. Let's go and face them. What was he targeting? Just
The problem that time that every Nigerian
where did he conclude that
see where the
everybody in that
see where the problem lies. Tinubu is in charge today because of the reality of Nigeria. He have to bring people who are close to him, either by tribe or he knows them. He has worked with them closer to his administration. Like Kaduso today, key areas he want to succeed. He trusts them. Like some area of who will protect him. Now, take for example, people of extraction of that place spread to neighboring region, and there is a crisis between
how
them.
is this people spreading to neighboring region thing? Like people
wait now. Everybody know that there was clashes between, these hiders and farmers. It was, let's call spade a spade. This problem has been there even before the Buhari said, and it's still there even Tinubu time. It happened this December. We can't deny it. So we saw what happened in Plateau State, and it's still happening, even where they have the same, where they have numbers of the same set of people as the tribal people, was recorded across the country. We understand it's already a criminality, but then the way the president was treating it, that's why I used Tinubu as an example, and people that surrounded him, it was so confusing to everybody. That is why he pinned them. So that is the area I speak to, because the way they were treating it led to that crisis, the typical insecurity that we are into today, which is making the country to bleed. Everybody
one thing about me, I believe a man can do whatever he wants to do, as long as whatever you are saying you do it, and you back it up. Hey, kudos to you. I'll give you my respect. But one thing I can't respect is a man will say something, and then you push other people, and then when it's time for you to face what you talked about, you run away. I can't respect that. You understand? This is not the first time it's happened in Nigeria where a person will pump his ethnic group, pump them, tell them that he's ready to lead them to war, trying to preach to them that we need to go to war against some people. Let's go to war and make them think we are ready and you're ready to lead them. And then when that war starts, the people you are leading, you abandon them and run away for them to die.
Well,
and then hold on. Hold on now. Wait. This is not the first time. And then you run away, abandon them to die. And then from the exile, you are now pleading to come back to come and be cool with the same government. A challenge. This is not the first time that happened. Though.
Yeah, it's true.
He came back now. Now you are cool with the government that you call, that you went against. And thankfully, we didn't lose too many people. The people that were following you, hanging with you, some of them died in the hands of the same government. So now you are coming back to partner with the government. This is not the first time it's happening in Nigeria now.
Mike, see,
I don't respect that. If I'm gonna tell you guys, let's go to war, let's go and fight, let's go and do this, and I know it's gonna involve being killed, I'm not gonna abandon you and run and leave you to die. Now, when I'm the one that convinced you to come with me, and then after you die, and I'll run away, and then later come back to reconcile with the people that buy you. Come on now.
Yeah. See,
I don't respect that. That's where I fell off,
Wait, see where the problem is. Indeed, that one occasionally it happen. Igboho never rise to say, now I'm confronting Nigeria army.
I don't, maybe because you don't understand Yoruba language. Most of the things we spoke was in Yoruba language. So those of us that understand Yoruba will tell you that Igboho literally was telling us, I'm a jagun. Oguni Aguro jagun. You know what that means? We must fight war. We Yorubas, let's fight war. We are ready. We're telling us we should all go and start getting our champ ready.
Problem,
he's ready. That's what he was telling us, man. Maybe you don't know that because you don't understand our language. That's why he was popping up, even to the point where I thought, even means I'm like, this guy must have a, because me, I know about charm a lot. I'm like, this guy must have a charm that I don't know about. Though. Hey, to the point we say, man, if 1,000 Nigerian soldiers come to his house, say, man, if one of them, how many of them say if 10 of them escape, say, man, they use some kind of something we don't know about. The amount we make, we be say, man, it was almost convincing a bunch of people that this guy has a jazz to wipe out the Nigerian army. I'm telling you, man. He literally was to the point. He said many Yoruba were like, this guy is about to lead. He's about to help us conquer. The things he was saying, like he was trying to convince us. He has the jazz, the juju. We say, man, I never even hear about before in my life. Me said he want to say, hey, juju. Like I'm like, I mean, I know about juju now. Which special juju this guy get? I don't know. Like this, we say, man, ordinary youth, you just take on the whole nation like that. If you still let my guy they talk. He was convincing a bunch of us, like literally go with him and let's go and start war and just go to war. And at the end, what did he do, man? He just abandoned Yorubaland, man. Imagine say he kind of had that situation where he was able to import arms and form a rebel group, like Ojukwu was able to do that time, and just start a civil war. And then millions of Yorubas kind of like lose their lives, women, children. We just like, kind of end up expressing that Biafra situation where millions of people just lose their lives. So that's the same way we would have run away and abandoned those people.
Yeah, Mike.
That's the same. When you don't get close to you, you not jack. You will jack back.
Mike,
and then wait, and then later on, wait now, and then later on, you now be begging the Nigerian government that wants to come back to your fatherland. How would you go do the same thing now? So it's not new. So that's what I saw. That I'm like, okay, this guy should just sit down somewhere. Just stop talking.
Mike, if you believe in Igbo having something to stand against Nigeria government, that with the way the Southwest is structured, I don't think you have to believe that, because everybody understand that Igboho doesn't have anything to stand against the Nigeria government. Now, for example,
if you say you understand Yoruba, this guy mouth sweet.
No,
hey,
that is
if you know Igboho mouth sweet,
you don't have to follow that. Let me quickly land this point. The Yoruba land have a very structured, highly civilized, from ancient time to modern time. So when one person is speaking of such a high level of something that I don't know what to call it, a special heavy momentum to be able to move to go and do such a thing, then you have to you can't do anything outside of there. It's not going to work. What's your dad man and other kings there? Everybody understand this. That's why I told you that kind of thing will never happen. Now, even the Tinubu that he said he will do this from his back. If you want to fear somebody from Southwest, I keep telling you, is this Tinubu or someone like him? That will now say enough is enough, and you will know that enough is enough means something. Because these are men that cut across the border. You don't know, the man is strong. I never campaign for him. I'm not a supporter, you know. But when you come to someone that you have to fear, are people of this
place. Let me ask you this question. Well,
I'm just telling
before you continue. Before you continue, let me ask you this question.
Not just all these noise maker.
But let me ask you this question. This question. So the boys that when we go, they have lost their life now. So what about them?
May their soul rest in perfect peace.
Oh, okay, exactly. Okay. Their life doesn't matter.
Say that
that's where we are in Nigeria. You know?
Wait now. I never land my point. Mike, I don't like when you ask such a sensitive question. You don't allow person to land. It's not a good thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Now,
Sorry.
I pray for their soul. Yeah, I pray for their soul. Now, those guys, at a moment in life, we need to be careful when someone is drawing a line. What exactly does it really mean? But however, you should also look at people who went to church that never returned. I think they were close to 70. Because that was when that thing happened. That was when this guy rise up. I think within that space. You should also consider it. Just look at that innocent woman that went to farm and she never returned back. I'm not saying, indeed, those people did, but they never did, they are not the one that did everything. We still have our own eternal people who are very, very bad. You understand me? Issues of the land, or even your own community or within the family. But these guys did a lot. So you should also relate to it. Now, these people you point to, they have done their own, they have gone. We should be worried, we that are alive today, because the measures to prevent the one that is worse than that, the government are not doing it. Just as I mentioned.
So what we should be doing is just shouting Fulani every day. I mean, propaganda.
No, let us come out that one. No, I know why you are very upset, because there are some people who have been preaching this Fulani in a very negative way. It's like from the genesis of this country to date, they've never seen anything good about them. Many people are not happy. Even me, I'm not happy when they try to describe all those kind of things. You understand me? Even labeling these guys as Fulani, I hate it. I don't know why the government did not just be specific then. It's not we that give them that name. The federal government address that issue like that, and not today, they are still addressing it like that, and nobody want to talk about it, which is very bad, as you said, because the way hatred is growing, and the more of those people coming to serve and coming undocumented, Mike, we should prepare for something that is worse than that. It's just a matter of time. And most of these people coming are not our country people. They are not. I'm just telling you.
So what else will be preparing? Is it by talking propaganda every day, or because that's the only thing Nigerians seem to be doing? We just come together on platform and just talk propaganda.
The solution to it, the solution to it, to my own point of view, is for we to see beyond now and look at future and say, no, we don't forbid people, but there should be documentation. What are you doing here? When did you start to be living here? Even though that's Suya, they said it should be documented. We should move beyond this. Everything is just open. Okay, by the way, when federal government release allocation for healthcare, where those people left to where they are today, are they bringing extra money to take care for healthcare of the people that live there? The answer is no. Place like Lagos, the stress of healthcare to Lagos state government, of people who just pack to that place that contribute nothing, is enough to break that healthcare. Like across many states, that so many that open, in that really welcome, it's so open for people to come in across that country. Where they are coming from, the money to take care for their health is being released to that place. It's with their governor. So the money remains so big because they don't employ much doctor. They building fancy hospital. While the rest people are pumping their money, buy medicine, employing people, strangers that you don't even have their record. All these things are not proper. And these are some of the things. Now, as these people are migrating, the worst part is that, so okay, someone come to Edo land, he come to Yorubaland, and maybe the culture of the person and the indigenous people have some slight difference, and they may likely have some little similarity as well. But as they are coming, they just establish that their culture. Your own, sometimes they even see it as rubbish. And as their population is growing, crisis will start. So we need to prepare for many things. All this one we can justify. We can say whatever we want to say. We are not talking about even Tinubu administration.
I agree with you now. It's not even just even the northerners. Even we that are indigenous of Lagos. I mean, we have been we're the first receiving end of this issue of others might overpopulating your space. We can't even. Some people will tell us that if our land is no man's land, and then if we tell them, my brother, I've been here for centuries, so you just came. We are religions.
Okay.
You know somebody. was telling me if I dare telling me Lagos that Lagos is no man's land, say Lagos is not no man's land, say he will slap me. Can you imagine?
Because
so we're all dealing with that problem. It's not new.
Okay.
So
okay, now in Lagos, for example, we have Oba of Lagos, we have Oda King. There are
some people are even insulting the Oba of Lagos from non-indigenous.
Yes, and when you
so
see
we have
those
already
things,
got to that point, you know.
They are even my Benin has already gone, and when you trace, they are the non-indigenous. All their parents came, and they welcomed them in. They've been there. Nobody disturbed them, but they are the one trying to generate problem. I understand that space, and that is why I'm so worried about what is going on in Nigeria, because what you don't have in like Benin Yoruba is one of the most, I can say, the victim most especially of all those things that we are talking about. So liberal, open everything, and you allow people to stay with you. Before you know it, they want to tell you you are nobody in your land, and when you talk, they engage in propaganda. It happens. I'm saying it. People should be. The governor themselves. They should start documenting people. It's not like I just have name. No. Okay, you have a name. Where are you coming from? Or your state? I'm not in Benin. I'm a trader. Good. It should be documented. I don't know whether you get what I'm saying now. I'm a Benin person. Where am I now? I'm not in Ekiti state. Ekiti government should document me. I have a
those are the conversations me I want to have Midwest. Like that kind of conversations where me I want to have when I come on platform. Like, okay, guys, what's the step to solving this issue we are discussing? But Nigeria will not go there. They just be talking about things that has nothing to do with solution. Some things like tribal division, things that just doesn't add to anything. Like I just frustrate me. I'm like, why are Nigerians always doing this? You guys say we have a problem at hand. Why can't we just look at the problem, focus on the problem, and actually address the roots of it? Like we're having banditry, we're having mass migration. Why don't we just focus on banditry and focus on mass migration and say what are the ways to curb this thing? What are the ways to solve banditry? What has been an historical way to solve it? Has it been done somewhere else? But what they will tell you is, Fulani, that's it. And they'll be like, okay, who's that Fulani? When you ask them who's that Fulani, they will say you are talking,
see where the problem lies. Also, this propaganda is also a big problem. But if any state want to do it now, if it's not careful with propaganda, they will destroy that state. That is preventing Nigeria not to come to its place. Before you know it, they create problem. And people that is going to do it are the one that have the vision that those their people coming to that space will definitely stand their ground as time goes on. So we have different. I tell you, this country we love, we want it to work. That does not mean, as we are here today, our ancestors, there are so many battles they have fought. That's why you can identify, I'm a Yoruba person, or I'm from Oyo, I'm from Ekiti. If not, that name would have been there. I'm from Benin. No. To prevent some certain things that lie ahead, the hour has come. State governor must know those that live in their state. All those buildings should be registered. It's not for you to be telling the owner of the house, know who you are renting your house to. How will I know the person? Tell me the office I will go. Mr. Hey, we so need want to come and stay in my house. Oga police, who is he? There's no such place. And most of these things they talk about, I saw it when they were addressing people that before you give house to anybody, make sure you know the police standing there. I just laugh. Here, if I want to know something about a person, or maybe I want to employ a person, there is a procedure. Like in Sweden here, there are some certain job you want to do. Once you just read there, you sign some paper that they are free to contact police about you. They just contact. They will even post the letter to you yourself. But by law, you are not to open it. You give it to the company, and the company will confirm it with the police, whether you have any bad record before. It's a very simple something because things are well documented. If someone is like I live here now in the south. I want to go to north. My purpose of going to north is to go and work. My address is still in the south. There is some tasks that have to come to stars at my local government because they are responsible for tomorrow for some unemployment wahala if it happens. They are responsible. Some benefit. It is the local government. So there are tasks wherever I go in this country to work that I have to ask as far as my address is there. But however, that company that gave me the job is documented. They have address. So if something happened, they will know at the time I left my place and I was working in the north and so this period. It also helped the police to investigate something. Not just like one day they just show one place in Benin, see trailer land. People just they come out. They don't even know where they are going. Hebrew boys. I was so worried. They don't speak our language. They don't look like us. They don't reason like us. They are not from Southwest. When I say Yoruba person, oh, the way thing go do sometimes, we don't already know. Waiting this man because it's close to us. These are people that you know that you and them are not the same. So I don't know. We need to look for proper way to govern our country. That's why I said all these things that they are doing today. Somebody that is saying Tinubu is the cause of what Nigerians are suffering. They are talking from ignorance. Or maybe they just want to be remain opposition, must remain opposition. But everybody understand that these guys are cracking their brain to solve problem, trying their best to do things and achieve results that will be positive for the country. Here come a terrible situation, a terrible mess that they have to face. But if peradventure, after all this stress, they achieve anything, one person will pick the power tomorrow and be moving things anyhow, without even considering the effect, whether it's going to be negative. Sometimes 30 years will be stronger to get out of it, no way. Just a decision of 1 minute and activities of 3 months or 2 months. So this is my worry.
What peace? You know now, Buhari has come and gone. Tinubu is the president now. Why can't we people just stop this Fulani issue and let you see the people that is pushing this Fulani, we know them. Just let's go to governance. No anything like Fulani or Igbo, Hausa. Leave everybody. There are a lot of criminals in Yorubaland himself. There are a lot of criminals among us. We know that. When we catch them, we know this is criminal. And you can face the law. But you see, when we still continue this Fulani narrative, we are not going nowhere. No matter what Tinubu is doing, and we continue, Fulani is coming, Fulani is coming, Fulani is taking our land. What land are they taking from you? That's really pissing
we can't
off.
say that now. Tinubu have to deal with it. That's why it's the problem, president.
Yeah,
insecurity
but
now.
Because we know, but because now we are pushing propaganda. You understand what I'm saying? This thing is not. It's not really the issue. The issue is the country is not good for now. There's a lot of things that the president needs to do now to make the country work. But we start this Fulani again. Buhari is no more the president. Buhari has gone. So that now Fulani don't have power anymore. So why are we now pushing the narrative again, going back to Fulani again, Fulani.
See the problem, See where the problem lies, my brother. Nigeria army today have confirmed that it's like at a point, it's like let's call spade a spade. It's like we're at war. They said it recently. And when you look at the set of people that they are battling, beside the southeast, the core northwest, northeast, these are bandits that are related to that name you say we will not use army. Army can confirm, police can confirm. I'm telling the truth. Then in the southeast, we know those that they are also dealing with there. It's only the south and southwest that their dealings they are there, but it's a little bit the stress is not too much for them. We have to be sincere. So everybody understand that the past administration make these people, their exposure is not too, I don't know how to put it, like it's not like ours that are here today, those people. So when they feel that their brothers have done something, people are protecting them, they know. Sometimes when they carry person, they will go there, we want to go and talk with them. You see somebody tell you, I want to go and talk to these people. It's their client because their brother was in power. But the truth of the matter is that most of the victims were also of their own people. That's just the truth. And now, most of this northeast, northwest, the farming has reduced. What is it called? The middle belt, it has reduced. And so many areas. So now it's having a profound effect upon the economy. But we are not here to debate. I don't see these people as my enemy, as a bad people that we must back, we must chase away, we must do this. No, I don't think anybody is in this platform that is advocating for that. Just because I say Igboho is a hero does not mean when he said remove all these kind of people, chase them away, I'm clapping for him. No. Nobody, like Ajale Koko, will not clap for that, even when he call him Igboho, call him an. We are talking about that era, what really happened. You understand me? So what we were suffering then. So I'm also in that lane. We are not here to say, hey, chase these people, but let power come down by constitution for state to be state. Because state is not state. They just gave us governor, protect him, and make him an emperor, whereas he's not really in charge of that state. So I gave him money, and at the end, because everyone eyes is attracted to money, the government will start manipulating, jumping up and down, doing something special. But when it comes to accountability, there's no space for we to say it. You can't persecute them. You can't ask them once they are in power. And once they are leaving that office, some of them will become a senator. Like one guy said here again, another 8 years, another immunity. Before you know, 16 years later, the whole case is down.
Okay, Prince Daddy, are you there? That's not there. I don't think. Jude, are you there?
Oh yes.
You got something to
Yes,
say?
Mike.
Hold on, before you go,
Yeah,
let me just
yes.
say something real quick before I forget. You see, Midwest and you guys, one of the reasons why I'm like, we got to be careful, especially in Southwest, is the fact that the Southern guy is the president now. If anywhere in the South they begin to attack Northerners or buy Northerners, like some people were doing during Buhari's regime, the Northerners will retaliate by attacking people, not Southerners in the North. That's what they will do. Don't think they're gonna react the same way they did during Buhari's time, because during Buhari's time, there were times where some of their politicians was assassinated in the South, in Southeast. I don't know if you remember. Where some time where their communities were attacked. Sometimes when Southwest, even in Southeast, they didn't.
Mike, your network got a
So can you guys say, so they saw that they're not brother is in power, so they put it in his hand to take care of it for them. But this time, the fact that a certain person is in power, they're not going to put it in the hands of the president to give them justice if they start attacking their people. Because if Yoruba people start killing, as well as start buying Northerners in the Southwest, they will retaliate in the North. Trust me. And you know how they do their own thing. And that's what's going to happen. So that's why I'm like, we need to chill out. If you have let's say you have any problem, tell your brother that's in power to take care of the problem. What is your own to start pushing?
People are going to talk to Igboho. Mike, don't be worried. Southwest, as I said, have structure or to tackle many things more than any other region, even their own people. Thank God for Amoteku, thank God for Nigeria, but thank God for Nigeria. So even if that thing want to happen, there is chances for them to handle it. You will be talking about other region where People don't regard anybody. They can just wake up and they'll be doing it. That one has been there and it's going to remain. There are some regions like that in Nigeria. So that sad you talk. Sad people cannot just wake up now. And if you look at those bad guys that have been doing that thing, significantly they have reduced their action. They understand that their power, their brother is no longer there. Frankly speaking. So because they are the real troublemaker. A Yoruba people cannot just rise up and say, now it is time, let's go and attack these people. It's not in their culture. It's when something is happening in their place, they become provoked.
I get you. Anything can happen, sir. But let's Jude wanted to come in. Let him come in real quick.
Oh yes, Mike, thanks for giving me the panel. I want to start by saying, look, it seems like you cannot, if you are living in the same country with a group of people, there is freedom of movement from anyone from north, west, east, and south. You cannot stop people from moving, even if they come in a truck. You don't have that right and regulations to stop people from moving into that community. Once you don't have your own country to regulate people, you don't have that power to. I mean, people have the right live from the same country to live wherever they want to live. And if they are causing problems, it's not on you, it's the government to federate people, to make sure people are secure, to create a safe haven for people. I live in United States. There are certain communities that people look on black people as the criminals in America, right? But black people today have the right to go in the suburb and live with white people. The white people are not gonna say, "Oh, you are not from here. You don't have the right to be here." It makes no sense. They are Americans, so they have the right to stay wherever you claim they are. If Yoruba was a country, then you can say these people are not part of us. They should leave our own country or have the right to get IDs to come into our countries. Um, Now, I also want to make another point. Being from Cameroon, right, we have Fulanis that are coming in numbers in Cameroon. They are coming from Nigeria because Nigeria has one of the biggest Fulanis in that region. And we know that they are coming from Nigeria. But there are certain rules and regulations that they go through. And that's why you don't see a Fulani person walking around or pie or killing people around. They don't do that because the government have put certain things in place. So it's the government to come in and say, okay, let's create security, put more security in this location, put more federal police to take care of these security issues. Another thing that I wanted to talk on is the reason why you have rural urban migration. That should be the reason. Ask yourself, why are people coming in from the north all the way to the south or to the southwest? Is because the government in place, the federal government, have not diversified Nigerian economy. Most of the biggest companies are based in Lagos. Most of the companies are based in the southwest. It forced people from the rural areas to leave their cities. Let me finish. You're gonna talk. When you were talking, nobody interrupt you. You force people to leave rural places into where it is developed. Even in America, you have that. People move to places that are developed in search of jobs. And when they move to these places, there's high crime wave because the population increases. There's high crime wave. The food in that community cannot sustain everyone. There's a lot of things that happens. So what the government has to do is to create a safe haven in Nigeria, in all places. So when Lagos is in safe zone, that's a big issue that you will have. You will have people coming in. So it is better for people to be preaching about a safe zone for everyone in Nigeria. Create more security, take jobs, create more companies in location like in Borno, in Cross River, in Sokoto, all these places. Once you start doing this, diversifying the economy, people will not be forced to come to Lagos alone. They will instead stay there and get jobs and work. And that's how you make things good for everybody. But now, if you are so selfish and egocentric, myopic in such a way where you say, oh, it's only my state. Your state can be developing. But once you live in a country where other states are not going on the same pace like your own state, and then people are forced to run away to your own state for various reasons. And it also increased criminal things like that. So I'm not going to stay much on that point, but also, man, I see a lot of divisive things about, oh, Igboho is not a criminal. Oh, look, an individual does not have any right to take responsibility on killing people or taking the responsibility of saying this person is a bad person, we have the right to take him out. No, it's not the responsibility of an individual. That's where the law comes in. If the law doesn't work, and then that is a bigger issue. That's a big problem. Igboho can be placed on the same pedestal like Nnamdi Kanu because they are all doing the same thing. They are all committing the same atrocities. You might back him up and say he did good for his community, but in Nigeria as a country, this guy is not a good person. He should be put on the same pedestal like what Namdi did to the East people. So these people, I will consider them as criminal. And I'm gonna stop right there and let other people go through. Thanks, Mike.
Okay, but I wanted to quickly put this before you. Two things I want to put. Why people are migrating from the north to south is insecurity. Northern part of Nigeria is a place that has been loaded with severe and heavy economy, robust economy. Sorry, let me use that word. In terms of farming, productivity, it may not be really be where they are very, very satisfied with their way of life for so many years. So the insecurity is responsible. And as they are pushing to south, we're supposed to, just the way it is, I don't know of United States, in Europe here, wherever you move to, you want to go and live, it should be documented. So nobody will tell you not to move. If I move from my state to another state, and I'm going to stay there, there is a law that said I should move my address there. Once I move my address, whether in some country you do it from the local government, in some country you go to tax office, that's where they have their national population. You just register your address there. Automatically, maybe in a few hours, it will appear that you're already there. And the community where you live will start sending you all kind of letter. You are welcome, what you will enjoy in their place, and everything. That will also make the police to understand that a person like you is present there. We don't have it in our place. And that's what I'm recommending. So that is what the documentation I said. Because we don't know exactly who are coming and what they are there to do. So, and again, if I want to get any employment because I live in that country or I want to do business, a business should be legal. I should go to the nearest authority according to the government to register that business. In our country, that one, they put it aside. So automatically, we don't even know the activities of these people. You can see the risk that it poses because it is insecurity that is pushing people from north, not company. There's no big, the population of people in Lagos alone, if they tell you, is more than 3 or 4 countries in Africa. I'm telling you. And how many companies there if you want to do it with that ratio? You will discover that there's no company there. It's just the same economy Nigeria trying to survive on their own. Do whatever they want to do. I don't Lagos have international airport. They still have the seaport. Yet, with the population, nothing is there. If you want to divide what is there with the population. Thank you. This is what I want to put there.
Yeah. Can I interject, please?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I've been listening to you.
You're welcome.
For a long time. What I discovered are so many things. First and foremost, if we say Nigeria is practicing a federal system, I will talk about Nigerian problem first, and then what other people from other parts of Africa, or especially West Africa, they are also causing trouble in Nigeria. First and foremost, the leaders, most leaders, especially in the northern part of Nigeria, they did not discharge their responsibility very well. Because when you don't cater for majority of your people, when you don't send them to school, when you believe that you can marry many wives and have many children without taking responsibility.
And send them to go and beg.
Yes.
For many
and then you
years.
use them, when it's politics, you use them to also foment trouble. And there's also this big rivalry between the Hausa and the Fulani. The Fulani are the minority in the north, but they are the richer one. The Hausas are the majority, but they are the poorer one. So, and they are less educated. The Fulani are well educated. They are the one holding most of the important position on their behalf. But they are smart enough to use religion to becloud them, to shape them. They use religion to wipe them into order in order to achieve their political aim or whatever aim they desire. So they fail woefully in performing their duty. Now, if the southern states are developing, even if you guys want to come to the south, you are not supposed to come to the south to foment trouble. You are free to roam about Nigeria to look for job. When I was growing up, majority of them came to the south. Some of them you can see them in big market. Some of them like they are guard in rich man's house. And they will clothe them, feed them, and give them accommodation. Then, just opposed to like 10 or 15 years ago, that this Boko Haram event started. It's a revolt. Those ones that they have put them in a lower caste in their society, they revolted against them. And as you know, any opportunity, some people will make use of it. The political angle, they make use of them. And then come to this president, Buhari, that has been there for 8 years. I like him, but he failed woefully about security. And I also think it's also been nepotism because he is more like a Fulani. So he protected his own. You know what they are doing is right, is wrong. And of course, because of most West African states populated by, Burkina Faso, Mali, they have majority Hausa people. And they also in an instability era, and also the problem of Libya. So there is harm. They can get harms easily, guns, bullets, and the rest. And some politicians also use them to go and foment trouble. They think if we foment trouble, then in the next 4 years we can use this to say this government is not good. So let's vote for my party. So in all, now that Buhari is no more there, that guy that said the activities are dwindled, that guy is right. You can say by yourself. And when they release, when Igboho came back to Nigeria, what he's doing is not right. Because it's like you are waking up a dead horse. We know truly that they committed some crime, killing our Hobas, but all the crime committed in Yorubaland they are not Hausa. Some of them are Nigeria, Yoruba people too, in conniving with them. So you cannot tell me all kidnappers in the southwest are the Hausa people. Some of them are Yoruba working hand in hand with these people. When there is a crime in your locality, there must be somebody in your locality that have connection with this guy. I cannot just wake up today and go and commit crime in Kano. I don't know the terrain. I don't know nobody there. So when you point accusing fingers to them, look at your back also. So what I see
you know, there was a time I was in one US official that came to Nigeria to kind of find out what the hell is going on. And then later when he came, he said, man, he was surprised that killing was happening over and over and over and over. And he discovered that there was no single investigation carried out by the Nigerian government.
No. What happened that during Buhari, there were so many investigations, but they cannot prosecute these people because
No. I'm not even saying that. This was even way before Buhari said. Like during that, I think it was during that religious crisis, and the middle, it was happening a lot in that middle belt area. The guy said there was sectarian killing over and over and over. And he said he discovered that because he wanted to do the finding, because it's like the US government sending to go to Nigeria and go and do the finding of what is what. Go do is something called fact findings. Fact findings meaning to go get the facts of what is what, and then to check the record of investigation records and things. And the guy discovered that the government haven't done any single investigation from each of those killings. Hold on, wait. The guy was like, I found that the Nigerian government haven't investigated anything. But then he said, they've always present something like to the public, like in terms of how we come on the news, like, there's an attack in this community and that community, and we hear in the news. But then he was like, okay, let me go check the record of investigation. He found out they haven't done any single investigation. And that's exactly why my frustration is like. When Nigerians talk, it's almost like they're not talking from fact finding, like saying, okay, the police have done this investigation, they've done these traces, they've done this, they've get this and that and that, and then we can look and say, okay, what are the facts that they've discovered? But all we do is just speculate and just say, somebody will tell me, how can you say it wasn't a Fulani man that killed that person? This person said it. I'm like, so the evidence that presented to me is if she say, right? If she say.
So, Mike, so in the long run, first and foremost, Nigerian government or Tinubu government should speed up that state police. Give the state some grant and let every state have their own police. When they have their own state police, let's see the criminality that will evolve. And then we can now point accusing finger to our governors. Because most of these governors, they are escaping a lot of things. And they are getting a lot of money every month. What are they using the money for? Like I said,
if you ask me,
yes.
As far as that investigation goes, the people that should be coming to talk to us is the law enforcement, because that's their duty.
But the law enforcement, you should remember, their hands are tied.
What do you mean hands are tied? Is it not the job? Wait. Is it not the job of the police to be investigating problems?
I will tell you why.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. When crime happen in your neighborhood, whose duty is it to come and investigate what happened? Is it the governor or the police?
You are right. It's the police. What I'm trying to say, in the last 8 years, when we have so many insecurity under Buhari, because when you have a CNC that is the box stop at his table, it is what he directed that all of them will do. But he didn't do that. He's trying to protect his own people. Let's say the truth. But
what did he not do? Tell me.
For example, there are so many farmers others clash all over the country, especially in the southern part of Nigeria. He knew what was happening, and when he talked, he was trying to say there were cattle route of almost 32 years ago, and these are things they are used to. But when you look at Nigeria, there were population explosion.
But what was he supposed to do?
What he's supposed to do is to find a way to reach out to his leaders, to reach out to the leaders of the northern part of the country. Find a way. Let me finish. Find a way to talk to them and create a ranch in the northern part. You don't have to force any state to have a ranch. Put it into your own domain, northwest, northeast, and north central. Let them have it and talk to these people. You send their children to school. While they come back, they can tend to the cow in the ranch. Build a new community, a new town for them. Stop this problem. And if he has done that one, at least it will be part of his legacy than forcing it to all over the country. If these certain people, they don't want it because they don't rear cattle, so leave it to them.
Hold on. Now, if he said he should have built this for his people, build ranches and build it. Now, when he start doing that, what happens? Oh, he's building for his people. He's building for Fulanis. He's spending Nigerian money to build
it will now listen. It will now be justified if the certain people are shouting.
Listen, Castle is a private business now. If government start taking public money to be taking care of these private people.
We know it's a private business, but sometimes when you have a national calamity in your hand, you must find a solution. It brought out a solution.
Please. I wanted to put this before Mike. Do you know how much that guy released to state governors just for them to accept the Ruga to go and build the places for his people? The money was there, and they were willing to spend it. So don't
why
say
release money to them?
Do you know how much he promised each state to accept that Ruga something? My state governor signed it into law, 20% of a dollar to be given to this guy because of that money. It was later, it was when they want to pass it in the state house. Sorry, Mr. Remy, please. The state house of assembly with 10 members that we have instead of about 20 something, we're having like 8 or 9, I can't remember, 11. That someone now questioned it and said 20% of those state land is too big. Where are we going to get this land? Why not we even try 5? That's when the old people heard about it. And they rushed out and started campaigning against it. And I will continue to thank Nigeria Watch Media for what they did that time. You understand me?
So Remy, Tinubu this, why did something there?
So Mr. Remy, you can continue, sorry. The money was there. It was willing to...
So as I was saying...
You said he didn't do anything, but media is telling you what he did.
No. As I was saying, that time, he has that plan. But majority of the state, especially the South, they kick against it, which to me is fair to them because they are not traditionally cattle rearers. So if they don't want it, then if I were President Buhari, I would then go ahead and give the money to the northern people, to the northern states.
That's all.
You don't want it. And I will call my people. This is the truth. We are not in 30 years ago. This is 2023. This is 2022. This is the money. Build ranch for them. Create town. That's also a legacy.
Let me see if I maybe I may not understand this thing. Okay, so basically this cattle business, right? They sell the cattle. In the south, we consume this meat, right? So they bring it to the south to sell it, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so now this plan that you're talking about, that they should just stay in the north. So now, if you just box them in the north, so how would they not get the meat to us
when they ranch it
to the market in the south?
When they ranch their cow and raise their cattle there, then they bring the meat down to the south. Even they can sell it at exorbitant prices for you. That would be a price for the people in the south for rejecting the ranches. So you want the meat now, you want to consume it, then you buy it at the price they're offering you, and then you control the market. So sometimes I see, because to me, if I were the president, it's also a way to help my people. You don't want it, my people want it, and I pump money for them. You don't have a say about it anymore.
Okay, so you think they should keep the cow in the north and only bring the meat to the south, like when they keep the live cow in the north and only bring when they slaughter them, cut the meat, and only bring the meat to the south. Is that what you're saying?
There are 3 ways they can do it. They can, you are living in abroad. They can, if they have a ranch, they can kill them, put them into several parts. If you want to buy the rib, more expensive than the thigh, is more expensive than you want to buy the one in the belly meat. So they can do it that way. And when you go, they will bring it down here. They have a kind of hub, or a place where the middlemen will buy it from them. They keep it in their big refrigerator or whatever and then they sell it to everybody. What I'm trying to tell you, or alternatively, they bring them in truckload of trailer, maybe by train or by truck, and at least that's what they have been doing before. They always bring them by big truck, and they will go to the big market in the state capital or big town, and they will sell it. There are some people already.
Okay, so what you're saying, they should kill them in the cows in the north, cut them, and only bring the meat to the south.
I did not say only that. I said 3 ways. They can do it that way. They can bring the live cow and they can kill it out there, because most of the state they have their abattoir.
Okay, let's stick to that one way. That way, you said the different options, but let's go with that one option. That they will keep the live cows in the north. They don't roam them in the south.
Yes, they can do that. They can do that too. They can do that. So I see an opportunity here for the northern state. If I were them, I would just push the president. It's our boy, it's our man. Let's do it for our states. But because most of them, I don't always understand what is wrong with black men. Everything we do is about personal interest. That thing would have solved all this issue. Why should you be roaming cow around in this 12th century we have ourselves? You corner the market. Then you are you monopolize it, and the certain people, they like enjoyment, they like eating meat. At any price you give them.
We consume more meat than anybody else, and then we are going complaining about cow on the street. The thing is, the people have to look for the market, and the market is in the south, so they bring the cow to the south to sell, and then we are complaining. So let's ban.
That is about that others clash. There are some also, unfortunately, there are some part of other West African people that also troop into Nigeria. Because if you have been to West Africa, you see that Nigeria at least is more livable, and there's not a lot of crisis like before. But what happened in Libya and what happened in some of the West African states because of crisis, insecurity, so many things, some of them, they will come down to Nigeria, and they cannot go directly to the job market. They also find themselves into like all these killing people, kidnapping and the rest, and so many stuff like that. Today, as we are talking today, look at the rollout of the CBN against the BDC. Today, they sell dollar to them at 1,300, and they instruct them that they can only put 1% profit on it because they have been controlled. They have controlled them. What they did is just a way to control, so that because most of the people that are doing this business, we all know they are from the north. But now with the new control and regulation, it's very strict. It is only the BDC that have billions of naira that can go into that business now.
But to be fair, we haven't heard much about the farmers and herders clashing.
Because
the
that
past few years now. The only thing, hold on now. Hold on. The only thing we've been hearing is more of kidnapping, but we don't hear about the farmers. And it looks like that problem has kind of been tackled.
It happened on this Christmas Day. 200 or 300 people. That's what happened in Plateau State.
No. I'm talking about the cows going to farms and destroying farms.
It has reduced. Even there's no farm.
Yeah. I noticed that. Like it was something like about 5-6 years ago that
people don't.
But then we haven't been hearing about that. But then what we're hearing about is just kidnapping. So now, whenever kidnapping happen now, we'll say it's the cattle rearers that are kidnapping people.
I don't know.
And
Nobody is saying
I don't know how that really makes sense. I'm sorry to say, because I don't understand how the guy that's pushing cow around is one out kidnapping people. So how does he do it? Does he pack the cows and kidnap somebody and then put the people he kidnap on top of the cow and then they go somewhere? I don't get that.
Mike, don't argue. Don't argue to justify.
Wait, don't say don't argue. Now let's make sense. You know what frustrates me about Nigerians when you're trying to make sense out of something.
Sense for you also.
Hold on. I'm not saying it's what please, Midwest. Calm down. I'm not saying whether it is not or not. I'm just trying to make sense out of it. That's all. And I don't know why Nigerians always just feel so sensitive when someone's trying to make logic out of something. What I'm trying to understand is the guy. Whenever someone's
look at it from this way.
Now, the question I want to ask is, when we say is a guy that's pushing cow, that guy that usually one guy will push about 20-40 cow, directing them, they will following him. And whenever someone is get kidnapped, they will say is that guy that kidnapped somebody. And my question is, if I'm an investigator, I want to ask, how did you do it? If let's say I catch one of them, and the one question I will ask him is, okay, when you went to kidnap those people, where were your cows? Where did you put them? And after you kidnapped the people, how did you carry your cow along with the people you kidnapped? So can somebody explain how they do that?
It might look at the way it happened. Okay, I agree with you. Our indigenous people are involved. One, but this guy.
I didn't say that too. Don't say you agree with me. I didn't say.
No, some of our indigenous people are also involved. But wait, these guys that escort cattle, what they do is this: because they have been following our bushes, they now master the terrain. It is not all the time they parade all these cattle. There is a period of time they can put them in one particular place where those cattle will be grazing. As far as they are not moving them from that place, few people among them can guide it and they will remain there. Now the rest will now move. They understand some hidden place in the bushes. They've prepared it. So they can stop motor on the highway. They can take people in the close community and they just take them to the bush. That is one face of it. There is another one where relatives, brothers, friends can collude with them and point to them, that man, now he get a go. So it's of different dimension. But the whole thing seems to be reducing now. All those things, we have to be sincere. It was because of how Buhari treated it. And I agree with you.
How did he treat it? Remy already explained his own part.
Yes, Remy, the way what he did was that even from his own statement, there was a time when there was crash. He said those people should learn how to live with Fulani. He said it.
How to what?
Most of the
I didn't hear you.
He said those communities should learn how. Well, they should learn to live comfortable with the Fulani. Those community people. He said one
with the Fulanis or with the
there
criminals.
Is another one. There is the Fulani now with the herdsmen. That's what he said. So that one is clear. And there was a time, when they arrest these people, because just that documentation I just said just now, you will see these people, they will free them. Even some police officers were complaining. When they now arrest some people again, they will say, this guy was in our net. But with the whole of evidence, even, what was happening that was not really good. For example, they arrest somebody in Ondo, this group of people. He's still under investigation in Ondo. Someone will call for them in Abuja to transfer those people to Abuja. I'm telling you. They will catch them like in Edo State. There are so many cases like that. To tell you the
So
kind of
the prosecutor, why are the prosecutor not coming on TV to tell us
do
that?
you know?
Okay, these guys are charged them. I'm supposed to
See
prosecute
the
them.
system of Nigeria is this, Mike. There are some cases now. You go and report it in the state CID in Benin, and the state CID is handling it. Abuja will tell you, bring those cases to us, and that file will be transferred.
Okay, let me ask you this. But wait, Midwest, let's try to make sense out of what we are saying. Calm down, man. Just calm down. Calm down. Okay.
Ask any other person here. They will clarify that for you.
Yeah. I'm just trying to make sense of
I think
conversation.
it's right. That is what happened during under Buhari. I don't know.
Okay. Wait. This is what we hear. Is what I hear. I just hear it. But most of the things I hear, I'm just the kind of person that since I was a kid, I've always been like that. I always ask questions. Even teacher always beat me like, why are you always asking questions? Because I always want to uncover things about life, mysteries and things like that. So when I'm hearing things sometimes, there's a part of it that I just find it mysterious. You understand? That's why I always ask questions, but people get frustrated. So the mysterious part of it is we're having kidnappers, headsmen that are kidnapping people in the country. And everybody is putting pressure on the guy and also the people in Abuja, like, oh, solve this problem. And he's spending money on weapons, billions of dollars, and firing army chiefs, firing that, and calling them like, you need to solve this problem. And then police will now arrest the same people, a criminal, a headsman, whatever. And then someone in Abuja will now say, oh, send him to Abuja just to free him. So what now? The question is, what is the people are the people in Abuja benefiting from not allowing a criminal to be prosecuted? What is there in for them?
Their benefit is the
Mike, let me respond.
Yeah, Mr.
First and foremost, Buhari, his major setback is that when he appoints you, he gives you a leeway, a free hand to operate. But he forgot that this is not America. This is not Western world. This is Africa, where a small power to even your brother, even if you give him a small power, he will overuse it. Some of these guys that are committing all this atrocity all over the country, some of them are committing it under the guise that it is our man, the president. The president might not even know nothing. But what about the people that are working in the presidency or federal ministries or also many people like that? So when they commit this crime, they just get in touch with their big man from their state. And because the president does not know about it or does not care to know nothing, of course they will free them. So that is what always turn out.
Okay, so it's not the president, it's the big man from the states.
Yes. Yeah, of course it's not him. If it's him,
so why would you say it was him from the beginning then? So now you're making better sense, honestly.
But who will take that blame, Mike? Answer the question.
No. And that's why I'm trying to make sense out of this. So Buhari doesn't know that.
Mike,
I say
please.
Mike no.
I agree with you to some extent, not completely. Mike, let me clarify.
No, it's not making sense to me now, Remy. Honestly, now it's making a lot of sense now. So basically, and this is why we have to ask questions because.
Okay,
hold on, give me a second. So this is very critical. Remy, now you make a lot of sense to me now because I've always wondered. Now it makes sense that maybe the states that those cattle areas, whoever comes from, maybe their cattle association will know the governor or the elite of that state, and then maybe when they get arrested in another state, they may now call their association, the cattle association of that state, like, hey, you arrest and then that people now call their elite in that state with their governor, and then their governor now will now use the power of being a elite from the north to manipulate Buhari to sign some kind of release something. Maybe that's what you're saying. That make better sense. Even though I won't say I totally agree, but it makes better sense than just saying Buhari is in Abuja. I know they arrest this thing. He's telling them to release them.
Most of these cattle also belong to all these rich men over there. They are not.
Okay. That as well. That makes sense too. That makes sense too.
Yeah, because Mike, what I wanted to add to it is this. It's just like to understand you have to know today. There are key sensitive positions. You know the way we find ourselves in our country that Tinubu will not even like to consider. other people from another region to come and handle it from us, even within his own region, except those who are close to him. They will to him, put them into some key position, and there was no measure to check on them. They were the one that were actually doing this evil. But the thing is that Buhari had the same thing with these people in his mind. He was not ready to say.
Your network, or is it me? Is it Midwest network or is it me? Remy, can you hear me?
They will
Remy?
maybe.
Yeah, I can hear you. It is
Yes, I can hear you too. I can hear
you.
Hear,
is it Midwest network that's bad because I can't hear you?
Yes, it is Midwest network. Maybe it's okay.
Okay.
Are you people hearing me?
But what we are just okay now, you can go ahead. I think you need to go and fix your network.
Is it?
So, Mike, as we are saying, still, no, something is wrong.
Midwest, this thing is bad, man. You have to go back and come in.
Come back in. Go out and come back in. Maybe you'll be fine.
It make a little bit of sense when you say like, huh? You say,
come out, go get space again, no.
I know. Yeah, he's lucky. No, we don't have talkative in there. They are giving. So Remy, he's making some sense because from what we discovered about Buhari was that some people that he appointed, he wasn't really monitoring their performance. Kind of like how Emefiele was just doing whatever he needed to do in his department. So it's possible that maybe some people he appointed to nepotism, maybe those guys just they have investment in the car business or something, and
that is exactly what happened.
And it's not paying attention to what they are doing. So that's possible. That's a better way to present the argument now. But not like people just come here and just tell me.
He himself also practiced that nepotism too. He himself also do the same, practice it. But some of the atrocity of these people, he might not know everything. But in the long run, he didn't handle that security situation very well in Nigeria for the time he was the president for 8 years. And he allowed people too much room, too much freedom. The reason why now they are afraid that Tinubu can fire you anytime, he does not care. And the reason is because he has worked in corporate world. If he give you, look at what he still told the minister when they're having retreats. If you have any problem, there is this woman, Adisa, is the policy coordinator. Go to him, go to her, sorry. That means if this woman report any minister, this particular minister with all the program is not doing the right thing, it will fire him. Even wicked, it will fire him. He does not care. The advantage of Tinubu is because he has been in the private sector, he has also been in the public sector, and he knows the politics terrain very well. So you cannot just go to him as an economist and then be talking rubbish. Buhari does not know. So that is why Emefiele were able to do whatever they want. But somebody that is well learned in economic angle and the politics and everything, you cannot just go to stand in front of him and be talking rubbish. Just see look within 1 month, just see the activity of CBN, see the way they regulate the BDC. And I'm telling you, the dollar is coming down again.
It's coming down?
Yeah, of course it's coming down. Well, it will still come down to even below 1,300. It will come down.
Not now. We know what make it come down now.
Whatever, first they injected over $200 million into their account of commercial, and they are monitoring them. If you monitor them, you regulate them very well. And they also, the cash reserve ratio of the commercial bank have been increased to about 35 or 40%. That means the money they can keep in their till have been reduced.
Do you think prices of things can ever come back down? Because when prices go, they never come back down.
That one will also come down, but it will take a longer time. I will tell you the reason. First time,
the price not will come down now. It must not come down now.
The price of goods or for commodities might not come down gradually like that. But we need to go back to the land, till the land again. Go back and farm. This is not about Hausa people family alone. We Yoruba and the south and southeast.
And we need to start raising cows too.
Go back to your own land to go and farm. You also have land, go and farm. Don't rely on the northern people alone. You guys have to, because sometimes when you criticize them, I laugh at you.
That is discrimination, Mr. Remio.
No. What I'm trying to do, you don't understand me. I said,
you say not like in the northern.
I'm trying to say the people.
They hear you now. They will say that the southwest is being racist too.
No. You don't know. Maybe you don't understand what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say we in the south, we need to go back to the farm again, also by ourselves. We don't need to rely on the north for tomato.
Mr. Trump, are you ready to go back to the farm?
I'm ready.
After living in Paris life. The life of Paris. You want to go back to be a farmer?
When we say go back to the farm,
I'm not praying the dollar should continue to rise.
I can be raising fish, I can be raising pig or whatever. I can raise anything. Why not? So what I'm trying to say is this.
Okay, if you're a Muslim, money. I thought you're a Muslim. You don't have the right to raise pig if you're a Muslim.
How do you know I'm a Muslim? You don't know my religion. I never tell anybody my religion. Maybe I don't believe in
Okay, tell us now.
I don't need to tell you. So
why not?
No, I don't care too much about that. Okay, please don't let us go to that angle.
Okay.
So what I'm trying
religion is money. Hard work is his religion. Hard work.
Yes. So what I'm trying to say to you is very simple. I don't know. I live in Badon for a long time. When I see how many truck of onion, how many truck of red pepper, how many truck of all of this green and everything come from the north to the Bodija market. The Bodija market is the main market. If you see how many trucks come every day, now and then from the north, and because they are not coming like before because of insecurity, that is why they are not coming in big quantity like before. That is why we have a jack up in the price of food item. But immediately they go back to the farm, they control it, they feed the nation. So what I'm trying to say is that there is also a lot of land in the south, uncultivated. So we ourselves, we like to blame them for everything. We ourselves should also go back to the land and start to do our own farming by ourselves. You can't be blaming them for everything. We became so lazy in the south that the only thing we know is to criticize. And most people, they don't criticize objectively. They just criticize along tribal line or criticize along, this is my big man I'm supporting. People, I see so many people, they won't tell the truth.
So now you agree with me then with this criticizing along tribal line we've been doing.
And some people they just like to dance. I know some people in this platform, they dance to the left today and tomorrow they dance to the right. Come on, be objective. Let's see where you stand. If you are a real man, tell us exactly your position. Not today you dance to the left and then another day you dance. There's so many people do like that here. And to me, I just like, they are not being objective with their analysis. They know the truth and they won't say. Actually, I know that in Nigeria, for you to become a president of that country, you have a lot of work for you to do. How can you build that bridge across the Niger, everywhere in Nigeria? It's not an easy task. It's a very difficult task. And tell me anywhere in the world, as a
all we need in Nigeria today is unity, Mr. Remio. Unity.
Yeah, I like it. That's what I'm
Mr. Tran, how can you have that when we come here and we just
I like the unity.
I mean, come on, man. Well, how would a Fulani person want to even like you the way when if Fulani person is watching and see the way every day we just generalize them, stereotype them, and your parents want to unite with you? It's not possible now.
If you go to Yobe, you go to most of the northern states in the northeast, their roads were beautiful. They are looking for people to come and invest. They are also shooting themselves on the foot because when they don't send their children to school, people are afraid to go. It's also a good place to live. Not all the northern part of Nigeria are in big crisis. And see what the governor of Borno State is doing in the war-torn Borno. See what he's doing today. Compare it to our own state that is crisis-free, like Ogun, Osun, Ekiti, and the rest. At least they don't have insecurity there. Compared to, it is better, far way better than.
There is no security in Nigeria, Mr. Remy. All this one, you just the media, bro, just say no nonsense.
You can never, there is some newspaper in Nigeria that is the sensational they carry every day, like Daily Trust. It's all about negative. Today, 20 people, bandits have been killed. I just ask myself when I go to this paper,
why are foreigners trooping into Nigeria? That's what I'm telling people. foreigners are coming in every day, day after.
Mr. Chai, you know what's really funny? You know what's funny? Like when I'm in the US, like I'll be kind of like worried, like this Nigeria. But the moment I get to Nigeria, I start moving around. So I don't feel that same shit I feel about Nigeria when I'm not in Nigeria. Like the way they make you like think it's just so bad, and you know, when you step out like this, everybody's a kidnapper. But then when I go there, I'm like, you know, the thing is this: like if in America, if you turn on the news every day, somebody is shot. Every day. I'm telling you, man. There's no day I turn on the. I stopped watching. I remember one Nigerian pastor said, "I don't watch local news again."
Mike, even in addition to what
I'm talking about in one city. I'm not even talking about the whole country. Just in one
addition city. To what you are saying,
that I don't
most
have the right
American
to
streets are not
safe. Why? They told me that because of my color in America. Then the rest of my hotel.
There's no day I turn on the local news in America. Oh, three people have been shot in Northwest, this and that. That person have been shot in. I'm like, God, Lord. It's always about somebody getting every day. And statistics show that each year about 40,000 Americans get shot for every year. And that number is always every year. Look, it's always between 30,000, 40,000. That number it's always between 35. The mark with 40,000 now it raised to 41. Every year, thousands of Americans get shot.
Mike.
But Nigerians in America will tell you that I'm scared to go back to Nigeria.
Mike, please, can I just add something? You see, I think there is a coordinated approach to all the bad news in Nigeria. Okay, if we talk about this Fulani herdsmen thing, it started from, naturally, when you have the dry season, the grasses are dry in the north. So these people normally would lead their cattle down to the south to feed their cattle. And the truth is, there is a grazing route actually from time immemorial. But along the line, something of 32 years, which they've even abandoned. When these people now come to the south, they find out that, okay, all year round, the south is always like green. So it's better to stay in the south and feed our cattle than be moving up north and down south. And this is how these Fulani issue started, having them settle now. They now settle, they have shanties, they have their own communities in the south. In the forest and everywhere, they are there. So now an issue came up, which is the issue of cattle rustlers. These guys would steal cattle from the Fulani guys, because these Fulani guys, most of them are not the owner of this the cattle. They are not. If for instance, I was listening to somebody say Atiku has more than 5,000 stuff of cattle, you understand? So these people have big men owning all these cattle, so they lead them from the north down to the south for this climate, wherever, just to feed their cattle. Now along the line, when the issue of cattle rustlers came, these people started harming their herdsmen. And when you give arms to people, you understand, when you give hands to people, obviously people will misuse it. So this is what degenerated to all the clashes, Fulani killing people and things like that. And
that makes sense.
We also have the influx of, because the higher you go up north, the drier it becomes, So even people from all the way from Niger lead their cattle down to the south. I lived among these people very well at a time, and they will even tell you this guy is not from Nigeria. The Fulanis themselves will tell you this one is not a Nigerian Fulani, he's a Nigerian Fulani. So along the line, these people, yes, or from Chad. So these people have weapons, and they now started using it. And that was how this old Fulani whatever degenerated. And when they are caught, they easily call the big guy that owns all the cattle. If you meet a Fulani on the road, tell anybody that I said it. A Fulani herdsman leading the cattle on the road, stop him and say, I want to buy a cow. They will tell you they can't sell it. They will tell you they can't sell it because they do not have the authority to sell it.
No. They used to sell it, Mr.
No. Those ones, those ones that are sold, I will now explain to you. Wait, those ones that are sold are in collaboration with our people, because I now know that some of our people too now own this cattle. Now give. Wait, some of our people now own these cattle.
Can I please ask a question?
You,
Can I please ask a question?
Okay, talk, Mr.
Now,
Ali.
okay, you said something about grazing routes. You understand? I want to know where those grazing routes are in the western region. Because why did I ask you?
Mr. Lam.
Why did I ask you? I know of Fashola Farm. I know of Ikuderi Farm. I know we have some kind of farms scattered around the western region that they later become part of Odua Investment Group. We have this type of cattle we imported from Argentina. In Ekiti, we call it Erinla. You know, they are big cow, very big, and you know, like almost times 3 of what they have are these regular nomadic Fulani cattle. So we used to have those, and that's what we used to. But we used to supplement by importation from the north. So, with due respect, sir, I ask you, where are those grazing routes in Ondo State, in Ekiti, in Osun State? Where exactly are they?
And that'll be the route they take to their market now.
Anyways, the reason why the issue of grazing route came up, you know, when they were having this back and forth on this Fulani estimate thing, there was a gazette released that there was this grazing route that they established 32 years ago, which all governors now went against and said, now it's a grazing route, it doesn't mean you own the land. That was what led to the issue of having settlements and having ranches around, that they were trying to even, you know, cajole and bribe some governors to get. I watched one of the interviews of even Buhari himself that said, okay, they referred to the same gazette. So it's a gazette.
30 years ago is 1990. That
32 years ago. Yes, that was that. I think that matter came up 2022.
No, sorry, Olajide, I want to engage you.
Yes.
The thing is this: Buhari is claiming, because to the best of my knowledge, he was not even claiming 30 years ago. He was going back to as far late 50s and early 60s. So, which, if I look at Awolowo plan for Western region, everything, at least some of what we did regional geography, that thing, then maybe that thing never came, at least in my school, it never came up, in my secondary school. And I've never heard anybody about this route in it, because I grew up to know Enila. I grew up to know about our farm settlement around our area.
So is that enigmatic?
This is not enigmatic. This is Ola.
Okay, Ola. Okay.
I don't know of any grazing routes. No entire old those things at least. But I know our forest reserve. I will tell you the one that is between Igboho and Ikerekiti. I can tell you different location of our forest, but of grazing routes, I don't know. But I know of our Ikunderi farm. I can tell you of that. I know of Fashola farm that is not in Ekiti. You understand, that is in Den Oyo State.
Okay.
Where is that grazing route in this? So, because you know why I'm asking you? Because these were the type of narrative I got myself engaged with people. A senior of mine was even telling me that Ruga means rural urban grazing area. That's the Ruga. I called him out on Facebook. I referred to one article that a guy that was doing his thesis, he PhD at University of Ibadan then wrote. I pasted it, I uploaded it on the Facebook there, and this man now quickly powered down whatever rubbish he was talking about on Facebook that time. So the thing is, my brother, I'm not aware of any grazing route, at least in the southwest. So don't let me say the north.
No,
but in the southwest, I'm not aware.
Mr. Ola, you see, the problem is this. It is what is put out there that we know, actually. And I want why I so much know that there might be an arrangement like that, or believe that there might be an arrangement like that in the far past. In the far past, because all the governors went against this thing and said, you're talking of something that has been probably abolished long ago, and you are still referring to it. But I'm not saying it now as an issue that, okay, this is why we must give them the land to stay. I'm only saying that this is how we started. These people come from the north during dry season down to the south. And before long, they start. See, I have my house in Ogun State here. Sometimes these people, you meet them on the road just with their cattle going up and down. It was then that we even discovered
to
that.
do that, Mr. Jide. Mr. Jide, for me, it is illegal. I don't
Yes,
know.
yes,
I
yes.
don't
It
know
is illegal. It is.
If Nigeria is a well, how would I put it?
No, you see, sorry, you see, I think
They told me
there
that
is even this sentiment. There is even this. Sorry, there is even this sentiment that we, the Westerners, we have, and I must say this. The truth is, we have this sentiment, even down to the police. Yeah, they would say something like, "Ah, don't touch them, or they are government children, or if you do this, that." If you want to lay claim to something, that this is your land, you want to take control of it, you must take total responsibility and damn the consequences. But most times you will see people even be the one afraid of them. They gave them this power. Obviously, the truth of the matter is we gave them this power. When Wike as a
Sorry,
governor said he does not want to see anybody.
I disagree with you a little bit. It's because they were being protected from Abuja. But now, why are they not doing like before?
No, wait. When they were protected from Abuja, Akeredolu said they must not register anybody that is not with Miyetti Allah and this must leave his state.
I have
Yes,
one
and
question.
we saw that their activities came down. Wike said, "Gone," and I'm very sure if the governor of my state was Fayose, they would not do
I
that
have one
nonsense.
question. I have one question.
They would not do it. It is the governors that gave them this power. That's the truth.
Okay,
You have
I have
authority
this
over
one.
your land.
I have one question. In Nigeria, we have this culture where when we want to buy a cow or even ram, we buy them live. We like to slaughter them ourselves, especially maybe during some kind of festival or event. When maybe during they want to do one party, they'll say, oh, let's go and buy ram. Like in the Western world now, for example, if you want to do one event party, we want to buy meat in a store that's already been packaged, cut. So we don't witness where they are slaughtering animal here in your backyard or things like that. But in Africa, our culture is we have to buy those animals live, and then we slaughter them in the backyard. We cut them in front of everybody. And those of us that practice tradition, of course, we have to give them to the to the gods and things. So that if that's the way we do things, then it makes sense to understand why those guys have to move cattle around now. Because we have to those cattle we have to buy live, we have to order it from somebody. And who are we ordering them from? We're ordering them from Yoruba people. Is it Calabar people? It's going to be not people that sell cow now. So the demand of what we for live cow is so high in the south that we are not even considering that. Hey, maybe that's the reason why we get cows coming down to the south, because the market, the demand is there.
Mike, when you are growing up in the south or in Lagos, if you want to buy a car or a ram, where do you go?
To where they are selling them live now.
Thank you. So what?
Now how did they get there? Did they disappear from the north and appear in that market?
No, they always bring them down through truck or trailer.
No.
I'm telling you, that is the usual something. I'm not saying that
all the way from the north.
Listen,
yes.
They always do like that. Those ones
okay. Every day.
Listen, it's not those ones. They don't normally sell that one like that. They graze them all around. Not that they will just take them.
No, this is the way it works. The guys, the cattle rearers, they move the cow around to feed them, and then the ones they are ready to sell, your guy will say, okay, that one we don't reach that size. Okay, now take it to that point where they'll pick it up and bring it to the market.
Where are they taking it? Where are they taking it? Where?
The selling point now.
Where is their selling point? Where is their selling point?
The selling point is usually one cow meat market.
Where? In every state capital or what?
Every state, every city have one.
No, you are wrong. You are wrong totally. You are wrong.
Oh, we'll go to the north.
I will tell you the way to do it. The way they do it is that those ones that they are roaming around from north to south to east and west, when they are ready, when they are grown enough, when they grown up very well, then they take them to, most times they always take them back to the north, and then they pull them together. Because not, for example, when you look at those ones they are racing around, the average is between 50 to 100 cows most time. It's not like 500 or 1,000. So those ones that are big enough, because they are not the same size, when they finish racing in the rainy season, they will take them back to the north. And those ones that are big enough, they form together as a community, and they put all their cow in one big truck. And they, okay, this truck is going to Enugu. This one is going to Ibadan. Everybody, just like 4 people or 5 people doing business together. And they already
where is the location where they put them on the truck?
Listen. Then when they take it to Enugu, there is another Mieti Allah that is in that market, Bodija market, or any other market, that Hausa or Fulani that will buy it from them and then now sell to the local people. That's how they do the business. It's not that, except if you're a Yoruba man.
No, is that not what I said?
No, what you are telling is that the cattle riders, maybe they take it to Ibadan, and then maybe the owner just said, okay, oh, this one is big, go and sell it to them in Bodija. That is the way you insinuate.
No. They no, I'm saying, no, this is what I'm saying. They have the areas all over the place, but they have their owners, right? Mm-hmm. So their owners, they have locations in every state where they pick them up, where the truck, like you said, we pick them up to take them to the selling points. So their owners, they have they maybe a means, whether it's cell phone, whatever means of communicating with their owners, whereby when they are rearing them around, they are ones that have got to the size of selling to be sold, right? Mm-hmm. Now, the owners now, when they are ready to maybe they've ordered for them in the selling point. Now their owner will now call them to say, okay, move them to the car, to the truck. Wait, they will have a point where, hold on now. There's got to be a pickup point. Meaning, when I say pickup point, where they pick them up and put them on the truck, and then there's also a selling point. So
I don't know whether you live in Lagos. If you live in Lagos,
well, Lagos is not the only place now. I mean, it's not over.
I just want to give you an example. If you live in Lagos, I don't know whether it is My Chew is that big market for cattle. When you go there, you will see truckload of cattle or cow every now and then. You can never see them, people rearing the cow, taking them all over. Then they just.
But that's what I said. Well, you're not listening.
No, what you are trying to say is that those ones that are fat enough, they will take.
No, not necessarily fat enough. What the one they're ready to sell?
Their cows are never pick them up. Their cows are very slim. A big power. Those cows, the cows I used to see years.
Anyway, why am I even here talking about cow today? Today, gonna say we stay all day talking about cow. Man.
No,
it's because of you and that.
So, Mr. Remy.
Mr. Jide said something.
Yes, sir.
That they come from the north to the south. I used to tell people I studied a lot. I'm still studying. Wherever there is water, and there is green, understand? There's plantation. There is always population there. Wherever there is nothing like the desert in the north, there are less people there. So what I have to ask my question: how come the north has higher population than we in the south? It's impossible. It's impossible. Because of what? I've been asking this question. If they say they should do the censor, they should bring international body to do it. I don't trust the ones in Nigeria. They will just give them a little change. They cannot see anything.
Well, John, let me ask Olajide this one question before I forget. I wanted to ask you earlier. Olajide, do you also believe that all the kidnapping that's going on is those guys that are pushing the car around, they are doing it?
No. See, there are so many
No, you're
factors to
running,
this
no, I
kidnapping.
don't believe.
The truth is this. Like I said the other time, I wanted to say something to Mr. Remy. Mr. Remy, Mike is also right. Oh. There are cattle that don't go back to the north to board trucks down to the market. In Ogun State here, we have a place we call Abulioko. They have their settlement there. If you go there, you can buy cattle. There is a market there, cattle market. It's the ones that these guys rear around and they go back and take it to the market once they are grown enough. We have on Ilaro axis. There are there. In fact, they were all at Abulioko. It was when one Fulani guy stabbed a Yoruba guy with a knife in his face that the Oba or the leader of that place decided to cancel them, and they now went to buy land. They bought the land themselves and settled along Ilaro. So if you come there, you will see those cows. They don't go back to this thing. Some of the people in Lagos come here to buy because it is cheaper than going to Mile 12 or wherever they buy in Lagos. So Mike is also right. They can, from the one they are rearing around this thing, get settlement and start selling. This is what is happening in Nigeria. You understand? So for the kidnapping, yes, obviously we have criminal elements among us. There are kidnappers that are Yorubas. There are kidnappers that are Igbos. There are kidnappers that are.
I'm not a kidnapper.
No. I'm not saying. I'm saying we have among us. Obviously, we cannot say. Yes. Now, I mean, among every tribe, so we cannot stereotype a tribe and make them carry everything. But the truth of the matter is this. Let me point out something. Like all the most of the kidnappings that happen in the north, that you have 300 people, 200 people packed at once. It was this government now that now exposed that most of those things are done by illegal miners. These miners need workforce in their mines. They will not even ask for ransom. These ones don't ask for ransom. They take these people, take them to those mines and force them to work for them without getting paid. This is what is happening. So there are so many, when you talk about kidnapping, there are so many faces to it.
Slavery now. You know that I was doing my study this morning, Mr. Jide, and I understood why there is a legal mining in the north. I was doing my research this morning because of I understood that as long as there is demand, there must always be a supply. Understand? So now in the north, even I heard here on this platform that the Minister of Mineral Resources cannot say a word, that they have bigger men, entitlement, people that are entitled for those resources in Nigeria instead of for everyone. You understand? They are against the sharing of for everybody. So that's why I tell people that in Nigeria for now we are not united. We need the best of us from each region of the nation. Without it, we are wasting our time. I used to say it out too. My slogan is I used to say one Nigeria. I say now one united Nigeria. As long as some people they know themselves, we know
Mr.
them.
Trump. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Finish. Yeah.
Understand? As long as these people don't want to open up to us, and again, this chop by chop mentality, I don't think that the dollar is going to come down. It will continue going up. It will continue going up to 5,000. But I just pity some people that doesn't have handwork in Nigeria. That's it. But the dollar continue going up, and there are people enjoying from it. Sorry to say, top officers. So they are profiting from it. You understand? This is they say another man's meat is another man's poison. So there are people going to benefit from it. So continue. I still tell people one Nigeria, but one united Nigeria. But I believe people. I'm sorry to say that some people will buy for Nigeria to be great. We are passing that step. I believe there's a future for Nigeria that even foreigners will be coming. So that's why I'm going back to Nigeria and positioning myself before it starts. So before the whites, all of them start trooping to Nigeria, I don't take my share. So I don't position myself.
Triumph. But you don't want the dollar to come down now. And now you are talking Nigeria is not good. You are not praying for the dollar to come down. Are you
It will
praying
not
for
come
the dollar
down
to
now.
come down?
It will not come down now. I'm not praying. I'm a man of logic. It will not come down now. But Nigeria will be great. It have to go a certain height, then later it will fall.
The dollar will come down, Triumph.
Not now. Not now. Huh?
I'm telling you that central bank, they sold dollar to BDC at $1,300 yesterday.
I changed yesterday 1,900, Mr. Remio.
So where do you change at the parallel market, right?
I say I change. Finish. You understand?
I understand you.
Remy.
Yeah.
What's the definition of come down? See, we may decide to redecimate to like Ghana. The problem is not even the cost of that dollar. The problem is now that it's more expensive for you to import goods to Nigeria. What are you producing to send out? If this Naira devaluation is happening in China today now, people will be happy. In fact, United States will not be happy. European Union will not be happy because their goods will be too cheap for them to buy. I think what we should concentrate our energy more is this. Mr. Triumph, how can you take a hide and skin processing machine to Nigeria? You buy cattle skin, you reprocess it to make leather for making shoes. And instead of importing shoes from Italy, we start making shoes in Nigeria. Shoes industry. Now, instead of you buying clothes from outside the country, you now just go and establish garments factory in Nigeria because you produce it. It's going to be cheaper for you to export. That's what we should be thinking of.
Ola, I totally agree with you. But I look at something. I was looking at all those Lekki Free Trade Zone, and I saw a lot of company from China. I saw a tractor manufacturing plant. I saw so many of them establishing company in Nigeria. In that, because when they finish, they can now export from Nigeria through the Lekki Free Trade Zone to other West Africa or the rest of the world. These are Chinese and some are Indians. I asked myself, what are Nigerians themselves? What are they doing? I don't know.
They cannot do anything, Mr.
I think we need to force all of this democracy. Stop this. I think we need iron hand sometimes. Because there's so many people with a lot of money. They go and build mansion upon mansion in a place they just spend 5 days in a year. Sometimes I ask myself.
Okay, let me look at this one. Look at it this way. Now, let's even forget about those people building mansion. You understand? Some of us we work in Nigeria before. If I find myself doing the same thing I was doing in Nigeria, I still prefer selling IT equipment, right? Because one of those things I did, supporting IT equipment, selling IT equipment, I did that, right? Because we used to joke sometimes ago that, oh, all these IT equipment are money ritual. We used to joke because you buy this thing from China and sometimes you flip like over 100%, sometimes like 200% because of the type of services they were using those things for. But nobody is investing in agro value chain. Nobody is investing in the real manufacturing. Services is what many of us focus upon. So let's forget about big men now. The question now will be, you, Remy, you, Mr. Trump, you, Ganiyu, and Olajide has gone. The question is this: what exactly can you do in Nigeria? Let's even start from small scale to medium now. Let's forget about all those big men that are taking money away. Do you know why I'm saying that? I want people to be more aware that now that things that are expensive to consume foreign goods,
goods, you can look towards local production. That's exactly what I'm preaching. Nothing more. You understand? You know, while I was saying, no, as a time when Buhari came that time that we started going to the farm, what do you think? Even I didn't know how to farm that time, before that time, right? But we started farming. And I'm talking of the era of Uncle Benz, so that initially, before Buhari came that time, now Uncle Benz, no other type of rice. So the thing is, you local people, if you are not doing international trading, I bet more than 90% of Nigerians, they don't need dollars. They don't need dollars. But that's your banana you are producing is all cake overseas now. Because I speak here, we do import all this catfish. You know, the one they've already dried, the one they've already taught in the processed one. We get them here. We get beans here. We get yam here. We get crayfish here. And those things are coming from Nigeria. So it simply tells you that this is the time for creativity. Because anyhow, whether you use petrol, whether you use the diesel, production cost in Nigeria is going to be cheaper if it's meant for exports. So that's just my own logic to this thing. So I want to talk less of whether dollar will come down, will come to 500. If you think dollar will come to 500, then we are not being realistic. Except we want to do redestination. Pata, maybe dollar. I'm not sure, but I'm just guessing. Maybe dollar with pata find its equilibrium at 1,000. Because at the end of the day, the long term is to make sure that you bridge the gap between the black market and the official market, so that some crook, some rogues will not come there tomorrow and create. See what was created now. How much did Jonathan leave that thing? But some people decided to create that thing and widen the gap so that they can use that thing to get money for themselves. But if government stops subsidizing, if government stops defending Naira and reach the equilibrium, let us continue that way. And the forex market will only be profitable for the real professional, not the speculators. You know, the real professional that are trading forex as we speak today now, some of them can make like say 30,000 in a month and lose the entire 30,000 the next month. That's the real forex market. But the one in Nigeria is the one driven by fraud that we need to eliminate now. And when I say I believe that Tinubu will put that country right, well, we'll be here. Let everybody come and be blaming us. I so much believe that Tinubu will put the place right. So that's what I needed to say, Remy.
Mr. Trump, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if I was on the phone when you were talking, but I just heard you for the past few sentences you made before. Are you sharing the same view I shared that it looks like in the next future Nigeria will be a place to make money, like it really place? Because I talked to a lot of investors and people and those stuff.
Nigeria will be great.
They say Nigeria economy is going to be one of the.
I see a great future for Nigeria.
Yeah, that's the same thing with me. Because
I see a great, even people like Ola in Canada will run back to Nigeria.
Yeah, I see it like in the next. It's probably something for the next generation, like those that are.
Within 15 to 20 years from now.
That's what I'm saying. 15, 20 years from now. Yeah. Because we move to another industrial, another
like
economic.
Those other guys with that gun, we will enjoy it.
Yeah. I see. Around the time I'll be getting old, I think that's when things will kind of shift. So those that invest now, their children will be the ones to reap it. Those that invest in the foundation now, their kids will be the ones to reap it. And one area I think, if anyone is smart, well, let me not share my secret, but some areas I know, like I'm putting things. But I know that
I saw with my research, I saw a lot of opportunities in Nigeria, and people
there's
are
so
trying.
many, man. There's so many. Like, yeah, like it's something where in the future, like the children that will inherit that thing, they'll be the big shots. They'll be the shot callers, man. The next frontier is Africa, and particularly Nigeria, man. You know, there's still gonna be mass poor people, but that place is gonna be a place of opportunity in the future, man. Yeah.
I want to be able to leave Cameroon and come and buy stuff from Mike and send it to Douala, drive back and forward.
You see other West Cameroon, and man, I'm telling you, next 20, 50 years, because the new economic age is gonna shift in favor of Africa, dude. Like I'm telling you.
Yeah. That's a good thing, man.
It's so ripe.
I mean, we all hope for that one Africa, man. Take for instance, me and you have to drive from New York to another part of the state. What if one day you have a railway that is linking these countries, man? Then good road drive from Nigeria to South Africa and back. I mean, come on, nobody will want to move to South Africa or move to another country, especially when all the countries are moving up simultaneously, development everywhere. Things are changing.
Jude, like we if you look at the history of every society that blew up, that became big, there's a phase they went through. Like it started with many of the population moving outside of that place, moving all
Yep.
over to different part of the world. That's how it started. And then those population went and acquire brain all over the place, right? And then when things begin to ripe, and a lot of those population, not all of them, part of them, those different from different part of the world, started coming back to that center, and then it turned things around.
Yep.
That's how the
When people
British, if you study
exactly
the British, the French, all of them, and even the Chinese.
even
If you
even
notice
the
the Chinese
industrial
too,
revolution.
huh?
Yeah.
You know their
I say
population
even
went
the
out.
industrial
They went out to the world,
right.
and then at one point they started rallying back in a sense, and then one time to bring all the brain things they acquired from all over, they brought back. So if you look at Africa, particularly like Nigeria, the population also left, right? They left in the
Exactly.
mass. They did that jackpot, right? So now a lot of them are picking up knowledge from all over the world, right? Including their children and stuff like that. And then we get to a point where the country become a place ripe for all kinds of opportunity, right?
Yeah.
And then the innovative minds will just come back all at once, just start, taking advantage of because they'll be coming with capital. Just
Mike,
just start putting things in place. That's how it happened throughout history. That's why everybody's predicting.
even in Europe, if you think about the agrarian revolution in Europe, right? What was the agrarian revolution? This was when a lot of bread was scarce in Europe. People were having problems having bread, potatoes. I mean, potatoes that they were using for bread were becoming scarce, and this, it kicked out people. I mean, people mentality. Even the industrial revolution, when people were using hands to produce good, like we still do in Africa right now, right? People were like, but because of hunger and the hands that we use to produce good, we don't produce good in numbers. That's why it's causing a lot of hunger. But that kicked in, now people, a lot of machines, people started building a lot of machines. They were like, okay, we're building these machines. Where are we going to get the raw materials? They start looking for places in Africa. That was what kicked the scramble of Africa, coming in and getting resources. I just hope that one day that we also have that spirit of industrialization. And this, we
Yeah.
are still, I mean, that is the spirit right now. We are facing
Think
all this
about
hunger
it.
and stuff.
We are even lucky because it's going to happen more swifter with us because we are experiencing information age. It has never happened before in history. Information age in the sense that you have access to information just right where you sit. You understand? You
Yeah.
can just go in internet age. It's like an information age.
Technology, yeah.
So so we are gonna have even smoother because when the
Yes, more
Chinese
than
were
man.
trying to do their own, they didn't have that. They were all during the information. They have to like be spying. They have to be spying on other society, doing spying work and other stuff. Now you don't have to spy for some
Exactly.
basic knowledge. You just look it up and you know. So we're moving
See,
there, man.
We movie see this is one solution that one guy in my place built, right? He built an app. He went to the market. He said all these women they come to the market all the time to sell stuff under the sun. What if they can register in this app and for you, I mean, instead of the women going to the market to sell tomatoes, they just put their stuff online and you can say, okay, I want to buy tomatoes. They put their WhatsApp number. You can even call them and go to their houses
Yeah,
and
that's
buy
how that
tomatoes.
you know how the youth they do in Nigeria. The young
Oh,
ones,
right.
they also have WhatsApp everything, and they post all their stuff, and then they have these bike guys, like kind of like a Uber kind of thing. So
Right.
when the customers order it through
They do
WhatsApp
delivery.
or whatever, he will text the bike guy. The bike guy will pick it up. The bike guy will take his cut and he just deliver it to the person.
Exactly.
So everybody's doing online trading. Like that's how they are doing things now. So the
That's
young
good.
ones are not in the market. It's only the old people that are in the market, sit on the market all day.
Exactly. Stay on the
People,
market because now everything is on social media.
yeah, the young ones are trading on social media. That's why if you go to Nigeria, the young ones are the ones making money. You know, the old ones don't understand how they are doing it. You know.
Exactly. Someone is staying home. Someone is staying home and making money because I mean there's an app. You buy delivery and all of that. So yeah, I think that spirit of technology is kicking in already. It's just
Yeah.
gonna be in a big mass. When we start having warehouses like Amazon. Good transportation system and all of that as well. And then things are gonna change heavily. Yeah, we just hope for the best, man. That's just what it is.
You still have that's why I always laugh at Kenny when he comes here. I'm going to the shop. I'm going to the shop. I'm like, this guy,
No,
you still doing shop? You should be selling online,
yeah,
man. And you come here and tell us he's a smart businessman.
There's TikTok, there's Facebook, there's Instagram. Post your stuff online. They are now come on, man. Even in the United States, most shopping centers are closing down. Even supermarket and all these malls. They stop building malls in America because people are now buying stuff online. I mean, it's more easier. You don't have to pay for a shopping place. You probably don't even have to pay taxes in Africa if you have all your things online. And there's a lot of people online already. So I don't know why he keeps going to the store, man. It's worthless. For me, if you ask me.
That's why they
Yeah.
go shop. And they go shop. I'm like, do you still do shop in 2024?
I mean, have a good camera, expose your stuff, open a Facebook, marketplace, all these things, post it on your social media, and sell this stuff. People will call you in no time. People will call you in no time and buy your things.
I do 99% of my work. I would say probably let me not be too. Let me say 90%, so 95% of my work. I do it right where I stand, even on my phone.
Wow.
I'm
Wow.
telling you, like
That's nice.
I'm just here, man. Just coordinate. I just boom, boom, just my phone. My phone is my office. I don't even sometimes I use my laptop when I have to, maybe send a file or something like that.
Right.
But I do my coordination, everything on my phone right there. I don't move, just
You see,
you know.
you see how the coronavirus still kind of kick in about these remote jobs, right? It kind of become now, a lot of remote jobs because of coronavirus. So even offices are still closed. You stay home and work, and it opens doors for everybody. I
My
wish,
my
yeah.
my my, ne- my next plan right now is to be working while I'm in Nigeria. Which I still do when I'm in Nigeria. I'm still working, making money.
Yeah,
My
you
client
just
think
need a
I'm here.
better
The only thing that just happened to me last time was, I couldn't use my room to receive calls in Nigeria. I guess it was the location I was in. Oh
Yeah,
my God, I was so pissed off, man. When I came back,
you gotta
I
get
called
it.
my phone company like, what the heck happened? I couldn't get phone calls, man. I couldn't. I think it was
Wait,
the
are you
location.
are you with AT&T or T-Mobile?
AT&T now.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think you're supposed to have a router or something, or for
Yeah,
internet
roaming. You do roaming.
roaming. Yeah, yeah.
You pay almost like twice. Your bills will go up, but hey,
Exactly.
but nobody will know where you are. You're receiving your
Exactly.
phone.
No
You're
one.
receiving a phone call. Even
That's what
your
one of my
employees, you
eyes.
don't know. Your employees don't know you're not around.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'll be in Nigeria. They will calling me. Hey, what's They're still thinking I'm a show off. He doesn't.
Yeah, my guy doing that Scrum Master remote jobs, man. Go home for like 2 months. He was there roaming and stuff, had a good internet, but he was in a hotel with good internet, man, living good, man, going there doing exercise, driving around, after work. But the only difference is you gotta get up at midnight because of time difference. So while he was working midnight over here was like daylight or something. So that was the problem that he was having. Yeah. But it's all good, man. I just wish for Africa, bro. Even most of us over here if Cameroon if Nigeria goes up or turns up to be what it is, or that industrial revolution kicks in, most of the African countries, the neighboring countries benefit because if Nigeria today is like China and they are selling all these production stuff, most of us will be leaving Cameroon buying stuff from Nigeria online and everything.
Yeah, if one African country figure
Come on.
out to make everything, that's it,
I mean,
man.
see what Indians are
The rest
doing.
of the world is in trouble.
See
You're
what
in
Indians
trouble.
are doing. In technology domain is Indians. In hospital, healthcare and all this stuff, hospital is India. Africans just have to open that cheap labor market. You start with cheap labor, do things in quality rate. Not like, so Chinese are now doing stuff, but they have specific goal. They have first grade, second grade, and third grade, or whatever they call it. Africans have to do that. Start doing stuff with quality, cleanliness. You have to change all these things. Once things start changing, there's a better quality in what you do. Then you open a good market. People start buying stuff from you. You start buying this company. Start buying things that you are producing. Then now your products are exposed to other people, and now you open a big market. You can be over there in Nigeria. We live here in America. Now I have a guy in Utah. He's from Nigeria. He says most of this African food stuff. He's the one that has the biggest African market here in Salt Lake City. But he's getting his product from Nigeria and other warehouses. But he says he doesn't go to Nigeria because he has people in the market that when they have stuff, they just call him. And that's how things are today. And these guys have warehouses in Nigeria. They go in the market, buy stuff, put it in the warehouses, and then have people in the United States where they ship them to. Those are how things, people that have intelligence, those are how things are going right now. It's not just about going to the store and then your store get broken down, you don't pay taxes, and then you call, oh man. With all these social media, cell phones and stuff, you shouldn't be going to the market. So, yeah, Mike, great man. You handling this life good, man. I appreciate what you do, man. People will blame you for a lot of stuff, but I like when you talk about the unity, do not put blame on certain people. That's a good thing, man. Build that relationship,
That's what Nigerians do now. They don't want to solve any problem. They just be blaming people, blaming tribes. That's all they do. You will find some of them are so intelligent, but they won't use their brain at all. They just find an easy way. Oh, it's these people, that people. What the heck?
Let me say this, Mike. Nigerians don't take responsibility, and even including some of us on this platform. The issue is that we normally blame other people for our own predicament. Everybody will be talking about government should create job. Government should create job. Look at the rate at which the Nigerian population is growing. We are growing at the rate of 6 million per year. Which government American government itself, can they create 6 million jobs per year? Then the people that have brain, that are supposed to even now use their brain to create employment, to look for certain things, everybody will japa. Then when they go abroad now, they'll be looking for all those odd jobs. They'll be doing odd job. Then they will be lambasting and be blaming everybody in Nigeria, claiming that they are the one feeding them. They are sending money. How much are they even hearing that they say that they are sending money home? They are just bunch of liars and people, and they because what are they doing? What are they even contributing to uplift the Africans? Most of the Africans abroad. What are they doing to do that? The only thing they do is come online and start lambasting and start blaming the leaders. Who is a leader? You are a leader in your own way. So what have you contributed to the economy of your own country? The only thing you are there doing is just to be lambasting and then be making noise all over the media space. Anybody that cannot come here and tell me that this is what I've contributed to the development of our country does not have any right to blame anybody. Believe me, he doesn't have any right to blame anybody. You ran away, you are going to go and be doing security job, go and be doing factory job abroad.
God bless you, Mr. Simba. God bless you. God bless you. Many of them are washing plates here. Our body one. They'll be making noise. Abo. They clean clowns.
I
know them.
Simba, you are among those people that Simba they talk about now. What are you talking about? Did you not run away?
Now plates, then they wash you. Now plate.
Jude, you remember 2 days ago on Kaisora this thing? What is the name of this guy? This guy that usually I don't know whether I even get job that will be going from one platform to the other. What is it called?
Who you talking? No, not to Niger. Oh yeah, I don't think it's too Niger.
It's too Niger.
Oh, but he's your fellow countryman now. Come on, Simba.
Hey, guy is a stupid guy. He's a stupid guy. He will be jumping. I wonder whether he get job. Why does he have that time to be jumping from one place to the other? Every day he will be online.
But I haven't seen him online that much anymore. Maybe he's now busy. Maybe he said he was in Nigeria now. That's what he told me.
He should come out and tell us what he's doing in Nigeria now. How many employment has he created in Nigeria? How many people has he employed?
Oh man!
And one funny thing, although it may not apply to everyone, like a person like you now, you employ people in Nigeria, so you get them out. You know that some of those of my guys that were doing the same business before, that stayed in Nigeria, that they didn't go, that they're still doing the same business. Do you know that in the real sense? I was saying that thing yesterday, Mr. Trump, we were there, but people say, oh, if I convert my money, it's not about converting your money, but relative to Nigeria economy, I feel they are doing far better than me. I feel so. So what am I saying? So I said something too again, that Nigeria is a place that you can easily become over a billionaire if you do the right thing. You understand? So to me, I see a lot of opportunity in Nigeria just because the way our economy is. And I think that this government is even a bigger thing. Like I said, I keep saying this thing. I know I could be wrong, because whatever I say is not meant for everybody. Tomato value chain is a big business in Nigeria as we speak today. If you can invest in tomato value chain, then if you can modernize local rice processing is a big thing as we speak today. You know what I'm saying by local rice processing is this. I specifically mentioned Ire axis. Go towards those Igboho axis, just because with some of my colleagues before we mustered about doing something there, as that was as far back as 2011, 2012. So I was still in Nigeria at that time. Where we're thinking of buying boiler and some that we separate the stone, all those stuff. Instead of you doing that in locally and putting the thing on the pavement for the thing to dry, where the thing will contact the stone. So this one simply means that in the boiler, you'll be able to just buy the rice pot directly from the farmer. You have some kind of arrangement, you boil. From there, you process everything straight away.
That's why they call it parboiled rice now.
Exactly. So you boil, you dehusk, and you polish. If you want to go that way, but look at it, why will you even polish? Honestly, leaving it that way is better than polishing it, right? You do that. So what I'm saying
polishing is that, by the time you are polishing rice, Ola, you are removing the nutritional value. You are reducing the nutritional value.
Exactly. So around Ire, Igboho, Afawo, Ikere Ekiti, Ado Ekiti, all those rice production around those places. I want Foley to be here so that it will confirm what I'm saying. If you can just get good processing facility for rice there, local rice, it's going to be better.
Ola, what you are doing, what you are saying is technology that is available everywhere now. all those rice that we used to see in the olden days that will be filled with sand. There is no rice with sand again.
Baba.
Everybody has modernized.
Motion. I still get rice with okuta here. I'm not joking. No, I eat of father more than the rice here. To be honest, I still get
the Nigerian, in fact, what guys are doing now, they will go and get a bag. They will go and buy and write Thailand on it, and then they will bag it with Nigerian rice. I will not know, because they know our mentality that anything foreign we are craving for it.
Yeah, I know, because I have a colleague too that we worked together before that produces oil now at Papa Land too, right? Because I mean vegetable oil. But the only problem I've experienced with this business is this. One day like that, maybe the guy didn't get to the factory very early. He used to go from Lagos to Papa Land too. So sometimes he would say, okay, let me not go. So he didn't go one day, and the next day he was going there like this. What those people that are working with him. So to me,
and you can see what you said just now. That is the mentality of an average Nigeria, and they will be the one that will say being power. People will come and want to invest, employ them, but what will be in their head is to actually steal and ruin the person. I have a video here of somebody
even know they are
who
ruining
left
themselves now. They don't even know
exactly.
They are ruining
That's what I used to tell my workers.
God bless
That
you,
my
Mr.
life does
Simba,
not depend on my investment in Nigeria.
Like just said to me, what's in a
Simba,
job
hold on.
this night? So we may come with fire.
Hold on. Try hold on. I actually came up to ask Dr. Simba a question in regards to what he said about Nigerians, the mentality. Do you think that is more of ignorance, not understanding? Like you said, you bring a business that the first thing they think is they want to chop and just, they don't care if the business go down. Just let me eat in the meantime before it goes down. Do you think it's more of ignorance, not knowing what to do, or just being lazy and not just wanting to be put? Meiji, see, more ignorant of not wanting to.
They are not ignorant. They are not ignorant. They are just thieves.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Mike,
they are just thieves.
That's true, man. That's the best way to describe it. Nigeria, we just want to steal everything.
No. Mike, I only asked the question. No, I only asked the question.
Babati, let me give you an example. A woman left UK to go and invest in Nigeria in poultry farming. He bought day-old chicks, and there was a lady working for her. They caught her stealing, and that day that they caught her, she knew that they have already caught her, and she knew that they are going to sack her. You know what she did? She poisoned all those chicks before she left. You can see wickedness. And that is why I don't believe you can never get a good leader when the followers are bad. An average Nigeria is a thief. I'm saying it on a public this thing. Is a thief. Then let me tell you, all this cry. This morning.
It's an average Nigerian now. Average Nigerian. Don't turn it now.
I'm not an average Nigerian.
Why do you think I can't get Nigerian?
If I want to classify Nigeria, I will be in the 5% of Nigeria.
It's only few people now. Even
the issue is this. Let me tell you this. Emeka was talking this morning, and he was talking about importation of food and whatever. Let me tell you, whatever food they imported to Nigeria, if government did not subsidize it, it will be far from the reach of an average Nigeria. Nigeria is not insulated from the global village. There is the food price is high everywhere in the world. All this one that everybody is crying that, and then the Nigerian inflation is not
importation should even be more expensive for us. That's the problem. Importation of
that's what I'm saying. Then why should people now be looking at that as an option? Even the one we produce,
The Nigerian farmer prefer to sell to Benin Republic, they prefer to sell to Cameroon because they earn more. You understand? They earn more from those countries. They sell because they sell at a higher price. Let me tell you, a crate of egg in Ghana, as I'm speaking now, is about 6,000 naira. Then a farmer, we are selling a crate of egg in Nigeria for 3,500. So if I have opportunity, I would rather sell to Ghana than to sell in Nigeria. So which food are we importing? The problem in Nigeria today is not as if there is lack of food. So we are not looking at the real problem. The real problem is that the purchasing power of the people has reduced because the rate of devaluation is not commensurate with the increment in salary or the earning of the people.
So, Simba, so is it safe to then say that the average Nigerian has a low-cost mentality? Just go to the crop, feast on it, destroy the whole thing, and don't care about how to replenish the soil. They don't care about like growing something. They are more consumer.
They are not productive. They are not productive.
They believe in taking. They don't believe in giving. Just
but
take.
Is it because no. That's the reason I asked. Is it because they don't know how to do it, or because they're just lazy, or just because you must at least know something to be productive? Abi, you must have some kind of knowledge to be productive. Do we like that knowledge, or we just don't care about it? Are we lazy? Just wanna? So which one is it? That's the reason I was asking the question.
No, Baba T. See, let me tell you something. Me, even here as I did here now, there are some things I know. But for me to do it, I can procrastinate for the next 10 years. You understand? So that's mental, right? You, doctor, that's a mental situation. So I want to believe that many Nigerians too are such a mental situation that even if they know the right thing, they may still prefer.
They won't do it.
So yeah. So I can say that.
It's because I think the problem is that an average Nigerian is afraid of taking risk.
You know the one that always frustrates me? They will know the right thing. They will try to convince you why we shouldn't do it.
That's why you have an idea, you'll not be able to execute because you are afraid of taking that risk.
They will give excuse why not to do it.
That's why we give excuses.
So Simba, we should not blame Dangote for bringing in foreign workers there. Abi, we should not blame him for hiring in.
Can I also interject, please?
Okay, go ahead.
I think. Good morning, everybody. I think another problem that we have is, you see, social conditioning. The idea that you won't work, but somebody is there to foot your bills.
Motivational speaking.
It's another, yes, that somebody is not working and they will go to.
Oh gosh.
Who dropped off?
Then another thing is this sense of entitlement. You have a family member
that's the number one problem.
That you should take all the responsibility of his family just because you have. And then Simba, if you don't do it, they'll be blackmailing you.
Simba, that thing is very rampant. That thing you just mentioned is very rampant. Eh? You know, let me tell you something. So let me give you an example. There's this guy. He sponsored all his 4 siblings out of school. So the guy now jackpot to America. The guy didn't jackpot to America just because he didn't jackpot like that. The guy went from master's to PhD. The guy is now a professor in the United States. So his brother will say, bring me to America now, bring me to America. They carry that rich family matter. But this guy say, go and apply for school. And I bring you the same way. He say, some people are going there. You are not bringing me. Then the guy asked, if I bring you to America, what will you be doing? What exactly do you want? Just mention that thing. They carry the matter, go there, Papa. You know the next thing the brother will go do for Facebook. He go right. We lift, we rise by lifting others. After your brother don't sponsor you for a whole bachelor degree, 5 years in FUTA. You went to FUTA for 5 years. and you did electrical engineering, and he's still having entitlement mentality. And this guy will be saying, but you are the leader now. One day the guy comes tell the brother and say, look, so he said, flip the position. If you were in my position and you are thinking this way, it simply means that all of you won't go to school. Mentality. That because his brother is in America, automatically you have to take him to America. After he don't sponsor you 5 years for school.
No, we know what they are going to say. They will say, "She agba ere wa ni se bolo Ọlọ́run ló fún ẹ ṣe."
Oh my goodness.
Simba. They will say, maybe you hire your brother and he steals your money. Say, one of the village about Bure no ni, come 1 million ben no ni, about the ni akopoju now.
Babaji, okay, it's like Mike is bringing fair. Okay, I was just asking who is not here. It's okay.
Yeah, that's why I removed Prince Daddy because he hasn't said anything. Even
I be Mike, if you hire a family member, they will say, come 2 million ben on you just 2 million on ni. No,
if you are doing business, don't hire, don't put your family member.
They will say, when the auntie or somebody wants to settle it, tell you to forgive the guy. They will say, oh, shake Boros Milen. Come on,
Baroko. In 1999, I'm speaking Yoruba. That man went to UK as far back as 1970, so he was now looking at settle back, coming back to Nigeria. So in 1999, the guy now imported some all those fairly used all those electronics from UK. Although we don't know, but that man said he borrowed £35,000 to bring all those stuff. If you see what this man brother did, half of what that man brought, he packed everything, goes take stock his shop for Ekiti. They are telling you, do you know that I borrow money to do this thing? They say, I borrow, I need go now. I need to go in a big deal. That's the kind of our mentality.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Foley. No, please, Foley, you can wait for if I was speaking the other time. If you can just wait for him to finish.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Sorry, I just lost connection. So, can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Oh, thank you. So that's social conditioning. The idea that, like you guys have said, because somebody is well off in the family or doing well financially, we have a social condition whereby every other person believes that that person has to help him. Also, I was talking about the religious institution whereby nobody is working, the person is not working, and they will be praying that this year will be the year of your breakthrough. What happens? That person gets a job. Instead of facing the job squarely, the mindset is, this will be my year of breakthrough. Whatever he can do, whatever he can take to get that breakthrough at the expense of the job owner, the person does not even care. Now they even get this money and take part of the money to finance activities in the church, and it happens in the other in the mosque too. So I think our value system is not there again, such that people believe that I can go and steal, I can go and defraud, I will take part of the money to serve God. But unfortunately, God is not looking for those type of money. Like the doctor said earlier, you stole somebody's chicks, or you are stealing from a farm, you were caught, then the next thing you did was to poison the person's beds. I'm telling you, in some culture, that person will go home and just go and sleep and sleep forever. Because one man love Bogufuni, you know. But because maybe some of us are now Christians, some of us are Muslim, we'll be like, oh, doing those type of things is bad. I agree.
Ayilala nìyẹn, ayilala la bá lò fún ayilala.
Wọ́n máa ń ṣe lọ́dọ̀ wa náà, wọ́n máa ń ṣe lọ́dọ̀ àwọn Badagry náà. Tó bá lọ
Mo mọ̀ náà ló jẹ́ kí n mention
Táyé lára
yẹn.
àbí sàǹgbétọ́ èwo níbẹ̀.
Kí náà máa tẹ̀ ṣe fún wọn máa wọn heavy oṣù lọ́ máa ń lò lọ́dọ̀ wa. Wọ́n máa lọ bọ kíní fún wọ́n máa lọ bọ àrá. Àrá máa sán pa ni níbi tó bá wà. So those are the things. And the politicians too, I want to believe the politicians too are also culprit in this. They've turned an average person to every 4 years come and take mentality. Then instead of able-bodied men to be working, they will now go to a place, create a mini joint. Then that politician in that look.
Ife, you are a Yoruba man. And as you said earlier about our value system, Yoruba man take pride in self-pride that you don't feed me, you don't have control over me. You understand? That is what we have. We take pride in what we use our hand to achieve for ourselves. You understand? But I think that value is no longer there.
Because it was a generation that had that self-pride system. The new generation now, let me tell you what's happening in my area. People that can work, they will not work. They will gather themselves like 20, go and build what they call tarmac. In that tarmac, any car that passes.
Explain what is tarmac.
Tarmac is, let's say, a mini hut that they will be going there every day just to sit down and look at either cars, because my area you have all these smugglers that pass. So because of that, they will be collecting maybe 50 naira, 100 naira. I don't know how much they collect now from each car that passes.
These people that you are talking, some of them will have 2 wives, 3 wives. So
100%. You know.
Then they have kids.
Everyone. Hello, good morning.
Have kids.
Yes.
And then they will be the one that will now be crying, being power.
So now,
hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Foley.
Timber, you better stop all this nonsense you are doing here. You better stop it. Is it all Nigeria that coward? Is it all Nigeria that is lazy? Stop blaming the victims. This is rubbish here. All Nigerians are not lazy.
Now. It is average.
And when you are talking about average, you are not making it look like all Nigerians is what you are talking about. A lot of people are here trying to do something good for themselves. And anytime you come here, come and stay in Nigeria and come and let me see what will come out of you.
You are in Nigeria and you are behaving as if you are insulated to what is happening in your area, in the environment that you are living, Abi.
I'm
so
in
the
Nigeria.
person that is talking now, the person that is talking now is Femba, Abi.
Stop blaming them.
Ife, just keep quiet. The person that is talking now is Femba.
You are talking rubbish all the time you are here.
I'm not talking rubbish. If you don't like what I will, just keep quiet. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about.
Come and pass what Nigeria is passing, and let me see what will come out of you. Come back here. Come and be doing whatever you are doing here, and let me see what will come out of your life.
Well, he's doing something in Nigeria now. He's not everybody in Nigeria that's not doing anything.
He has backup.
See
all these
Showore
people. That's the way they talk. Let him forget about what they come on platform. Let him come to Nigeria. Come and be spending Nigerian money, working in Nigeria, spending Nigerian money, and let's see what will come out of your life.
I think they are mad.
Foley is behaving like a frustrated fellow, so I don't blame him.
I'm frustrated. Let me tell you that. Come back to Nigeria. Come and be earning what Nigeria is earning. Come and be buying what Nigeria is buying. Come and be making profit what Nigeria is making from their businesses, and let me see what will come out of your life.
Okay,
Go and crack yourself with dollars over there.
Folly.
Okay.
Let's look at it this way. You understand? I understand what you are talking about, but then, I asked Simba if it's an average Nigerian, but of course, it's difficult to call Simba an average Nigerian. But it is true that some of what is said may be right, because I said something the background yesterday that even though while working a place where I was working then, we were well paid by all standards compared to we were not even at the level of civil servants. We were being paid at the same rate you can find in the banking industry or whatever. Do you know that people in the office, they were systemically? Now, look at this. For several months, a company could not pay. Now, when we now had a deal, when I said the company could not pay, not a joke, the MD of the company dropped his Range Rover. He was riding Okada. Immediately we got a contract. We asked what happened. Some of those people in that office, maybe the deal were supposed to do 15,000. They were doing the same deal for 200,000, 300,000. Taking advantage of the trust. When you keep someone in someone trust, but that person they were not stealing. And this is a company that for several months they've never paid. You will say an average Nigerian. Now, the fact that the company didn't pay for the past 3 months, they should have learned a lesson, right? And you want to be prudent for everybody to get along. Baba, on GO through the dealing of movement around. So because when you switch it from that perspective, you want to see, okay, you engage a civil servant, or maybe you attended Polytechnic or you attended university, you wanted to get your transcript. Someone will just look at your application, will just put it sideways. Or you have to call around and use money to mobilize before they can even process your transcript. You see, now, maybe the way Simba put it may not be that palatable, but when you flip it across you will find out that it may not be too far from the truth. Look at the guy that if that guy did not go to Papa Land to when he has AIDS, when he has AIDS.
Let me tell you what happened. What my staff, my workers did to me during the Naira. No, Tyrone, just let me just see this plus. During the Naira, whatever that happened this time last year, that time people could not get money, and so they could not even buy things. We were selling a crate of egg that time for 1,800. During that period, my staff were telling me that they have like 400 crate of egg on ground, 500, 800. Nobody want to buy. They will now call me and tell me, say, they have one person that said he wanted to buy at the rate of 1,200. From 1,800 to 1,200. They were looting me. You understand? Folly will just come here and just be say, as if we don't know what.
Are those the people Folly is calling victims?
We listen to you. I've been listening. So don't say that. Just come here. I've been listening to you. You never speak on. You never speak on behalf of the masses. Whatever you want to talk, you talk as if all Nigerians are just.
I cannot because my experience. Let me tell you.
Wait,
let me say this. My experience. Let me talk.
Let me tell you. I have a friend here. I have a friend here. Now, whatever you see this guy, you think he's a lazy guy. But fortunately for him, he has air to travel out. And within 6 months, this guy life changed. Guys that will all be thinking that he's not ready to do anything. System made them to be lazy. It's the system that turned them to what they have. Most of them, you want to go out and somebody is offering you an interview, a job of 25,000, 30,000, a graduate. How do you want them to have energy to do the job?
Okay, let
These
me
people are they are
let
frustrated
me
as
tell you
well.
this.
We
Let me
must
tell
stop
you
making it
this.
look
Let me
like
tell
all
you.
of us here
Most of
we are
us,
not
let me
ready to
tell
work
you, you
and
are
we are
not.
lazy.
You always think that most of us will get to this stage maybe by parental or whatever, or because we have
I'm not
means.
I know a lot of people
Let me tell you
run away
this.
from
Let
this
me tell you
system.
this.
But don't make it's not everybody that have the opportunity to run
Let
away.
me talk.
Some are here too that doesn't
Let me
have the
talk.
opportunity.
Which opportunity are you talking about? You can create opportunity for yourself. That's what we are telling you. You don't need to
It's
wait
not
for
everybody that
opportunity.
can create it. Let me now tell you that again.
I can't. If you
It's
cannot,
not
I think
everybody.
everybody has. If you
Nobody say
don't.
everybody
Let
have
me
to.
tell you. Maybe they don't have brain.
So
That's why he's saying that they
who
cannot
do you
create
want to
opportunity
create
for themselves.
opportunity for you then? If you can't create opportunity for yourself,
For yourself.
And it's not
who
No,
else do you
everybody.
want?
It's not everybody.
No,
You
Simba.
want
People will try
Tinubu to
to.
No,
come and
Simba.
create opportunity for you.
Truthfully,
You are not
not
serious.
everyone.
No, nobody's talking about
Not
Tinubu.
everyone can
It's
create
not
opportunity.
everybody.
Not everyone.
But
In
we
what
need
I'm
enough people to
saying,
create opportunity.
let me tell you, the people that have the opportunity, that have the wherewithal to create the opportunity, if they create it, they will employ those does not have. But in a situation whereby even both the people that have the mentality, that have the opportunity, that supposed to create, they are not creating, then everybody is now waiting for somebody else or
But
for the
Tinubu,
government to do it. It's not going to work.
let them be waiting for the government now.
Wait,
They will retire.
Remy, the country that you are, Timba, the country that you are,
Kí ló dé tó fi máa ń pè
is
mí ní
their
Rẹ̀mí gan
country,
every time
is
now?
their government. Wait, you and him had the same ideology and the same voice. That's why I'm seeing you guys as one.
They don't have the same voice, so.
That's no the same way they talk, the same thing is in their brain.
So they couldn't
Same belief, the same perspective of life. That's why I'm always seeing them as if they want to.
I know. I just want us to see the positive side of Simba. I know that Simba can over exaggerate too because Simba is comparing.
No, Mr. Lano. This one
That fully land up point, man. What fully trying to say fully?
Oh yeah, continue.
Okay, let me say this thing. I went to Nigeria. I withdraw money from from 3 different banks. Only one was honest. And I left the country after spending 3 days. Can you believe for the past 3 months they have been removing money from my account every month?
Wow. You are living in a country that is not on the way they are not honest too now. So why are you blaming Nigeria?
You know, Remy. You know, Timba.
So you can't even talk of anything honesty. So
they are stealing my money.
Timba,
I have to block
this mindset, Timba. This mindset of you telling me I'm frustrated.
Yeah?
You better go and take it away from your belief. I'm in Nigeria. Hello.
Let's hear fully, guys. Let's hear fully. Right.
I'm here. I'm in Nigeria. I'm doing very, very, very good for myself. Very, very good for myself.
I still blaming the government.
So why are you complaining?
So wait. If you see
so
evil,
the opportunity that you have, why are you saying it's not there? If you can be in Nigeria and you are doing well, so why do you think that others cannot do well?
And let me now tell you today.
So you are deceiving an average Nigeria on national platform that Nigeria is not good. Meanwhile, you are enjoying and you are doing well in Nigeria.
I'm not.
And you are saying
if I said I'm doing good for myself, I'm not talking about enjoyment. What you call enjoyment may not be what I say.
Other can do good if you can be doing good in the same environment that you said is not good.
What I call enjoyment may not be what you call enjoyment.
What do you call enjoyment?
Any money I will have that cannot be. No. It's what you call enjoyment may not be what I see as an enjoyment. My enjoyment maybe I want to see people. Yeah, my enjoyment will be I want to see people around me doing the same thing, doing fine, doing good without complaining, without frustration. I mean, that may be my joy. That may be what is giving me joy. That may be what is giving me joy. Everybody has his own choice of enjoyment.
So enjoyment
people
for
have
you
money.
is not to see anybody struggling.
Yes, some people.
Then you never enjoy anywhere in this world now, because in America here you see people struggling somewhere. They are beggars here.
That's
so
why
you won't enjoy.
Beggars, so they can't even pay their house rent too.
So you enjoy even if you come in.
You know what? enjoyment may differ. What you call enjoyment may be, some people will have money. I'll never see them sitting down in the bar and be drinking drinking beer or drinking anything. They have the money.
What is your point? What is your point? What is your point?
My point is this. My point is this. You thinking that me coming here to talk is because I'm frustrated. No, I never allowed the system to bring me down. Okay? But I'm telling you, people are facing a lot of challenges in this space. I have guys who are hustling. I have people who want to work. I have people who are working every day.
My own mentality, let me tell you, I've worked in Nigeria as a doctor and I was not paid for 6 months. I could not even pay my daughter's school fees. And that was when I learned. Me, when I see adversity,
and what is that?
I don't complain about it. I look for the way out. I always look for positivity. Exactly. I'm not a negative person.
What?
You understand?
And
so
you run away.
In adversity, I will look for opportunity. I didn't run away. Do you know what? Wait. Do you know when I left Nigeria? I left Nigeria just 2 years ago. What are you talking about? Do you know how long I work in Nigeria? You think I'm a young person?
Okay. Wait, sir. Mr. Timber.
I have children in the university.
You said you are
what are you talking about? So I've left. I live most of my active life in Nigeria. So what are you talking about? You can't teach me about Nigeria. You can't tell me about Nigeria. So what are you talking about? I go to Nigeria
Timber,
at least 2 or 3 times every year.
Mr. Timber, you said you are a medical doctor in Nigeria and they didn't pay you for 6 months. Okay? But I will tell you in Nigeria, for you to be a medical doctor, at least you are fine in Nigeria of your den. For you to be a medical doctor, that means you are okay. And I believe at that particular time you are talking about.
You know your problem. Do you know how I got there? Do you know how I suffered before I become a doctor?
Can you just brief us your autobiography? Can you brief us?
You don't need that. But don't just you live
so that
on
I will figure out what I want to figure out.
You live
and why
you are living on a lot of assumption. You understand what I'm saying?
I think that was the time. I think that was the time that I actually take you guys through my own life. Okay, take me through your own life.
You have told us that you are telling Richard card. We know that, so it's not different. So what have you passed?
I think I've done that.
Person, don't go that route. So you are not as a doctor, you are not an ordinary person. In fact, you are top of the class in Nigeria. Apart from those people.
So you cannot compare yourself to someone who be giving birth to.
Sometimes I took my brother to
hospital.
No, wait now. No, I just want to tell you about something. I took my brother to hospital. But because of my insurance, national team was not covered, could not cover in that time. They were charging this guy. They were charging me 380K, and that was 2008. You understand? Now, eventually, a friend of mine said, "No, I should go and negotiate with that doctor now." We have his own private hospital. Because this one was working for a private hospital on Ikeja, Allen Avenue there.
Yeah, I never do private practice. I never like it for one day. So don't just go there. I never like it for one day.
Where I take your word, then I don't go talk again.
I never do private practice in my life.
Okay. Fully continue.
Yesterday.
So Foley, no, guys, nothing to continue.
I was in Kano yesterday.
So let me tell you, we all know how we suffer when we were in the university. We know how we eat 101, 001, all those things. You understand? So let me tell you, this life is about sacrifice. Then you, as a person, you determine. Let me tell you, your destiny is in your hand. It's not in the hand of any person. No. If you allow people to determine your destiny for you, to define the way you live your life, that is your own cup of tea. I don't allow that. When there is a problem, I look for solution. That's my own belief in life. So there are so many things that is not under my control. My life is under my control. The way I think, the way I reason, my happiness is within my own control. What happened in
So
my
Timber,
environment, I don't
we
have
are still
control
saying the
over
same
it.
thing here.
So
You see, we are still saying the same thing. We are still saying the same thing.
let me tell you
Okay.
this. Let me tell you this. I've said this several times on this platform. Even when I was in Nigeria, I don't buy food. I plant what I eat. If you get to my house today,
Where?
I have cassava that I have that is ready to be to.
Where do you plant it?
People here.
Where do you plant it? Where do you plant it?
What are you telling me? I
Where do you
have
plant
plot
it?
of land beside my house.
In the soil now.
What are you
Okay,
telling
is
me?
it all
What
Nigerians that is
Maybe
coming up
you
that have
planted
plots
on
of
the
land to
roof.
plant? Is it all Nigerians that have
I mentioned, let me tell you
opportunity to
Ah,
plant?
you
Foley, if you
define
go to Nigeria, you see bush
your
that are
life.
just existing. No one is using them.
Before you can have a plot,
let me tell you
before
this.
you can have a plot
I
of land
mentioned it
in your
earlier.
environment, that means you have the
2014,
money already.
2013, 2013, DSS, Nigerian DSS, they came to me. They wanted to employ me in Abuja, and they are promising to give me 950,000 per month. I told them, I said, I'm not coming.
Okay.
I live in so
okay.
because I know the opportunity.
And why
I'm
do
a
you?
village
And why do
person.
you? Why do you think they give you that offer? Why do you think they give you that offer?
You know, I don't even listen to the offer. Let me tell you, I believe in what I can do for myself rather than somebody to pay me, because I know a lot of things that I'm
Why
going
do
to
you
live.
think? But do you know before anybody can come and ask you to give you job, there must be a quality, there must be an achievement from your own part.
Hey, who give it to me? I develop myself. You understand? It's not as if they befell it to me. It's not a chieftaincy
Please, can we take ourselves back to the how we are being
This your voice is very funny. You are
What
just too
I
funny.
achieve for myself, I schooled, I got my certificate. It's not as if they dash
Timber,
me. I struggle for it.
let me
So what are you
let me
talking?
bust your brain today. You don't do anything for yourself. See, you don't do anything for yourself. Your foundation starts from the environment, the parents that give birth to you. Your parents first. They are the first people that make you to whatever you are. Your parents first. Whatever they lay on ground for you as a starting point, it's where you start from. You don't do anything for yourself. Parents make it first. But some people don't have that opportunity as well that you have. So don't stop. When we are talking here, don't make it look like
Know.
no.
What do you say the opportunity?
What
Let me
is this
tell
guy?
you, Polly.
What
Which
is this
opportunity are you talking about? Which opportunity are you
What are you
talking
talking about? Everybody have parents
Let me
now.
tell
What
you
are you
this.
talking about?
I have
It's not everybody
friends
that have
that they
parents.
have to go and
Okay, some people
let me
friends
tell you
from
this. During
Edward.
our own time, they will go and
See, when we are talking
wash
about
car.
parents,
They
when we
will
are
go
talking
and
about
wash
parents,
car.
not by giving
They
birth
will
to you.
go and do manual work for people on the farm to get money to pay to go to school. I have a guy that used to go and do danfo conductor in Lagos during holiday to school. So what are you talking about?
Do you
So
know
which
that most
opportunity are you
successful
talking
people
about?
were people that didn't have their parents?
I passed through the same stage as well.
So what are you? So you think that we are strange? All those things are strange. So did they have the opportunity, or they know what they wanted to achieve for themselves?
Timber.
I beg you, stop all this. Stop all this.
This
Stop
space,
all
as
this
difficult
nonsense
as
that you're
Nigeria
talking
is,
about.
as difficult as Nigeria is, people are still on that space and they are still fine. But we are talking to you about people who are really ready to do more, and there is no opportunity for them the same way the people over there provide opportunity for their citizens. Everybody will not be what we are. Everybody cannot
Stop
be
this
me
thing
and
you are
you.
talking. You
There
don't have to
is no
put
one
every blame
solution.
on government.
There is no
Nigeria.
Polly. There is no one solution to a problem. If you think there is government that can provide, we are also offering. What we are doing here is that we want to stimulate our people, that without government, people can still survive. You understand?
Definitely.
So
Definitely.
everybody cannot just
No, that's the understanding.
That's true now. Hold on, let me ask you guys this. Before the British created Nigerian government, how were Nigerians surviving?
But then there is no government in place.
But the people were surviving.
People have
So all of a sudden, the British created
communalism.
federal government for us. Now everybody don't know how to survive anymore.
They have community communalism there.
So why you guys stop doing that? Sir?
Which these people came and they take away from them, and they make them look like there is another body that will take care of them.
I'm running. I don't want to see that.
They didn't take anything away from you, man. People work the soil back then. Everybody have their farm. Everybody.
Why do they not create governments? Why do they not create governments? If they didn't take it
Well,
away
they're
from
trying
them, they will
to
have
make
them
things
be living
even,
the way they are living.
yeah, to make it easier, but then people got spoiled. They started becoming lazy.
And unfortunately, instead of making it easier for them, they compile the problem. They compile the problem.
No, they didn't. No, the government didn't force you to abandon your soil, your farm, and start looking for a job in. All of you pack yourself inside Lagos.
Well,
24
okay,
million of you.
let me not tell you.
24 million of you inside the concrete
There
jungle.
is this
Hold
farm
on now.
settlement in my. There is this farm settlement in Ekiti that people are cultivating, and government just came and they said they want to use it for airport, and they bring tractor. Even you that you have your cocoa on that land, they make sure people fainted that day.
So because of
when the time for compensation came,
come on now.
wait now. When the time for compensation came, they gave them cheapest that cannot even take care of them. And those guys today, none of them have farm again to cultivate.
So that was the only land they could farm, Abi. The rest of the land
is their inheritance. It's their own land. It's what they have.
But there's land all over Nigeria where it's just laying there everywhere.
Mike, stop.
Oh, can you just go to anybody's farm and go and be cultivating?
Mike, stop.
Can you just go to anybody's farm?
Mikey, let me give you this. I have land, plenty land that I'm not using. I have people that I employ that are supposed to be using that land. They have manure, they have everything. What did they do with it? When you get to farm now, you see them sleeping. You understand?
We have people like that.
Nigerians, they like to sleep in the afternoon.
We see people now from outside that will come and beg me and say, okay, can I use this portion of your land? And I've said, use it, because it's just my fallow. But I have people like that are working for me that they don't even need to ask me for them to use it. They have water, free water. I have solar pump that is pumping water 24/7. They can even I have manure from the poultry. They can use to even plant dry season vegetable and all those things. They do, but they prefer to either be listening to music on their phone or to
okay, Foley and Simba, can I say something? See, I think this is funny. I think actually both Foley and Simba, you may be correct, because perspective for Simba is provoking people to think of what they can do, while Foley is talking of reality. But the thing now is this: how do we make people to know that, okay, all this opportunity now, okay, you complain now. A person like Simba now, say he has some land that nobody is using. And in reality, while I said we were farming those days, because I was told, even though I was in Ekiti, but we were not in my own village, Yogo. We were getting land free of charge from people to cultivate. At least a year, we were making like 2,000 of yam ridges, 2,000 every year. And not only that, we used to plant vegetable, tomato, pepper, that we cut all those and we would dry them up. And my brothers and sisters too, they will go to work with their friends that had farm rice, just to, those days where you hear people harvest rice, you take a third of it. So, Baba show face. so we're doing all those stuff. So I think in the real sense, Simba may not be totally wrong, because number one, people can look at what they have around them and take the opportunity. But what Foley is saying too, not totally wrong too, because there are some people too, they don't have that means, but if they can think, because sometimes information is required for you to even lift yourself up. So I think that's one of the benefits of this forum. So for Libya, I think both of you are looking at solving solution from different angles. So that's just the way I see solving problem from different angles.
Remember, the land that you said you have ever for once, because those guys as well, maybe they are trying to be loyal to you, and they don't want to do anything against your wish. Have you ever for once called them and encourage them to have, they can have this kind of freedom you want them to have. You may have it in your mind, but without communicating it, they may not see it. Have you ever for once called them and encourage them? You have land here. Any one of you that have the opportunity, that have the interest,
if you're hungry, do you ask
or
somebody
doing something,
or you go and eat?
you can use it. No, and I can't.
If you don't ask, so you
I can't just cultivate on your land without knowing your consent. Without Timber ever do that? That's the question I ask. Has he ever do that? Has he ever encouraged them?
I ask you question. Anything complain, I don't listen. Everybody has 24 hours in a day. It depends how you use your own. Everybody has 24 hours. I don't like people giving excuse. The moment you start giving excuse, more jackman on you, I'm running away. But
And do you think
I will not see,
Mr. What's it called? Mr. Tryon. And let me tell you, if everybody is like you, Mr. Tryon, if everybody is like you, you won't even leave this world. You won't be able to live here. All of us cannot be the same thing. Let me tell you that. That's a fact. If all of us have the same mindset, if all of us have the same mindset, there is no way.
I will do that very soon. I will do that just to.
Mr. Trump, I agree with Foley. I agree with Foley. Let me tell you one thing.
Agree,
when I put my money, wait now. When I put my money in stock, in fact, it was like the whole of my entire life crashed there. Or during the global crisis, when you were doing a project that you put the framework of your roof down for more than 6 weeks, I didn't even get Chishi to even buy anything to even cover it up there, So it happens that because I was actually waiting for my normal pay, but eventually I was taking a program that time. That program was what encouraged me to register my first company ever in Nigeria. That program encouraged me. And what was I doing with that? I was just selling IT assets. Like you sell computer, you sell some kind of automation part, all those stuff. That's what I was saying. But without going for that type of education, probably I would not even have that kind of idea. So sometimes some kind of information you have, some kind of training you have. Like there's a lady now in Nigeria that is a mechanic, if my memory serves me right. That how did the lady become a mechanic? He was watching YouTube on how to change engine. Because there's a guy, he said Eric. He said, I think Eric, Mr. Eric, the car guy or whatever. I can't remember that YouTube. So I think that was what she was watching. Now, before you know, this lady too, a lady became a mechanic in Nigeria. Then there's another lady too that was using tire. She's using tire to make furniture. I saw it that time that okay, you look at you will go to all those area where they dump old tires and started converting into tire. Do you know one thing that I noticed missing in Nigeria? They used to do some kind of slippers, so in Ekiti we call it jala water, that they use tire and the rubber to make. We call it jala water. That's what we.
That's what we used to wear to farm now.
Exactly. So by the time I was living in Nigeria, is that thing disappeared. Because to me, I think what we are discussing this night is very valuable thing, or maybe should I say invaluable, whatever. You understand? Because sometimes information is key. Information is key.
The problem we have in Nigeria is integrity.
Mr. Trump, when I was in Nigeria, that time they make me scared.
I went to Nigeria also before leaving Nigeria now.
I know that they make me scared of buying anything VCs. They will say, "Oh God, Koda, Koshekiniko." The thing is that they don't have that skill. They don't have that skill. Well, at some point, if that time, if I took a car to Oluwole, man, I say Oluwole or Ladipo. You understand? When I say Oluwole, Ladipo, Oluwole, that's one that is in Ogba. So that Ladipo. You know, from there, people will just bring down your V6 engine and they will fix it for you. You know that woman I'm talking about? That lady, she's fixing V6 engine, any type of engine. This lady, you know, so those are the small things that I think people can really do because
according to Buhari, Nigerians are lazy. Even here in Europe.
No, don't talk about Buhari. Wait till Buhari
I will tell you what I know.
I beg. If not, I beg. No, so the only president.
Mr. Taon, you want Ola to kill you. Ola does not like hearing Buhari name.
No. Apart from government, and the story of I have something more. What did that guy do different? Look at other former presidents now, compared to Buhari. Even Gomon still went out to go and learn and do something. Even Atiku still claiming that
Foley showed me a picture
saying
that Buhari said that Nigerians are missing him. He's here.
No. Look at other presidents.
No, all those ones are some of the things that people are just purporting. How can Buhari be saying that? It's a lie now. Who will believe such a thing?
Who mentioned Buhari the other time? I beg, they try that thing again. See, in the context of Buhari, Nigeria are not lazy. If Simba, Foley, and you and I are saying that, you understand, you had the opportunity to become the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Mr. Ola, when I will be in Nigeria in a few days from now, and I will talk to you guys live. You see me, more one Nigeria. At least you see me. Eh? At least you tell that.
Mr. Trouble, they show face. Don't this thing. If you want to show your face, let's show your face when we go to the background.
I know. I will come to. I'll tell you guys. See me. I'm in Nigeria. Mm-hmm.
But I'm afraid of Mike. I won't show my face in the background. I will show where you see.
Mike, no, Mike is a nice guy now. He's a nice guy now. One thing that there's something.
It can be nice, but it's behaving like Idris Abdul Karim is a bully.
No,
just be bullying
because of there's something very.
Ola, I want to say something so that Foley will get me clear. What I'm doing, I'm just trying to stimulate Nigerian young populations. It's not as if I'm castigating them. What I'm saying is that everybody should not just be crying and then sit down and not doing anything. You understand? In adversity, there is positivity. Whenever there is adversity, we're supposed to be looking for solution, not to complain. But in the situation whereby everybody started just sit down and just complaining, it's not going to change anything. If you look at Nigerian situation, I mentioned earlier, our population is growing 6 million per year. 6 million per year, and we are talking about how can you be in hunger and then you still be reproducing like rats? Can any government create 6 million job every year? Even American government cannot do that. He has left.
No, I got your point. That's why I was saying I think I understood what you were saying.
This Foley, because he cannot even be a good leader. It's not something that can motivate and carry his people.
Wait for him to come so that he can respond to you. You know,
no, he heard my point. He came for me before now. He came for me. So if I'm talking, I can come back.
I will defend my kinsman from Ekiti. You know, you don't talk to us in Ekiti. I will do Ekiti Parapo. Maybe Ghanaians from Osun will join you with the name of
Ghanaians. I'm from Shagam. I'm from Ijebu.
tó bá ti gbọ́ voice rẹ̀ wọ́n ti mọ̀ pé àwọn tó máa ń Ìjẹ̀bú ni.
No wonder he's Hansi Ogunjimi. Ó máa lóògùn lọ́wọ́ bó ṣe wà yẹn.
Bàjẹ́. Bàjẹ́, bàjẹ́. No.
give you Ogun.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of anybody. I can talk.
So no, the thing is,
and I'm a full-blooded Yoruba boy.
Oh,
Ola,
Mike,
Ola, if it's possible,
Can I say something? Good morning, guys.
hey, UFC, Alpha.
Yeah, UFC.
See, the Triumph. The thing
That is
I
his name
observed.
now. Nigerian
Yeah.
Force. Are you not UFC?
Yes, you're right.
I know him before now.
One thing is that most Nigerians don't put it to consideration. Nigeria as a country is not a rich country. There's this idea that has been painted to many Nigerians that we believe that the country is wealthy. We are not. Yes, we have the resources, but most of the resources are on ground. They need investment to extract and turn it into wealth. If you look at Nigeria, look at the government earnings, look at our budget, then place South Africa, for example, side by side with Nigeria. They have 50 million population and their yearly budget is $120 billion. Nigeria, a country of 200 million. Nigeria budget this year, I think, is about 35 billion.
No, it's no longer up to that. UFC before it's like 20 now. It's like $20 billion now.
Thank you. You see the gap. So people in South Africa
the purchasing power now. Like, you know that let me tell one thing people don't understand. People that lives in UK, like Mr. One Man, ask him to be honest. I have people living there, I have families. So even though you make 6K, they say they're making money. The system collect everything. It will only remain 1K at the end of the month.
Mr. Saong, let me tell you this. I have a colleague that left where I am now.
Yes.
He left Saudi Arabia to go and work in UK, a doctor. You know, he's now struggling to come back to Saudi Arabia. You know, in UK is earning 6 digit.
I know now.
You understand? But when he compare what he can save to what he was saving when he was in Saudi Arabia, 40%. 40%.
Then accommodation alone will finish it.
He will pay like 2,500 for his status, like £2,500 for accommodation. How much will be left?
2,500 for rent, then the money is gone already. Yeah, just imagine. So
look at my younger sister. You understand? She was doing great in Nigeria. She went to UK. I said nothing. She said, I said, okay, go now, go. I don't tell people to go again. No, go.
So okay, to fix Nigeria will require Nigerians to create value. For instance, 10 years ago, when Don Jazzy create a Navy record, for example, he had, I believe, he had a vision.
Yeah.
So part of it now for almost $80 million. Now he has a lot of payroll of people to he pay every month.
It doesn't work like that to Nigeria first. You guys are not talking theory.
No, what I mean is that see, I always say this: Nigerian citizen, me and you here, we are the one to create the job that most people need. Not because the government doesn't have the capacity to do that. Really, it is us, the citizen, that will create job for others to employ others. That's how we are going to help most of our people. Because this one that everyone is waiting for government to appoint them or employ them is the reason why we have a civil servant. Civil service that is absolutely corrupt. They do nothing. They add value. They don't have value to the economy. Nothing, and their salary are being paid every month for nothing.
Who told you this one? I don't like hearing things like that too. I don't like hearing
Nigeria civil. Oh no! Nigeria civil servant, based on the workings they have shown regarding the country, they have not done anything.
I will leave my credit card, leave everything. I'll come to Nigeria. just ordinary transport, I bet it with you. Within 6 months, I will reproduce everything I have here.
Okay, Mr. Triumph. Mr. Triumph. Don't you think the Nigeria civil service is overbloated?
Leave that one. They don't
No,
pay
no,
them.
you give me an answer, because
They
if you
don't
look at
pay
Nigeria
them.
current,
You understand? They don't pay them. So what do you want to say? They don't pay them now.
They don't pay who?
Hold on. If Olajide Foley, wait for Mike. Wait
You
for
said,
Mike. Mike will beg you
you
on.
say they don't pay them. They don't pay civil.
They don't pay
federal
them.
civil service.
If they pay them, you can start talking. Where's the money first?
No, they pay them. They pay them.
Let me tell you one little something, and one little thing I used to do. When I have a what do you call? When I have that was when I have debt too. What I do, I create a business to service my debt, to pay off my debt. I don't touch it. I don't touch it. The money comes.
Mr. Trump.
Mr. Trump, do you know in Nigeria first? Just a minute, sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Trump, what you don't know is this. Over time, you've developed yourself. It's just like when they say someone has a work experience, someone that is just coming from school, and someone that has been in industry for, like, say, 6 to 10 years, they are totally different people. So if you said the other time that what you've done in France, if you get to the gear, you will create, because it is what you'll be doing. It has become your way of life and part of parcel of you. So getting to Nigeria, where it's even your land gone, will be easier for you. You understand? But someone that is ignorant of what you know, we have to be encouraged, we have to be educated. You understand? That's the purpose of what we are doing here. You understand? So when I brought the I'm not saying
I spoke yesterday.
Simba like how you don't know.
Mr. Okay,
I'm listening.
Mr. Hold on, please. Let me ask you: is Nigeria civil service, are they competent?
Yes, now
they are not. Sorry, they are not, because look at the way the country is being run. They are not.
Nigeria, the problem you people have in Nigeria today because no money. That's why you guys are complaining. No money. If there is money, you buy anything you want to buy.
They are not. If they are competent,
you guys cannot afford it. That's just
if they are competent, sir. Most of these politicians that steals Nigeria's money,
who steals money?
They will be known. They will be made public for us to. They will be made public for us, the masses, to see. Because currently, they perpetuate the corruption with the politicians. Really, if you look at the way the country is structured, they work with the politicians side by side to defraud the country.
When I talk, people will tell me that according to somebody day before yesterday, they were telling me that I'm a politician. I'm not a politician. I just think one thing is that the moment you guys are united in Nigeria, you will start seeing progress in every family too. When the families are united, progress will start.
That is also partly the problem. I agree with you on that. If the family structure is united.
If Nigeria is unite, that's what I told people. Like if I teach you, if I say, look at that, last year we brought 3 people. No, sorry, 5. They all jackpot. Now their visa is expired. They are begging to come and learn the trade now. We said bye-bye. The 5 of them ran away from the airport. What do you want to say? Talk. I beg. Nigeria is Nigeria. What we need is just unity and integrity. When you cannot spend your money on somebody that is not genuine. Mr. Simba was saying it earlier now. There were people working. Somebody that I helped. I said, okay, I have purchase. I gave the person a bus that I bought almost 13k euro. Yeah, I just gave. There'll be something solid. I no see 1 naira. Then later the money finished. Now they were living life now. From what's it called? From 2-bedroom flat, they went to duplex. Instead of them to cut their coat according to their cloth. That's the problem. They want to live big. It is a pride. This is our culture. We want to show that yes, we have arrived. Because one thing is that I just laugh. I say, from my mind, I say I don't settle you for life. No, they are crying. I say I just did them cry. I know you cannot. From the duplex, they pack back to 2-bedroom flat after 3 years. It is the mindset to Nigeria first.
Wait,
Yes,
they didn't invest the money.
I don't want to know. I say they should give me my money back today. They cannot. You people, I bet Nigeria problem is integrity. That's why people doesn't want to borrow Nigeria any money again because they say that Nigeria is not, in fact, we say fiable. Fiable, which word that means there is not. They say Nigerians are not serious. How many Nigerians living here now? We used to talk to them and they cry. They sit and they wait for this allocation that comes every month. What are you saying? Free money they pour you. Everybody wants that free money too now. So one thing that it's all about choice.
Okay, so what are we going to do at least to empower those who are serious?
The hunger never catch them well. When they say when hunger catch you, you go come outside, you will find something to work. Even France now they want to stop giving people all this free money because they don't have enough money. Africans have cut their source of. You think we start getting an offense from next year, ending of this year and next year. And if not, they're going to go to war. They're going to go to war in Africa. I know that one for sure. But when you touch their money, they go to war. That's it. That's just it. They just kept quiet for the meantime. Because of there's Russia behind them. So the guy knows what to do now. So that's it. So what do you want to say? Nigeria is sweet. Sweet. There is things.
Yes, no, Mr. Triumph. Nigeria is sweet when you have money.
No. I want people to talk like that. Sorry to say. Nigeria is sweet. You can walk freely.
Nigeria is sweet and fun when you at least if you can afford anything you want. Nigeria.
I remember when I came, my friends were just carrying me, want to carry me with their big cars. This you don't want to carry me all those big cars, those Mercedes, those what's it called? What's it called? This sport Range Rover. You want to make me happy? I was just looking at it. I said, I don't give a damn. Just leave me alone. I just came down. I feel like walking. Understand? I don't come do Owambe. I came just to enjoy myself, to be myself, to fluke. I walk on the street. I was seeing money every day. On the street too, people are complaining. I was seeing money on the street.
Okay, Mr. Trump.
Yes.
Let me ask. The current leadership, like current government, are you okay with their policy, or there are some policy you think the government can really work on to make things more better, or the current policy on a long range?
Nnpc. Do you know what we call bet pain? Bet pain.
Yeah.
That means in time of labor. Nigeria is in time of labor now. You guys don't know now. You guys don't know calculation. Me, I say I'm going to Nigeria. I'm positioning myself. Now there are going to be crisis in Europe. I position myself. Everything is all about positioning yourself.
Yeah, but I think I agree with you. If you are diaspora, even this is the right time to invest in Nigeria, because at least if you send little, you can actually get more on ground.
In the bank, you're wasting your time.
Huh?
I only leave like 50% of my money in the bank. Everything is in investment. And as money depreciate, my products increase in value. But you guys don't know. So I just laugh when people are attacking. It's empty people that make noise now.
That means as we speak right now, there are people cashing out.
Only kept 15%, but it's big money. It's big money.
Even you see, they increased the interest rate yesterday.
It doesn't change anything. It will not change anything. It will not change anything. It will not change anything. Only have 15% of my money there. The rest is I buy things. So that's it. Nigeria will be great too. You guys might be complaining. I pray many of you will see it with your eyes. Then I will ask you a question. How far now?
So.
How far? I was just say, I used to tell them how market. How market? According to what you say, I don't believe in negativity. I remember one thing just that it's just that we need people that are good, that can put good policies, and people that know the right investment, that can not that you put person in no sabi book when be saying a salary in the collect for your life, because I make you can't do investment, you not go work now, you not go work. Let me go just throw money.
Mr. Trayo.
You don't come at the year, okay?
Please,
What do you want to
He said, "Don't come."
Please, yes. Please, I want you to sell a business idea that you think it can sell in Nigeria of today. I want you to just sell it out. Maybe people will learn from you.
For free, on which area?
Please, can you just do that now? I want to see what capacity do you even have to even drive business in Nigeria?
I spoke to somebody yesterday. Do you know this?
Okay, let me give you some.
Not you, please, Mr. Trayon. I need him.
You know that? Do you know this Judy? You know Judy now. You spoke with that. You people exchange number. I called him yesterday. Thank you. That after you guys were talking, I grabbed one information you guys never knew. That will give me almost $1 billion. Honestly speaking.
Okay, how?
Why would I say it out?
Sell it. It's okay, sell business idea to me. I want to do business. Sell it to me. I want you to sell business idea to me.
Thank you very much. He was begging me I should talk. Now he wants to go back to go look at the video. I think you are wasting your time. It's not in the video, it's in the back section. I saw it with my eyes. I'm just seeing that yesterday. I have to tell my wife that I'm
Mr. Trayon, I want you to sell a business idea to me here. I want to learn from you. Because I've been saying you will teach me something. Teach me here.
Last time you will. I've told you first of all, the way you talk matters. Because last time you were telling me that
there's no way I talk. Leave the way I talk. I want you to sell business. I even want to see what is in your brain that you want to give out.
Like what now? I deal with them big people, though. People pay me to do
because all this you have been saying on this platform, me, I don't believe it. Sell idea, business idea.
I get
sell business idea to me. Let
now result I get.
Me buy it. I want you to sell business idea to me. How you make money? How someone can make good money? Sell it.
Fully. People will not give you their secret in public.
You want to use why you collect knowledge.
Don't give me your secrets. Don't give me secrets. Don't give me secrets. Just sell.
At least
I can share idea with you.
It's not asking to learn. It's against the way Traum is talking. Everything that you have been saying.
Not against. Because today, Trayon will say he's dealing with France president. Tomorrow he say he's the one controlling Europe. No. I don't understand that. Tell me the business idea.
You can see where it's coming from now.
I say I work with the French government. They tell me to choose either Nigeria and France. I will choose France.
Today you say you are the one that control the France system. Tomorrow you say just say something for me.
No. Don't misquote me, Mr. Foley.
And let's stop all this.
You can say what you want to say. Don't misquote me, please. Everything is in the archive. Everything is done.
Mr. Prime is a big
I don't misquote you. You know what? I'm a realist.
Those that have things don't make mouth.
We that want to sell, you want to give you freely. You say you are not interested.
One thing
Timber, when it comes to your turn, I know how to give it to you. Okay? I'm giving it to Mr. Trayon now. Let him explain.
No. Do you know one thing that you don't understand?
Do you know I quote people with their their beliefs?
You can say what you want to say.
The way he talks. It's the reason why I'm asking these questions.
Let me ask
you know, Foley, anytime you talk, there is this anger that I can see in the way you talk.
You see the anger in me. My anger in me don't deceive people. My anger don't deceive people. I'm a realist.
You can't make any business without aggression. Business, you got to be.
Please, no. When it comes to business, I've been doing business already. I've started business as my 10th upward. So if I've been doing business for the past 30 years, so I think I can call myself a business person, and I've never regretted doing business. I've never worked in anywhere. I've been on my own, and I've been doing things in my own space. Okay, so if you're talking about business, I think I'm actually on the right path.
But this your aggression. Where do you learn it? Where do you learn it?
And that doesn't. No, my aggression
That's
based
where you
on.
talk to your customers, your client, and your.
Oh wow! I'll be the best person to deal with if you do with me in business. The best person you ever deal with in business, I'll be the person. But when we are talking about our society, it doesn't have to do with our personal life. Our personal life is different from our society. A lot of people are doing very good on this space, but system actually affect them. Some people have been killed. All in the name of someone wants to rob them, and they are doing good. So people are doing their business. They want to go and buy products. They are traveling, and the attack happen, and they kill them. They shot at them. So people have been being a victim of this system. So if you think your society is not matter to you, you are just making a mistake. You should be conscious of your society. Don't ever think about yourself alone. Your society matters your growth as well. Because after you make your money, after you put all your best in place, one idiot can just terminate your life within a second.
Mr. Foley, humans are greedy and selfish. Yes or no? Can you pack all your money today and give to people? Do you know that for the past 6 months, I did not collect a dime from my salary. I pay myself. I employ people coming to knock my door, and you are talking. You know how many families are eating through me, and you are talking. And I know they show person my house. I know they show person my face. Only those that are in, they've seen me.
Whatever. Wait, Mr. Trayo, whatever you have for your pocket. Not you can't. I don't even need a damn from you. So stop all this thing. Stop all this thing. Whatever you think you have, it's for you and your family, not me.
I came to you people's meeting. I saw that you guys are worshiping Mr. Shore. Did I say it out?
Nobody is worshiping anybody here.
I observe people.
Even if I'm in a meeting, and Shore is misbehaving, I will tell it to him.
I don't know. You people are just trying to do things that will not work. I will be telling you this.
Nobody is doing things that is not work here.
Okay, let me
tell you. Whether you're a billionaire, or you're a trillionaire, you only have 1 second to leave this space. And that 1 second will never escape it. Everybody will go to that. We have that 1 second. So you never leave this place. What matters here is what you do with your life. All your billions will never go to grave with you. So when we are talking, stop seeing us as if we are talking about money alone. We are talking about the society issue.
But wait. You see, one thing I say about Nigerians, they like to take sides and join movements they know nothing about. If you want to really know who control most of the activists in Nigeria, check where they are getting their donations from. Those who donate for them control these people. Most of these people are not fighting for Nigeria, really. There are people they are fighting for those people's interests. So Nigerians need to grow up.
Raise money. Let me come in now. What is the source of his money? Let me come in now. You want make I talk? Make I talk now. What do you mean the
source of my money?
No, show raise money.
Source of my money?
The source of
we're not talking about Showore here. Leave Showore alone. Leave that guy alone. We're nobody talking about Showore. We're talking about me and you. We're not talking about Showore here.
Actually, let's talk about
Don't take the topic.
A lot of people think these guys have a solution to the country. It doesn't. None of them have.
You are telling me to tell you something. People are there not complaining. You come here with bitterness, bitterness.
Let me tell you something. As far as I'm concerned, I am contented. As far as I'm concerned, I'm very, very contented with what I have. If there is anything that God gives to me, is contentment. God dashed me that thing.
Go and read more about
Mr. Triumph. If you observe, many of these people who call themselves activists, that they are fighting for the people, they are even also they themselves are out of touch with the people. For instance, look at the yesterday so-called protest. Did it work? Did people really actually come out and protest? No, because you know why? There was no sincerity of purpose in that organizing that protest. Protest for what? Instead of them to protest government to increase wages for people, that should be the protest. Increase salary for the for Nigerian workers. I think people
It
can actually, a lot
increase
of people will come out
nothing,
and support
so
that.
not increase your salary. You guys doesn't understand economics, so if they increase salary, it will not change nothing.
No, they
Everything
have to see.
stop.
Mr. Trump. They need to increase minimum wage. Let's be honest. The 35,000 is nothing. It cannot 35,000 cannot get you anything in Nigeria. They need the government need to increase minimum wage.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. As you guys are very intelligent, I will leave you guys to continue talking. Okay, no problem. According to Mr. Foley.
Okay, no, Mr. Triumph, the current 35,000, do you think it's okay for an average Nigeria who is a worker, who is employed, 35,000 naira?
There's a way we do
Hello.
Yeah, go on.
There's a way we
Yeah.
do things in life. There's a way we do things in
Wow,
Nigeria. I used to use myself as an example. I started
Yeah.
here with 20 euro. I remember. I started here in 20 euro before I started making 7 figures. Honestly speaking, 20 euro in 2 years I skyrocketed. Is one thing is that when small guys they made money, they think of cars, rent a duplex.
So of course, bank. So of course, more vehicle. Oh yeah, more first bank to the major.
Hey, Folly, mute yourself. Folly, mute yourself, please.
Let's learn how rich he is now.
Mr. Triumph.
I started with 20 euro.
Mr.
Triumph. You know what UFC is saying? Let's get that minimum wage. They have to do something about it. It's not the way you are. It's not a money for business. It's the money that people are earning. You understand?
Yes.
And then any business that you have to do, you have to pay your worker, and then you have to pay them money that they can live with, not money that will not bring them to survive.
Do they have the money? Do they have the money?
No. Government is not being sincere. Let me tell you, Nigerian government earn in dollars.
Okay.
You understand? And we have heard that, okay, the allocation that they are sharing, before they used to share like 250 billion, 300 billion, including state and local, the federal and the state. Now they are sharing trillions. They should also increase the workers' salary. How much was it before the devaluation of Naira? Even if they can just increase it to match for what they used to earn pre this problem, that is the way they're supposed to go about it. So that even this hunger that we are talking about, it's not as if there is no food. Is there any food that you want to buy that you say when you get to market in Nigeria, you won't buy? We are not Sri Lanka. We are not in the stage of Sri Lanka. You understand? There's nothing that I want to get in Nigeria that you not get. It's because people don't have the purchasing power. So, and that's why I don't succumb to this issue of they have to increase import food or increase agricultural production. I can bet you, I said Nigerian farmers now, they are selling their produce outside the country. They are selling to neighboring country. So does that shows you that we don't have enough food in Nigeria? It's not the problem in Nigeria is not because we don't have enough food. And let me tell you, these days, everybody is exposed now. Even the farmer in the village will look for the highest bidder to buy his products. If I know that my produce, I can sell it in Benin Republic higher than the price I can sell it in Nigeria, why should I sell it in Nigeria? So that is it. No matter how much we produce, if we don't increase the purchasing power of our people, and the neighboring state, neighboring country, they have more purchasing power than us, they will buy our food. And that is what is happening. The other time I was talking with Jude, I have to go and Google it. The minimum wage in Cameroon is actually about 50,000 CFA, which is that is about 150,000 naira. So that means the minimum person in Cameroon can afford to buy food, and we see that food has been cheap. The reason why Nigerians are saying that things are expensive is because they cannot afford it.
That's what I've been saying. No. That's what I've been saying too. I see that because they don't have that money to afford.
If you look, let me tell you, if you look at it, if you put Nigeria into the global space, and you look at the price of things in Nigeria relatively, it's far cheaper than most of the other countries, even Cameroon and even Ghana, even Benin Republic, Togo. But the problem is that Nigerians don't earn enough for them to be able to afford it. Affordability is the problem in Nigeria, not lack.
Simba, do you think that one of the reasons because they overemploy people in a sense in those civil service? You know, if you go to all these agencies, you just see some people just standing around, like they hire 10 people for the job of one person. So now, instead of that person, that one person running that,
I agree with you, Mike.
You understand what I'm saying?
The problem with civil service in Nigeria is because government see it as the only way they can use it as a cheap electioneering campaign. This is the number of people that we employ. Whether they have job description or not, they don't care.
Yeah, so regarding the increasing salary, like when you hire 10 people when you hire 10 people for the job of
redundant workers.
Yeah, when they hire like 10 people for the job of 5 people. So that 5 people could have been making the money of the other 5.
Let me give you for example. Let me give you an example. Around 2009, 2010, in the hospital where I work, they employ to the extent that they now have to be telling some people not to come to work because they don't even have where to sit. They are not, imagine that hospital has more administrative workers than the real medical personnel. To the extent that they now post some of them to the world that they will go and be looking at the bulb that is not functioning. Administrative workers. You understand? Instead of them to employ nurses and doctors, they are employing admin, accountancy, and all those things. So those are the issues. So to me, they have to increase salary for people to be able to afford the food. The hunger in Nigeria is not due to lack of, I kept on saying it's not due to lack of food though. It is the purchasing power. And even if we increase production, I cannot go to farm now and farm and see that if I can sell a bag of maize more than what I can sell it to an average Nigeria, I can sell it to Benin Republic or Cameroon. I would rather take it there and sell because I want to make profit. I want to make money.
So the only solution is that the government should subsidize farmers then. That's it.
Exactly.
So one thing is that I don't know how to put it.
And even if the government subsidize farmer, that means government will buy their produce and sell and then distribute it to people.
No, not that way. Not that way. If they subsidize farmers, that means that they can decide the price of the goods. They do it here in Europe. Understand? They do it here in Europe. Like I know that some farmers, the government give them.
I agree with you. They can do it in those countries where they can police their borders.
Understand?
You understand, Mr. Tarok?
Well, I know.
So in Nigeria, you can't police the border. The average custom officer or not through security agent alone, they are there to make money, not to police anywhere.
But one thing that I used to tell people that
and in Europe, we also have countries that are relatively that are almost at par. You understand? As your neighbors. But in Nigeria, it's not. The reverse is the case.
No,
Even as we are talking now, that we are even saying that people don't earn much, you still see a lot of Beninoans
for me,
working in Nigeria and they are making money.
Understand? As for me, I don't need. How would I put it? I don't need money to live. I used to tell people now. I tried some things when I was working.
Mr. Abraham, the way you are talking, it's like some people are already developing. They are beefing you.
No,
Look
I
at
don't give a damn. I don't need money to live. Even if I
look
give a
at Folly. Folly just came from you and I today.
The guy
No,
has.
Mr. Triumph always speak from a place of privilege. And in fact, Mr. Triumph, you should know that
I
not
don't
all
want to say
Nigerians are
it's just
privileged
that
to kind
one
of
of my
resources and
advisors
wealth
told me I
you are
should
in
not
control of.
speak
So
about
you
my
have to
child.
put that into consideration.
No. That was the problem. That was the problem also. Understand? That was the problem also. And we Nigerians, we used to say every time. There's the things that I call it. We have the basic things you need in life, and the things you don't need. You don't need. But we like accumulating. It was a wealthy guy. The difference between rich and wealthy. This wealthy guy called me. I asked him. He told me that I should learn how to be. He told me be normal. And it was against my principle because I'm from Africa. We like showing people. I still have my bling bling. I have my golden chain. I have everything. You understand? Just talk. He said, no, we don't do things that way. And he told me that the only thing you need is just that you have things that produce money and your bank accounts. He told me only give me that. Even the MD comes down and open door for me, escort me. They say then they talk more. Understand? That's why I understood you can dress heaven and earth. Your bank account is your credential. Before doing businesses. So you guys can say anything you want to say. It talks so. Like now, when I went to Nigeria the other day, my people I sent to do something for me for the past 6 months, they were drumbling me. I did it within 2 hours. And I came outside. The following day, I took my plane. I went back. Very easy. There's a way communication matters. Communication matters. One thing that I used to tell people that in life, we choose. It's all about choices we make.
UFC. Sorry, Mr. Trump, for cutting you. UFC. Hello.
Yes, go on.
UFC. I think what we should be talking about is, if we have to be reasonable and be factual about what is happening in Nigeria, what you said earlier about Nigerian budget, that budget is abysmal. That budget cannot move that country an inch. That money is too small.
Thank you.
But you see people coming here, they'll be shouting, Nigerian is rich, Nigerian. What the hell? What kind of exposure does our people have? That Nigerian budget, let me tell you, that Nigerian budget is not to a budget of a ministry here. In this country where the population of both the indigenes and the foreigner is 35 million, it's not up to a budget of a ministry. Egypt, as we talk, even Egypt that is in crisis, Egypt budget this year is $100 billion with a population of 110 million. Nigeria, we are budgeting 20 billion for a population of over 200 million. And we think that something reasonable will happen. We are deceiving ourselves.
But Mr. Simba,
we are a poor nation.
No. I understand where he's going to. Egypt, they don't have the same crisis we have. One, and the way we spend money. Two, and the price of things there and here is different. I tell people that Nigeria is the cheapest place to live. I can tell with facts, with facts. And again, that when I do the calculation, we don't need all those. It looks like I'm doing tight hand. There's a way they should just cut cost of things that they don't need. Then then they go on things they need. One thing that I used to watch, like what this lady that they caught that was suspended, well, put the money in the account, looking at her, eating, dancing, doing things. I say no now. It's just the way we think. Oh. You said earlier, Mr. Simba, that you don't go to private party, things like that. I smiled. I say that's it. People should know their priorities in life. You understand? There's time. One thing is that when you're not happy with yourself, you start looking for people to make you happy, which is very sad. Understand? We in Nigeria, we like showing ourselves. Me too. I was a victim too. I was a victim. I just got freed. When I calculate how much I pay, I have 13 cars here in front of me. When I calculate, I was paying €300 Alliance Insurance. My name is there. Understand? For each of my cars. Calculate it in a year. Nobody told me now. I say, Kilele Inoni. The guy came here to dash people money. And I have other things to do. And you only drive one car. Oh my God. I only drive one car. I drive one car. Then I started giving it out. They even stole some of my cars. I want to go and declare it to the police in case of any problem for me to be free.
We UFC, that country, we need to be budgeting like a $200 billion, at least $200 billion every year.
Yearly. Thank you. For us to see actual progress.
And that's what if we what can 200? You look at that population, look at 20 billion. What can that one do? Nothing. And in fact, for the fact that that country is still existing, it's just by God's grace.
Because you see, because even our traders actually to open the eyes of many Nigerians. If you see our yearly trade volume, that is export, you see that it is very low. For instance, Indonesia export, I think their export was about 366 billion. You see, imagine the country exports a goods of about 300 something billion dollar, while Nigeria itself is about 70. So we just have bunch of people who actually does nothing. Like we are not productive. We don't. Okay, at the international market as we speak right now, I think I hear that the price of cocoa have increased about 100 or 200%. Where are the Nigerian cocoa farmers? Where are they? Where are the where are the soya beans farmers? Where are they? No, you can because everyone wants to do office job whereby they will shower in the morning, get dressed, and go to the office and just relax and do their job.
Office, it's the same thing everywhere in the Western
world. That's the problem.
It's the same thing everywhere. Let me tell you why. Do you know why this administration is feeling the heat a bit? There's inflation everywhere.
Yes, see, sir, we understand there's inflation. See,
2 weeks ago, Europe
okay, Mr. Triumph. Okay, let me say this. I have traveled before. You understand? I've traveled out of Nigeria or Africa to other country. One thing I observed there is that that's what changed my mindset about. That's why I don't focus on government too much again. It changed my mind. When I go through most of even their farming in their agricultural industry, it is not run by the government. It is run by the citizen, really. So when it comes to Nigeria issue, every Nigerian just wants government to involve in everything. It cannot work until Nigeria government themselves put their shit together and tell Nigerians the truth, harsh truth. I think what Buhari said, he was right. But yes, I get a lot of people took it personal when he said the youth are lazy. He was not wrong, because if you look at the economic activity, say so. Look at what Nigerians are doing now, because they know that is easy. Everyone is doing content creator. content creator is not going to save anyone. That's just a layman's job to me. People need to think and do something else that will bring real cash
Content
and real
curation.
wealth.
What value did you add to the economy? Just to make people laugh. That's all.
Who?
I said content curation. What did they contribute to the economy? Just to make people laugh.
Yeah, yeah, that's all. That's all they are doing. But if we want to change things, we need to the citizens. Because see, many Nigerians are really there is opportunity in Nigeria. Many Nigerians don't key to government opportunity. For instance, we have Bank of Agriculture, we have Bank of Industry. I listened to a woman in Nigeria who is into it's like this supermarket that produce household goods in Europe. Is it IKEA or something? It's a Swedish company. Hello,
Go
can you
ahead, go
guys?
ahead.
Good. The woman, the lady does something like that in Nigeria. She said the reason why banks don't give most Nigerians loan is that their bookkeeping and their record is bad. She said when she went to Bank of Industry to apply for a loan, less than a week they approved that loan because her record was clean, her record was well analyzed.
She's not lying. Let me tell you this.
Yeah,
2019, I applied for a loan from Bank of Industry.
yeah,
Towards the end, I think around December 2019. What delayed it was I know that we have this COVID-19 by January, February 2020.
yeah.
But by June 2020, I got my loan. I've liquidated the loan. If I immediately liquidated the loan, they asked me whether I wanted to collect more. I was one that said no.
You see?
Do you know what I'm saying? And that loan is at a single digit interest rate.
You see?
You understand? But if you look at it now, some people will say, hey, how many people have access to it? Hey, how many people have you asked for it? Have you asked for it? Somebody just hinted me that I can go there. I went there. I know nobody. You understand? And they gave me the list of their requirements. I don't even have any collateral on my own. I use my brother's CFO. You understand? And they just collected something, and I collected I think I collected at that time I collected about 10 million naira. And they spread it over 3 years or so. I was paying like maybe 250, 300,000 every month. And they gave me 6 months, depending on the type of business that you are doing. Because they will not start immediately they give you the loan, they will not start collecting the loan back. They gave me 6 months gestational period when they know that this thing, that the business I'm doing, I've started making money from it. And then that is when they start collecting the loan back. You understand? But some people, they will just hear what people are saying, then they will just be propagating it. Me, I look for positive and I propagate positivity. I don't propagate negativity. You understand? That is the way we should go. If you keep on crying every day, crying does not solve problem. Lamentation does not solve problem.
So you know how far we can go if we just speak positive, like consistently. You know what I'm saying. When you just speak positively, just encourage, say what can be, talk about things that can be done. You understand? Talk about the possibility of great things. Just put it in the minds of people. But we're constantly just talking the negative. Oh, it will never work. Nigeria will never work. Yeah, this guy, this is bad. Just negative, negative, negative. There's something called the law of attraction. I don't know if everybody's aware of that. It's that whatever you put out there is what you receive. Like your thoughts, your words. It's almost like you are sowing seed out there. It's what's going to germinate. So when you're always throwing negative at it, you wonder why you're always reaping negative. So just that
Mike,
mentality, no, you know.
I picked a guy. The guy is now in the two in the Polytechnic. I picked him up at the age of 17. He is from Benue State. His father was a retired policeman. The guy left home and came to Ilorin, struggling at that age. He used to cut flower in the hospital where I used to work. That was when I picked the guy up. I was one that encouraged. In fact, the guy now, he sees me like an inspiration. He's still working for me, but he will finish his HND this year. I pay his school fees, I pay his house rent, and I still give him salary for the work that he's doing for me. And I know that I've had positive impact in that guy's life because his mentality is totally different now. I've made him to be productive. And that is what we're supposed to be doing. If I can pick one, you pick one, another person pick one, we can have influence on this youth.
Imagine
But
if
in the situation whereby the only thing we say we only encourage them to do is to become a looter. Because let us go and demonstrate. You have this useless leader. You have this. You have that. Then you continue.
They will never stop saying that to a useless leader. Yeah. God damn, can you guys look around yourself and like, do you know how many, like, in some of these communities there'll be a few people among them that are so talented, and they won't even consider like, okay, let us all invest in this one individual that is very talented. If this individual go very far, maybe they want to even come around to invest in this community. Let's say, for example, look at this simple one. You go to some of these communities in Nigeria, in Lagos or somewhere, there'll be one kid like that have, let's say, talent of Lionel Messi or even Neymar or something like that. And everybody knows this kid has talent too. If they all say, okay, let's look at the potential, let us all invest in this guy, put him into whatever, just give him that support for him to go far with his talent. Imagine if PSG signed that kid for $300 million. That guy can come back with just a fraction of that money and just change everybody's
Mike, you are talking about $300 million. Let's say they even sign him for $1 million. $1 million. $1 million. Why are you talking about 300 million?
You know what I'm saying? So the guy can come back with that guy within that guy can come back there, and remember all these neighborhood, these people here that the one that donated money to put me out, to brush me, polish my talent, and get me there. He can just come there and turn the neighborhood, the environment around. But they don't think like that. They will just see each other. They don't believe in investing in one another. Nigerians just don't. Everybody just want chop. They climb each other.
One thing we need to do, our society also, we need to learn how to help each other, because if you look at Nigeria,
invest in one another.
Nigerians rather give pastor who doesn't deserve this money, unnecessary money. I don't
give to God.
Yes,
God, they ask you for money. Now God
I rather, like me, that's why when I see any donations online for people who are ill or sick or who need help, I always do my best to donate to the people, not one man who turn himself into a mini god that will start giving them my money for free. No, I don't do it.
That's what these Oyimbos do. All those Oyimbos again, when they go create one scholarship scheme for the children or the young people that are so gifted, and they'll create a scholarship, so they will have access to that scholarship. So that way, this your brilliance, this talent you have, there's this scholarship, this thing that's available. It's just some private people that put that scholarship there. Like, okay, if you have talent, so your talent doesn't go to waste. If you are good in something, it doesn't go to waste. Something out there where some people put in place, like, okay, hey, this is our contribution. For anyone that have this talent, this avenue here, can use access these resources and use it to help yourself to get somewhere. But there's no individuals or private people in Nigeria doing it. Everybody's looking for government to do every goddamn thing.
Mike, average Nigerian think in America it is just government only that help people. No, every American who are wealthy, if you dig down their background, they they donate to all kinds of projects. Charity, yes.
And you see the NBA now, when they play the All-Star game, they will say the winner will the money the winner, the team they will donate, will put this money to this charity, charity and this community. And that's how the community is raised. They get the money and they put it into one program and sponsor those programs. That's how it works. That's how they do things. American government, they don't really do much now. They just spend money on buying weapons and building military. That's why they spend most of their money now.
Yeah, it is individual America that help. For instance, do you know how many people Jay-Z have spent his money to bail out of prison? Thousands. But he's just doing it behind the scenes, not saying anything. But people would think it is just government that has. No, it's not government. Government alone cannot save us in that country. The Nigerian citizens need to love themselves, help each other, help to lift each other up. That's the goal.
I don't think we can die. Come and see the Nigerians here, the way they used to fight among themselves. We don't have that spirit. You see other nationality, you see them, especially the Indians. You see them working together, supporting themselves. Here in a fight.
And you know the one that annoys me, and it's more common Igbo people. So common among them. In America, we will be gathering somewhere. The next thing we'll start asking everybody is which tribe you come from, which tribe you come from, which tribe. I already know where they are going. The moment you are Yoruba, you already know the way they will treat you. Don't even say you are not. Next thing,
No, the way to stop
Yoruba
such
people,
things
they start typing, talking tribal stupid shit. I'm like, dude, what the heck? What are we
the
doing
way
here,
to
man?
stop such thing is to shut it down immediately. Anyone asks that kind of question, just shut the person down and let's.
It's so common with them. When we gather somewhere, where are you from? Where are you from? Which tribe are you from? Which thing concern you? What the God Lord? And the way they will start to look at you is based on which tribe you come from.
Mike, I want to change my device.
You see?
I want to change my device. So I want to log in again. I want to change my device.
Yeah. I'll add you back. No problem.
Oh, I saw. I think is it on Bloomberg yesterday. How in Nigeria sabotaged the country. A company involved in corruption. The company had a liability of about $2.5 billion to pay to Nigeria government. Did you know that a Nigeria in that department decided to take $2.1 million from that company to destroy the case? That means you see how evil we are. You allow yourself to be used to deny the country $2.5 billion just because of how much to see. He didn't even negotiate this thing. If I've seen it that the guy negotiate like he collected like let's say $100
They
million.
supposed to. That guy supposed to be killed. Believe me, supposed to be killed. That guy can sell a whole country.
We sell ourselves short in that country. When I see that news yesterday, I was like, wow. At least
Yesterday when I said we needed capital punishment, people were against me. Those are the kind of people that needs to be executed under 24 hours.
I'm telling you, I agree with you.
Teach the next person a very good lesson.
If that guy have took like 500 million from those people, I would still be angry that that money was even too small. But how will you do that? Deny your country of 2.5 and you take $1.1 million as a bribe? Man, corruption will be the death of Nigeria.
I used to tell people that I don't trust anybody till you have money. When money enter your hand, it will bring your character out. When people are poor, that say, hey, but Christians too. The moment they cross over here to Europe, see the way life is. Everything is aside. Everybody character changes. People can say what they want to say. I'm good, I'm honest, doing business. Nah, lie, I don't believe you.
No. See,
Send the money into your hand.
I'm not saying that I am honest here. What I'm saying is that even if you want to take a bribe, at least make it make sense. If he has collected like $500 million from the company, oh, at least it's okay. It's okay. Ah man, that's huge. Come on, I get what. See, I'm not saying that I'm so plain that I
Let me
cannot
tell
discuss
you,
it.
is what he did is just lack of patriotism. You understand?
Yeah.
He's just thinking about himself and himself alone. How can you trade your country? You look at it's just like a patry sum of money, $2.5 million to almost $2.6 billion.
$1 billion. Come on.
Okay. And then we'll be here. Let me tell you, even most of us here,
So the guy
if we are given the
$2.2 million
opportunity,
for
as
two
Mr. Tayoff
for
said,
$2 billion.
will be worse than the
Yes.
people that we are blaming.
No. I have a good record there. Not even one single police case. So even yeah, I can say it
Mr.
proud.
Tayoff, you know,
Nigeria embassy invited me two
wait,
times.
you are the one
Mr.
that
Simba.
just said
2
it.
times.
Let me tell you, power, absolute power, corrupt absolutely. You understand? You have not had the power.
They
You are
tried
doing
me
your
with money.
individual business. You are your own. You can't be cheating yourself. And where you operate, they uphold the rule of law. So you don't have the opportunity.
No, Mr. Simba, they are
All
loopholes.
those people blaming Tinubu. If you give them the opportunity to be there,
They're good thief.
90% of them will do worse than Tinubu.
They are not blaming Tinubu because of Nigeria. They are blaming Tinubu because they don't have the opportunity. They are there to create
Mr.
opportunity
Simba,
for themselves.
Mr. Simba, do you know this book? Remember the Animal Farm?
Animal Farm, yes.
When they were fighting for everything, all animals are equal. When Napoleon became somebody, all animals are equal except some are more equal than the other.
No, one thing there is that Mr. Simba, I remember those that come to my office. I open my drawer. They see big money, cool money. What I do, I call the mobile police. They come and pick it out. That's what I did for good 6 months, and I succeeded. Then they gave me promotion. So that is it. I don't want to talk too much. I use myself as an example.
Let me. You have to learn something today. Okay. You understand? You cannot be using yourself and then make a generalized statement that everybody's like that.
Simba. You know, to the point you were making earlier, so I put a link in the private section. You know the food market, Lagos is
okay, yeah, that food market, yes.
Do you know the Commissioner of Agriculture was so mad at the our sellers here, even though they were giving it to them at a cheaper rate, want to go just to make people suffer. She's like, I gave this to you for almost nothing. So even like you said, we have our own problem.
The poor, finally will come at me now. The poor are even more wicked than the so-called rich.
The only nice Nigeria you mean that they rich now. The poor we didn't go.
Now poverty they make people they lie. You understand? Now poor people they make. How will I put? Now poverty they make people they lie. What will I gain to lie? What will I gain to steal? There are two things in my slogan: that shall not lie, that shall not steal. Even though
I said when you are talking, Mr. Tom, don't talk about yourself every time. Don't only talk about yourself. We are talking generally. Don't always talk about yourself.
I used to tell people that the problem with Nigeria is integrity. We don't have it, Mr. Simba.
Yeah, she's doing live calling tomorrow. So I think she already signed the consent form. Yeah, live calling tomorrow. Let's do it. Yeah. All right, thanks.
It's like Babati's at
There is this analogy. My grandmother, who is an illiterate, she's a stark illiterate. She used to say, "Just be careful of the mekunu."
But big
Mekunus are more wicked. No, let me give you my example. If you are driving a car in Agege and you mistakenly hit a child, not to the point of death, though, the next thing you will hear is, I get petrol, I just motor, let's burn the car. They are the ritualists, they are looking to renew their ritual. But if you drive a car in VGC and you hit it, the first thing you will hear is, let's call the ambulance, let's take him to the hospital. You see, the hatred in the common man is very terrible. The bitterness, the bitterness for the successful people. Do you know that most people that are angry with Tinubu today, that they are hating on Tinubu today, is because he's a successful person?
They wished, Biggie, even in the political space, to notice every former governor that has tried to duplicate what he has done has been a godfather. They failed. So he's probably the only one that's been a successful godfather as dominated. Everybody else, or Shomole, they've always had issues. So
that tells a lot about him, sure. That's why I always say that tells a lot about Tinubu. The fact that people can be loyal to him, that tells a lot.
Nobody has
He's a natural born leader.
Right.
That name Ashiwaju is there. You see, there are some people are born, they are born with it.
Boaz, let me tell you, to just corroborate what you just said. 2004, I was working in Ekpoma in Edo State. I was coming from work, it rained. And I got to, there was a pool of water that I entered, my car now stopped inside the something. You know, the people around, you know what they do? They started laughing. Instead of them to pity me, they started laughing. I'm talking about 2004. Olomu. You know what they now say? When I came out of the car, they were now saying they were demanding for money to help me.
To help, exactly.
As far back as 2004. 2004. They were demanding for money. I paid money for them to push my car out of that water.
But Simba, like but why that somebody that has some money, they will give you that thing maybe for 4 or 5 times, and if you complain, they will say, why are you complaining? You have the money now. Why are you complaining? What can't you do more than, because you are rich now, and this is 5 naira, is 5 naira for everybody. How much you give me at 15 naira? And they will get mad because they think you have money to just throw around. So value pay goes. But let me even go to my earlier point that I came up to say, Mike, do you mind playing that link that I put in the private comment for people to see?
I'm using my phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But the point she was making is that we are providing fresh food for people at a low rate for you to sell. Not the farmers, so I'm not telling you, for no reason. And yet you'll be there online saying that government is not helping. You will go for an
But BT, you are forgetting that I mentioned the grains that the government released for them to be selling at 200, that they are selling at 500.
Why would you then increase the price for no reason? For what? You're already making profit anyways. You do fair. And yet the same person will go on TV and complaining, government is making my life miserable.
But I gave you my own example where the government gave fertilizer and somebody went and opened a store with it.
Yeah, you mentioned it the other time. Yes, you mentioned it the other time.
Somebody went and opened it, and he opened up and he was selling it to people. And these same people, when you see them, they will tell you the government is bad.
Biggie, why not the one that I was talking about, rubber plantation?
Yeah.
You know, I got wind of these things around 2015. Somebody said I should come and buy land in somewhere around Ikire, Akpomu.
It's never too late.
No, I met my brother. My brother has invested in that. I just,
That's
you know,
good.
what I used to do, because from the when I suffer from lack of salary, that was when my brain opened, and I decided that no, Never in my life will I rely on somebody to feed me.
Exactly.
You
But
understand?
Simba, but let me put it this way. This is my own observation. Okay, don't just if I'm wrong, tell me. People that are here that I know that have hired people in Nigeria, it's like you have to take those people through some kind of orientation and training all over again for them to learn how to behave properly. Like you know that's what who they are. Like you were saying earlier that you have workers stealing from you. It's like you have to just train them how to think, how to behave, how to understand the business the model. So you have to go through that one. I think what happens is when we come from abroad or to Nigeria, we assume that being a good person or that everybody is good and then they will do the right thing.
Babati, I think what is working for me is like me. I didn't come from abroad to come and start my business. I started it when I was on grant.
So you know that you know the
exactly. You
No,
understand?
me. What is working for me is I will pay you more than what the service is worth. But the day you cross the line, I will not look back. Tó bá jí ẹyin kírèsì méjì wà láìta láṣọmọ bí láì máa sìn ẹ máa make sure kó délé ẹran máa make sure kó délé ẹran sùn kò sí ẹni tó lè bẹ̀rẹ̀.
lẹ́gbàá nìyẹn.
Lẹ́niwẹ̀ẹ́ kò sẹ́ni tó lè lágbára Ọlọ́run wà dé court.
He used that one as just like when they say
tọ́lọ́pàá bá
when you say if somebody say you go to Arrow, you know it's not saying that it's that Arrow. Particular arrow.
Once I arrest you, I get you to the station. I make sure it goes forward. No pleading, no anything. You're going to get there.
Foley, let me say something.
It's not Foley. How can you see
No.
somebody
I want to answer.
a gentleman that is talking like
No,
this?
Hold on. Foley post something on. Foley post something on the private chat. I want to answer him. See, corruption within political elites is not just in Nigeria only, even in America. For instance, Nancy Pelosi, she's worth almost $100 and something million. Did you think she got all that money and just be clean as she's not corrupt?
Nigeria first. Can I support your point? Just 10 seconds. Kando, you see what Nancy Pelosi bought last week now? She bought those Nvidia stocks.
Thank you.
It went up before anybody knew. She got inside information to buy
inside information,
and it just went up boom from 400 to almost 750 now. So
yes, so Babati.
You see how much you made, man. You see how much you made.
As if Nigeria, a politician, are the only corrupt politician all over the world. No, they are not. The reason, see, if you even check Nigerian budget and what they are stealing, it is still peanuts.
Peanuts.
It is peanuts.
Let me tell you the whole budget of Nigeria is even peanuts. The whole budget itself.
Yes, it's peanuts. We need to put our shit together. We need to up our game. This bragging we do all the time online is BS, because if you look at data, it doesn't show we have money.
Yes, but what actually baffles my mind is you see Nigerians. You look at the way to Nigeria behaved that day. We were talking. Everybody was talking about Africa. He just came and started talking about in Nigeria there is no electricity, in Nigeria there is no security, in Nigeria there is no road, in Nigeria. What was his problem? Must you banter your country everywhere you go? What are they? What I want to know, what is the reason why they behave like that everywhere? Why must you mutilate your country?
No, let me tell you something.
If you don't like the person at the end of affair, he will do his time and go. Your country remain your country.
No, let me tell you. See, the problem is that Nigerian leaders, they are over the years, they are not being honest with the people. See, they should come out and actually just tell the people we are poor. You understand me? Change this mindset of every Nigerian think Nigeria is wealthy. is the problem. Then they put too much pressure on even the government. Okay, right now, everyone wants the current government to perform magic. It doesn't have the resources to back the naira. It's not there. It's not going to do anything. If you look at our reserve and you see what's on ground, it is impossible. No one, you cannot change anything. We don't have extra like a 20 or $30 billion somewhere to cushion the effect of this whole thing. It's not there. Let's stop deceiving ourselves. This is the problem. The leaders need to be honest. Just speak to the people. And also, they should try to reduce cut down the budget. The budget.
The cost of running the government.
Thank you. The cost of running the government. They should also cut it down.
Yeah, I have a big problem with all those, how much the salary they are paying those senators and all those. It's very annoying. It's very, very, very annoying.
You are missing the point.
Bro, do you know that I heard that United States military have not been able to account for trillions of dollars that have been budgeted to that agency.
First, hold on. Salary is not the problem. It's the allowance. Is where the money is, not salary.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, the allowance.
Not even the allowance.
You know how much is the
Not
budget?
even the allowance. Not even the allowance. Most of the budgets, most of the projects that they're supposed to give out to contractors is on their table. They are the ones collecting it with their own fake companies.
The constituency
and they won't not even constituency. The budgets, ministry budgets. They were the one there collecting the contract with fake company registration. You will see most of them that will have almost 10, 20 contracts in their hand. They'll be the one that will be giving it out. They'll be selling it out again to a contractor. This is what is happening here. Ordinary you beg. They want to build primary school. They will give it to politicians. They will be the one that will come and sell the contract out again. Someone will still need to go and borrow money to come and buy it from them. And that idiot that bought it still want to make profit as well. And he will now produce inferior production. He will build a class that will not even sustain the students. Our procurement is woeful here.
Everything is run tripping.
Simba,
the civil servant that is the engineer that's supposed to certify that project also will collect money and certify useless projects.
But Simba, you know that even that school building, for instance, before it gets to the final person that will build it, it has gone through 4 or 5 hands.
That is the problem.
So they will have collected their own percentage.
Their own share from it. And when it now got to the contractors, it will just build anything there that the money in his hand can actually build, and he still want to make his own money.
Okay.
And the idiot that called for inspection as well still need pocket money, so that he can be able to get money to take back home.
And
if you look, my brother,
do you know what's funny? And that guy will now come there to come and cut tape, to come and commission that the cleaners project. Like
I'm telling you, most of them will not even come and check.
Isn't what you are talking about was not the same thing that happened at that project that Minister for Works went and we have engineers from the Ministry of Works that are supposed to be supervising the contractor, but what they are just supervising their own pockets.
Hey, another thing I observe in Nigeria, why is it that those that plunder the country into the current situation, they normally, maybe when they force them out of office, they normally come back as a citizen to speak on national issues, and you see people will be clapping their hands for these people.
No, people will have forgotten now. I watched a clip of
most of the people will call our elders. They're supposed to sit them down, buy correct pancake, and feed them.
I'm telling you, there's one guy that normally comes to
look at you guys. You know that you guys are talking about the way our projects are being allocated in Nigeria. It's very sad that even our traditional rulers are also in this.
They are struggling for contract.
So that if a project is coming to a community, the traditional rulers has this how would I put it?
well, I'm not saying they should not respect the
let me
traditionals
let
too.
me help
They
you.
have this idea that they must have some share from the project
I
itself.
said let me help you. Let me help you. There was a time in my village, the RCC, it was during Bishia Konde's regime between 1999 and 2003. They were constructing road to Bishia Konde's hometown in Ela. Now they have granite in my village. We have a lot of granite in my village, and the construction company wanted to blast some of this granite so that they will use it for the construction. The road that they will use to go to this place, they just tie it, and they are not meant for heavy duty vehicle. What the traditional ruler, our own traditional ruler, supposed to do is that he's supposed to have negotiated with them that if you spoil this road, as part of what you are going to give to us, you have to repair this road. No, he collected the money and allowed the road to be destroyed.
Simba, one thing I observe also, even including our business people, many Nigerians don't like long-term investment. We have this mindset of quick
Awilo
return.
sharp.
Sharp
That's why
is our downfall.
we go to production now. That's why everybody is doing buying and selling now.
Yes, it's very bad. It is what's dragging the country
Sharp.
down. This sharp investment return.
You remember that was the argument that led to our discussion 3 or 4 days ago when Ekene was talking about, and then even Babati was angry that he can't understand that importation.
It's killing the economy.
You understand? And these same people that will come and be shouting when the only thing that you do is to go and import one useless thing and come and be selling in the country. You don't produce anything.
Simba, most of our LNG investments came from foreigners. That's why right now, most of these companies are taking 50% of whatever proceed the LNG industry make in Nigeria. Imagine that this investment were done by Nigerians. Yeah, some of those money were invested.
They cannot do a business that they wait for 2, 3, 4 years before they start.
It is crazy. Then we allow the European to do the investment, and they end up reaping the
boss. Let me
the mindset. I think is the mindset. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry for cutting. I was on this Twitter, what's it called, space, and the people were talking about the train line in Lagos and the electricity generation in is it Imo State, right?
Abia.
So now Abia. So somebody said the train line in Lagos is going to generate a what's it called daily income of about 30 million naira, and it is what about something trillion investment. Okay, I'm from the southwest. I just kept quiet. I let him to land. You know what I asked him? I asked him that, you see, the problem we're having is we are not looking at futuristic opportunities of projects. Now you are talking about this daily income and you are talking about investment. I'm not taking anything from the 2 projects, but we are looking at the what's it called, the impact of the 2 projects on the society at large. So I started asking, have you ever thought of the number of industries that power generation can bring up? Have you ever thought of people who will be working from the comfort of their home, working with international bodies or companies outside Nigeria? Have you thought of that? Have you thought of people who can say, okay, my family, this is what I want us to be doing, and they will create generational wealth? That, you see, long-term investment is very, very important.
What brought that comparison in the first place?
Yeah, what brought the comparison was although it was more of Yoruba versus Igbo type of idea. So I'm telling them, look, I'm from the southwest. I would prefer
our governors
And
to
because you know
give
why
us
I'm asking you this, because there's no basis for that comparison in the first place.
exact.
This
So
project, these two projects, the electricity project are just starting it. This project has been on even before federal government passed the bill that now remove
states can generate, right?
exactly. So you can't be saying something that I've already completed and then something that somebody is trying to now launch.
No. Why I brought this example was I'm looking at the thought process of people. Like they don't look at the long-term effect of whatever they are doing or their investment. You understand?
Let me
So
say,
that's
hold
what
on,
I'm
hold
trying
on.
to say.
The two projects is very, very important because the train will reduce travel time
No,
for
I'm not saying that. Look, I'm not saying that the two
okay,
projects is not important. I'm just looking at the weight of the two projects in terms
okay.
of what does it bring. You know,
Yeah,
100%.
You cannot neglect
Lagos needs to overhaul the transportation system.
you cannot neglect one for the other, believe me.
yes, the two are very important because of
You
the
cannot neglect
population
one for
in
the other.
Lagos.
And each
Boaz,
and every one of them will serve their own purposes.
yes. Boaz, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Sorry, if I may ask you now, if you raise a chicken, how long
Which
can
of the
it take?
chicken, broiler or layer?
Talking about layers.
Okay, sir.
How long do you think it can take you for you to say you break even and start making profit?
I think the major profit actually comes at the point where you are selling old layers.
May God bless you.
after
And
18 after 18 20 months of production.
exactly, that is it. And that's the mistake. You know, people they don't know that they have invested a lot of capital.
Yeah.
By the time they are maybe by the time they are selling and they now start say, okay, this is the input for today. This is what we said. They think that they are already making profit. What about the capital? And that's why some
The
people after
invested capital. Yes.
they've eaten everything. They have eaten everything. The same thing. And so the reason why I'm asking you this is that most people they don't have good record, and that's why some businesses failed in Nigeria. People cannot even separate their business from their personal life.
Exactly.
Some people use the same account that they used to give their wife money, to give their children money, they used to pay school fees.
To
And
run
you put
business.
on the business, you don't know how much you are making, you don't know how profitable. You understand? Then at the end of the day, they will say, no, it's very difficult to do business in Nigeria.
It is not difficult.
You understand? I have a friend, he sells poultry feed. They will be sending money to his personal account. He will use that one, he will travel for Umrah. He will give his wife money. Then at the end of the day, he will come to the shop and will ask him, is this the number of things that you have? You have stolen my money.
Yes, Simba, you see, that's another brainwashing that we are experiencing in Nigeria. The ability to separate the emotion of serving God and the reality of life. You understand? Somebody,
bros, you cannot. You see, let's not go into that aspect. You see that aspect. It is the opium of the masses. You cannot. Somebody that is in that line, you cannot get them away from it. I've chosen not to. I'm not saying. I'm not shutting you up. Don't get me wrong, oh.
no problems here.
I've chosen to just like
Look
let
away.
people do whatever they want to do with their God and their religion.
You are wrong for that, because just show your seed to me right now. In fact, I can see it in my seed right now. If God is telling that you need to sow a seed right now, Biggie, claim this.
God,
claim
no.
Claim
God
this anointing right now.
80 still in me.
I'm telling you.
And God is telling me that I should send the account number to you so that you can sow the seed.
That God is deceiving you.
Babati, this thing we just discussed now is another thing that eats into business.
Forget that one. Sow a seed right now. I'm feeling the anointing right now.
Babati, they believe Anthony Taja for the rest of the week will wake up on Sunday and one pastor will stand up on the pulpit and tell them that the reason their business is not moving is because they are cheating God. Now, a business that has not even made 50 naira, they will wake up and take 1,000 naira of their business capital and say, we are testing God. And that's the same thing Simba said about somebody who is selling his business, who is making profit, takes money and says that they are going for Hajj. It's just something that's crazy.
And if somebody put their house, really, not his own house, family house. Thank God for the lawyer.
Family house,
family house, because of seed in Nigeria. I'm not kidding you.
Because of what?
Ó fi so fi family house so seed.
They know like that.
Oh yeah, I'm a skin alive.
Pass, let me tell you what happened to my wife, my friend. That time my friend will come home every at the end of the month. Then he will give the wife money that okay, this is the money that you are going to spend though by the time I leave for the rest of the month. So this time around she gave the money. I think something happened to delay him for a day before he left. So that one day he now has a visitor. Then when the visitor now came, he now said, okay, the wife should go and entertain the visitor. That I should take her to the money that he just gave her to go and. The woman said that she has used the whole money to sow seed.
Owó táwọn fi jẹun for the whole month.
Tó máa fi jẹun for the whole month.
Baba Simba, that one is very simple. Me, I will not even take our money.
But now money.
Very, very simple.
Glory be to God. Number one, glory be to God.
Good morning.
If you come and look away.
Good morning,
Until the next
gentlemen.
month.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Come and sow your seed. Sow your seed.
It is Pastor BT Tamak today.
Yeah, I've been listening to so many of us, and I think as usual, we point out all these things, and as far back as I can remember, this is our orientation. I don't know who or what made us like this. I will never personally listen to a lot of these pastors because you see, Yauniya, no one has to tell you, but this woman doesn't have a pot to piss in. And you will allow her to come to church and come and bring 200 naira that she doesn't have and put in your tilt in church. I don't know what type of God this type of people serve. So just like everyone has highlighted, all this, even our business orientation. I have known so many people here in the US. It's about taking something to Nigeria, that they bought for 1,000 naira and turning it into 6,000 naira profit in 1 month. That's not business. That's not how business is run. And I don't know, even we Nigerians that are in the abroad, like they say, is the same orientation. So it's a mindset, and who and what is going to help us change that mindset, I honestly don't know. Like someone also highlighted earlier, we don't have long-term thinking. That I'm going to invest this is a 10-year project. And then you have all the family, or all the family pressures. I mean, just in the last 6 months, I cannot tell you how many times my sisters that are here in the US are buying ashwebi of things that they're doing in Lagos. I'm like, wait a minute.
Can you imagine that? And they will not be there in attendance, right?
They're not there, and you are buying they will send this gifts. Yeah. It's like, how do you move forward? So me, or they all know me in my family. I don't do ashwebi. They don't even offer me anymore. They know me. But you want to start a business that we can, I'm talking small business, that we can put 500,000 naira. I'm not talking about now that the naira is now whatever it is. I'm talking about when it was still less than 800 naira to a dollar. You want to start a business? Let's find something for you to be doing that's going to propel you and your family forward. I mean, how many years Latin Soul shop for so many people? And these people have better phones than I have. I don't understand how that works. And what is going to help us again is a mindset issue. Obviously, there's a governmental aspect of it. There are the individual aspect of it. I've gone to all this Banana Island and Lekki Peninsula to visit people that I know. You know, there was one visit that we went to, and this lady was telling us, Tebafera ile oni 100 million. Oh, Tebafera only 150. Àwọn yẹn náà wà. And I'm looking at the road, Toffin Lossi, and only 100 million.
15 million.
What is wrong with you? Ṣebí gbogbo ilẹ̀ ní gbogbo lé gazillion dollar tẹ́ ẹ sọ pé ẹ̀ ń gbé. Ọ̀nà yìí, when the motor enter the water for this road, my body cringes.
Yeah.
So gbogbo yín tẹ́ ẹ jẹ́ gazillionaire ẹ lè dáwó kẹtún ọ̀nà tó wà ní tó máa lọ sínú yàrá yín kẹtún ṣe. And they talk about this money as if they have a few trees in their backyard, but they will not do the needful. But they have to go and spend that money in front of Wasiu, Abiya, Yuba, or whoever they all go and gather around on weekends. So again, I don't know how we're gonna change this thing. It's a mindset.
I think for any mindset issue, the government needs to come because it's more about
No, it has nothing to do with it. That one has nothing to do with the government.
No, I'm looking at the education, the type of education system we even run in the country. The education system does not make us conscious of what's it called, the bigger world itself, how the bigger world works.
You see, most of us even talk.
No,
Most of us talking right
the
now.
most important education is the education in
From
your
the
house,
home.
not the government.
Exactly, that's what I
Your
want to
house.
say now. You can't just use the first problem we have in Nigeria is people don't even have time for their own children. Someone that cannot afford to take care of more than 2 kids is having 6, 7.
Yes, I agree with that. But
hoping one day God will do it. God don't do crap.
But I want to ask a question. Let's look at this Ashwebi issue. You know that this Ashwebi issue is more of a cultural thing than even from a family perspective, right?
I don't think there's nothing cultural about it. I think it's just a bad behavior. It's not cultural. It's just something people just give to and they make
My sisters are here. They're here in the US. I'm like, why are you buying a shirt that you're not going to wear? But before I finish, I beg real quickly. At least I'm only saying this because of what I've heard from people. So I want to thank the Mr. Simbas of the world, Anton Tulu Uriomoshe on the ground, the Mr. Foley, the Mr. Babatis of the world. I'm sure the other people are doing some of the same things too. I'm just outlining those because those are the ones I've heard of. God will continue to bless your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Kandu.
Yes, sir.
Why are you thanking Simba? My Korea would now. Don't they know?
God is thanking him, even if I don't thank him. God is thanking him.
No, I have to humble him on this or once in a while.
Like a friend of mine here, he said he wanted to have a party. Then they almost feel like $70. And I asked myself, How many times am I going to put that cap on my head for $70? I don't wear. I don't put on native.
And do you know the funniest thing? They want to blackmail you. They want to blackmail you that you are not a good person. That if you are a good person, you should.
I'm used to that. Me, I care. I don't care what you say. As long as I don't bring my bowl to your door to come and ask for Gary, I can't buy a cap for say. I can't buy a cap. I'm gonna put on one time for $70. I can't do it.
Boss, why is it difficult for us to actually sustain generational wealth? We black people.
A big question.
Because we like to live large.
No, we
whether
are
it's black
selfish.
people in America, whether it's black people in America or black people, we like to live large.
We are selfish. We are very, 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 very
Simba,
selfish.
question I will want to speak on it from my own personal experience. Yeah.
You know why I asked the question? Let me give you for example. There was a time one man came and they mentioned something about the stock, the value of the stock of South Africa, which was almost going to like $1 trillion. And our own is just a party of less than 100 billion. And we're looking at it because if you look at the South African companies, they are generational companies, MTN, ShopRite, and multi-choice and all those things, and they are listed on their stock exchange. But you discover that most of the businesses, our own businesses, are just maybe one man business. How many of Dangote business are listed on the stock? How many of Botelola business are listed on the stock? You understand? And when
you know what is leading to that? It's common prayer. Give us this day our daily bread. Daily bread need daily bread.
Hey, no, we have this mentality that okay, whenever I have a business, so then my son or my child should be the one that will take after me.
Simba, it's part of short-sightedness. Make point in lórí question there is.
No, yes, I can go ahead.
Okay. You see, I come from a family where our grandparents, as far into history that I know, come from what's it called, the blacksmith line. I grew up to know my grandfather to be a very, very prominent welder. Yes, welder. Like he even now took the tradition and.
So blacksmith, I don't know the one that used to smelt gold.
Yes. No.
Okay.
So now my grandfather, what's it called, advanced the business. He got machines from Europe. All my uncles know how to use the grinding stone. Like he improved it. He improved on it when he had interaction with the Europeans. I'll tell you what happened. Part of the reason that business collapsed as we have today, I want to believe religion played a part because Baba was more of an Ogun worshipper. Most of his children became Christians and they dissociated themselves with the.
That demonize the
yes, they demonize it. That's one problem. So the ability to continue in that tradition had a setback.
Even their name from Ogunjimi to Jesu Jimi.
If so, that's one part. Another part that I saw affected the business was education. Once most of my uncles got their education, and it took them away from the what's it called apprenticeship. So most of them became office people, including my father. My father took a teaching job. Then we had to move away from our locality.
But is it not? You want to tell me that there's nobody that can go and become a mechanical engineer or something like that that will continue in that?
Now, it would have been better for my uncles or my dad to have taken the mechanical engineering route, but they took what's it called? That took law. It took law, and I remember growing up. Whenever we go to our great grandfather, he's always calling us Oyinbo, like we we have turned to Oyinbo, that is, we don't want to follow his footsteps. The ones that are now took the business, unfortunately mismanaged, and everything is down now. What I want to bring out is this: our education system did not model after our traditional, um our traditional occupations, such that when the Europeans brought the education and when we wanted to implement it,
our education according to our need.
Yes. So when the Europeans, when we took the education of the Europeans, we should have molded it to help build our own traditional occupations, so that every child will be interested in whatever their parents or their grandparents or their lineage were doing. There are many people.
I've always seen few people that have succeeded in doing that, and most of them are not even educated. You see some people that maybe they're in line of business, and you see the whole family, they will doing the same thing, and all of them will be doing well.
Simba, that's another problem, that our definition of who is educated and who is not educated needs to change. What I'm now realizing now, since I've traveled there, is the problem we had was more of the language that we used.
Once you can speak English, that's
exactly. And the only people that could speak English were the people that became Akowe, doctors, lawyers, forgetting that all these people, to be fact that they could do things, the only impediment they had was the language of instruction.
We might tag that man as being not educated though, but he knows how to do these things. That's not education.
It's education.
He knows about it.
Please,
the only problem was he was not literate in English.
Let me add to what you all are saying. You see, this is part of our problem, our culture. You see, we don't value, if you're not a doctor, engineer, professor, people don't even look at you as a human being. If you're a carpenter, if you're a mechanic, they don't actually even here in America, you see Nigerians, oh, you don't have a master degree, you're not, Sharawa. And is the way we think. And I tell people, go to Japan, go to China. There are people that can't speak a lick of English, but they're very proficient in what they do. So somebody doesn't need to be able to speak in the English language to be proficient. So you see, it what pains me is when people talk about look at all these Alimajiri kids on the streets of Kano. You see, every Alimajiri 8-year-old that's begging for 1 naira or 10 naira or 100 naira, that is a future doctor, teacher. We as a people, even the entire world, loses when each and every child, whether it is in Akure, whether it is in Abakaliki, whether it is in Gombe, when these children are not allowed, because their parents have 13 children that they cannot afford to feed, not to talk so to impact some education into, that when I see those things, it makes me cry. The first time I went back to Nigeria, and not that I didn't see this when I was growing up in Nigeria, but when I went back the first time, and we were heading towards my dad's house, and I could see all these 12-year-old, 13-year-old selling in the traffic, like around 7:30 at night. My mind just went to my goodness. I know my daughter is in her room right now, about the same age, with all of her books, all of gazillion toys, and these kids have to be out here doing this.
And if you see them,
And
they are
not,
very smart too.
yeah, and it's not that children should not help their parents. In Europe, in America, you have children on farms that drive tractors to help their parents out every now and then. But it is not what they do all day. So the fact that we look down on, well, I don't, but as a thing, Africans in general, and I think Nigerians in particular, if you're Baba mechanic, they just look at you like you're a
They
third
derogate you.
class citizen. In Germany, mechanics do very well. Carpenters do very well. For the most part, people don't look down at other people just because of the job that they do.
True.
So the
Even in Nigeria now, they are doing far better than people that are doing government job.
Yeah, so our orientation, I don't know where we will start. We outline all these things, and I think for the most part, we know these things. But is a Ishen Ishenje, way back, is it late 70s or early 80s, when the song was sang, Ikpeko Sagbe Mo Loko, just like
Arrow.
someone who just outlined now, Aroko Tidariwale,
In fact, you can do that.
that's
What I
where
was
some of
saying,
our problems
start
started.
giving excuses that is because of banditry, because of insecurity that people are not farming. I said no. People are just giving excuse. It's
Yeah, I was
right.
here now. I was here. I heard you. I was here.
Some people will not agree.
I mean, we all talked about it here. Yeah, there is banditry, but like I said, all the bandits, how many are they? Gbogbo wọn pátápátá látòkè délẹ̀. It's fear. Fear. Wọ́n ti pẹ́ nìkan. I don't know who said it that day. Pé, if it's you and they kill somebody, will you go back to that farm? That's the black man's
Me, I will go
mentality.
there.
Wọ́n ti pẹ́ nìkan. So because of that, nobody else will go there. I may not be willing to go there if I have to go and employ security. Obviously, it's not everyone that will have security to put or to take to a farm. But we can't say because there's a problem, then nobody does anything. Yeah, it's a bad thing for one person to be killed. One. But they killed some Oba, they killed some Kiniko, so therefore everything stops.
The problem is that many Nigerians hate good news themselves. They like to push negative news. It's like, because recently I think the economic growth of last year was dropped. Go to the post, few comments, few retweets. Just if it was that okay, Nigeria is into reception, you would have seen the comment and the retweet. It would have been thousands of retweets and thousands of comments. Everyone just overlook this is not in the past. It's like people will just come online, be
When
searching
they
for
say good news, when they see
negative news
something
to
good in
amplify.
Nigeria, it will not say. In fact, they will doubt it. They will say, no, it's not correct. But when they say
Yes, they'll say it's
bad,
fake news. Yes,
they will fly with it. I
see,
don't know why we
average
are so bad.
Nigerian.
I don't know.
See, they would say you cannot be insulting and wish where you live, but wish evil upon where you live, and expect the place to prosper. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. See, I understand there's insecurity in Nigeria, but the way we amplify it is just too much. Sometimes people will make it seem as if Nigeria is at war.
I think the social media is also contributing to the. If something
Yes,
happened in one corner of one town, the whole Nigeria will be aware today. I used to tell people. Let me give you practical examples. As far back as 2004, 2005, I was in Edo State that time. I have traveled on 3 occasions that I got into the hands of armed robber. But nobody will hear that because at that time there was not even all these social media have not been polarized. So it will happen and nobody will hear. And that will not deter people from flying that road in the next 1 hour after that incident. But now, they will fight before as the thing is happening. You see some people running commentary. I'm along Biniore Road now. Armed robbers have taken over the whole road. They are already taking 10, 20 people. Then that's how they will paralyze everything for that day. So the social media is also contributing to it. It's amplifying this.
Nigerians like ìròyìn ẹlẹ́jẹ̀.
See, I saw just on Twitter, they said armed robbers vandalized power line in Abuja. Go to that particular post now. Go to the comment section there. Widely retweet, widely a lot of people are commenting. See, it's just we love this negativity.
If they say Wike commission one project in Abuja, nobody will see that one as a news.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the process is.
When Buhari commissioned second Niger bridge, there were pictures. People were still saying it is fake news that they didn't commission any project, that the project that they didn't do anything. There's no second Niger. I was like,
but on that one, we have to call things what they are. I remember back in the days of Baba Yabo, some of the bridges that they built or road that they built, Baba Yabo will go there, will be like, engineer, who built this gather? Bridge long gather. But you see, I mean, look at Lagos. I remember back in the days.
Oh, that was Raji Rasaki, that kind of Baba Yaboke.
Was it Raji? I thought it was Baba Yabo. Who built this gather?
He told the secretary, ó ń tẹ̀. Gbogbo nǹkan tó kọ ẹ̀ tó báyìí lè kó òyìnbó sì ń fò dànù ni o. He was telling the secretary, tó báyìí lè kó òyìnbó sì ń fò dànù ni o.
So, but what I'm saying is this: look at that. You see, I am truly amazed at who we are or have become. A governor goes and they say there are billions missing, and the new governor comes and say, "Well, I'm not going to do a witch hunt." I mean, where is that done? Look at Lagos Ibadan Express Road. How many decades did it take? This same Niger Bridge thing, first, second, things that are done in other places in less than 2 years. We take 10 years to do at 15 times the cost, and people want to be celebrated for doing their jobs.
Kando, let me tell you why it's like that. Because whenever Nigeria government want to do any project, they don't make the full
there's no money
payment available for that project. They finance it instrumentally. So that's the issue.
A project that
but how do we get away? How do we? I mean, again, since the last 30 years, these are the stories. These are the things you hear. Yeah, are there things that are being done very well? Absolutely. I remember the first time I saw a video of Uyo, and I think this same Akpabio guy was the governor then. I was like, whoever this guy is, they should make him the commissioner, not commissioner, the minister of works. Now. Not tomorrow. Now. You see, me, I don't care if you have to go and bring somebody from Cotonou. I don't care who is the governor.
Yeah.
I don't care what part of the country you are from. Consign me.
That's my mindset.
Who can get the job done. There is no Omowa Konkon. There's no lawyer.
Let me tell you another problem that we have.
How many can say the baby can do? How many can say the baby?
You know, if you go back to the 70s, do you aware that we make more revenue then than what we are making now as a country?
Absolutely.
What was our population then? What is our population now?
80 million. We were 80 million in the late 70s.
No. So how can we progress? Our population is growing astronomically, and our revenue generation, the money that we are making,
Is declining.
it's declining. And it's not as if we don't see it. Oh, all of us we pretended to. Now the thing is boomeranging, and we'll now be blaming the person at the end of affair. And I think that has supposed to have been done in the 70s. We're supposed to have projection. We are not even thinking. We don't have leaders that are futuristic that will say, oh, this is the way our population is growing. We have to increase our revenue at this rate also to match the population growth. That's the problem. And then
is the problem in every sector. If you look at what was the amount of electricity that we were using then compared to what we have today, that the population has tripled.
In the desert here, they don't even have houses, where they don't even have anything. They've already put electricity, they've already laid pipe water, tap water there. And they're already thinking that, okay, they have to diversify the economy, they have to go into tourism, they have to go into this to earn more money. But the only thing we talk about, and you know, another thing is that the kind of democracy that we practice, in a situation whereby you as a democratic leader, you have to negotiate with bandits, you have to negotiate with kidnappers, you have to negotiate with thieves, with armed robbers. It cannot work. We have to adopt and adapt our own form of democracy. This one that we are doing is just a waste of time. It cannot work. And that is why you see some of our leaders, they will become handicapped because obvious things that you think that it should be easy for them to do, because they have to go back to these people to seek their favor again for election. If I don't have to come back to you to ask for your favor, I can bloody fool you, I can do anything, I can step on so many toes.
But see, our law should be that there are some cases whereby the military should try whoever the person is. It's not like we bypass the court, the general court. See, there's a way we can actually amend our constitution. Let military try some certain cases. Let them do their whatever they do their thing way back. Try these people. If you sentence them to firing squad, perform it like
go back to decree.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is that they'll see. When you look at one thing, the reason why Nigeria is not working is that there are some cases in every country whereby even the judges, even the lawyers, they might stand for you, but they will make sure that the case benefits the country to put the country in a better stand. But when I see Nigeria, it's that everyone is just working against the country. Everyone. This is not just
No, I don't think that's the issue. I mean, we do have laws.
Everyone is working against the country.
No, we do, but you see, this is the problem. At least this is part of the problem, the way I see it. You see, here in America, if you're a senator and you are speeding, and a police officer catches you, there is no, don't you know who I am? He's going to give you a ticket.
In fact, they will put you in the news. They will expose
Yeah, he's going to give you a ticket. But our own big manism, our own worshipping people, whether they stole money, whether they Evans or whatever that guy's name was in Lagos that they caught the kidnapper. We worship money and we worship people. We worship position.
I
So
agree.
that is not, it's not a matter of having a military court to go and shoot people at the bar beach. You see, the problem is, and it's very fundamental in any society, when the big man or the politician or the big whoever is allowed to get away with stuff, then it trickles down.
No.
It makes people not to want to obey the law. But
I
when they
agree.
know that, when
To
they
an
know
extent.
that the big man or the senator or whoever is made to stand in front of a judge for doing the wrong thing, then most people, not everyone, you will never get everyone to do the right thing. It never happens in any society. But what we have are people that are able to get away with stuff. And unfortunately for us, who have so many people coming to
Can you
defend the
do you see what
indefensible.
happened to this woman? This woman that the Tinubu suspended. What's the what?
That lady. Yeah.
Better Edu or something.
But
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
okay, you see that these people they came and demonstrated
to bring her back.
to bring her back.
But you see, this is what we do. This is what we do. Umaru Diko stole $2 billion of our money in 1982. 2 billion in 1982. Ran away to UK, protected by the UK government. When he was pardoned, he came back, come and see the Aero at the airport to welcome a thief. Alamesia,
The same thing.
Ibori,
Yeah, the same.
They were
you
doing
name it.
Thanksgiving in the church.
You
In the church.
name it.
Thanksgiving in the church.
I mean, unfortunately, this is who we are.
Our own body judge.
Yeah, but they judge. I mean, name it. Peter Odili, 11 billion.
Yeah, Peter Odili.
Back then. I'm not talking about this one where Naira don't yet finish. And you see, like a congressman said in America one time, he said $1 billion here, $1 billion there. Very soon we'll be talking about a lot of money. This governor goes away with 4 billion. That one went away with 10 billion. How much is all the money? And you say you are poor. How are you not going to be poor?
But
I don't care what. I don't care.
But Kando, let's be honest. If you become governor today, now, half of the family member in America will move to Nigeria with you tomorrow.
No, not me. Maybe somebody else in my family because they know me.
No, not you directly. But I'm saying that even if you say we are in America, if I become, they say today Robert is now the president. I become the federal. I have moved to Aso Rock right now. My uncle is now
is a mindset. You see, again, it's people. People have to.
No. Wait. Not even you, not even your family members. Everybody else will say, but your uncle is a governor now. Why are you suffering? Your auntie is there now. He's supposed to be, it is expected.
I hear you, but you see, you have to know the individual that you're dealing with. I understand what you're saying, that is the general thought process of the average Nigerian. I get it. But people that know me personally, they won't even try. They will not try because me, I don't support foolishness. I'm not impressed by anybody's anything.
I will try you.
Try. You can try. No, but no. Look. If you BT, knowing you the little that I know you, there are areas that I know you can be proficient in. Why not? That the job is going to be done. Somebody has to do the job. It's a matter of getting the people that will actually do the job. But a lot of times, people will take the contract, maybe do one fourth of it, and pocket the rest of the money, and there is no prosecution because Baba Lagbaja.
I want to say something. I think to me, we need to change some of our law, mostly in the state. For example, for you to run for a governor in a state, I believe you should at least be living in that state for at least 10 years or at least, let's say, 5 years. Because when you see
No,
in most Nigerian
it's
states,
1 year right now. It's 1 year.
most of Nigerian states, most of the governors don't live there. They only come in to run for election during election, and when they are the governor of that state, they hardly stay in the state. You understand me? They travel around between Abuja, Lagos, and their state. So many of these leaders don't live in their state. It's crazy. We need to change that.
Well,
I think that's part
what,
of the reason why most of the Nigeria state are it's not developing, because most of the people who are running the affair of the states, they don't live there.
you
They
see,
don't.
the bigger problem is not whether people reside in a place. The biggest
It
problem,
matters. It counts
no,
because they will
but
take
look,
time to really do the
no,
work.
no, 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 no. You see, the biggest problem with that is because you have leaders with no vision. You have people that don't have vision. You have short-term thinkers. You have people that don't understand that when you go and buy 140 million naira car from wherever, you're exporting jobs to other people's country.
No, hold on, Kando. If you interview me for a job, right? If you interview me for a job, if I don't qualify, would you still hire me?
No, sir.
No. But
Me, no, sir.
the Nigerian people chose to hire unqualified individuals where they didn't even bother to even ask them questions during the interview, which is the election period.
But if you look
They
at it,
didn't ask them any question.
the
We
Nigerian
agree.
people are
That's why we say is our orientation.
no
It is just part of our orientation.
let's be honest. Nigeria
and
populace are put
lack
in a very
of
bad position.
accountability. Lack of accountability.
Okay, if we look at the Nigeria politics, for example, we sometimes blame the people. Yes, I get it, but we don't look at the primary in these parties. The damage normally get done in the primaries. You see, those who have the deeper pocket will be able to maneuver every other what they call delegates to support them, and this thing continue
Where
as
the
a
delegates?
cycle.
Where are they from? Are they not Nigerians?
These are party members. They are not the generality of Nigerians. These are just party members who will do what they need to do. You
I beg.
understand me?
I'm sorry. Who is speaking? I'm sorry. Who is speaking? I just didn't get the name. I'm sorry.
Nigeria first.
Nigeria first. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So most of the things damage happen within the political structure because they pick the leader and the people end up voting for the people they picked. They are unpicked. So there's nothing Nigerians can do. You have two candidates. You have to pick from the two.
Okay.
If the primary
Nigeria
system in the party actually
Nigeria first. That is done everywhere in the world. In China, it's a one-party state. Is whoever the party decides, but there is accountability
within the parties, yes, I agree.
No, within the country. Period. Do they not? Do you think they don't? Wait. You think? Wait. You think they don't? Wait. You think they don't steal in China? They do. But ọba mú ẹ, ìwọ nìkan kọ́ ló máa forí kò. Gbogbo family ẹ ló máa forí kò. There's accountability. In America, there's a party structure. Part of the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, they already know, amongst these 6 or so people, one of them is going to become the flag bearer. But there is accountability. No, do you think they don't steal in America? They do. They have white elephant projects. Senators will bring projects into their region that is not going to make money, but it's going to provide employment. That's what they send you to Washington to go and do. Go and bring home the bacon.
All this money to house illegal immigrants is to be stolen now. They're going to steal some of those money. That's the whole point of fighting.
But you see, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Just give an example.
Yeah, but the difference is, you see, again, we have to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. I think sometimes we conflict things a little bit. Our entire budget of the country, as clearly outlined by someone that has put paper and pencil together, is about the budget of the New York um, police and fire department. The entire budget of Nigeria, not even New York, the entire New York, the police and fire department. So, yeah, do they not do this in America? Do they not do that in America? You can't compare yourself. I said like 20 years ago, when they say, oh, Nigeria, a oil rich country, you are not rich. You have potential, you have human richness of these Nigerian people that are all over the world and doing well individually. But if I'm rich and the people around me are poor, I am poor. A good leader is about bringing up the next level of leaders. It's like that crazy prayer that's who I call Yeye Man prayed the other day. That your friends will be coming to you to come and ask you for things. No, don't come to me. Let's find out how you're going to be rich too. But look at that mentality. Your friends will be coming to eat out of your hand, begging you for food. He even said other people from other churches will be coming to you. Why do I need? And that's part of the problem. Somebody wants to be the big man in the family, the big man in Adubo. They want to turn it into was it Adedibu, where hundreds of people come to your house to come and eat amala and begiri every day. What type of a life is that? Hundreds of people show up at this man's house every day. Dẹ̀ fẹ́ kó jí owó. Níbo ló ti ń rówó tó fi ń feed gbogbo àwọn people yìí? Our road long and far. How we're gonna get there? I don't know. Maybe we need to consult Ifa.
That's you now, Ando. You're
Maybe we need to. No, honestly, on a serious note, we have a long way to go. I don't know where we start.
I think from what the only solution is for us to change our orientation, become more patriotic, and you have to become more productive.
Simba, you just put the name Obi that he did something wrong, and say I had to come after you, even if you're right. Even if you have the fact and evidence, once you put up anybody like in that political space, nobody wants to hear anything. So we are still, our judgment is still carried by tribalism and religious sentiments. If we cannot overcome those two things, we cannot make any progress. If it's my personal person kind of mentality that we have. If you cannot
and once your person is there, whether it's doing wrong or good, you should continue with it.
Look at the people for the north now. For 8 years, you didn't hear anything. No.
In fact, I have one useless guy on one of the platforms I belong to. The guy has been fuming, writing rubbish about Tinubu since onset. And this is a guy that did not even say anything throughout Buhari.
That's my point.
One dumb guy like this.
Now you want to put this hardship in the north. So the Buhari 8 years, that was not hard enough.
Which hardship is he talking about? I remember in the 80s, late 80s, when I used to go to not even the Connaught in Niger State, Bida, Minokotangura. If you go to the restaurant to go and eat, and they put your food on the table, and you just turn to go and wash your hand, you will not see that food again. They will have taken it right in the 80s. So I'm talking about late 80s. So. Was that no hunger that time? The way the problem is that we are pretending as if the problem started now.
The
And
thing
once
is
some
that
people start echoing certain thing, everybody will just, it's like a
Simba,
bandwagon effect. Eh?
see, Nigerians, we have not been able for the past, let's say, 3 decades, we have not been able to solve many of our problems, and some of these problems have complied, like they have grown into what we have right now. So we need to learn how to solve problems. Some problems need to be solved. For instance, the issue of community clashing, fighting within themselves, I think by now we should have been able to sort out that problem. But still, we still go through that every year of
How
whereby
can you
community.
solve how can you solve the problem when you have sidelined your cultural rulers? The KBCs have been sidelined. They are the ones, if they had the power that solve their own problems now. But
Let me tell you, if
you
there is
ignore
anything
them, they don't have any power. So what do you mean to? You can't solve that kind of problem
it
now.
will not even solve. You know why it will not solve? Now, let me give you, for example, you are a father. You inherited, let's say, 10 acres of land from your father that you are using for your farming. Now you maybe you marry 3 wives, you now have 15 children. Maybe out of that one you have like 10 boys. That means that 10 acres has become one acres per person. That's
Yes.
what it,
Mr. Simba, Mr.
I
Simba,
don't.
Mr. Simba, they told me that Igimerin lo ye mi o, not 3 wives. So Igimerin lo so ko ye mi o.
you understand? The problem now is I don't even know if I want to expand it. The population of the world is increasing, and the resources in this world that God has not added one drop to it since He created this world. So people now, it becomes more difficult for people to survive because a lot of people are now struggling for the limited resources that is available. And that is one of the things that
Mr. Simba, I beg to differ. You see, it's not the resources are not really limited. There is more money in the world now than there was 10 years ago. There will be more money 10 years than there is
it's not
today.
about money. Is it money that we are going
No.
to eat?
Yeah, but you see, again, I get the point you're making about
Can do. Let me
man.
give you example. When we were young in the village, if you are going to farm like this, you don't need, you see fruit, you see guava, you see mango, you see orange that you pluck along the way. Nobody's, you understand? You don't see all those things again now.
I agree. On in that respect, I agree with what you're saying. But what I'm saying is this, though. At the same time, just as you talked about on the farm, and even this man with the 3 wives and however many children. What I'm saying though is the way the world is set up now, enough people will be able to get an education, will be able to, I mean, who knew anything about computers to the level of where Microsoft has taken it? Who knew about Elon Musk and all the different businesses
Okay,
he has been able to
I
create?
agree with you that with the
Yeah.
technology is making
Yeah, so
things
yeah, things
more.
are going to get, yeah. So with education, all we have to do really is to make the pie bigger. Unfortunately, we have rulers in
At least
Nigeria.
what you can, for example, like the example I gave now, what you can make then on 10 acres of land, you can make it on 1 acre now. If you
Exactly, and
practice.
not only that, if you use the right technology, that 1 acre can produce more than 20 acres. Not just on the land itself, you can do agriculture. I mean, there are buildings in some cities in this country where the amount of food, even in Israel, that is
They are,
produced,
they,
you would not be able to
they are
produce it
growing
on
without
10 times the land. Yeah.
they are
So
growing without soil now.
Yeah.
just do that
So
handy thing. Yeah. So yeah.
So I agree with you, Mr. Simber. I mean, I agree with the setup that you outlined. But all I'm just saying is, with technology, with advancement, there is
We
opportunity.
can solve that problem.
We can. I mean,
Simba and Kando. This is my concern with the way we've ignored or just our system. What would be Nigeria's role in what is to come in the world of AI if we don't invest in our education? Of course, we'll be left behind, but how severe would that be to us? Because if care is not taken, the way the world is moving, so if you don't move in that with that
Baba
tide,
T, question te bere
because of just maybe just me. Wait. If you watch all these stories, the way all these countries are adapting, are kind of speeding up that training for their kids just to meet up with what is to come. And then I see Nigerians praying in church, and you see people not even go to school in the north. I'm like, my God, this is how are you going to cope in the next 20 years? How are we going to cope?
Baba T, see, this is what I see. Nigeria need to change its immigration law and citizenship rule. We need to create a kind of a formula whereby we can attract people with talent and skills who have these things that can develop and settle down in Nigeria. We need to find a way to create something like that. Because many countries have these things like Europe, America, whereby they attract talents for all over the world.
So you're giving up on the Nigerian ones?
Yes, please, I have, because just bunch of people with
No. You see. I totally disagree with that. No, let me tell you why I disagree with that. There are so many people. There are so many people in computer village. You don't need to go and get a 4-year education to be in this AI and IT space. We have some of the smartest people in the world. You just need leaders who have vision, who are going to create the future that they themselves will not partake in. You need the Moses of Nigeria that are going to say, okay, that is the promised land. I may not get there with you, but we're going to put the resources. Unfortunately, you have a bunch of useless people that if the morning says it will be good for them and their family, evening will never let it be good for their family. People that are stealing the future of the average Nigerian child. People that fail to understand that you cannot take this thing with you. That is the problem.
Okay, let me tell you something. We always most our people, many of us don't see the future. We don't have, for instance, look at most of the investment in Nigeria. It is always foreigners that invest. Most of Nigerians who have money, they keep the money. They don't invest the money. So we cannot continue to blame even the politicians only. No, the people themselves, they don't invest. For the past 5 years or so, I've been shouting that there's no one who have this money in Nigeria to build something like sport arena in Nigeria. But finally, I think someone wake up and see, maybe they must have seen online that people are saying build arena. This would have been done like 10 years ago, but many people they don't see, they don't invest the money.
I'm not interested in your sports arena. What I'm interested in is
let me tell you what I'm saying. People are not investing in things that will bring money, future return. They are not doing it. If you build that will employ at least, let's say, 10,000 people.
I get the point, but the point I'm making is, you see, the leadership is important. Leadership is important, and people being able to, you see, you have to know where you are every time in life. You have to have an idea of where you are, where you want to go. You may not get there 1,000%, but if you have people, I mean, I know enough people that are investing in Nigeria every time. They're investing in their own little way. Unfortunately, we have a system, we have a country that is oriented towards Faji Insho, Ojo Kulojo Simi. Is our
What does,
mentality.
what does that
The
what does that
average
mean?
person, the average, huh?
What does that mean? I didn't know because I'm not Yoruba.
I go chop today. I go chop today. Today not today. I will go worry
Okay,
about tomorrow.
Today,
Tomorrow.
it's today, die tomorrow.
okay.
Yeah. So that is our thought process. We just like everyone has outlined earlier on. You're doing business. You're taking money from the business. You're using it to do this, do that. Give your wife, buy a shobi, do this. If you don't bury your father in a befitting way, I said if I die, let them freeze the meat, chop it up and feed it to a lion. I don't need any befitting way. If lion doesn't chop them, worms na him go chop am. I don't need any 20 million or 50 million naira burial. It's a waste of time. So the point is we have not been doing what we needed to do a long time ago. We're
Yeah, I
not
agree.
going to wait on the government. Those of us that can do wherever we can do, will continue to do. Those who refuse to do, they will continue to refuse to do. But there is no silver bullet. We are here right now. Those who, you see, what pains me about all these Lagos boys is where were they 7 years ago? Why didn't they all see the handwriting on the wall that we were screaming that this is where the country is going? Why didn't they talk to Buhari when he was there? Both the national chairman, Mr. Tinubu, and whoever else. Why didn't these people see that future before we got here? And since we've been here, what I've been screaming about for the last 4 years or so is based on numbers. We as a country are going to be about 400 million people by 2050. Who is planning for that future today? A
Okay,
barrel of oil
exactly.
is going to
Yeah.
hold on. A barrel of oil is going to be about $30 or less by then. How are you planning? Are you still going to be dependent on this crude oil?
Thank you.
How do you plan for that future today? Saudi Arabia is spending 50 billion to generate electricity through solar to be selling to Europe in the future. Those are leaders, those are thinkers, those are people that look forward.
But can
Uh,
you?
can I
See,
quickly add
I
something?
think individual Nigerians need to start, or as a group, as Nigerians, we need to start investing in those industry. For instance, I think Nigeria have lithium. Where are the Nigerian investors in the lithium sector, battery? Nowhere to be found. With everything, we cannot just wait for government. The citizens themselves, we need to see opportunities and grab them.
And
Then the government can come in later.
that's what I just said. That the Nigerians that I know, they're doing. You see, there's not going to be a council. There's not going to be a council where everybody agrees that
Yeah,
Nigerians as
right.
individuals should be doing. Those who are
Yeah.
doing are doing. Those who are going to continue to do are going to continue to do. You're not going to get a consensus where a bunch of Nigeria just decide that we're going to be doing as individuals. You're not going to get the government to sit people there and say, you need to be doing. Those of us or those that are doing are doing. There are so many people that have small farms, mechanized farms over the last 5, 7 years in different parts of the country. And as individuals, they're doing. We're not going to get the governor of whatever state or whoever the president is to come up with these things. But it's unfortunate. You see, when you see the people in power utilizing the very limited resources and jonticating all over the world, spending money like a bunch of drunken sailors, and telling everybody else just deal with this little period of pain. You're telling everybody to be commercial garage. You wouldn't dear filet mignon. That's the problem. Leadership is important. It's not that you shouldn't eat the filet mignon, but imagine should you me what yara? Yara. That's the
Yeah.
problem. It's important what you show people, even if
Yeah.
you're not being 1,000% honest about it. But when you show people, when you say, things are hard though, Like I said, when this government came in, if they found areas in the country where they could find farmland and bring in 50,000 people to those areas, 50,000 young people from all over the country, let's start this farming. These things are not going to grow tomorrow. It's going to take time for them to grow. Just like Mr. Simba said, people think you go into poultry business. You know how long it's going to take before the birds start laying? You got to feed them. You got to make sure that they're taken care of. You got to
This
use
where
their
this is where
droppings as fertilizer.
Kando, this is where the this is why I always blame state governors. This is their responsibility if we really want to look at it. State governors, because most of them did not do anything, they should be able to invest in agriculture in their state. Because, like my state now, we have arable land in my state. But you see, many of the state governors are not doing anything concerning. They just have a commissioner of agriculture, but they do nothing. You
Okay,
understand me?
hold on. I agree with you, sir. This should be the job of the state governor. If they don't do it in court, then what do we do?
Because let me see, but do you know that
Can I
state
can I
governors are in charge of lands in Nigeria,
I
not the president?
hear you, but I think so. It should be. Talk about Shenko. What do we do? Do we fold our arms and all fall into
I
the
agree.
lagoon?
can I interject? I want to just add something. You see, Kando, you phrase a big point. We cannot. It's not something one person can just do. Government also needs to come into this idea. Let's take the example of India let's use the example of India. India had a problem. They understood they had a population that would need to be fed. What India did was they came to the UK, got a patent from from a diesel company for a diesel engine. When they took the patent for production back to India, they used that patent to create a tractor firm. And now what they now did with that was, for every farmer, and a farmer has access to a tractor. Granted, you can still buy your own imported tractor, but there is a local India tractor company whereby you can go there and get your tractor at subsidized rate. Like you said, now Nigeria's population would be, I think, I'm not sure, in next 2030 or by 2050, they said we will be the largest black population, fourth population.
400 million people by 2050.
Can you imagine? So we are looking at the space of just maybe 30 years.
26 years.
Okay, 26 years.
Do you believe
now,
it?
We are not making provisions to have our own indigenous tractor and implement production plant. Now, I'm not saying that it's not good to have all this. If I'm the president, I'll tell the likes of Innoson, please move your car production back to farm implements, and because it's still the same engineering principle, machines and drives. Move it back to tractor production, and let's have our own localized tractor firms whereby any farmer interested can go there and get it at subsidized rate, maybe through Bank of Industry and whatever credit policy they want to have. Instead, Nigerian politicians would prefer to go to European countries, get the likes of John Deere, Chase, and they've forgotten that the cycle is, when there is a damage, you still need to go and get the spare parts from these countries. At the end of the day, you still need Forex to do those things. Then
Exactly.
Rather than having our own indigenous one, even if it is giving maybe 50 or 500 tractors per annum, it will complement whatever is being imported. But Nigeria will not do that. They will prefer to go outside and import those tractors. So the question is, for the past 100 years or 50 years that Nigeria has have independence, what has been happening to all the tractors that have been coming to the country? It's the same cycle. No, there will not be what's it called spare parts when these tractors break down because we don't have an indigenous production industry for that.
I totally agree with you. You see, the day that I knew that we were finished was, I think it was about 20 whatever years ago, 21 or whatever years ago, that some people that call themselves human beings in Nigerian Senate budgeted $1.2 billion to buy trash can from the UK. Trash can. Human beings.
Trash can.
Yes. I remember I wrote in Sahara Reporter back then. I said, what type of human beings are this? And these people had they had the kahunas to say that the ones that they produce locally, they're not as good as the one from Europe.
Trash can.
I said these people are finished. It's a mentality. Whether it is tractor, whether it is trash can, but this is the people you're dealing with. The people that I don't know if any one of you saw the interview with Sheun, with one of the senators, when Sheun was asking this human being that how can you guys be comfortable saying you're going to you spend 100 and whatever million naira to go and buy cars from wherever. You should see this man's face. Like, what do you mean? We had to buy the cars because the roads are bad. And that is the person that you expect to help you plan a future? The person that thinks that because the road is bad, instead of fixing the road, you will go and buy a car from a different country, export jobs to those countries? That's the person that is helping you plan your future. Your road is far. When you had Ebele Jonathan, when they were talking about, the World Bank came up with a report that Nigeria is a poor country. The president of your country, I think this happened in Abidjan or somewhere, they interviewed him. It was on TV. He said, how can they say Nigeria is poor? Didn't they see the number of Nigerians that came in their own private jets to Abidjan? And they say Nigeria is poor. That's the leader of your country. How is that person going to help you plan a future? The person that sees the number of people that have private jets as an indicator that the country is not poor. How are you going to move forward with people that think like that? That's why I said it's a mindset issue. You don't have to ask Innocent or the other 2 or 3 other people in Nigeria that are putting cards together to stop doing cards. But you see, what people with Lakai, what they do is when Tinubu got in, or Buhari or whoever got in, they should have gone to Innocent and said, look, create for us a presidential fleet that is going to have Innocent's name on it. Create for us cars for each governor that is going to have Innocent's name on it. I don't care. Some people say, Kolata, for example, will say, well, those cars, they're not going to last. It doesn't matter. They buy a new one every 4 years anyway. So I don't care. Let them create those cars. When everybody in Nigeria says that Mr. Baba President is driving Innocent, my governor is driving Innocent, that in of itself will make enough people want to buy locally. That's what we mean by orientation and mindset. I'm not saying they shouldn't have a car, but that's how you start to create locally. Not because the Innocent one is the best one to buy in the world, but you begin to change the thinking of your people.
It's like saying that an American president will not use GMC, than would prefer to now use
be there. Be there. So that's what you see again. We're not saying, I don't personally care for Tinubu, not because of whatever his presidency. I know him and the likes of him from Lagos. I know what they did. I understand their tax and spend. I know people personally that in that Lagos they turned a 50 a 50 a $50 billion contract. They've turned it to a 500 billion contract on paper. So this is not about whether he's a president or not. I know this man. I know their kind very well. So whether he's a Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Shekiri, Ido, I don't care where you're from. I don't really. I personally, I don't care if my mama Naim born you. If you're doing wrong, I call it out. I don't care who you are. I don't support foolishness.
Okay. Look at Lagos State, for example. I'm from Lagos State too. Lagos State cannot boast of a fishing trawler that goes out in the sea to get fishes off the coastline or deep in the Atlantic Ocean. But these same Nigerian politicians who give European trawlers contracts to fish off Nigeria fish stock. They are comfortable collecting the money.
If you know that story well, I know that story very well. You see, it's a bigger story than that. They've done this with so many countries in Africa. There are so many people that have had to leave Senegal. They have had to leave so many of these other West African countries because the people that have sold their future for a bowl of porridge, not just in Nigeria. I know this story very well. In all these different African countries, they've issued all these licenses to all these European and Asian countries. So they have been fished out. Villages where people used to be able to sustain themselves, they can't catch even 1/5 of what they used to catch anymore. Because all these contracts are given to all these European countries with all their big vessels that goes and catch these fishes in ungodly quantity.
Ungodly, yes, that's the word. Ungodly
quantity. And it's because some of these European and Asian companies are able to bribe the leaders. If not the minister, somebody who is close to the minister is bribed, and they get all this contract. I mean, I've seen a few videos, like 2-hour documentary in some of these other countries where people they can't farm anymore. I mean, they can't fish anymore because the big guys are taking all the fish. So it's a bigger problem. And again, I don't know who made us the way like this, where one man or one woman will be just because of waiting he go chop, destabilize an entire group of people.
Yeah.
So I don't, and people tell me, if you two go Abuja, you'll be like that. I say, Kosheshe, because I know if we Kosinta and Jeti on ton, everybody comes to an end sooner or later, or raw. And the most important thing that any one of us is going to be or raw at the end of the day. Not how many Lamborghinis you had. You had 2 houses in Maitama. You have 3 chateaux in France. Who cares? Like I always say, where are the palaces of the pharaohs, Lenny? But then you enter Banila Kai. Look at my golden wristwatch. Look at my silver ring. Look at my Kinikon suit. Toma File. But when you're short-sighted, when you don't really understand what God either puts you on this planet to do, or he or she should have put you on this planet to do, you'll be doing big manism. Let everybody be bowing down to me. Mr. Lagbaja, Mr. Tamedo, Mashelo.
Ṣé Ruben pè small for ẹjẹ máa lo cultural excuse náà? Ó dà máa hámà lórí cultural excuse yẹn jù ń gbà mí.
And I think there's an
Hello?
aspect of it. Oh,
Hello? Jẹ́ ń pẹ́ padà jọ.
I think there's an aspect of our culture that is there, at least in Yoruba, orientate our senior. You know, you see somebody, you know what he does. Oh, they know, oh no, oh no. If I send my father some money, tí ó mọ̀ pé kò jẹ́ kó wá látọ̀dọ̀ mi, ó máa pè mí sharp ni pé ìjẹ́ ò ló bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí jalè. Because where did you come up with that type of money? I know what you do. Tó bá ti ń ṣe nǹkan míì tó sọ fún mi wá ṣàlàyé. But you have pastors that they will know that somebody stole the money and they will still collect it. So that's why I said our road is far. Where we start from, I don't know. Unfortunately, we are where we are now, the naira to dollar and to euro or pounds or whatever is where is at. So this is not Tinubu's fault, but I think that these people should have been able to recognize this road. You know, the last time that I was speaking on here, I said people should go and Google Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi, and put in fuel subsidy. In 2014, when naira was 1 naira to 1, I think it was 140 something at that time. He told them, if you continue to pay this
subsidy, it was in 2012. That was when the protest happened. It Save Nigeria, whatever Nigeria protest. That was the right time to remove fuel subsidy. I think the APC back then played politics with it. That's the problem of Nigeria. We always play politics with everything. They should have allowed the PDP government back then remove the subsidy. I think we would have been in a better place now.
Yeah, I think you're right, because based on my calculation, the amount of money that they have paid all these importers is about 36 trillion in this fuel subsidy. So that's transfer of wealth from the average Nigerian kid having a desk at school, having a book that's gone into the pockets of some people. That's why when I see these people, I don't consider them as rich. No matter how much money they have, they will still be poor in my eyes, because you just stole from the people. That's all you guys did. So when people say they're shocked that Naira is here, when I came on this panel, I think a little over a year ago, when Naira was still about 600 and something or whatever it was, I said, based on the metrics I look at, this thing is going to go from $1 to 2,500, because the handwriting is there for those who are able to see it and look. Yeah, I wrote it on the panel several times, and on Dr. Damages as well. That any people, don't you see what's coming? Not this last November, the previous November, I told everybody in my family, there is no celebrating no Christmas, because the pain that is
many of us live in the bubble.
The pain that is coming. This was not this last November, the previous one to that. The pain, tombo, una go here and win. So I'm not saying, it's not everyone that will be in that, in that area of work. But all these Lagos boys with their financial background, why didn't they see this coming? And for those who are confused, go and look at that video. It's about 26 minutes of Sanusi standing there telling them, back into, like somebody corrected me, that it was 2012 or something. So people saw this, and those who outlined it and called it out, they did. But while they were calling it out, all the other people were dancing. drinking, marrying. So we are where we are today. So my question at the end of the day is, at the day with our day insane, how do we prepare for 2050? Those are the type of leaders I'm interested in hearing from. Because this one is over. We're here already. How do we prepare for that future for those people?
Well, I think that's one that I raised off. If Nigeria needs to go and get a patent from a diesel company for tractor production or diesel engine patent from a company for them to Nigeria just needs that. At least if not for anything. Oúnjẹ ṣe pàtàkì.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You have to even Akowe gonna have to eat.
Yeah, maybe after that they can now talk of oúnjẹ tẹ̀ ṣe pàtàkì. That tractor production and seed genetics, seed and animal genetics won't need it.
But they can, that is not anything difficult. It's just like some of the things we've been saying here. It takes a collaboration of both government and industry. I don't know if the current government, if they're doing something like that. Call the people that are putting cars together in Nigeria. Call them. Have a bilateral talk, whether it's India or China. There are people that manufacture those things in China that you can collaborate with and have an agreement with. And start this thing, like I said, if the leaders come in, that, okay, individuals can do whatever, but federal government employees that have to use cars, state government employees, but all those cars will be, if they're not manufactured, at least they're put together in Nigeria. That alone creates untold thousands of jobs, plus the Yalamala, at the mechanic, at the whoever that will be supporting those people. That's why is this such a difficult thing? I cannot fathom. This is economics 101.
Yeah, because if they don't do these things between now and the next 10 years, between now and the next 6 years, there will be food crisis in Nigeria. Because if you look at the surrounding countries close to Nigeria, their currency is already above our currency. So an average Nigeria would not have that purchasing power to even buy food from other surrounding countries, which we normally do before. For example, in Lagos, I'm very sure that most of our families who are Muslims tend to go to Republic of Benin to buy their own layer. And some of us, we normally go there to go and buy Gari because of then Sefa Naira had more value than Sefa. Now, nobody can even try. Most of the fishes that we eat in Badagry axis normally come from Ghana down to Togo to to Benin Republic because of the Badagry market there. Now, I'm telling you the truth, an average family cannot even afford those things again. So I normally...
but you see that fish area is there's a lot of talks being had, because part of that problem with that fisheries in all the coast, all of the western coast, has to do with these European Union people.
Yeah, I want to buy fish stock.
We have to by law, we have to fight these people because they're taking food out of the mouth of our people with all of these, they're big trawlers. But Tiobasi Agbeti that are giving them the licenses to do these things. Is all these Agbeti including Tom Ajelini. I mean, how can you? I tell people, I don't make excuses. I don't make excuses for myself, and I don't accept excuses from anyone else. How can motto kan, whatever the motto is, kórí ọmọ tuntun máa wọ́ lọ́jà. There are things to be done. There's work to be done. There's work to be done from local governments to whatever government. Even in my area, the last time I was there, you know, they took all this, the gutter that they've been building for over 20 years that they finally built. They took all the quantity from the gutter and put it right next to the gutter. For weeks, I'm driving past this thing. I'm like, who does this? What does it take? Ọkùnrin làǹtẹ̀làǹtẹ̀ ládùúgbò. Bring a tipper, give them shovel, and let them start shoveling this thing into tipper. Because òjò ń rọ̀, the same tẹ kókó nínú gutter náà ló tún máa padà síbẹ̀. But you left this thing there for weeks. Do you need an education to do that, or just làákàyè?
The isolate education no máa ń build làákàyè. Wọ́n ní di láti.
Mi ò sọ pé isolate. Mo kàn ń sọ ni pé there are just some things. You see, nígbà tí mi ń dàgbà, bí eré kò dúró kò fọwọ́ ẹ̀ kò fi kan ògiri ilé bàbá mi. Ó máa ṣe 40 ni. Ọgbà wa báyìí ó máa nẹ́nẹ́ ni. Up till today, tí n bá mú sweet tí n bá fi sẹ́nu mi, the wrapper máa mú dání until tí n bá rí ibi tí máa sọnù sí trash can. Kò bá jẹ́ the next 10 miles ni máa rí trash can. Kò ṣeé ṣe ni, it's not even possible. Kí n kàn sọ pé mo fi sweet ẹni mo á mú wrapper ẹ̀ mo kàn sọ jáde. Because I wasn't trained like that.
Trained like that. Wow, that's great.
So when I go to Nigeria and I see people take this sachet of water, drink it, and just throw it down, I'm like, who raised these people? But ìgbà wo ni ẹ̀ ní omi yalé gbogbo gọ́tà ló ti kún yìí. People will actually come out of there, face me, I face you, take their trash and pour it in the gutter. Ṣé a tún máa ṣe orientation yẹn náà?
Bóyá wọ́n máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti kékeré ni. Gbogbo àwọn nursery rhyme wọ́n máa yí gbogbo ẹ̀dá ni wọ́n á sọ di what's it called civic responsibility, little things, you know.
Ṣèbọn ní Saturday clean up tán máa ń ṣe at least lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. I mean, don't they still do that? I don't know.
Mi sure ó dà ń pé kò ti stop o. Saturday clean up wọ́n ti stop ẹ̀ ó ti pẹ́ gan. Ó dà ní last Saturday nìkan ló máa ń ṣe as a time fashion last Saturday nìkan ló ń ṣe mi ò á mọ̀ bóyá wọ́n yìí ṣe é sìn ṣá.
The last time tí mo gbọ́ ó dà ìpọ́n yìí ṣe because I know my dad wanted us to go to Abeokuta and he said he had to wait on one Saturday until somebody ṣe environmental or something like that. I don't know. So in any event, in tèmi kàn mọ̀ ni pé ọ̀nà wa jìn, our road is far. So somebody rightly said we have to we have to hold state governors accountable, not just talking about federal government all the time, but ento ma do the ento fẹ́ wo kíní kan akànni ó máa pẹ́ lójú omi lọ́rọ̀ wa ento fẹ́ wo ṣẹ́jú akàn ó máa pẹ́ lójú omi. We can't wait on these people to do the needy or do the needful. Those that are able, take one person, take two, take whatever that you can help. Don't help them to buy a shoebi. Don't help them láti fún wọn lówó ó fẹ́ ṣèyàwó. Tó bá fẹ́ ṣèyàwó tó bá lówó ẹ̀ lọ sí court house. Èmi gan níbí mi ò ṣe afẹ́fẹ́ yẹ̀yẹ̀ court house ni mo lọ. Lọ sí court house, lọ sanwó court house. Tówó bá dé ńjọ́ kan ẹ lè tún ìyàwó yín ṣe. But I'm not going to give you money láti fi ṣèyàwó. Kò ṣeé ṣe, especially tó lè bọ́ rẹ̀. So those are the things I need láti ṣe. So and for me it is wherever tó bá wà possible tí n bá mọ èèyàn n tèmi máa sọ ni àwẹ̀ kí ló ń ṣe tó bá dẹ̀ ń ṣe dáadáa and you're good, hey, glory be to God. But tó bá kù díẹ̀ káàtó, let's find ọ̀nà wo la lè gbà. And I don't talk to people about mo fẹ́ máa ta aṣọ, mo fẹ́ máa ta bàtà. Ẹni tó bá jẹun tán ló ń ra aṣọ, ló ń ra bàtà. But bóyá o fẹ́ máa ta gàrí ni o fẹ́ máa tèlùbọ́ ni o fẹ́ máa ta omi ni o, nítorí pé àwọn èèyàn máa need, ó dẹ̀ máa need láti replenish stock. That's the thing you should go into. You know, not luxury items or items that people don't have to have. You know, at the end of the day, being rich really consists of finding a problem and offering a solution. And when you need ilé tó máa gbé, provide ilé, you'll be rich. And when you need software to make ayé wọn better, provide the software, you'll be rich. And when you need omi, provide the omi. Sooner or later, you'll be rich. So that's my own 2 cents. So,
Mr. Kandu, Alpha.
Oh, good morning, sir. My Oga.
I've been listening. You saw what I transferred to you now. Your WhatsApp. You've seen that?
Oh, I'm on my phone. I can't see. I don't see very well on my phone. You know, say but I'll see it on my computer very soon, though.
Okay. When you look at 3 different types and 3 different types of and the prices, so you know what to do with it. Understand?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
I don't know. Say you did online all this time. I didn't even hear you talk one time.
No, I did busy now. They do my research as usual.
Okay. Got you. So our people, not so you Abi, how for do?
Then another fear I'm having is, most of our politicians in the southwest, they are vested in oil and gas. My fear is, do you see them investing in power generation? That's another aspect that we need to quickly address between now and the next 10 years.
Well, to me, all in all, there's been enough of these people, whether they're from, you see, I don't separate east, west, north. I don't really care where they're from. Okay. To me, they're all the same people because they don't separate themselves when they're sharing the money and sharing the resources of Nigeria. So wherever they come from, to me, I mean, obviously there will be some exceptions, but as a rule, these people are not going to do stuff like that. They're not going to do things like that. Somebody was pointing out on another platform over the weekend where they were showing that India has added 21,000 meg